At the foot of the Yunza Mountains, Suning jolts awake with a splitting headache as a flood of someone else's memories crashes into his mind. When the pain finally settles, Suning realizes the impossible. He has transmigrated into another world and another boy's body. The inherited memories tell him this is a brutal martial world, and the original Suning died after slipping while risking his life to grab a valuable spirit herb. Stuck in a world of sect fights, bandits, and deadly beasts, Suning grimly understands that an ordinary person can be crushed here. He checks his battered body, finds he can still move, and spots the spirit herb the dead boy died trying to take. The plant is jasper grass, a spirit medicine worth more than 500 taels, enough money to change a farmer's life. Just as he leans in to examine it, a bright panel flashes into his sight with a strange prompt asking whether to absorb its energy. A second panel shows his name, his Gale knife technique at beginner level, and a familiar plus sign, making him realize this is the game-like martial arts panel from his old life. The shock turns into hope as Suning decides this strange cheat might be his only way to survive and rise in this world. He chooses yes, and the panel confirms that the jasper grass's energy has been absorbed. His available energy jumps to 6, and the precious jasper grass instantly loses its color and withers in his hand. Suning immediately focuses on the plus sign beside Gale knife technique and tries to spend energy on it. The panel asks for 3 energy to improve the skill, and Suning agrees without hesitation because he had been stuck at beginner level for years. In an instant, Gale knife technique rises to elementary, cutting his energy down to 3. The upgrade doesn't feel abstract at all. A flood of hard-earned knife experience settles into his body like he trained for years. He snatches up his hatchet and tests the new skill, and the simple mountain tool suddenly cuts the air with real technique. Breathing hard after the set, Suning is exhilarated because what should have taken years just happened in a second. Hungry to go further, he tries to upgrade Gale knife technique again right away. But the next level needs 6 energy, and with only 3 left, Suning has to stop there for now. He reins himself in and decides this is still enough proof that he can grow stronger if he finds more spirit resources later. With the sun already dropping, Suning starts gathering the ordinary herbs spilled from his basket so he can head home. He tests a common herb for energy too, but this time the panel gives him nothing, proving normal plants won't power him up. Armed with his basket and hatchet, Suning carefully retraces the route down the dangerous mountain edge where beasts often roam. He makes it back safely after half an hour and finally sees Tao village ahead in the fading light. The sight of the village brings back more of the dead boy's life. Suning and his sister were refugees from a village destroyed by horse bandits, and were later taken in here. His sister Su Lian eventually married Tao Yunchuan, which is how the 2 siblings became part of Tao village at all. Even so, standing at the gate now, Suning hesitates because this family is real to the original owner but still unfamiliar to him. He forces himself to step through, knowing he has to face this new life sooner or later. Following the inherited memories, he threads through the large village until he reaches a plain family courtyard. When he opens the door, he finds a broad-shouldered man chopping wood with stiff, awkward movements. The man is Tao Yunchuan, his brother-in-law, and despite his limp and old injuries he greets Suning with easy warmth and tells him to hand over the herbs and rest. As soon as he gets close, Tao Yunchuan notices Suning's torn clothes and scraped skin and asks if he fell on the mountain. Suning says it was just an accidental fall, and Tao Yunchuan is visibly relieved when he hears the injuries are not serious. The talk draws out Su Lian from the kitchen, tense and worried the second she hears her little brother got hurt. Suning tries to calm her, and only after checking him closely does Su Lian let herself believe the wounds are only superficial. She gently tells him to change clothes because dinner is ready, and Suning slips away to his room still feeling awkward around this borrowed family. Once he's gone, Tao Yunchuan sinks into guilt and blames his own weakness for making Suning work so hard even after reaching marriageable age. Su Lian immediately shuts that down and reminds her husband that he saved her and Suning from dying on the streets, promising their life will get better. Up in his room, Suning expects a moment alone but finds a little girl with pigtails sitting on his bed and playing with wooden toys. She lights up and calls him uncle, and Suning remembers this is Tao Tao, the daughter of Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan. Tao Tao asks why he came back so late, but before Suning can answer, she notices the blood and holes in his pant leg. Instead of panicking, she leans in and blows on the wound exactly the way her mother does for her, trying to make it hurt less. That small act breaks Suning's tension, and he smiles for real as he tells her it doesn't hurt anymore. When he tells her to go eat first, Tao Tao suddenly digs out a few green dates and proudly stuffs them into his hands because she had been saving them for him. After she runs off, Suning looks at the dates, takes a bite, and gets hit with an intensely sour mouthful that almost ruins the touching moment. Still, as darkness settles outside, Suning realizes this strange world already feels a little less distant than it did this morning. After changing clothes and rubbing ointment on his cuts, Suning joins the family for a sparse dinner in the main room. One look at the meal tells him the household is poorer than he first realized, despite Tao village itself being prosperous. As Su Lian splits the bread and gives the larger pieces to Suning and Tao Yunchuan, Suning feels a stab of guilt over the jasper grass he already used up. The meal stays quiet, and when it's over Suning retreats to his room under the excuse of being tired. Lying awake that night, he turns the family's poverty over in his head until guilt hardens into one clear goal. He needs to find a way to earn money. The next morning he wakes late to a quiet house because Tao Yunchuan has gone to the village rice shop and Su Lian has already left for tailoring work. Tao is still asleep, so Suning leaves her be, cleans up, and fills his stomach with leftover flatbread before going out. He sorts the herbs he gathered yesterday, packs them neatly into a basket, and heads to the village medicinal shop to sell them like the old Suning always did. At the shop he is welcomed by Guiyi, the friendly young manager who has always treated him fairly. The two outsiders of Tao village share an easy rapport, but Guiyi clearly landed in a much more secure life through his wealthy merchant family. Suning lays out his herb bundles, and Guiyi quickly weighs them and quotes a total of 3 taels of silver. That number shocks Suning because the herbs should only be worth about half as much, so he asks if Guiyi is quietly helping him out. Guiyi explains that heal all plant prices have doubled, and he holds up one dry-looking bundle that suddenly matters a lot more than before. That price jump sparks a dangerous memory. A month ago, the old Suning discovered a large patch of heal all plants deep near the inner Yinza mountains but never dared harvest it. Now that his knife skill has improved and the herb is suddenly worth serious money, Suning starts thinking he might risk going after that patch after all. Guiyi tells Suning that heal all plants have suddenly become expensive because a big buyer in Kanyan County is buying out local pharmacy stock. When Guiyi warns him to watch for heal all plants in the wild, Suning quietly locks onto one thought: that dangerous patch he already knows about. After taking his silver and leaving the shop, Suning rushes home, grabs his hatchet and gear, and heads straight for Yunza Mountains to try to solve his family's money problem in one gamble. More than half an hour later, Suning moves carefully through the steep Yunza range, knowing the mountains are full of beasts and rumors of demon beasts even if people still risk them to survive. He reaches the steep hillside and finds the untouched heal all patch exactly where he remembered, and to him the bleak field looks like a fortune waiting to be carried home. Because the patch sits right near the inner circle boundary, Suning does not rush in and first checks the area for danger. To be safe, he climbs a nearby tree, scans the surroundings, and only moves once he is sure nothing is stalking the slope. Satisfied for the moment, Suning ties the hatchet behind his waist and dashes into the patch to harvest as fast as he can. He bends low and pulls heal all plants one by one into his basket, working carefully but fast. As the basket fills, Suning realizes this patch is far bigger than he expected and starts calculating nearly 300 taels if he could carry it all. After about 15 minutes the basket is packed full at more than 20 pounds, and Suning forces himself to stop even though half the patch is still there. He presses the plants down and seals the basket, choosing mobility over greed in case something goes wrong on the way out. The moment he is ready to leave, heavy footsteps sound behind him and all his attention snaps toward the slope above. 5 or 6 huge black wolves appear above him and stare him down, and Suning instantly knows he is in serious trouble. Suning roars and steps forward first, startling the eager wolves just long enough to open a path to run. He spins and bolts downhill, but one glance back tells him the wolves are already chasing hard. The steep mountain path and the basket on his back make the truth obvious. He cannot outrun wolves on their own ground. With the pack nearly on him, Suning abandons the escape and scrambles up the nearest big tree. A wolf nearly catches his trousers on the way up, proving these inner mountain wolves are bigger and more dangerous than ordinary ones. Clinging to the tree, Suning weighs 2 bad choices: wait and hope the wolves leave, or drop down and fight while risking wounds that could kill him later in the mountains. He steadies himself by remembering his elementary gale knife technique, but he still knows a single injury out here could be fatal. Suning climbs a little higher and decides to wait first, while the wolves settle under the tree and refuse to give up. Hours drag by, and even while Suning eats flatbread to keep his strength up, the wolves stay planted under the tree like they have all day. After 2 hours, Suning realizes waiting is only making him weaker, so he hardens his gaze and chooses to strike first. Seeing the pack grow careless in the noon heat, Suning jumps from the tree and commits everything to one sudden ambush. Using the fierce sword wind move from his gale knife technique, he hacks into the largest wolf's back and nearly breaks it in one blow. Before the pack recovers from the shock, Suning cuts down the nearest wolf and suddenly turns 6 enemies into 4. With the strongest wolf crippled, Suning stops panicking and backs against the trunk so the remaining 4 cannot surround him. For one dangerous moment, man and wolves freeze in place, both waiting to see who breaks first. Then one wolf finally backs away, and the others follow, their fear of dying outweighing the hunt. When the pack disappears into the forest, Suning can finally breathe again and accept that he survived. He knows the abandoned wolf's claws and fur could sell too, but so close to the inner circle, the blood would only invite something worse. Choosing the herbs over extra risk, Suning wipes the blood from his hatchet and leaves the mountain fast. By sunset he reaches Tao village and goes straight to Guiye's medicinal shop instead of heading home first. When Suning dumps the basket in front of him, Guiye is stunned to see that he really brought back a massive haul of freshly picked heal all plants. Suning admits he took the risk at the inner outer border because of the price spike, and even Guiye can only call him ruthless for going there. Guiye weighs the basket and rounds the total to 25 pounds, which means Suning's gamble pays out at 150 taels. Guiyi goes to the back and returns with 2 silver notes, and Su Ning takes the 150 taels that equal about a year of family income. Before leaving, Su Ning checks whether the high price will last, and Guiyi eagerly agrees to buy more when Su Ning says there is still herbs left unpicked. With money in his pocket and his nerves finally easing, Su Ning decides to bring home something good and heads for the village butcher. He buys 2 pounds of lamb leg because he remembers Tao Tao likes tender lamb, even though the half-tail price still makes him pause. On the way home, Su Ning passes the village training yard and watches local teenagers drilling with spears and knives under an instructor. The sight reminds him that Tao village takes martial arts seriously, and that he had to quit training after 1 month because his family could not keep paying the 5-tael monthly cost. Even so, Su Ning no longer feels trapped by that setback, because with the martial arts panel he believes he can keep improving on his own as long as he has enough energy. Back at the house, he finds Tao Tao in the courtyard chasing an old hen with 2 sticks and yelling like a tiny swordswoman. Tao Tao immediately notices the meat, and Su Ning promises she will get a good meal tonight before heading into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian come home to a table full of lamb soup and thick slices of meat, and both are plainly shocked. When Su Lian worries that Su Ning wasted all his herb money on one expensive meal, he avoids the argument in front of Tao Tao and tells everyone to eat first. The family sits down to a rare hearty dinner, and Tao Tao happily eats until bits of food are stuck all over her face. After dinner, once Tao Tao has been sent away, Su Lian asks again why Su Ning suddenly spent so freely. Instead of answering with words, Su Ning lays 2 silver notes on the table and instantly changes the whole mood in the room. Su Lian picks up the notes with trembling disbelief, because 150 taels is far beyond what their household normally sees. Su Ning explains that he earned it by selling 25 pounds of heal-all plants after stumbling onto a patch in the mountains, while quietly hiding how dangerous that trip really was. Su Lian still thinks the story sounds too convenient, but when Su Ning tells her to verify it with Guiyi, she decides she really will ask him tomorrow. Back at home, Su Lian scolds Su Ning for throwing around money so recklessly even while staring at the life-changing 150 taels on the table. Tao Yunchuan tries to push the silver notes back to Su Ning, refusing to live off the younger man's earnings. Su Ning insists he has nothing to spend money on and wants the household to use it instead, but the couple still hesitates. Su Lian cuts off the back and forth, takes charge of the money, and keeps the 100-tael note for Su Ning's future while handing him the remaining 50 taels. Su Ning understands what his sister is doing and quietly heads back to his room. Once he is gone, Su Lian finally smiles with relief, comforted just knowing that money is there for his future. Tao Yunchuan uses the chance to bring up a bigger plan. Now that money is less desperate, Su Ning should finally train in martial arts. After thinking it through, Tao Yunchuan decides to save the 100 taels for Su Ning and spend 50 taels from their own savings to enroll him in the village training camp tomorrow. The next day, unaware of their plan, Su Ning returns to the Yunza Mountains to collect the last of the heal-all plants. He runs into a beast again, but this time the standoff ends quickly, and the animal backs off without a fight. Su Ning brings about 23 pounds of heal-all plants to Guiyi's shop, and Guiyi still pays him another full 150 taels. Instead of pocketing the money, Su Ning first asks whether his sister came by to investigate how he was earning so much silver. Guiyi admits Su Lian did come, worried something shady was going on, but he reassured her and kept quiet about the extra heal-all plants. Su Ning makes him promise to keep this second batch secret too, because he has already decided that this silver has another use. That hidden goal comes out fast when Su Ning asks whether Guiyi's uncle can get spirit medicine. Guiyi says spirit medicine is rare and expensive, usually shipped straight to the county city, with even the cheapest starting around 200 taels. Hearing that, Su Ning asks to see what the shop has in stock right now. Guiyi stares at him, stunned that Su Ning really plans to spend today's silver on spirit medicine, then heads to the back room. He returns with 3 wooden boxes and opens them one by one to reveal 3 spirit plants: star clover, spiky thorn, and swallowtail. The moment Su Ning touches the star clover, his hidden panel appears again and confirms it contains 3 units of energy. But when Guiyi names the price as 400 taels, Su Ning has to suppress his excitement and back off. He tests the spiky thorn next, and the panel shows 2 energy units while Guiyi quotes 230 taels. The spiky thorn is far more affordable, but Su Ning keeps comparing instead of committing too fast. Then he touches the swallowtail and sees the best surprise yet. It also holds 3 energy units. When Guiyi casually says this one costs only 190 taels, Su Ning is instantly sold. Su Ning realizes the value is all about the plant's use and rarity, not just raw energy, so he closes the box and chooses the swallowtail. Guiyi warns that the swallowtail is only useful for people with internal skills, but Su Ning refuses to explain and pays anyway. Using yesterday's 50 taels and today's 150, Su Ning hands over 200 taels, takes back 20 and change, and earns one last offer to refund it if he regrets the purchase. Grateful for the warning but not changing his mind, Su Ning leaves quickly with the spirit medicine in hand. Back home, Su Ning greets Tao Tao and shuts himself in his room before anyone can ask questions. Alone at last, he opens the box, grabs the swallowtail flower, and this time chooses to absorb the energy without hesitation. The panel updates to show 6 available energy, enough to push his Gale Knife technique to the next realm. Su-ning confirms the upgrade, and the technique surges through his mind and body in a familiar rush. In just seconds, his Gale Knife technique jumps from elementary to intermediate, a leap that should have taken ordinary fighters years. The boost leaves him exhilarated, confident he could now cut down those same 6 black wolves cleanly and without getting hurt. More than anything, the result proves his panel is terrifyingly powerful, and Su-ning becomes even more determined to find new sources of energy. That night over leftover lamb soup, Su-ning keeps quiet about his trip to the mountains and the spirit medicine he already spent. After dinner, Tao Yunchuan suddenly tells him that from tomorrow on, the odd-numbered days are no longer for herb gathering. Su-ning is baffled when Tao Yunchuan explains he has already paid the village so Su-ning can enter martial arts training. To Tao Yunchuan, martial training is the one real path upward, and he uses his own ruined leg as proof of what happens when a man lacks that chance. Su-ning tries to argue that his knife skills are already pretty good, but Tao Yunchuan laughs it off and assumes he is only trying to save money. Tao Yunchuan ends the discussion by patting his shoulder and ordering him to show up tomorrow no matter what. With no clean way to refuse, Su-ning decides to go for now and use the training camp as a cover story for his sudden progress. Before dawn the next morning, Su-ning gets up early and heads out for his first official day at the village training camp. On the way, he sees crowds of teenagers rushing toward the school field, and the scale of the camp hits him immediately. At the field, more than 200 youths are already divided into teams, each under a clan elder, and Su-ning has to ask around to find Tao Yunming's group. He greets the youths in his team and is relieved that even as an outsider, no one openly rejects him. The moment still reminds him that his old self never truly belonged here, but the current Su-ning is no longer so raw about it. Then a familiar voice breaks the mood when Guiyi calls out, equally surprised to see Su-ning at training. Guiyi admits he only shows up a few days a month because his uncle forces him to, and he would rather be back at the medicinal shop. Their small talk ends when someone shouts that Tao Yunming has arrived. Tao Yunming strides in carrying 2 heavy wooden boxes on his shoulders, and his sheer presence makes it obvious why he commands this team. He slams the boxes down and orders everyone to take a knife and line up. The trainees move fast, grabbing the village's shared steel knives because many families, including Su-ning's, do not own proper blades. After roll call confirms only 3 absences, Tao Yunming barks for practice to begin. Dozens of knives start moving at once as the team runs through the standard Gale knife routine under Tao Yunming's watchful pacing. Tao Yunming teaches like a storm, barking at weak swings, correcting bad form, and even kicking slack trainees to wake them up. He is just as quick to praise effort, and when he singles out Tao Ji for improving, she immediately swings with even more force. The scene also makes the village's rules clear. A few girls train too, but only families with means usually let daughters spend time on martial skills. Then Tao Yunming stops in front of Guiyi and tears into him for being lazy, soft, and still not having the basics despite all the time and money spent. A kick to the calf nearly sends Guiyi sprawling, and he can only swallow the humiliation and silence. After dismissing Guiyi as someone who will never become a real warrior, Tao Yunming finally turns his hard stare towards Su-ning. At the training field, Tao Yunming walks over to inspect Su-ning, expecting little because Su-ning trained alone and only joined after Tao Yunchuan paid the fee. Su-ning stays completely calm, because his Gale knife technique has already reached the intermediate realm, and he knows this test will not shake him. The longer Tao Yunming watches, the more shocked he gets, because Su-ning's blade work is smooth, precise, and clearly above the other trainees. Tao Yunming starts thinking Su-ning may have reached the elementary realm by himself, which feels unusually impressive for someone with no formal guidance. He openly praises Su-ning, and Su-ning only thanks him politely without showing off. After Tao Yunming leaves, Guiyi leans in with disbelief and envy, asking how Su-ning trained so well on his own. Su-ning gives him a flat answer: practice more and think more, while keeping the secret of the martial arts panel to himself. When the routine ends, Tao Yunming says most people improved but pointedly calls out the lazy ones, making Guiyi lower his head. After more solo practice and an hour and a half of training, Tao Yunming gathers everyone into a circle for individual combat tests. The first trainee steps in, and Tao Yunming uses real combat technique during the test so everyone can learn by watching. Watching from the crowd, Su-ning realizes Tao Yunming's external technique is also in the intermediate realm, but he feels his own understanding may already be sharper. Even so, Su-ning knows Tao Yunming would crush him if he used his fourfold internal skill, which reminds Su-ning that he still has no internal method. When Guiyi takes his turn, he charges in clumsily, and Tao Yunming knocks him out of the circle with one harsh counter. Tao Yunming coldly tells Guiyi to learn the basic routines first, and Guiyi can only get up in embarrassment. At last Tao Yunming calls Su-ning forward, and both of them enter the circle expecting this fight to reveal Su-ning's real level. The moment the fight starts, Su-ning moves like flowing water and sends a slash so fast and tricky that Tao Yunming barely dodges it on instinct. That near hit stuns Tao Yunming, because he instantly realizes Su-ning is not at the elementary realm at all. Tao Yuming suppresses his internal strength but finally brings out his own intermediate gale knife technique to answer Su Ning seriously. Su Ning attacks in relentless waves, and his rhythm, speed, and precision slowly force Tao Yunming backward into defense. The crowd starts whispering in disbelief, and Tao Ji is the first to judge correctly that Su Ning is already in the intermediate realm. Before his pride suffers further, Tao Yunming knocks Su Ning's blade aside, stops the bout, and publicly confirms that Su Ning has reached the intermediate gale knife technique. The trainees are shaken, and Guiyi suddenly feels Su Ning's bold herb gathering and spirit medicine purchase now make perfect sense. Su Ning stays outwardly calm, but inside he is thrilled, because the martial arts panel has made his intermediate realm even stronger than Tao Yunming's 10-year foundation. Tao Yunming jokes that Su Ning joined the camp only to test himself, then tells him to collect a reward and even get his training fee refunded. Su Ning learns the village rule. Anyone who reaches at least the elementary realm and passes the assessment leaves the camp and receives a steel knife plus an internal skill. The mention of an internal skill hits Su Ning hard, because this is exactly the path he thought was still closed to him. Su Ning quickly asks if an outsider can really receive such a reward, worried that village rules might still exclude him. Tao Yunming laughs and tells him not to overthink it, because Su Ning's family tie to Tao village makes him eligible like anyone else. Su Ning thanks him and quietly starts to feel that Tao village may be far more accepting than he once believed. In a good mood, Tao Yunming ends the morning session and tells Su Ning to go straight to the old clan church for his reward. Tao Yunming immediately drags Guiyi back to reality by ordering him to haul the heavy training knives to the armory and bring them back later. Guiyi tries to complain that the boxes are too heavy, but one threatening look from Tao Yunming shuts that down fast. After the others leave, Su Ning offers to help carry the knives, but Guiyi refuses and says he has finally decided to take the gale knife technique seriously. Guiyi even asks Su Ning to teach him later if he gets stuck, and Su Ning agrees before heading off. Su Ning follows the path from memory to the old clan church, the place where Tao village elders handle important clan affairs. The guards know exactly why he came and let him pass as soon as he says he cleared the training test. Inside the huge but simply decorated hall, Su Ning finds 3 other youths waiting for rewards, including the domineering Tao Yi and the young prodigy Tao Qingfeng. Su Ning knows who Tao Yi and Tao Qingfeng are, but they do not recognize him, so the 4 of them only exchange polite nods and wait quietly. Then a hearty laugh sounds from outside, and a high-spirited white-haired old man strides into the old clan church. An elderly clan elder, Tao Jinglu, arrives at the old clan church and immediately notes that 4 trainees have reached the elementary realm. Tao Yi greets him first with easy familiarity, showing she already knows the elders through her family. Tao Jinglu praises 13-year-old Tao Yi for reaching the elementary realm so early and says she is already closing in on her older sister Tao Jin. He turns to Tao Qifeng next and treats him as another promising young talent, which only makes the boy's confidence stand out more. Tao Qingping introduces himself too, but Tao Jinglu's reaction is much cooler, making the difference in status painfully obvious. When Tao Jinglu asks Su Ning's name and hears he is an outsider, his surprise is obvious because almost no outsiders in Tao village reach this level. Su Ning explains that his brother-in-law is Tao Yunxuan, but the name means little to Tao Jinglu, so the elder keeps judging him as just another ordinary trainee. After hearing that Su Ning is 17 and practices the gale knife technique, Tao Jinglu only gives him a flat not bad, clearly assuming his progress is nothing special. Su Ning realizes Tao Jinglu has underestimated him, but he stays quiet instead of showing off. With the introductions over, Tao Jinglu finally gets to the point and says he will teach them internal skills, instantly firing up all 4 trainees. He disappears into the back room and returns holding several booklets and papers, making the reward feel suddenly real. Each trainee receives a booklet titled Spring Breeze Tactic, and Su Ning opens his with real anticipation because this is his first internal skill. Su Ning flips through the pages and sees detailed text and body diagrams, enough to tell him this is a serious cultivation method, not some vague secret. Tao Yi is happy at first, but then she frowns and asks the obvious question: if the manual is handed out like this, what stops people from leaking it? Tao Jinglu calmly explains that internal skills are martial foundations, but not rare treasures, and in places like Kanyan County people can even buy them with silver. That only leads to Tao Ye's next question: if internal skills are so common, why does the village force beginners to master external skills first? Tao Jinglu says the village does this to keep novices from chasing strength blindly, because external skills give quicker early combat gains and internal skills are much harder to train. He adds the harsh filter behind the rule too: if someone cannot even reach the elementary realm in an external skill, their talent and perseverance are not enough for internal cultivation anyway. Tao Yi finally nods, and the whole group comes away with a much clearer picture of how internal and external skills differ. When Tao Jinglu asks for more questions, Tao Qingfeng steps up and asks what really separates one internal skill from another. Tao Jinglu explains that all internal skills aim at the same 9 mortal realms, but they stimulate the body in different ways. He says the Spring Breeze tactic is safer and steadier but slower, while the neighboring Song Village's Wind and Thunder book pushes harder and carries much more risk. To drive the point home, Tao Jinglu brings up a real warning: a Song village youth pushed too hard last year, survived, and still ended up crippled for life. His conclusion is blunt: the inherited methods are all tested, and once people break through, the strength difference comes more from the person than the manual. That answer clicks for Suning, who realizes internal skills are different in method, not in their core purpose. Tao Qifeng keeps digging and asks what decides the winner when two warriors are in the same realm. Tao Jinglu says the real gap comes from things like stage mastery, battle experience, upbringing, and how strong a fighter's external skills still are. Satisfied at last, Tao Qifeng thanks him, and the exchange shows just how patient Tao Jinglu has been with the younger generation. When Tao Jinglu checks on the last two, both Su Ning and Tao Qingping say they have no more questions because the earlier answers already covered what they needed. Tao Jinglu dismisses them to practice on their own and says elders will answer internal skill questions at the training grounds every 10th day of the month. He also hands over weapon vouchers, promising each of them a real knife or spear to match their training. The four answer in unison, clearly feeling that their martial path has just opened into a new stage. After a final bow, they leave the old clan church and head straight to the armory to claim their weapons. At the armory, Su Ning redeems his voucher for a steel knife, finally receiving a real weapon instead of a shared training blade. Once the rewards are collected, the four part ways and Su Ning heads off alone instead of going straight home. He stops at the accounting office first to collect the 5 taels Tao Yunmeng told him his brother-in-law was owed. The accountant pays him without much trouble, since a lie over 5 taels would be easy to expose and far more costly than the money itself. By the time Su Ning gets home, it is already after lunch, but Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan have saved a meal for him. When Su Ning says he does not need to return to training that afternoon, his sister and brother-in-law immediately panic and think he was dismissed by the instructors. Su Ning quickly explains that the opposite happened. The instructor said he already passed the training camp standard, so he no longer needs the regular sessions. Tao Yunchuan can hardly believe it, because just last month Su Ning was still frustrated over his knife progress. Ready for that doubt, Su Ning says he had actually advanced too fast on his own and mistook the confusion of a new realm for being stuck. Then he pulls out the Spring Breeze tactic booklet and sets the steel knife beside it, using the village's own rewards as proof that his explanation is true. That finally silences them, because even if the story sounds bizarre, the booklet and knife are impossible to argue with. Tao Yunchuan asks the question he barely dares to believe, and Su Ning gives him a firm yes. He really has become a martial artist. The news breaks Tao Yunchuan's restraint, and he bursts into delighted laughter that there is finally a warrior in their family. Su Lian is just as overjoyed, because Su Ning's success means their family can finally climb out of the hard life that kept pressing on all of them. Seeing their joy, Su Ning quietly resolves that he will keep changing this ordinary family's future for the better. After lunch, Su Ning heads back to his room while Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan put Tao Tao down for a nap and leave for work still smiling. Alone in his room at last, Su Ning places the Spring Breeze tactic on his desk and lets his excitement show, because this skill is the real key to deeper martial cultivation. He summons the martial arts panel, but it still shows only his intermediate Gale knife technique and 0 available energy. That makes Su Ning uneasy, because he does not know whether the panel can help with internal skills before he reaches the first mortal realm stage on his own. He quickly rejects the idea of waiting years and decides to test it directly by learning the manual first. Su Ning studies the Spring Breeze tactic for about an hour and finds it readable enough, especially with the diagrams explaining the harder parts. Even so, he can tell that relying on normal practice alone would make this internal skill much harder to advance than his external technique. When he checks the martial arts panel again, Spring Breeze tactic finally appears on it at novice level, and the result instantly relieves him. Now that he knows the panel accepts internal skills too, Su Ning leans in on the plus sign and prepares to see what it would cost to push Spring Breeze tactic toward the first mortal realm. Su Ning checks the martial arts panel and sees that pushing Spring Breeze tactic to the first mortal realm stage only costs 3 energy, which is cheaper than he feared. The problem is his energy is already empty, so Su Ning can only shut the panel with a frustrated no. Instead of dwelling on it, Su Ning realizes his new intermediate Gale knife skill lets him enter the inner area of Yinza Mountains, where the resources should be far better. He makes a simple plan, rest for 2 days, prepare properly, and head back into the mountains to build up energy again. While Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian are out working, Su Ning gets stuck babysitting little Tao Tao at home. Ever since Su Ning passed the martial arts test, Tao Tao has become even more obsessed with fighting and now insists on challenging him herself. Su Ning never meant to truly train her because she is too young, but Tao Tao refuses to listen and charges anyway. He casually stops her by planting a foot against her stomach and nudging her back onto the ground. Tao Tao scrambles up and attacks again, only to get knocked down the same way a second time. When she still tries to keep going, Su Ning pins her to the ground and demands to know if she admits defeat now. Tao Tao still refuses, so Su Ning switches to tickling her until the tough little boss finally breaks and surrenders. With the duel settled and noon approaching, Su Ning turns to cooking lunch for the family. He notices the firewood is low and starts chopping more before washing vegetables. Still fuming from her loss, Tao Tao redirects her warrior spirit at the old hen and tears off after it across the yard. Just as Su Ning is about to wash vegetables, Guiyi walks in at lunchtime carrying a knife and a paper-wrapped package. Suning jokes that Guiyi showed up for a free meal, but Guiyi says he actually came to practice martial arts. Guiyi sweetens the visit by opening the package and revealing meat sausages that his uncle brought back. That is enough to win Suning over, and he agrees to steam the sausages and teach Guiyi Gale knife technique after lunch. Tao Tao politely greets Guiyi as Uncle Yi, and he awkwardly accepts the title by bribing her with candy. When Suning asks why Guiyi does not learn from Tao Yungang instead, Guiyi complains that his uncle is too busy doing business to teach him. Suning knows Guiyi is more talented at bargaining than fighting, but since his friend is serious today, he tells him to show his knife form first. Guiyi performs the Gale knife routine with effort, but Suning can see right away that his basics are still shaky. Asked for his opinion, Suning bluntly says it is not good and takes over to demonstrate the proper form himself. He patiently points out the flaws one by one, and after a few repeats Guiyi really does start correcting them. Guiyi feels the difference immediately and happily admits he has improved, and this time Suning agrees. Exhausted, Guiyi drops onto a stone seat to rest, and Suning calls for Tao Tao to bring water. Tao Tao fetches water but naturally offers it to her own uncle first, leaving Guiyi to grumble that blood really does come first. When Guiyi asks if Suning will keep watching Tao Tao for the next few days, Suning says no because he plans to head back into the mountains in 2 days. That answer reminds Guiyi of something, and he suddenly asks if Suning wants to escort Tao Yungang's caravan to the county city instead. Guiyi explains that his uncle is about to haul 3 months of medicinal goods to Kanyun County and needs hired fighters to guard the trip. The job only takes people at intermediate external skill or second stage internal skill level, so Guiyi came straight to Suning because he qualifies. When Guiyi adds that the 5-day round trip pays 50 taels, even Suning is visibly surprised by the amount. Guiyi quickly warns that the money is high because horse bandits sometimes hit that route, though Tao Yungang's strength should keep the risk manageable. Suning thinks it through and decides to go, knowing that earning money as a martial artist means accepting real danger. Satisfied, Guiyi heads home to report it to his uncle and leaves just before Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian return for lunch. Early the next morning, after getting his family's approval, Suning goes to Tao Yungang's large house with his knife for the escort job. Inside the wide courtyard, he finds several donkey carts already loaded with medicinal goods and realizes the caravan is nearly ready to move. Guiyi comes out to greet him and confirms that he is joining too, though only to handle business rather than fight. Suning teases that Guiyi is practically disabled in martial arts, and Guiyi fires back that his real job is talking deals while Suning protects him. Tao Yungang then steps out, and the first thing he does is praise Suning for quietly reaching intermediate Gale knife ahead of everyone noticing. One by one, 5 more armed escorts arrive, all older than Suning and clearly used to road work. Before setting off, Tao Yungang surprises Suning by handing each escort their full 50 taels in advance. Guiyi explains that his uncle always pays first so the men can buy things in the county city, which tells Suning this is a familiar routine for the others. Tao Yungang assigns positions for the 4 carts, putting himself and Tao Yuquan in front and placing inexperienced Suning with Guiyi right behind them. Soon the caravan rolls out of Tao village and starts the long trip toward Kanyun County. Outside the village, the land turns sparse and lonely, a reminder that in this chaotic world most ordinary people only survive by staying together. After 2 hours under the harsh autumn sun, the group eats a rough lunch of flatbread and water on the road. Tao Yungang cuts the meal short with a warning that horse bandits often appear on the mountain road ahead. That warning tightens everyone up as they move into a narrow pass with steep slopes and trees on both sides. Tao Yungang tells them to watch the loose rocks too, because even falling rubble could turn the road into a trap. The rubble stays minor, and after a tense half-hour the caravan finally clears the dangerous section without being hit. Guiyi exhales in relief, but Suning quietly turns back to study the bleak mountains they just passed through. The calm only lasts a moment, because once the caravan is gone, more than a dozen horse bandits climb out onto the mountainside they just crossed. Their leader is a bald brute with a scarred face, the kind of man who looks dangerous before he even speaks. Beside him stands a broken-armed man with a crooked nose, staring after Tao Yungang's caravan with open hatred. When the bald leader asks if the man in front was Tao Yungang, the broken-armed bandit confirms it and bitterly identifies Guiyi too, making it clear this gang has a personal reason to care. Before the convoy ever reaches the city, Guaningo bitterly reminds John Sandow that Tao Yungang broke his arm and slaughtered his old men 3 months ago. John Sandow coolly promises that when Tao Yungang comes back from selling his goods, they will kill the whole group and settle the score. He also sees value in Guaningo himself, saying the new stockade finally has a backbone if Guaningo joins them under his lead. Before leaving, John Sandow orders a few men to stay hidden, watch the route, and report the moment Tao Yungang's convoy returns. Later, as the sun leans west, Tao Yungang's donkey caravan finally reaches the crowded gate of Kanyun County, and Suning gets his first look at a real county city. The crowd alone tells Suning how different this place is from Tao village, even before they pass inside the walls. A gate soldier barks that goods must pay an entry fee, so Tao Yungang quietly joins the line and handles it like routine business. Once they enter, the others praise the city's prosperity all over again, but Su Ning stays oddly unmoved because this level of bustle still does not match the modern world he remembers. Tao Yungang tells everyone to stop worrying for one night, find an inn, eat well, and unload the goods tomorrow. That easy mood snaps when pounding hooves approach, and Tao Yungang immediately orders the whole caravan to pull aside. A squad of black armored guards storms past in black armor, masks, and paired swords, and the whole street goes dead silent until they are gone. Watching them ride away, Tao Yungang calls them the black armored guards with open envy, because everyone in Kanyan County knows crossing them ends badly. Su Ning pieces together the name at once and remembers they are the Source Faction's elite force, one of the powers that now rules State Feiyan after the old dynasty fell. Guiyi blurts out that he wishes he could join them, and Tao Yungang instantly laughs him down for having hopeless martial talent. Soon Tao Yungang leads them to a familiar inn, where the staff clearly know him and quickly settle both the men and the carts. In a large private room, the convoy sits down to a feast with meat and liquor, and Guiyi tells Su Ning to relax and eat his fill. Su Ning does exactly that, because in this world a table this rich is not something his family gets to see often. When he hears the meal cost 40 taels, the number hits hard, and Su Ning quietly realizes how easily people with strength and connections can command wealth ordinary families never touch. After the drinking ends, a red-faced but clear-headed Tao Yungang tells Su Ning to go enjoy the county's nightlife with Guiyi while the rest sleep it off. The two younger men step back out into moonlit streets still full of people, and the county's nightlife feels almost unreal compared with sleepy Tao village. At the night market, Su Ning decides to buy small gifts for Su Lian and Tao Tao before heading home. He spots a stall selling carved wooden hairpins and asks the smiling old vendor for the price. The old man tries to charge 1 tael each, and Su Ning is just about to pay because he is terrible at bargaining. Guiyi immediately stops him, pushes the price down to 1 tael for 2, and wins so fast that Su Ning can only stare. With that saved silver, Su Ning picks 2 hairpins, one for his sister and one for Tao Tao. He also plans to bring Tao Yunchuan 2 jars of liquor, but after that he forces himself to stop spending before Su Lian can scold him back home. Guiyi, on the other hand, happily buys a pile of treats and little curiosities because he already knows most of it will end up in the hands of village children. After more than an hour outside, the two finally head back to the inn to rest, knowing the real work in the county is not over yet. The next 3 days pass in steady business as Su Ning follows Tao Yungang through deliveries and watches how much time real trade burns on keeping customers happy. At last, on the morning of the 5th day since they left home, everything is finished and the convoy starts back for Tao village. As the road empties out beyond the county, Guiyi jokes that this should be their last miserable donkey cart trip because next time Tao Yungang ought to switch to horse carriages. When Su Ning asks if this trip was that profitable, Guiyi quietly reveals the net gain was 2,000 taels, enough to leave Su Ning stunned. Guiyi quickly tempers that number by explaining the harvest changes with the season, and one bad robbery could wipe out a whole year and even cost lives. Su Ning accepts that Tao Yunggang's money comes with hard groundwork and real danger, not easy luck. 2 hours later, the convoy enters the tree-lined mountain road, and Tao Yungang immediately warns everyone to wake up and stay sharp. Su Ning grips his steel knife at once, because he knows this lonely stretch is exactly where trouble would come. The heat presses down, beast calls echo from the hills, and the whole road takes on a desolate, dangerous stillness. Tao Yungang even tries to keep morale up by saying they can eat once they clear the pass, but the break never comes. Instead, horses scream from the slopes and a band of armed riders charges down from both sides to surround all 4 carts. Su Ning recognizes it for what it is, a real horse bandit robbery, and his nerves spike because this time the enemies are desperate men, not beasts. Tao Yungang curses under his breath but stays composed, signaling his people to hold while he steps forward empty-handed to talk first. The bald leader answers his greeting by asking one thing first, "Are you Tao Yungang?" That one question tells Tao Yungang this is no random robbery, and he pointedly identifies himself as a man from Tao village in case the name still carries weight. Zhan San now ignores the warning completely and orders Tao Yunggang's men to put down their weapons and get off the carts. Instead of obeying, Tao Yungang asks for the man's name, buying a heartbeat to judge what kind of enemy he is facing. The bandit leader introduces himself with a sneer as Zhan San now. Tao Yungang immediately tries the usual road solution and offers 500 taels as a greeting gift to end this cleanly. Back in the cart, Guiyi whispers to Su Ning that this is already bad news, because Tao Yungang usually only needs 200 taels to send thieves away. Su Ning understands the warning at once. If even 500 is not enough, he may really have to draw blood today. Zhan San now smiles and says 500 is too low, making it clear he is not here for a simple toll. Tao Yungang raises the offer to a full 1,000 taels, still trying to buy a way out without a fight. For one brief second it looks like the number might work, and Tao Yungang starts to believe the convoy can still escape this alive. Then Zhan San now grins wider and says the money sounds good, but his friend still does not agree. That friend rides up with one ruined arm, and Tao Yunggang's pupils contract the instant he recognizes Guaningo. Guaningo coldly reminds him of their last clash, and says this time he wants not just the 1,000 taels he missed before, but Tao Yunggang's head as well. Now Tao Yungang has no doubts left at all. This ambush was planned from the start to kill him. He leaps back, yanks a machete from the donkey cart, and finally gives the order everyone was dreading: arm yourselves. The escorts draw steel and refuse to fold, while Jean Sandow's horse bandits tighten the circle for the kill. In the middle of that chaos, Tao Yungang steadies his people with a grim promise that if anyone dies or is crippled here, he and his wife will care for their families for life. He then singles Su Ning out as the weakest fighter and orders him to take Guiyi and run uphill the moment a path opens. Su Ning accepts the order without argument, because the danger is already too close for pride. Tao Yungang quickly lays out the rest. He will take Zhang Sandao, Tao Yunquan will handle Guaningo, and the others should run if they get any chance to survive. There is no more talking after that, because Zhang Sandao finally gives the kill order and the horse bandits surge in. Tao Yungang suddenly takes the initiative and cuts down an approaching bandit, showing the crushing power of a mortal round third stage fighter. The opening gives Su Ning and Guiyi a path out, and Tao Yungang shouts for them to run while he holds the enemy back. As Su Ning drags Guiyi into the wooded slope, Zhang Sandao notices and calmly sends a stocky subordinate on horseback after them. Deep in the forest, Su Ning hears hoofbeats closing in and realizes they cannot outrun a horse on foot. Su Ning spots a tall tree and tells Guiyi to climb, hoping to hide above the bandits' line of sight. The pursuing bandit loses sight of them, dismounts, and follows their footprints until they stop beneath the very tree where they are hiding. The moment the bandit looks up, Su Ning drops from the branches with a steel knife and strikes first from above. But the bandit dodges in time, and Su Ning immediately realizes this man is much faster and stronger than him, likely an internal skill fighter in the muscle-bone realm. The bandit counters with rough but brutally fast knife attacks, and Su Ning can only defend because one clean hit would finish him. When their blades clash, the heavy force numbs Su Ning's arms, and the bandit follows with a kick that knocks him to the ground. As the bandit raises his knife to end the fight, Guiyi drops from the tree and throws a handful of dirt into his face. The blind side works, and Su Ning surges up to drive his knife into the bandit, ending the pursuit. Shaken by how close he came to dying, Su Ning gives full credit to Guiyi, and Guiyi admits he grabbed the dirt beforehand just in case. They search the body and find little of value, but they do gain the bandit's spare knife and his horse. Su Ning hands the extra knife to Guiyi and tells him to ride the horse back to the village alone. Guiyi is stunned when Su Ning says he is going back to help Tao Yungang instead of fleeing with him. Su Ning explains that these attackers are not ordinary robbers after money, because they knew Tao Yungang by name and clearly came for revenge. He says Tao Yungang paid him well and helped him before, so he cannot turn away now, even if all he can do is look for a chance to change the situation. Seeing that Su Ning will not bend, Guiyi finally agrees, tells him to come back alive, and rides off toward the village. When Su Ning sneaks back toward the road, the battle has turned grim, with bodies on the ground and Tao village's side clearly losing. Guaningo and several bandits pin down Tao Yunquan and another villager, while the remaining men struggle just to stay standing. At the center of the road, Tao Yungang fights Zhang Sandao alone, but Zhang Sandao's experience makes every exchange harder to survive. Su Ning stays hidden behind a large roadside tree less than 50 meters away and studies the whole field, waiting for one opening instead of rushing in. Then Tao Yunquan suffers a devastating wound and cries out, and Tao Yungang's split-second distraction lets Zhang Sandao inflict a crippling injury on him too. Badly wounded and driven backward step by step, Tao Yungang is forced toward the very tree where Su Ning is hiding. Knowing he may die here, Tao Yungang drops all caution and launches one final desperate attack even as more wounds pile up on him. When Tao Yungang finally runs out of room and braces for the finishing blow, Su Ning bursts out from behind the tree with two knives in hand. Zhang Sandao senses danger too late, and Su Ning's surprise slash tears into his waist, shocking both the bandit chief and Tao Yungang. Even wounded, Zhang Sandao's inner enrichment body resists more than Su Ning expected, but the hit is enough to break his rhythm and expose him. Tao Yungang explodes back into the fight, and together he and Su Ning hammer Zhang Sandao before the bandit chief can recover. As Zhang Sandao stumbles and calls for help, Tao Yungang finishes him with one final decisive swing. The moment Zhang Sandao's head hits the ground, the nearest horse bandit freezes in horror and blurts out that their boss is dead. That single death breaks the whole bandit side, and the men who were still pressing Tao Yunquan suddenly lose their will to fight and start running. Guaningo realizes his revenge is over too, because with one arm gone and Zhang Sandao dead, he has no chance against Tao Yungang alone. He grits his teeth, jumps onto a horse, and tries to escape before Tao Yungang can reach him. Tao Yungang spots him instantly, grabs a horse, and charges after the man he blames for the whole disaster. With Guaningo unable to steer and defend himself at once, Tao Yungang catches him and cuts him off the horse. Guaningo falls screaming into the dirt, and Tao Yungang dismounts and finishes him without hesitation. Once the last threat breaks, Tao Yungang rushes back to Tao Yunquan instead of celebrating the win. Tao Yunquan is in terrible shape, with one hand severed, wounds all over his body, and so much blood lost that he can barely stay conscious. Su Ning runs to the cart for hemostatic medicine, moving fast now that the fighting is finally over. After the bleeding is checked, the survivors count the cost and confirm that 3 of their companions are dead. That answer finally crushes Tao Yungang, and the seasoned caravan leader drops to his knees in front of the dead, drowning in guilt. Watching the wreckage, Suning feels the horror of this martial world hit him for real, because men who were laughing together days ago are now lying dead on the road. He steps over and grips Tao Yunggang's shoulders, wanting to help even though he cannot find the right words. Tao Yunquan drags his wounded body over and tells Tao Yungang not to drown in blame, because everyone accepted this escort job knowing the risk and trusting his fairness. Those words steady Tao Yungang a little, but the shame of losing 3 men under his watch still hangs on him. Then Tao Yungang turns to Su Ning and openly thanks him, because Su Ning's desperate ambush from behind is what created the chance to kill Zhan San now at all. Tao Yunquan and the other survivor are stunned, because they know Su Ning only has intermediate gale knife technique and no internal skill, yet he still charged a stronger enemy. Su Ning answers modestly that this was the work Tao Yungang paid him for, and also his way of repaying the help Tao Yungang and Gui Yi once gave him. That answer hits Tao Yungang hard, and when he learns Gui Yi already escaped safely on horseback, he finally lets out a little relief. With the grief still fresh, Tao Yungang forces himself back into command and tells the survivors to clean the field and take their dead brothers home. Because only 4 men are left to manage the convoy, they rework the 4 donkey carts into 2 heavier carts and take the bandits' 2 horses with them. They set out again, wounded, exhausted, and carrying both medicine and bodies back toward Tao village. More than 2 hours later, voices shout from ahead, and the returning convoy sees Gui Yi coming back with a rescue party. Leading the rescue is Tao Yunming, who gathered men after Gui Yi rushed home with the news, even though nobody knew if they would arrive in time. Gui Yi is overwhelmed just to see Tao Yungang and Su Ning still alive, but the mood drops at once when everyone notices the bodies on the carts. Without any more words, the rescuers fall in behind the carts and escort the dead and wounded the rest of the way home. Back in the village, Tao Yungang stops Su Ning only long enough to promise he will thank him properly later, because right now his first duty is to bury his fallen men. Gui Yi says almost nothing, but the look he shares with Su Ning carries the weight of everything that happened on that road. Walking home alone, Su Ning settles on a hard truth: without real strength and power, he cannot protect himself or the people around him. He decides that after a short rest, he will push deeper into the inner Yinza mountains to search for resources and advance faster. The moment he pushes open the courtyard door and calls out that he is back, the cold weight of the day finally eases a little. Su Lian is drying clothes in the courtyard, and when she sees her exhausted little brother come home safely with a wine jar and a knife on his back, she relaxes at once. Su Ning hands over the wine he bought for Tao Yunchuan, and Su Lian scolds him for spending money, though her tone is gentler now that the family is doing better. He asks to wash up first, still sticky with sweat and grime from the road, and Su Lian naturally tells him to leave the dirty clothes for her to wash. But before he can go, Su Lian notices the dried blood on his knife and clothes, and her relief snaps into alarm. Su Ning downplays it as a fight with a small group of thieves, trying to hide how close the danger really was. Su Lian immediately checks him for injuries, and only calms down after Su Ning proves he can still move normally. After washing and changing into clean clothes, Su Ning finally feels both his body and his nerves settle down. That calm breaks in a sweeter way when Tao Tao bursts in from outside and throws herself around his waist the second she sees him home. Su Ning teases her for being filthy from play, pulling her away by the pigtails before she can dirty his fresh clothes again. Then he calls her to the table and reveals a green wooden hairpin he brought back just for her. Tao Tao receives it like treasure, and after staring at it in pure delight, she bolts outside to show her mother at once. Su Ning smiles at the sight, knowing the wooden hairpin means so much in this once-per home that Tao Tao has always treated them like rare treasures. He also gives Su Lian a hairpin, and though she reacts more calmly than Tao Tao, the pleased smile on her face says enough. At dinner, the 3 wait for Tao Yunchuan, while Tao Tao still refuses to let go of the hairpin for even a moment. When Tao Yunchuan finally comes in, he is breathless and sweating because he has already heard that Tao Yunggang's convoy was hit by horse bandits, and feared Su Ning was among the dead. The news shocks Su Lian too, because she had no idea the attack was that serious, and now learns 3 men died. With the truth already out, Su Ning has no choice but to tell his sister and brother-in-law what really happened on the road. After hearing how close he came to death, Su Lian flatly forbids Su Ning from escorting carts ever again, and Tao Yunchuan silently backs her up. Su Ning gives in at once, because he already knows he can make money another way and does not want to keep them in fear. Only after that promise does the family finally settle down and begin dinner together. Su Ning plans to rest for 2 days, but by the next morning he is already back to hauling water and cutting firewood like normal village work never stopped. As he walks through Tao village, he notices the atmosphere has changed, because strangers and acquaintances alike now greet him with open respect. By now the whole village has heard that Su Ning threw himself into the fight and helped bring down the bandit leader, so his name is suddenly known everywhere. Before he reaches home, Tao Yi steps out with her spear and stops him, clearly impressed by what she has heard. She praises him for daring to face an inner enrichment opponent with only intermediate gale knife technique, and her tone makes it clear Su Ning's standing just rose again. Su Ning immediately softens the story, insisting he only created a distraction and that Tao Yungang was the one who truly killed the enemy. Tao Yi tells Su Ning that even clan head Tao Jingxing praised his courage, and the compliment hits him hard. After they part, Suning walks home realizing his standing in Tao village has quietly changed for the better. When Suning gets home, he finds the courtyard suddenly piled with grain, meat, clothes, and other goods. Guiyi arrives carrying a wooden box and explains that Tao Yugang sent all of it over. Guiyi says Tao Yugang wanted to thank Suning in person, but funeral duties and the wounded have kept him too busy. Suning opens the box and freezes when he sees 5 swallowtail flowers lined up inside. He immediately tries to refuse, because the flowers are worth around 1,000 taels and far too generous to accept lightly. Guiyi presses the box back and says Tao Yugang sees this as a debt for saving both their lives, especially now that Suning needs spirit medicine for internal training. Knowing he truly needs an energy source, Suning finally accepts the gift after Guiyi hurries off to help his uncle. Once the supplies are moved inside, Suning stares at the 5 flowers on his table and starts weighing where 15 energy units should go. He decides not to hesitate and absorbs the first flower, watching it wither as the martial panel answers his choice. He absorbs the other 4 flowers in one go and ends up holding a rare surplus of 15 energy units. Suning chooses internal skill first and spends 3 energy to push Spring Breeze tactic into the first mortal stage, the practice realm. The breakthrough rushes through his body like surging blood and hidden strength, leaving him dizzy but thrilled. When he lifts his steel knife again, the weapon suddenly feels much lighter than before. He breaks into a knife routine inside the house and quickly realizes his stronger body has made Gale knife far more dangerous. Seeing how much internal skill strengthens everything else, Suning turns back to the panel and studies his next choice. He hesitates because his remaining 12 energy could either push internal skill one more realm, or take Gale knife all the way to perfection. After weighing raw technique against a stronger body, Suning decides his internal foundation has to come first. He spends 6 more energy and breaks into Spring Breeze Tactic's second mortal stage, the Muscle Bone realm. This time the change settles into his fascia and bones, making him looser, quicker, and more explosively controlled. He immediately understands the payoff: better angles, better precision, and a body sturdy enough to handle ordinary men barehanded. The next internal realm would cost 12 energy by itself, so Suning closes the panel with only 6 left and quietly recognizes how much Tao Yungang's gift changed his future. With fresh confidence in his stronger body, Suning decides to head back into Yunza Mountains the very next day. Half a month passes, and Suning starts entering Yunza Mountains almost every other day, gradually pushing deeper after learning the terrain. The richer inner areas pay off fast, turning his old trickle of income into a strong stream of silver from rare herbs and mountain resources. Back in the village, he keeps selling his finds to Guiye's shop, and 6 taels in a day now feels normal instead of shocking. During the same stretch, Tao Yungang settles the ambush aftermath properly, paying the dead men's families well and supporting Tao Yunchuan's recovery after losing a hand. Suning's earnings reshape his own home too, and he convinces Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan to stop grinding themselves down for winter work. Soon the whole household feels lighter, with meat on the table more often and renovation work making the place look like a new life has started. At dinner, Suning asks if there is lamb at home because he plans to visit Tao Yunming's house with gifts. The reason is simple. Deeper mountain hunting has shown him he needs a long-range skill, so he wants to learn archery before a beast gets close enough to maul him. After asking around through Guiyi and Tao Yungang, Suning learns that Tao Yunggang's former coach Tao Yunmeng is the person he should seek out. Tao Yunchuan immediately agrees to prepare 2 pounds of lamb, and Su Lian reminds Suning to bring extra gifts since he is going to ask for martial instruction. That night, Suning heads out carrying the lamb and gifts to Tao Yunming's home. Tao Yunming's residence is large and brightly lit at the gate, making it obvious he is a high-level martial man with real standing in the village. Suning knocks and announces himself as a visitor for Uncle Ming. The door opens to a young man who looks a lot like Tao Yunming, and after a quick glance he lets Suning inside. Suning is led into Tao Yunming's study, where the older man greets him warmly instead of making him stand on ceremony. Tao Yunming asks what Suning has been doing lately, and Suning answers honestly that he has been training his internal skill and gathering herbs in the mountains. Tao Yunming assumes Suning's internal training must still be slow and gives him serious advice to treat internal skill as the true foundation. Suning keeps his real progress hidden and simply accepts the advice, saving the surprise of his muscle bone realm strength for later. When Tao Yunming offers to help him find better paying work, Suning admits his real problem is dealing with dangerous beasts in the mountains. Suning finally states his request. He wants to learn an archery external skill so he can survive better in Yunza Mountains. Tao Yunming immediately pushes back, warning that a second external skill can distract a talented fighter from the internal path that actually matters. He goes further and says people usually pick up a second external skill only when their internal progress has already stalled, so Suning would be wasting his talent. Suning does not argue emotionally. He explains that archery is a practical survival tool, and surviving the mountains is exactly how he earns the resources to keep training his internal skill. He adds one more crucial point: learning basic archery will not slow his internal training, which gives Tao Yunming a reason to reconsider. After a short silence, Tao Yunming accepts Suning's reasoning and agrees to teach him archery after all. Suning rises at once to thank him, and Tao Yunming immediately adds a condition: Learn only enough to defend yourself, not so much that it derails your main path. Tao Yunmeng leaves the study for a while, making Su Ning wait as the favor becomes real. When Tao Yunmeng returns, he brings an old manual and explains that he once bought it from a down-and-out warrior back when he served on the village hunting team. He places the manual in Su Ning's hands and says he himself only practiced it to the elementary realm, but it was enough for mountain defense. Su Ning looks down and sees the title Light Feather Bow technique, finally getting exactly what he came for. Su Ning thanks him again, and the tense request turns into a calmer talk between elder and junior. Their small talk continues, with Tao Yunmeng offering practical life lessons that Su Ning listens to seriously even if they are not all immediately useful. In the end, Su Ning takes his leave, once again owing a debt of help to one of Tao Village's seniors. The story jumps to the inner circle of Yinza Mountains, where danger is constant and no humans are in sight. A young man with a waist knife and a bow runs through the jungle, while a leopard as large as a tiger tears after him at full speed. But this time Su Ning is not panicking. After reaching the muscle-bone realm, his body can keep up, and the beast still cannot close the distance. As the pursuit drags on, Su Ning notices the leopard's endurance failing and realizes the hunt is about to reverse. He immediately changes from prey to attacker, cutting toward the side of a hill and taking the higher ground. From the high ground, Su Ning suddenly stops and turns to face the leopard head-on. The leopard freezes for a beat, snarling at the prey that suddenly stopped running. Su Ning draws his bow and puts the newly learned light feather bow technique into action. He has already pushed the technique to the elementary realm, so the first arrow flies fast and true. The mountain hunt turns into a ranged kill, with Su Ning wearing the beast down from a safe distance before finishing it with his other weapon as needed. Back in Tao Village, unusual official movement draws attention when the black armored guards make a rare appearance. Soon after, Tao Village's senior elders gather in the old clan church to hear what this visit means. Tao Jingxing drops the news directly. Captain Xia Yuanxing says the black armored guards want to recruit people from Tao Village. The elders are stunned because the black armored guards have spent decades keeping locals at arm's length instead of recruiting them. A bald elder voices the obvious question: why would the guards suddenly break their long-standing rule now? That question carries real weight, because everyone knows the guards deliberately stayed separate from local powers to preserve their own control. Tao Jingxing says he was shocked too, and relays Xia Yuanxing's answer: the situation is unstable, so they now need local talent. Then Tao Jingfang asks the question that matters most: exactly who are they taking, and how many? Tao Jingxing answers that they want 20 of Tao Village's best young men between 14 and 18, which sounds a lot less like cooperation and a lot more like stripping away the clan's future. Tao Jingfang says it bluntly: this is poaching the young backbone of Tao Village. Tao Jinglu voices the room's anger next, arguing that those youths are exactly what Tao Village needs to survive into the future. The elders' objections pile up until Tao Jingxing slams the room back into silence with a single command. Once he has control again, Tao Jingxing admits he was angry too, but says Xia Yuanxing offered terms that change the picture. According to those terms, selected youths would stay in Kanyun County instead of being sent away forever. He adds the bigger promise after that: once they reach 40, each recruit can choose whether to remain with the guards or return home to Tao Village. That promise does not erase the risk, but it softens the blow enough that the elders can suddenly imagine this deal benefiting Tao Village instead of only draining it. At the clan meeting, Tao Jingfang warns that once they accept this deal, Tao Village will no longer stay truly independent from the black armored guards. Tao Jinglu backs that fear up, and the room sinks into uneasy silence because everyone knows the danger is real. Tao Jingxing cuts through the debate and reminds them that against the black armored guards, Tao Village has no real room to negotiate at all. He explains that the black armored guards have finished stabilizing Kanyun County and are now ready to sink their influence into local families like Tao Village. Then Tao Jingxing says the hard truth outright: this is not a matter for discussion, only a matter of submission, because the black armored guards are backed by the Source faction. The elders hate hearing it, because their village status means nothing in front of a force that powerful. Tao Jingxing eases the blow by pointing out that if the guards can enter Tao Village, then Tao Village's youths can also gain the guards' resources and future influence. He reframes the whole issue around the younger generation, saying that for their descendants, joining the black armored guards brings more benefits than drawbacks. Tao Jingxing spells out the lure clearly: the black armored guards can offer better cultivation supplies and better teachers than Tao Village ever could. Then he drops the real bombshell: the best recruits in Kanyun County may even be sent onward to the Source faction itself. That one sentence flips the room, and even the elders who were most worried suddenly light up at the thought of a Tao descendant reaching such a legendary place. Tao Jingxing confirms Xia Yuanxing said it personally, and the elders' resistance finally gives way to open enthusiasm. But he quickly cools them down again by explaining the competition. Only 20 recruits will come from Tao Village, with the rest split among Song Village, Tan Village, and other places. The irony lands immediately, because the same elders who opposed the plan a moment ago now regret that Tao Village did not get even more slots. Tao Jingxing ends the meeting by ordering every family to push their descendants hard, because the selection will arrive in just 1 month. The next day, while Su Ning and Su Lian clean the yard at home, Gui Yi bursts in with the news before he even catches his breath. Gui blurts out that the black armored guards have posted a recruitment notice in Tao village, and Su Lian is instantly stunned. Gui knows he has no chance himself, so he throws all his excitement onto Su Ning and urges him not to miss this opening. Su Lian joins in too, making it clear she wants her younger brother to take this chance seriously. Amused by how worked up they are, Su Ning decides the best answer is to go read the notice himself. At the notice board, the whole village has already packed the area, and the buzz of ambition is louder than the winter morning. The villagers around it care less about politics than the clan elders did, because all they see here is a rare chance to rise. Su Ning squeezes through the crowd, catches the contents of the notice, and comes away genuinely interested. The notice says the selection is for Tao village youths from 14 to 18, and it does not exclude people with outside surnames, which means Su Ning can enter openly. It also says Xia Yuanxing will personally oversee the test in 1 month, but the exact criteria are still being kept quiet. What hooks Su Ning most is the promise of steady resources and the right to leave the black armored guards later, even if that freedom only comes at 40. After doing the numbers in his head, Su Ning figures that with roughly 20 spots for about 200 youths, his current strength should give him a very real shot. Seeing Su Ning is serious, Gui immediately offers to help gather resources for him, practically acting more nervous than the man taking the test. Su Ning waves that off and answers lightly that if he gets in, good, and if not, that is just fate. Before Gui can argue back, the crowd suddenly quiets and parts for one person. Tao Qingyuan walks in with a sword at his side, and even without saying anything, he instantly becomes the center of the scene. He thanks the person who stepped aside, reads the notice with calm focus, and leaves under everyone's eyes as politely as he arrived. The moment he is gone, people start talking again, and Gui can't hide his jealous awe at how Tao Qingyuan draws attention everywhere. Su Ning remembers that Tao Qingyuan is the same age as him and the acknowledged top talent of Tao village, stronger even than Tao Jin. In the village's eyes, Tao Qingyuan is already destined for the black armored guards and maybe even future leadership of Tao village itself. Su Ning does not linger in that chatter, because with a month still left, he feels his current strength is enough to stay confident. Gui sends him off with one more earnest warning to train hard, already acting like Su Ning's success matters to him personally. A month flashes by, winter deepens, and the first heavy snow leaves Kongyun County buried in white. Unlike the others nervously preparing, Su Ning keeps his usual rhythm of entering the mountains for herbs and occasional hunting. During that month, he finds one spirit medicine worth 2 energy and absorbs it on the spot. His earnings also stay strong enough for him to buy another swallowtail flower, letting him absorb 3 more energy from that box as well. By the time selection day arrives, Su Ning is sitting on 7 stored energy, and that hidden reserve makes him even calmer. Before sunrise on selection day, the entire village is already buzzing, because everyone knows the black armored guards are finally coming. At Su Ning's home, Su Lian has been up since rooster crow, laying out a heavy breakfast so he will not lose strength at the crucial moment. Su Ning sits down smiling at the oversized meal, but Su Lian shuts down any complaint and orders him to eat everything. She also tells him Tao Yunchuan has already gone ahead to the school field to scout the situation, which leaves Su Ning a little speechless at how invested everyone is. The family chaos wakes little Tao Tao early, and she stumbles in with messy braids and an unbuttoned cotton jacket, still half asleep. The second she spots the meat, Tao Tao perks up and reaches for it, only for Su Lian to smack her hand away and drag her in for fixing. Su Lian scolds her gently while redoing her buttons and braids, still keeping all her attention on getting Su Ning ready for this big day. She even prepares water and pork slices for Su Ning to carry, treating the selection like the kind of life-changing exam no one can afford to mishandle. While Su Lian is distracted, Su Ning secretly coaxes Tao Tao onto his lap and sips her a piece of meat like an accomplice. Tao Tao asks in her small, serious voice whether her uncle can really join the black armored guards, showing how much the whole household has been talking about it. Su Ning answers that there should not be a problem, and Tao Tao rewards him with a mouthful good luck that lands surprisingly sweet. After breakfast, Su Ning heads out with the things Su Lian packed, while she stays behind because watching in person would only make her too nervous. The roads to the school field are already full of villagers, because even people with no stake in the test want to witness the black armored guards' first recruitment here. As soon as Su Ning reaches the school field, Tao Yunchuan calls him over and takes charge like an anxious advanced scout. Tao Yunchuan grabs Su Ning's supplies and starts explaining the field layout, determined to make sure he walks in knowing the ground. With heavy stones, weapon racks, and training shelves laid out across the field, Su Ning gets a rough sense of the kind of assessment waiting for him. People keep pouring in until the school field is packed, turning the whole selection into a village-wide spectacle. At the same time outside the village, Tao Jingxing and the clan elders stand in the winter wind waiting personally to receive Captain Xia Yuanqing. The sound of galloping horses finally breaks the stillness, and everyone knows the black armored guards have arrived. A black-clad team rides into view behind an imposing leader whose armored warhorse and broadsword make him feel dangerous even before he dismounts. Tao Jingxing greets him loudly and respectfully, meeting force with full village ceremony. Xia Yuanqing jumps down from his horse with enough weight to shake the ground, making his strength impossible to ignore. Tao Jingxing offers rest and breakfast, but Xia Yuanxing removes his mask and refuses the ceremony because the selection itself comes first. Tao Jingxing immediately yields and gestures toward the village, leading Captain Xia and the black armored guards inside for the talent test. At the noisy school field, one shout that the black armored guards had arrived made the whole crowd fall silent at once. Tao Jinglu climbed the platform and ordered everyone except the age-eligible candidates to clear out immediately. As the spectators streamed out, Tao Yunchuan patted Su Ning on the shoulder, told him not to force himself, and promised to wait outside. Once the field emptied down to about 200 youths, the space looked bare inside even though the village still packed the sidelines outside to watch. Clan head Tao Jingxing rallied the younger generation, telling them to take the black armored guard selection seriously for themselves, their families, and Tao village. He warned that anyone who broke the assessment rules would be thrown out, and the candidates answered with a loud, eager understood. The guards split up according to plan and told everyone to line up at 5 tables, starting the first formal step of the test. The line turned messy as everyone tried to peek ahead, until a guard's cold order to stay in line shut the noise down. When Su Ning reached the registration table, the examiner first paused at his outsider name before Su Ning explained he belonged with Tao village through Tao Yunchuan's family. A second examiner checked Su Ning's age by feeling his shoulder and arm, and confirmed he really was 17. Asked to report his martial training truthfully, Su Ning revealed intermediate gale knife technique and spring breeze tactic at the muscle bone realm. That answer instantly made Su Ning stand out, with the examiners impressed and the youth behind him already looking defeated. With his information sheet in hand and the strength, technique, and aptitude columns still blank, Su Ning headed to the next station wondering how aptitude would even be tested. At the strength station, Su Ning found rows of lifting stones and quickly guessed the first assessment would be a simple test of raw power. When his turn came, the examiner told him to lift a stone one-handed and hold it for 10 breaths. Su Ning raised a roughly 150-pound stone with one hand so easily that the test barely looked like a struggle. After he set the stone down, the examiner marked his strength column as a pass and sent him on. At the technique station, Su Ning ran into Tao Qingping, who had also made it through the strength test. Watching the station, Su Ning saw that the candidates had to attack a black armored guard, who defended without striking back to judge their weapon skill. Tao Qingping stepped up first, and Su Ning could tell his gale knife technique had grown much firmer, almost at the intermediate realm. Before Tao Qingping had even finished, another examiner called Su Ning forward for his own technique test. The examiner told Su Ning not to use internal power because this round was only for external skill, and Su Ning charged in without hesitation. After only 3 slashes, the examiner had seen enough to tell Su Ning he was very good and marked the technique column as passed. With 2 rounds cleared surprisingly fast, Su Ning was sent to the waiting area and kept wondering what kind of final test could measure aptitude. The waiting area was a temporary shed with tables, chairs, water, and food, and more than 10 early passers were already there. Among them, Su Ning spotted Tao Jin, the famously strong granddaughter of Tao Jingxing and one of Tao village's top young talents. Su Ning exchanged a few brief greetings, nodded politely to Tao Jin, and chose to sit quietly instead of relaxing too early. Tao Qingping arrived soon after, surprised that Su Ning had finished before him until he remembered Su Ning's stronger knife realm. Su Ning answered with a modest compliment, but Tao Qingping was already curious enough to glance at his information sheet. The moment Tao Qingping saw muscle bone realm written on the sheet, he was stunned that Su Ning had reached it in less than 2 months. Su Ning brushed it off as luck, but that only made Tao Qingping feel the gap more sharply after all the money and effort his own family had spent on him. In Tao Qingping's eyes, Su Ning had already caught up to Tao village's 2 top geniuses, Tao Qingyuan and Tao Jin. Tao Jin overheard everything, and her calm face shifted when she realized the man she knew as brave might also be a genius on Tao Qingyuan's level. That realization unsettled her, because another dangerous rival had surfaced right before the final cut. Tao Jin quickly tried to steady herself by remembering her own edge. At 18, her external skill was intermediate, and her internal skill had already reached mortal realm 3rd stage. She pushed herself even harder with the thought that once she broke into the 4th stage, she could leave both Su Ning and even Tao Qingyuan behind. Su Ning noticed Tao Jin's strange tension and guessed she had heard his conversation, but he could not fully understand why it bothered her so much. He let the thought go and kept waiting, while the number of successful candidates slowly climbed to nearly 40 after another half hour. With only 20 spots to fill, Su Ning quietly calculated that nearly half of the remaining group would still be cut in the last round. A black armored guard finally came to collect them, congratulated the survivors of the first 2 rounds, and led the group toward the last qualification test. The finalists were brought to the center of the school field, where a wooden shelf had been set up and Xia Yuanxing sat watching beside the Tao village elders. Tao Qingyuan casually told Tao Jin she looked nervous, and she covered it by saying she was only curious about the format of the test. Back in his own row, Tao Qingping admitted he was nervous, because he had barely scraped through the first 2 rounds. Su Ning told him to relax, even though he knew his own natural talent might also be a weakness in an aptitude test. Even so, Su Ning stayed calmer than most, because with the martial arts panel behind him, Failure here would only slow him down instead of ending his path. On the guard's order, all 40 candidates sat cross-legged in front of the shelf, with elders and black armored guards forming a ring around them. Then several guards carried in a huge round object hidden under cloth, and even they looked strained by its weight when they set it onto the shelf. When Tao Jingxing asked what the mysterious device was, Xia Yuanxing only smiled and said the clan head would see soon enough. At Xia Yuanxing's command, the final aptitude assessment finally began. A deputy guard took out a metal can and a feather, then went to the first candidate and told him to raise his head and open his eyes. He dipped the feather into the can and lightly pressed it to the candidate's forehead, leaving Su Ning, Tao Qingyuan, and Tao Jin equally baffled about what the test was measuring. When Su Ning's turn comes, the black-armored deputy brushes a strange liquid over his eyes, leaving only a brief cool sting behind. After every candidate gets the same treatment, the deputy points them to a covered round stone and lays down the final rule: stare, keep sitting, and do not close your eyes. The deputy pulls away the cloth and reveals a cracked round stone tablet marked with curling black lines. Su Ning stares hard at the odd pattern, but at first it looks like nothing more than dead black lines on stone. The Tao elders try to make sense of the test from the sidelines, but they only see a static stone and have no idea what the guards are really doing. When Tao Jingxing asks Captain Xia what this thing is, Xia Yuanxing only tells him to keep watching. A dozen breaths later, the lines finally begin to move for Su Ning, and the whole venue seems to vanish into darkness around that rotating pattern. The spinning lines sees Su Ning's breathing in a harsh broken rhythm, as if an invisible hand keeps smothering him and letting him gasp again. Su Ning bitterly assumes this is just proof that his martial talent is poor, and that effort alone cannot force a body to learn what it cannot sense. Just as he is about to give up, the martial arts panel suddenly flashes into view with a new prompt asking whether to spend one energy on the source breath bodybuilding tactic. Su Ning quickly checks the panel and realizes a brand new external skill has appeared on his list with 7 energy still available. That is when it clicks for him. This brutal breathing pattern is not random torture at all, but the actual teaching method for a body tempering technique, and the real test is whether a recruit can learn it. Relieved, Su Ning chooses yes and instantly learns the source breath bodybuilding tactic at beginner level, dropping his stored energy to 6. The forced breathing stops feeling painful at once, and Su Ning suddenly moves with the rhythm naturally, his body filling with obvious new strength. Feeling his body grow stronger, Su Ning finally gets a direct taste of how deep the Black Armored Guard's source faction methods really run. Back outside Su Ning's inner struggle, Xia Yuanxing catches the change and is plainly baffled that a boy who looked ready to fail has suddenly steadied himself. The Tao elders also notice Su Ning settle down again, and their earlier worry gives way to visible relief. Tao Jingxing realizes the younger generation must be seeing something the elders cannot, and the strange method only deepens his awe of the Black Armored Guards. As the assessment drags on, the first candidate finally breaks, stands up helplessly, and the silent test starts claiming one person after another. Most of the remaining recruits are soon grimacing and gasping, but Su Ning, Tao Qingyuan, and Tao Jin still look almost untouched. Seeing Su Ning hold on this long, Tao Jinglu starts treating him as future backbone material for the village and quietly decides he should be tied to Tao village for good. By the late stage, even top talents like Tao Qingyuan and Tao Jin begin to frown under the pressure, while Su Ning sits there calm and effortless. That impossible calm makes Xia Yuanxing smile at last, because whatever Su Ning's real talent is, he has become too interesting to ignore. Then the deputy examiner calls the end of the test, and only 20 candidates are still sitting where they started. The winners almost beam with relief, the losers look crushed, and Su Ning simply rubs his eyes because he already knew he was safe the moment he learned the technique. Tao Jin checks that Tao Qingyuan made it, then instinctively looks for Su Ning too and goes blank when she finds him still there. The deputy's tone finally softens as he congratulates the survivors and tells the new recruits to line up with their forms before Captain Xia. Su Ning joins the line in silence and notices that even the sweating, rattled Tao Qingping barely held on and passed. At the front, Tao Qingyuan greets Xia Yuanxing, and the captain openly names him the pride of Tao village before accepting him into the Black Armored Guards. Xia Yuanxing hands Tao Qingyuan a yellow metal Black Armored Guard plate, marking him as one of the standout talents. As more recruits step forward, Su Ning notices the pattern. Top talents get yellow plates, stronger passers get cyan, and ordinary qualifiers receive gray. When Su Ning's turn arrives, Xia Yuanxing's interest sharpens again as he reads the file on the 17-year-old at the Muscle-Bone Realm with intermediate external skill. Tao Jingxing is startled to learn Su Ning has already reached the Muscle-Bone Realm, and that shock hardens his own resolve to keep this boy tied to the village. Instead of dismissing him like the others, Xia Yuanxing asks directly whether Su Ning is even from Tao village at all. Su Ning answers that he is from Tao village despite his foreign surname, and that simple reply instantly eases Tao Jingxing's heart. At the end of the assessment, Xia Yuanxing hands Su Ning a cyan metal plate, confirming he made it into the Black Armored Guards. Su Ning is satisfied, but Tao Jin watches him from the side and hides a faint smile because she knows her own yellow plate ranks even higher. When Tao Qingyuan asks why she is smiling, Tao Jin calmly brushes it off as simple happiness for passing. Even Xia Yuanxing feels a little regretful, because he thought Su Ning deserved a yellow plate in the last test, but the 2 top slots had already gone to Tao Qingyuan and Tao Jin. After all 20 plates are handed out, Xia Yuanxing officially announces that the selected Yus are now Black Armored Guards recruits. Then he drops the real surprise. In just 10 days, they will be escorted to Kanyan County. The timing hits hard, because leaving that soon means they will not be home for the new year after all. Xia Yuanxing gives a final practical warning to wash out the eye medicine from the test. Then he and the other guards prepare to leave. Before heading home, Tao Qingping excitedly comes over and says he and Su Ning will be working together in the future. Su Ning is genuinely in good spirits, because joining the guards means steady resources and a much bigger martial world than the mountains around the village. Outside the field, Guiyi rushes up for the result, and Su Ning finally shows him the cyan plate. Tao Yunchuan visibly relaxes, and Guiyi jokes proudly that he now has a brother in the Black Armored Guards. Tao Yunchuan hurries Su Ning home to tell Su Lian the good news, and all around the village, the families of the successful recruits are already celebrating early. 10 days later, 5 carriages wait outside Tao village as the selected youths gather to leave for Kanyan County. After saying goodbye to his family, Su Ning stands among the departing group feeling unexpectedly heavy, because this time he may not come home for a long while. His thoughts drift especially to Tao Tao, and the excitement of leaving is mixed with a real sense of separation. During the send-off, Tao Jingxing reminds everyone that they are still Tao village people and must support each other inside the guards. Then he singles out Tao Qingyuan in front of everyone and openly places him in charge of helping the others. Su Ning immediately sees what that means. Tao Jingxing is planting Tao Qingyuan as the center of the Tao village faction inside the Black Armored Guards. Once the final encouragements are over, the recruits climb into the carriages and roll out toward Kanyan County. In less than half a day, the group reaches Kanyan County and is taken straight to a newly opened Black Armored Guards camp. The escorts tell them they will rest here for 2 days until all 100 newcomers arrive and Master Wei comes to see them. Su Ning ends up sharing a room with Tao Qingping, and the two start settling into their first barracks room. When Tao Qingping invites him to dinner, Su Ning stays behind because Su Lian packed him homemade pies before he left. Alone in the room, Su Ning eats the last taste of home and quietly feels what it means to be away now. Afterward he decides to walk around and learn the layout of the brand new camp for himself. But the moment he opens the door, Tao Qingping comes rushing back in a panic with news that Tao Village and Tan Village are already clashing at the dining hall. Tao Qingping splits off to call more help, and Su Ning heads straight for the dining hall because he cannot ignore a fight involving his own village. Before he even reaches it, Su Ning hears the shouting, and outside the dining hall he finds Tao Village and Tan Village facing off in a tense standoff. Tao Qingyuan stands at the front for Tao Village, while a long-haired young man in a fur coat, Tan Fengying, leads the Tan Village side. Su Ning quickly spots Tao Qingge curled up on the ground in pain, making it obvious Tao Village has already taken the first hit. Tao Qingyuan angrily demands an explanation, saying Tan Village hurt one of his people and still has the nerve to protect the attackers. Tan Fengying only sneers that weakness is Tao Village's own problem, making the insult even worse. Tao Qingyuan fires back that this is not a fair fight at all, just Tan Village bullying others after arriving a day earlier and trying to monopolize the public dining hall. Instead of backing down, Tan Fengying warns Tao Village to stay in line or more people will get hurt. That threat is enough to ignite the whole scene, and once someone from Tao Village hurls a leftover bun, both sides finally explode into a brawl. More Tao Village people arrive with Tao Qingping, even bringing Tao Jin, and the messy fistfight only gets bigger. Su Ning jumps in too, but unlike the others, he keeps his head and fights with careful, selective hits instead of blind rage. He keeps darting to spots where Tao Village is struggling, lands a few sharp punches, and slips away before anyone can lock him down. When he notices Tao Jin trading nasty blows with a Tan Village girl, Su Ning decides that helping Tao Qingyuan beat the enemy leader will matter more. So he slips behind Tao Qingyuan and Tan Fengying, waiting for the one opening Tan Fengying never sees coming. The moment Tan Fengying turns the wrong way, Su Ning drives a hard punch straight into his face. Tan Fengying staggers in fury and tries to turn on Su Ning, but Tao Qingyuan instantly capitalizes and smashes him again. Su Ning adds one more clean hit, leaving the Tan Village leader dazed after 3 straight punches. Only then does a short, stout Black Armored Guard finally step in and roar for everyone to stop if they do not want to be thrown out of Kanyan County. His punishment is surprisingly light, no dinner for anyone tonight, then immediate dismissal. Before leaving, the guard gives Su Ning an extra look, because he noticed that this one recruit stayed calm and fought smarter than the rest. The two groups separate at last, but Tan Fengying clutches his bleeding nose and points at Su Ning as the one he plans to remember. On the walk back, Tao Qingyuan comes to Su Ning himself and openly thanks him for that well-timed punch. Su Ning jokes that he thought Tao Qingyuan might hate the interference, but Tao Qingyuan makes it clear he only cares about winning, not empty fairness. That answer surprises Su Ning, because the polished future clan head turns out to be much less rigid than he looks. Tao Qingyuan still worries this first day clash is only the beginning, but Su Ning points out that the guard watched for a while before stopping them and barely punished anyone. Together they realize the message behind that. the black armored guards may actually want these village recruits to stay aggressive. By the time they reach the barracks, Tao Qingyuan formally invites Su Ning to help each other from now on, and Su Ning accepts without hesitation. The next morning, Su Ning and Tao Qingping head out hungry for breakfast after a rough first night in camp. Outside, the Tao village recruits greet Su Ning warmly, and he realizes yesterday's fight already changed how they see him. His standing rose fast because everyone saw him fight beside Tao village, and Tao Qingyuan openly speaking with him made that approval even stronger. At the dining hall, the Tao and Tan village groups lock eyes like enemies, but this time both sides hold back. Su Ning's first meal in the hall surprises him, because even breakfast here is packed with meat and there is no limit on portions. He piles up a pancake, meat, and porridge, then sits with Tao Qingping while Tao Qingyuan casually joins them. Tao Qingping mutters that Tan village must hate them now, and Su Ning answers with a small smile that the feeling clearly goes both ways. Tao Qingyuan mentions Song village arrived last night, and Su Ning notices the hall is now full of newcomers clustering by village. When Tao Qingyuan calls Tao Jin over, Su Ning and Tao Qingping squeeze aside to make room for the 4 Tao village girls who pass the selection. Tao Jin ends up seated right between Su Ning and Tao Qingyuan, but she keeps her head down and eats in silence. Watching her, Su Ning privately decides he still dislikes Tao Jin's proud attitude, even if he keeps that judgment to himself. Breakfast is cut short when the stocky guard from last night storms in and orders every newcomer to gather at the school field for Master Wei's speech. That announcement kills everyone's appetite, because once Master Wei speaks, their real duties are about to begin. By the time Su Ning reaches the school field, recruits are already pouring in from every direction to avoid making a bad first impression. Tao Qingyuan takes charge of the 20 Tao village recruits and lines them up as each village gathers into its own block. Captain Chu immediately breaks up those gaps and forces the groups closer together, warning that anyone who talks during the speech will be punished. A team of black armored guards enters first, and the entire field falls quiet on its own. Then a thin man in white walks in with his officers, and even Xia Yuanxing follows behind him with obvious respect. Without needing any display of force, Wei Changqing makes it clear he is the man in charge of the black armored guards in Kangyun County. He starts with a simple welcome, congratulating the recruits and telling them to work hard and become the backbone of the county guards. His second point gets everyone's full attention, because he lays out the resource rewards tied to gray, cyan, and yellow plates. Gray plate holders get less silver, cyan plate holders get better pay and a swallowtail flower, and yellow plate holders receive the stronger Qingludan. The crowd's mood splits at once, with gray plates disappointed, cyan plates mixed, and yellow plates quietly pleased. Su Ning stays calm, but the mention of Qingludan catches his attention because he knows it is a refined spirit medicine far better than a normal herb. He remembers that a dan costs as much as rare spirit medicine but is absorbed far more efficiently, which makes him even more curious about its value. Since Tao Qingyuan holds a yellow plate, Su Ning quietly decides he may get a chance to judge the Qingludan's worth up close later. Wei Changqing follows that with a hook for everyone below the top rank, saying plate levels are not fixed forever. He reveals that every 3 months there will be one-on-one challenges, and lower plate holders can seize a higher plate by winning. The rule immediately sounds dangerous to Su Ning, because a cyan plate like his can be dragged down by challengers just as easily as it can climb higher. He also sees the unfair side of it, since young talents with great potential but weaker present strength will become obvious targets. As those hungry looks spread through the ranks, Su Ning realizes the system is built to keep newcomers competing instead of uniting. He understands the deeper message too. The black armored guards are using village recruits as pieces in a larger local power game, even while feeding them resources. Wei Changqing's third point raises the stakes even further, urging everyone to train hard because bigger opportunities are coming. He finally reveals that within 3 years Kangyun County will gain spots to enter the Source faction, and some of those places may go to these recruits. That news hits Su Ning hard, because this is the first time he has heard the black armored guards could open a path to the martial arts holy land. Then he notices Tao Qingyuan, Tao Jin, and Tan Fengying are barely surprised, which tells him some village insiders knew this in advance. Su Ning immediately makes up his mind that whatever game is being played around him, he has to fight for one of those Source faction spots. With the speech over, Wei Changqing hands control of the new camp to Captain Chu and leaves the field. Captain Chu tells them duty postings will be announced the next day and warns everyone to report within 3 days with their plates. As the crowd disperses, Su Ning stays calm about doing chores, but many others are visibly annoyed that duty will cut into their training. A few days later, Su Ning arrives in Kangyun County to report at Maple Lane with his cyan plate and identity papers in hand. Maple Lane turns out to be a whole district in the southeast of the county, not just one street, and it is busy enough to matter. Su Ning also learns his post is unusual, because most station recruits were assigned in groups, while he was sent here alone. Dressed in black guard clothes, light armor, and a new sword, he stops to ask a street vendor where the Maple Lane post is. The old man recognizes that uniform instantly and answers with obvious nerves, which gives Su Ning a fresh look at the guard's reputation in the city. As he walks on, pedestrians and hawkers keep avoiding him, and the whole street goes cautious whenever a black armored guard passes. That reaction makes him realize just how deeply the Black Armored Guard's dominance is rooted in Kanyan County. Following the directions, he finally reaches the Maple Lane Black Armored Guard's post, a place that looks like a small yamen from the outside. Before Su Ning can even introduce himself, a gate guard asks if he is Master Su and says Lieutenant Chin has already been waiting for him. That tells Su Ning his arrival was reported in advance, and the guard quickly leads him inside with almost flustered politeness. Inside, the station catches Su Ning off guard with a giant tree and carefully arranged flowers, more like a garden courtyard than a rough outpost. When the guard says Lieutenant Chin personally arranged the place, Su Ning starts guessing this post may be quieter than most. The guard brings him through to the backyard, stops at one room, and tells him Lieutenant Chin is waiting inside. Su Ning straightens his clothes, steps forward, and knocks on the door to meet his new superior. Su Ning reports to Maple Lane Guard Station and finds Lieutenant Chen alone in a quiet room, looking drained instead of battle-ready. Instead of giving him work, Chenren tells Su Ning Maple Lane is easy, the city guards handle most trouble, and he can focus on martial practice while still taking his pay. Chenren dismisses him almost immediately, and Su Ning walks out feeling the whole station is strangely lifeless. Outside, the city guard guide asks if he needs anything, and Su Ning first checks where his assigned study is before deciding to look around the area instead. Su Ning asks about the expensive flowers around the station, and Feng Xigua reveals they were bought by Deyuan Trading Company for Lieutenant Chin. When Feng Xigua says Deyuan's headquarters are in Yuning City, Su Ning quietly connects the company to the capital and the source faction. Su Ning asks the guard's name, and Feng Xigua lights up at being remembered by a black armored guard. Su Ning presses further and learns the station's other black armored guards rarely show up. Because Maple Lane is so safe, the city guards handle daily patrols. Feng Xigua finally lets slip that Chenren comes in mostly to grow flowers, which confirms Su Ning's bad first impression of this posting. Once they reach Maple Lane's business street, Su Ning sees a prosperous district packed with silk, medicine, jewelry, and other shops. Feng Xigua proudly says Kanyan County grew under Black Armored Guard rule, but after what he just saw at the station, Su Ning can't fully share that confidence. Su Ning asks to see Deyuan Trading Company's stores and is stunned to hear the company owns most of Maple Lane's commercial streets. That makes Maple Lane feel even more off to Su Ning, and before he can dwell on it, shouting erupts from farther up the street. At a spacious medicinal shop, two thugs throw a cotton-padded villager into the street, while the shopkeeper tries to force him to accept less money than promised. When the villager clings to him and demands the agreed price for his village's goods, the shopkeeper signals the thugs to beat him with sticks. The beating stops cold the moment the shopkeeper notices Su Ning standing in the crowd in Black Armored Guard uniform. Under Su Ning's gaze, the shopkeeper instantly changes face, pretends it was all a misunderstanding, and pays the villager the missing 300 taels. The crowd disperses, but Su Ning stays put, making it clear he saw exactly what just happened. The shopkeeper hurriedly invites him inside, and Su Ning decides to inspect the Deyuan store for himself with Feng Xigua following. Inside, Su Ning finds a well-stocked medicinal shop with plenty of decent herbs, which only makes Deyuan look stronger. On the second floor, Su Ning stops in front of a swallowtail flower and notices Deyuan is selling it at a steep markup. Trying to win him over, the shopkeeper offers the swallowtail flower at half price and even says he can take it on credit. Su Ning refuses politely because he doesn't want to get tangled up with Deyuan before he understands them. Then an older man steps in, scolds the shopkeeper for being stingy, and boldly says the flower should simply be given to Master Su. Yu Xinghe introduces himself as Deyuan's deputy manager, and calmly reveals they already knew Su Ning was arriving in Maple Lane yesterday. When Yu Xinghe says Deyuan is effectively the host of Maple Lane, Su Ning hears the real message. This company sees itself as the district's true master. Yu Xinghe keeps testing him and has a maid bring over a fine wooden box filled with 3 crystal-clear Qingludan. Su Ning pinches one Qingludan and quietly checks it through his martial arts panel. The result disappoints him, because one expensive Qingludan only holds 3 energy units, making refined pills a bad deal for his direct absorption method. Watching that calm reaction, Yu Xinghe assumes Su Ning can be handled with money too, just like the other black armored guards tied to Deyuan. Holding the box of Qingludan in the medicine shop, Su Ning pauses long enough for Yu Xinghe to assume the young guard is already wavering. Then Su Ning quietly puts the pills back and says the gift is too valuable, so he will not accept it. Su Ning is tempted by what the pills could be sold for, but he realizes taking them would put him in Deyuan Trading Company's debt. He has already seen enough to know Maple Lane is being run by Deyuan on the surface, but Su Ning refuses to believe the higher black armored guards will tolerate that forever. When Yu Xinghe tries one more smooth line about it just being a friendly gesture, Su Ning keeps his manners but firmly leaves no opening. Su Ning cuts the conversation short, calls Feng Xigua to leave with him, and walks out before Yu Xinghe can keep pressing. After they leave, the shopkeeper mutters that Su Ning cannot be bought, but Yu Xinghe only scoffs and points out that even Maple Lane's station head is already under their control. Yu Xinghe is still unsettled, because Su Ning does not act like a desperate outsider chasing money and resources the way he expected. In the end, Yu Xinghe decides this is only a delay and confidently says Su Ning will be forced to accept the same pills in private later. Out on the street, Suning calls the whole thing a shame, while Feng Xigua follows in stunned silence after watching him walk away from 1,500 taels worth of pills. Suning uses the moment to ask directly how close the Yuan Trading Company is to the Maple Lane Guard Station. After hesitating, Feng Xigua admits the ties are very deep. Lieutenant Chen and Yuan's chief manager are close, and the whole station has been pulled into their control. Suning immediately sees what Feng Xigua wants. This ordinary city guard is betting on him because none of the other black armored guards ever valued him. So Suning asks about taking city guard deputies, and Feng Xigua nearly holds his breath waiting for the answer. When Suning says he will take Feng Xigua under him, the old city guard all but erupts with loyalty on the spot. Suning takes his new helper back toward the station and tells him to start explaining how Maple Lane's black armored guards really operate. Over the next few days, Suning quietly expands his investigation by asking Tao Qingyuan and the others to check the other guards' ties to Yuan Trading Company. At the same time, Suning keeps walking Maple Lane with Feng Xigua, learning the district firsthand instead of trusting the lazy station around him. What he sees only confirms his bad impression, because the other black armored guards barely show up and treat the post like a formality. One day after returning to his study, Suning is told that Lieutenant Chen wants to see him immediately. As soon as the messenger leaves, Suning already suspects this summons is about the Yuan Trading Company coming at him from above. In Qinren's study, Suning finds a tired station head slumped in his seat, only looking a little more alive when his eyes drift to the flowers and plants beside him. After a hollow bit of small talk, Qinren gets to the point and asks whether Suning has been in contact with the Yuan. Suning answers honestly that he met Deputy Manager Yu, and Qinren immediately begins selling the Yuan as a heroic, trustworthy pillar of Kangyun County. He lays it out in layers. The Yuan helped build the county, controls a huge share of its trade, pays heavy taxes, and should be trusted without question. Suning says nothing, because by now he has already gathered enough information to make his own judgment about the Yuan and the station. From what he has learned in the last few days, Suning knows many guard stations resent the Yuan's growing arrogance even if the higher-ups have not moved against it yet. So Suning settles on a careful line. He will either tie himself to the Yuan nor openly fight them until the bigger picture becomes clear. Seeing Suning stay silent, Qinren finally pulls out the same wooden box of 3 Qingludan and sets it on the table between them. Suning instantly understands the trap. Yu Xinghe could not buy him openly, so the Yuan simply sent the bribe through his own superior instead. Qinren dresses it up as concern for Suning's assessment, saying these pills will help him keep his cyan plate, and maybe even fight for a yellow one. When Suning still does not reach for it, Qinren's tone turns cold and he reminds him who is personally delivering this gift. Suning finally steps forward and takes the box, outwardly yielding so the pressure in the room breaks. Pleased with himself, Qinren tells Suning to practice well and remember to thank Yu Xinghe for the present. Suning leaves without showing much, but inside he sees Qinren as a ridiculous puppet and decides the pills will be sent back a second time. Back at his study, Suning finds Feng Xigua waiting outside in obvious worry after hearing he was called in. Feng Xigua's eagerness is no act anymore, because being attached to Suning has already raised his standing with other guards and even improved things at home. Once the door is shut, Suning puts the wooden box on the table and orders Feng Xigua to return it to Yu Xinghe at the Yuan. When Feng Xigua realizes Qinren forced the gift on him, Suning stays completely relaxed and makes his position plain. He still does not want it. Feng Xigua nervously warns that if Suning sends Yu Xinghe's gift back again, it will not just offend the Yuan Trading Company anymore, it will humiliate Lieutenant Qin directly. Suning stays steady and reminds Feng Xigua that Qinren is not his only superior, because Captain Chu stands above him too. Seeing Suning will not bend, Feng Xigua accepts it and carries the box out to return it to the Yuan himself. Once alone, Suning thinks it through and decides that as long as Chu Dayo is not secretly tied to the Yuan, Qinren cannot punish him without worrying about a captain's reaction. That evening Suning returns from Maple Lane to Campsite 3, where the new recruits all live together on light duty with plenty of time to train. Back in the room, Suning finds Tao Qingping already washing up after spending the whole day practicing martial arts. Tao Qingping warns him not to let the guard station eat up his time, because for new recruits, getting stronger matters more than anything else. Suning smoothly uses his prepared excuse and says he still gets enough free time at Maple Lane to keep training. Tao Qingping's mood lifts as he talks about Campsite 3's strange setup, with no lieutenant yet and a future chance for one of the newcomers to rise into that post. Suning jokes that if Tao Qingping really becomes lieutenant, he should remember to take care of him, and Tao Qingping clearly likes the idea more than he pretends. Their quiet night breaks when a city guard knocks at the door and says Captain Chu is summoning Suning to his study right away. Puzzled but alert, Suning puts his armor back on and heads out, guessing this sudden call is tied to trouble at Maple Lane. In Captain Chu's lamplit study, Chu Dayo greets Suning warmly enough to let him sit, but the relaxed opening only makes the real topic feel more dangerous. After a brief question about guard station work, Chu Dayo suddenly asks why Suning refused the Yuan Trading Company's gift. Suning answers carefully that he does not trust rewards that come without honest work, even while bracing for another round of pressure. Then Chu Dayo takes out the same kind of beautiful wooden box, and for one sharp moment Su-ning wonders if even the captain has been bought too. Chu Dayo laughs off that fear and makes it clear he is not about to imitate Shinren and force the gift on him. That reaction finally lets Su-ning breathe, because he realizes Chu Dayo is pleased by his refusal, not offended by it. When Su-ning asks how the return pills ended up here, Chu Dayo reveals someone tried to sneak the box under Su-ning's pillow, but it was intercepted and brought to him instead. Chu Dayo adds one more piece of evidence and produces a dart, showing that this time Dayuan sent bribery and a threat together. Su-ning sees the message immediately. If he still refused, Dayuan Trading Company was ready to hurt him. Even with that ugly warning in front of him, Su-ning stays composed because Chu Dayo has already stepped in to shield him. Then Chu Dayo says something stranger than the threat itself and apologizes, hinting that Su-ning got dragged into this mess because of him. Chu Dayo tells him not to resent it yet, because this danger may also become Su-ning's chance if he understands the bigger game. Before explaining, Chu Dayo tests him by asking what he already knows about Dayuan, and Su-ning repeats Chinren's line about the company's importance to Kangyun County. But when Chu Dayo asks for his own judgment, Su-ning answers bluntly that Dayuan is greedy. Chu Dayo agrees and says both things are true. Dayuan once helped rebuild the county, but its past service does not excuse what it has become now. He explains that after Captain Kai Ching-han took over Campsite 1 8 years ago, Dayuan stopped acting like a mere merchant force and began digging into county power itself. According to Chu Dayo, Kai Chi-han and Dayuan grew so close that the company even started influencing black armored guard policy in Kangyun County. Maple Lane turns out to be the worst example, because Chu Dayo says that station is puppeted by Dayuan from top to bottom. Su-ning naturally asks why Commander Wei allows this, and Chu Dayo answers that Wei Chongqing has the rank to intervene but no desire to stir up trouble while he is stuck here. Chu Dayo says the balance only started to change when Campsite 3 was built, and he was promoted, joining Xia Yuanqing and Ning Fengwen in pushing back against Kai Ching-han's side. Only then does Chu Dayo admit the personal truth. Maple Lane had asked for no newcomers, but he deliberately forced Su-ning into their strongest base anyway. Su-ning finally sees his role clearly. To Chu Dayo's faction, he was a blade planted in enemy ground, dangerous if left untouched and worth buying off if possible. Chu Dayo does not deny using him and instead says the 3 captains are backing him, so if he helps cut down Dayuan's power, he will become Campsite 3's first lieutenant. Su-ning understands that the title is tempting, but the bigger truth is that he was never really given a choice in this fight. He still asks the question that matters to him: why pick a Cyan Plate rookie like him from Maple Lane instead of one of the stronger Yellow Plate recruits? Chu Dayo says part of it was chance, but he had already checked Su-ning's background and noticed that, even as an outsider, he had earned real acceptance in Tao Village. He also remembers watching Su-ning in the recruit fight and deciding that Su-ning was not just strong enough, but smart, restrained, and good at finding the right opening. That is why Chu Dayo chose a wise man over a merely strong one, trusting Su-ning to resist corruption, protect himself, and strike hard if the timing ever came. With the truth finally laid out, Su-ning feels far clearer about the forces around Maple Lane and how he has to handle Dayuan from now on. Chu Dayo ends the talk by tossing him the seized wooden box and saying the pills are his now, because they were confiscated lawfully before reaching him. Su-ning thanks him, but instead of leaving, he hesitates with the box in his hands and asks whether the 3 Qinglu Dawn can be traded for silver tails instead. The next day at Maple Lane Guard Station, Su-ning arrives carrying a long wooden box, and Feng Sigua quietly warns him that several unfamiliar black armored guards are already gathered in Lieutenant Chen's study. When Su-ning hears the meeting did not call for him, he just smiles and decides it is none of his business. Su-ning turns serious and orders Feng Sigua to guard his study door and let no one in until he finishes, even if Lieutenant Chen sends for him. Soon after Su-ning shuts himself inside, a city guard comes to summon him to Chen's meeting, but Feng Sigua remembers the order and chooses to keep standing there. Inside the study, Su-ning opens the wooden box and reveals 6 neat swallowtail flowers, all bought after he traded Chu Dayo's 3 Qinglu pills for silver and quietly shopped outside Dayuan's network. Seeing the 6 flowers laid out in front of him, Su-ning realizes they will give him 18 energy at once and finally let him push his cultivation again. He absorbs all 6 flowers one by one, savoring the surge each time, then burns the withered remains so he leaves no trace behind. Su-ning checks his martial arts panel and sees his stored energy jump to 24, more than he has ever had before. With no hesitation, Su-ning pours 12 energy into Spring Breeze tactic and breaks through to Mortal Round 3rd stage, Inner Enrichment. The breakthrough hits hard, his blood seems to boil, power floods every limb, and he can feel his whole body being reforged into the mortal limit. As Su-ning tests his body, he understands why internal skill matters so much now that his stronger physique can amplify every external technique he uses. Now armed with Inner Enrichment and his knife art, Su-ning judges that he should be the strongest among the new recruits and have little trouble taking a yellow plate in the assessment. But when he checks the next step, the panel demands 25 energy for Mortal Round 4th stage, a steep jump that shows the road ahead has changed. Su-ning quickly understands why. The first 3 mortal stages sharpen the body, but the 4th begins true internal chi, the level black armored guards consider the threshold for becoming a lieutenant. That leaves Suning with 12 energy and a real choice: perfect his Gale Knife method, strengthen Source Breath bodybuilding tactic, or save everything for the future Chi realm. Elsewhere in Shinren's study, all 6 other Maple Lane guards have gathered without Suning, and Lieutenant Chen sits there already angry that the newcomer still has not shown up. Chen's mood is worse because he heard Suning sent back the Qinglu pills again, which feels like a direct refusal to accept his control. After confirming the message was delivered, Chen decides the insult has gone far enough and orders Pan Du to drag Suning over personally. Pan Du reaches Suning's courtyard and finds Feng Xigua still guarding the door, but Feng Xigua, scared as he is, refuses to move aside. Pan Du mocks a mere city guard for daring to stop him, and Feng Xigua keeps his arm out anyway because he already chose his side. Pan Du answers with one brutal hit to the stomach, knocking Feng Xigua down and leaving him coughing blood on the ground. Even half-conscious and choking on blood, Feng Xigua still grabs Pan Du's leg and refuses to let him reach Suning's door. For one bitter second, Feng Xigua regrets that this loyalty might get him killed, but he still decides he would make the same choice again. Just as Pan Du tries to crush him aside, Suning appears behind him out of nowhere and smashes him across the face with a single heavy slap. The blow leaves Pan Du reeling, bruised, and barely able to open one eye before he shouts that Suning is attacking a fellow guard. Suning grabs Pan Du by the collar, slams him against the wall, and throws the accusation right back at him for beating their own people. Then Suning humiliates him in public, holding him pinned by the neck and slapping him again and again, while Pan Du can only flail and choke. From the ground, Feng Xigua watches through the pain and can only think one thing as Pan Du gets his payback: deserved. Pan Du drops cold after Suning hits far harder than a muscle bone realm fighter can endure. The gap is brutal now, because Suning has already broken into inner enrichment and pushed his Source Breath bodybuilding tactic to the intermediate realm, leaving him with 3 energy still in reserve. Suning tosses Pan Du aside after confirming the injury is serious, but not life-threatening. Instead of dwelling on Pan Du, Suning rushes to help the pale and exhausted Feng Xigua stand. Feng Xigua can barely speak, but Suning quietly tells him he did well and walks him out. Seeing a city guard on duty, Suning immediately takes charge of Feng Xigua's treatment. He orders a stretcher, the best medicine available, and a full bill sent back to him so the station can pay for everything. Feng Xigua wants to protest the expense, but Suning cuts him off and makes it clear he will handle it. After Feng Xigua is carried away, Suning stands in the courtyard staring at Chenren's flowers with his anger pressed flat under a cold face. It is the first time someone has been hurt because of him, and the guilt only hardens his resolve. Remembering Chu Daio's words that he is the foundation, Suning decides to become a foundation strong enough to push back. With that, he walks straight toward Lieutenant Chen's study instead of backing down. Inside the study, 5 men are already waiting, annoyed that Pan Du still has not returned with Suning. Before Chenren can vent his impatience, Suning pushes the door open and walks in on his own terms. Suning gives Chenren a formal greeting, but his straight back and flat tone make it obvious he is not coming here to submit. Zhuang Dingshi immediately jumps in, threatening the newcomer for not showing proper etiquette. Suning answers that threat with a faint smile and half a step back, already gripping a hidden dagger behind him. Zhuang Dingshi is ready to explode, but Chenren cuts in first and reminds Suning that Maple Lane has rules. Suning agrees at once, and that easy answer only makes the room feel more strained. Then Chenren notices the real problem. Pan Du was sent to fetch Suning, but Suning came back alone. Suning bluntly says Pan Du beat a city guard for no reason, so he taught him a lesson and left him lying outside. That finally shatters Chenren's composure, and he slams the desk in open fury. He orders Zhuang Dingshi to throw Suning into confinement, deciding he has tolerated enough. Zhuang Dingshi reaches for him, and the room braces for a clean arrest. Instead, Suning whips his arm free and knocks Zhuang Dingshi's grab away on the spot. Zhuang Dingshi roars that Suning dares resist an order and answers with a heavy punch. Suning does not dodge at all and drives his own fist straight into it. One clash is enough, and sweat bursts from Zhuang Dingshi as the bones in his forearm crack. Chenren is stunned, because one of the few men he relies on just got broken by Suning in a single punch. Since Suning's file said he was only at muscle bone realm, Chenren instantly realizes this strength was hidden on purpose. He pieces together the political trap at once and concludes Chu Daio deliberately planted Suning in Maple Lane to make him underestimate a dangerous piece. Suning stays calm and says he did not resist authority at all. He punished Pan Du because Pan Du broke the rules first. Then he drives the point deeper. As a man from Campsite 3, any serious restriction on him should go through Chu Daio first. He even lies that Chu Daio has business for him, then turns to leave before anyone can recover the initiative. No one stops him, because Chu Daio's shadow now weighs heavier than Chenren's anger. Once the room empties, Chenren is left at the window with only his thoughts, his pet birds, and a rising sense that the station is about to become a battlefield. That uneasy thought pushes him into a decision. He has to go to Daiyuan Trading Company and find its chief manager. Meanwhile, Suning goes back to his own study knowing perfectly well that Chu Daio never called for him at all. He understands the situation clearly now. If he wants to survive at Maple Lane, he has to keep using Chu Dayo's name as a shield. Back at the courtyard, Pandu is already gone, and Su Ning does not care enough to find out whether he walked off or was carried away. About an hour later, the city guard returns from the hospital with Feng Xigua's treatment bill. The cost is only 20 taels, which tells Su Ning Feng Xigua's injuries may not be as bad as they first looked. Relieved but still practical, Su Ning sends the bill off to the station accountant to settle it. For the next 2 weeks, Su Ning keeps his distance from the station and only shows up every few days. During that stretch, Chu Dayo meets him again and finally lays out the deeper feud with Kai Ching-hun's side. Chu Dayo says his alliance with Xia Yuanxing and Ning Fengwen has finally surpassed Kai Ching-han in overall power, but Kai Ching-han is clearly preparing a counterplay. He warns Su Ning to watch his back, because Dayuan Trading Company may answer with sneak attacks instead of open moves. When they part, Chu Dayo gives him 500 taels, and Su Ning accepts because this fight is going to cost money. A few more days pass, and by the end of the year Kangyun County is already wrapped in New Year energy. Campsite 3 hands out newcomer subsidies, and Su Ning receives 200 taels, a swallowtail flower, and his small Maple Lane salary on top. Even with nearly 800 taels saved, he decides not to sink everything into spirit medicine anymore. Spirit medicine no longer boosts him as fundamentally as before, and he also needs money for connections, daily life, and sending support home. On the night before the holiday, Tao Qingping asks Su Ning what he plans to do for the new year. Su Ning says he has no special plans, even though he would really rather go home. He cannot leave anyway, because newcomers only get 5 days off after their first assessment, and are not allowed to leave Kangyun County without orders. So Tao Qingping brings better news instead. Tao Qingyuan is inviting about 20 Tao village people to Rafeng restaurant the day after New Year's Day. Su Ning likes the idea, because the scattered Tao village newcomers have not truly gathered as one group in a long time. New Year's Day arrives with firecrackers outside, and Tao Qingping hurries Su Ning up for the camp celebration. Today they can skip the black armored guard uniform, and Tao Qingping proudly wears a brand new cotton coat. Su Ning changes into the cotton coat Su Lian bought for him before he came to the county city. Outside, campsite 3 is covered in red lanterns, couplets, and festive decorations, and even strangers greet each other warmly. After breakfast in the dining hall, everyone heads to the school field to hear Wei Changqing's New Year address. Wei Changqing offers New Year congratulations, then reminds the newcomers to train hard, do their duty, and live up to the black armored guard's name. Once the short ceremony ends, Tao Qingyuan immediately starts gathering the Tao village people together. He announces that he is treating everyone at Runfeng restaurant for lunch, and the group bursts into cheers. What really excites them is not the food, but finally celebrating the new year together again as people from the same village. When someone points out it is too early for lunch, Tao Qingyuan proudly reveals he already booked the room and prepared tea, dried fruit, and nuts. The crowd cheers him again, and for once Su Ning is fully pulled into the easy festive mood. The group of 20 sets off for the restaurant, with Su Ning falling near the end of the line beside Tao Jin. Tao Jin unexpectedly gives Su Ning a simple Happy New Year, and he answers with a smiling wish for great fortune. That answer catches Tao Jin off guard, because she expected a martial greeting from him, not something so ordinary and light. Su Ning brushes it off with a casual same thing, making it clear he does not want a longer conversation. So Tao Jin falls quiet and studies him from behind, suddenly aware that something about Su Ning has changed. She realizes his temperament is far more confident and capable now than before he came to the county city. That makes Tao Jin wonder how far his martial arts have really advanced, especially since she herself has been stuck in inner enrichment for a long time and knows how hard the next step is. On New Year's Day, Tao Qingyuan leads the Tao village group through Yunshi Alley toward Runfeng restaurant, greeting locals like a man already used to being followed. Just as the restaurant comes into view, Su Ning notices their groups slow down because Tan Fengying's people are arriving from the other side at the exact same time. Su Ning immediately tenses up, because the Tao and Tan groups are still carrying bad blood from their last clash and another public fight would look terrible in front of Wei Changqing's warning to stop internal feuds. Tao Qingyuan clearly wants no trouble and heads for the door anyway, but Tan Fengying steps in front of him and blocks the path. Tan Fengying insists his side should enter first, turning a wide doorway into a power contest instead of a real argument about space. Tao Qingyuan tries one last peaceful answer, saying they can go in together, but he also knows backing down in front of both groups would damage his standing. Tan Fengying refuses again and keeps pressing, because he is really trying to rebuild his authority inside Tan village after feeling his influence slip. His confidence is not empty either, since Tan Fengying has secretly pushed his source breath bodybuilding tactic into the elementary realm and believes that gives him the edge over the other village leaders. When Tao Qingyuan brushes his arm aside and steps forward, Tan Fengying grabs his sleeve and finally pushes the standoff into a fight. Both men raise their fists, and Tan Fengying is ready to strike first with the confidence of someone who thinks he will win. Before either side can explode, Su Ning suddenly steps between them and catches both incoming punches at once. Tao Qingyuan is stunned, because Su Ning blocks an inner enrichment punch so easily that his strength can no longer be mistaken for mere muscle bone level. Tan Fengying is just as shaken, and the man he used to dismiss as tricky now suddenly feels genuinely dangerous. Suning calmly reminds both sides that this is New Year's Day, that Wei Changqing wants harmony among their own people, and that sharing the same restaurant should be a good thing instead of a reason to bleed. The two leaders finally pull back, not because the grudge is gone, but because Suning has given them a way to retreat without losing face. Now that he is strong enough to control the field, Suning makes a deliberate choice to stop the clash, partly to protect Tao Village from trouble and partly because he already sensed Tao Qingyuan would lose this matchup. From Tan Fengying's breathing alone, Suning catches the real reason for that danger. Tan Fengying has already reached elementary source breath bodybuilding. Nearby, Tao Jin watches Suning with a complicated expression, quietly feeling the shift in power around him. With Suning holding the center, Tao Qingyuan and Tan Fengying exchange stiff New Year greetings and finally let both groups enter side by side. Inside the second-floor private room Tao Qingyuan booked, the Tao Village group settles into a warm holiday space with tea, nuts, a fireplace, and a clear view of lion dances below. Once everyone is seated, Tao Qingyuan personally thanks Suning for stopping the fight and hands him a cup of tea. Suning says he simply did not want anyone injured on a holiday, and he points out that even Captain Chu's faction games do not mean their own people should hurt each other for nothing. Tao Qingyuan carefully brings up the fact that Captain Chu has visited Suning twice, testing how deep Suning's link to the higher struggle really goes. Suning answers honestly that it is all tied to Maple Lane, and Tao Qingyuan immediately connects that to Daiyuan Trading Company's fight with Captain Chu's side. Suning admits that being on Captain Chu's side makes life at the guard station awkward, and Tao Qingyuan can only agree that it is a troublesome position. Tao Qingyuan wants to ask how far Suning's martial arts have advanced, but his sense of fairness stops him from prying into something Suning did not choose to reveal. He covers the moment with a simple New Year toast, and the two clink cups with mutual respect instead of suspicion. Privately, Tao Qingyuan even thinks that if Suning had been born into the Tao family, he might already be a rival for leadership, but the thought brings him no jealousy. After that, the room loosens back into celebration as Tao Qingyuan goes around greeting everyone one by one. Word of the doorway incident spreads fast inside the room, and more people come to greet Suning now that they have seen his strength with their own eyes. Some of them are already whispering that Suning might become Tao Village's third yellow plate newcomer when the next assessment arrives. Without anyone saying it out loud, Suning has already started replacing Tao Jin as the second most respected figure in the group. The meal itself is warm and noisy, and because no one has gone home in a long time, the shared company of people from the same village eases the homesickness of the holiday. Suning lets himself relax with the group for once, but he still notices that Tao Jin is eating in silence with a blank expression. He leaves it alone, because the two of them are not close enough for him to step into whatever she is feeling. Elsewhere in another private room, Tan Fengying spends the same holiday meal in secret unease after realizing Suning may soon be aimed directly at his position. The more Tan Fengying thinks about the coming assessment, the more certain he becomes that Tao Village will use Suning to attack his yellow plate standing. By the end of lunch, he has already made up his mind that as soon as this meal ends, he needs to go train harder. After lunch, the Tao Village group breaks into smaller circles to enjoy the holiday around town instead of returning to camp together. Tao Qingyuan invites Suning to join the outing, but Suning declines because he has someone else he wants to see. Instead, Suning buys cakes, sweets, and New Year gifts before heading alone to the eastern residential district to visit the injured Feng Xigua. He reaches the neighborhood quickly, but since he only knows the area and not the exact house, he has to stop and ask a group of children for directions. One bold little boy recognizes the name city guard Uncle Xigua and offers to lead Suning there himself. When Suning tries to reward the boy with money, the child refuses because his mother taught him not to take cash from strangers so easily. Amused, Suning gives the children candy instead, and they accept that happily before scattering off to divide it among themselves. Watching the children leave briefly makes Suning think of Tao Tao and wonder whether she misses him back in the village. He turns to the right house at last, a modest private home decorated with spring couplets and lanterns that shows Feng Xigua is living decently by city standards. When Suning knocks and enters, the first person he meets is a broad, fierce-looking woman in the courtyard, and he immediately guesses this must be Feng Xigua's formidable wife. She starts out wary of the handsome stranger, but the moment he introduces himself as Suning, her whole attitude flips into startled respect. She immediately calls inside for Feng Xigua, shouting that Master Su has come. Feng Xigua hurries out looking shocked, and Suning quickly checks his condition, seeing that he is still pale and weak but no longer in real danger. When Suning says he came to visit because of the injury, Feng Xigua is deeply moved, because Suning has already given him leave, paid for good treatment, and even kept checking on him. Feng Xigua had actually been worrying that too much time off might cost him his place at the station, so Suning's personal visit reassures him even more. Inside the small home, Feng Xigua explains that only he and his wife are home for now because the children are out playing and the rest of the family is gathering later. Suning settles onto a small stool by the strong stove fire, and the visit finally turns from official concern into a quiet, human New Year call. Even Feng Xigua's tough wife now serves Su Ning water with careful respect, not daring to show any of the resentment she once felt toward her husband's superior. At Feng Xigua's home, Su Ning drinks tea and openly says Feng Xigua was beaten because Pan Du came looking for him. Feng Xigua quickly denies blaming Su Ning and says the real problem was Pan Du's cruelty. He even says Su Ning already avenged him, so instead of resentment, he feels respected for the first time. Su Ning warns Feng Xigua to stay away from Pan Du at the station, but promises he will not ignore it if Pan Du attacks again. Feng Xigua grows even more loyal because Su Ning is only 17, already stronger than Pan Du, and looks like a future lieutenant in the making. When Su Ning gets up to leave, he suddenly presses a 100-tael note into Feng Xigua's hand. Feng Xigua is shocked because that money is almost a year's pay for him, and his wife cannot hide her reaction either. Feng Xigua tries to refuse because Su Ning also needs money for cultivation, but Su Ning says this is thanks for good work and practical funds for future errands. Feng Xigua and his wife walk Su Ning out, and Feng Xigua accepts the money with deep gratitude. Back inside, the couple stare at the note in silence because 100 taels is a huge sum for a family barely saving after daily costs and martial training for their children. Feng Xigua proudly says this proves Su Ning truly rewards his people, then reminds his wife the money should be used to help Su Ning when future errands come. After the holiday ends, Su Ning returns to Maple Lane and finds the station as slack as ever, with no black armored guards present and even the yard plants left to wilt. With nobody else around, Su Ning quietly handles patrols, local disputes, and assigned chores on his own while Dayuan's people stays silent. When Qinren finally returns, Su Ning keeps a calm face, but he knows this surface peace only lasts until Chu Dayo's side moves against Dayuan. Feng Xigua comes back on duty and takes over document work, which immediately makes Su Ning's daily load much lighter. Su Ning also notices the lower guards avoid standing near him when Qinren is present, but privately they have become much friendlier because he protects subordinates. After work, Su Ning skips heading straight back and goes to the roadside wonton stall he likes because the taste reminds him of Su Lian's cooking. The stall owner recognizes him right away, and Su Ning orders 3 big bowls as usual. The owner thoughtfully serves only 1 hot bowl first so the rest will not get cold. Just as Su Ning starts eating, he senses someone watching and spots a plain gray-coated man at the neighboring noodle stall. Su Ning calmly turns back to his meal, while the gray-clothed man wonders if he has been noticed. Su Ning finishes all 3 bowls without another glance, pays, and leaves as if nothing is wrong. The stalker relaxes a little, waits a moment, and then gets up to follow. Instead of returning to camp, Su Ning wanders through the night market and casually browses small goods while the man tails him from varying distances. After less than half an hour, Su Ning heads toward Campsite 3 by way of Maple Lane and the bamboo forest, and the stalker follows the whole route. The stalker feels confident in his tracking skills as Su Ning enters the dim bamboo forest and seems not to notice him at all. Then the man suddenly realizes Su Ning has disappeared from the path. A cold shift in the air makes him turn, and he finds Su Ning already behind him with a smile and a knife hidden at his back. The stalker tries to bolt, but Su Ning steps in and slashes across his escape line, cutting off only a corner of the gray coat. From that dodge alone, Su Ning realizes this man is also an inner enrichment and has trained body movement techniques. The man dives into denser bamboo to escape, but Su Ning's intermediate source breath bodybuilding makes him explosively faster, and he closes the gap anyway. Su Ning catches him within reach and cuts deep into the man's right arm, ruining his balance. Before the wounded man can recover, Su Ning seizes his neck, slams him down, and ignores his attempt to explain. Su Ning knocks him unconscious with one heavy strike, but still binds the wounded arm to keep him from bleeding out. Guessing the man is tied to Dayuan or Qinren, Su Ning decides not to question him himself, and drags him back to camp for professionals to handle. Su Ning reports to Chu Dayo that someone followed him, and says the man is already unconscious in confinement. Chu Dayo is not surprised and explains that since they are preparing to move against Kai Chi-han and Dayuan Trading Company, Su Ning has naturally become a surveillance target at Maple Lane. When Su Ning asks why the enemy watches a small figure like him instead of the camp itself, Chu Dayo calmly replies that their own camp may already have spies inside. Back at Campsite 3, Su Ning hears there may be spies in the camp and immediately remembers Dayuan already used city guards inside the camp to send him Qingludan. He cannot see what secrets a newcomer camp would even hold, and that confusion makes the warning feel even more ominous. Then Su Ning links it to Tao Qingping's earlier news that next year the recruits will patrol less and start military battle practice instead. That makes him suspect Chu Dayo, and Kai Qinghan may be heading toward a real confrontation, so he wisely stops asking questions about higher-level plans. Chu Dayo instead gives a direct order. Su Ning must tighten inspections in Maple Lane over the next few days and report anything unusual at once. Su Ning accepts the order, understanding that something big is about to move even if he still cannot see the whole board. Chu Dayo dismisses him and says he is going to interrogate the man who was stalking Su Ning. Late that night at Dayuan Trading Company, Deputy Manager Yu Xinghe waits in a dark room under Chief Manager Duani his gaze, already sweating with fear. When the missing stalker still has not returned, Yu Xinghe hurriedly admits this was his decision and starts explaining himself. Yu Xinghe says the next shipment is about to leave. Chu Dayo and Xia Yuanxing have become unusually tough, and he feared Su Ning might have noticed something while staying in Maple Lane every day. So Yu Xinghe sent Huijio to tail Su Ning, thinking the man was the best available option. That answer detonates Duaniha's temper, because Huijio knows far too much about their dealings. Duaniha snarls that if Huijio falls into Chu Dayo's hands and talks, Kai Qinghan cannot save them and even the Yuning city headquarters may cut them off. Yu Xinghe still tries to defend himself, saying everyone else was busy with the route arrangements, and Huijio seemed strong enough to handle it. Duaniha answers by hurling the oil lamp into Yu Xinghe's forehead, leaving him bleeding and too scared to even cry out. As the room drops into darkness, a man dressed all in black steps in, calmly relights the lamp, and reveals he already knows something went wrong. The black-clad man suggests delaying the delivery if things are getting troublesome. Instead of answering him right away, Duaniha looks at Yu Xinghe with chilling calculation, as if deciding what to do with his own subordinate. Then Duaniha lies smoothly, saying the shipment can still continue and there is no need to postpone anything. The black-clad man doubts that confidence, reminding him one shipment matters less than their long-term supply line. At the window, Duaniha looks out over moonlit Kangyum County and thinks of the more than 20 years he spent building his power here. His thoughts go back even further, to 30 years ago, when Dayuan sent him from Yuning City to seize markets as the Source faction stabilized the state. In Kangyum County he found a rival already tied to the black armored guards, so he borrowed help from a third party and crushed that competitor out of the market. That victory let Dayuan dominate local trade, and later his connection to Kai Qihan turned Duaniha into one of Kangyum County's most powerful men. But behind that success was a secret he always feared would kill him, because the third party he relied on was a magic faction. The story spells out why this is fatal. The Source faction has spent decades wiping out magic sects, whose techniques feed on other people and leave blood behind. Since colluding with a magic faction is punishable by death, Duaniha knows the path he chose is finally coming back for him. He turns back to Yu Xinghe, tells him to leave, and says he will find Kai Qinghan and deal with Huijio himself. Yu Xinghe still fears Huijio may already be in Chu Dayo's hands, but Duaniha insists he has his own methods and warns him not to make a mistake like this again. Relieved, Yu Xinghe promises to be more careful and finally withdraws for the night. The moment Yu Xinghe is gone, the man in black quietly points out the killing intent that flashed in Duaniha's eyes. Duaniha says he will not kill Yu Xinghe, but the man still has to pay for this disaster. Then Duaniha drops the real decision. They will not wait, they will ship immediately, and he will personally go along. When the man in black asks why he is suddenly rushing, Duaniha admits everything he just told Yu Xinghe was a lie. He is convinced Huijio has already fallen into Chu Dayo's hands, and once Chu Dayo starts torturing him, most of their secrets will spill out. That means the shipment itself no longer matters, because if they hesitate, Duaniha could lose every resource he built over the years. Since the black armored guards have not struck yet, he believes the interrogation may not have happened and this is their last narrow window to move first. The man in black realizes what this really means. Duaniha is preparing to abandon Kangyum County entirely. Duaniha admits there is no other choice, even though walking away from more than 20 years of work cuts deeper for him than anyone else. He quickly reshapes his future too, planning to use this chance to join the 7 Lion Gates with his 5th stage mortal realm strength and long experience. The man in black agrees, but asks one last question: what if Huijio was never captured after all? Duaniha says they will still deliver the goods first, watch the aftermath, and only return to normal if the black armored guards stay quiet. And if the worst really happens, he is ready to dump all the blame onto Yu Xinghe. With that settled, the man in black stands to move the shipment, and Duaniha goes out to arrange it personally. Meanwhile in Campsite 3's confinement room, the captured Huijio hangs bloodied in chains before Chu Dayo, pale and terrified after interrogation. Chu Dayo is stunned by what he has just learned. Dayuan Trading Company is tied directly to the 7 Lion Gates magic faction. Huijio has revealed that Dayuan regularly sends weapons, medicine, silver, and intelligence to the sect, even helping them avoid black armored guard hunts. For Chu Dayo, this changes everything, because he only expected merchant corruption and suddenly Su Ning's stalker has blown open a full magic faction case. He realizes even Wei Changqing cannot stay out of this now and decides he must report upward immediately. Because 2 hours have already passed since Huijio was captured, Chu Dayo assumes the people behind him may already be trying to run. He first orders his deputy to gather men and seal every Dayuan store, then immediately changes the order and sends Campsite 2 to handle it instead of inexperienced recruits. Chu Dayo then heads straight for Wei Changqing while the whole quiet county begins waking into crisis. By midnight, Kangyun County is sealed shut, with the gates blocked and entry and exit cut off. 5 black armored guard teams rush out of the city to hunt Duaniha and the 7 Lion Gates before they can vanish. At the same time, every Dayuan store is surrounded and the company's people are arrested overnight. The Maple Lane station is swept up too. Apart from Su Ning, Chen Ren, Pan Du, and Zhuang Dingshi, everyone else there has their freedom restricted. Even Captain Kai Qinghan is captured, showing just how far this case reaches. The next morning, Suning only learns what exploded overnight after he wakes up, despite being the one who set the whole chain in motion. Once he understands the follow-up to the stalking incident, he skips breakfast and heads straight for Maple Lane. The usually busy lane now looks half-frozen, with city guards at every Dayuan storefront and unfamiliar black armored guards patrolling between them. When Suning steps into the Maple Lane guard station, he finds it almost empty, with even the gate guards gone. Sitting at his desk, Suning finally feels how serious this case is, because the Source faction never treats magic faction traces lightly. He remembers that the black armored guards hunt nearby magic factions almost every month, but recruits like Campsite 3 have not been involved yet. That also makes him appreciate Chu Dayo even more, because the public announcement carefully hid Suning's name as the source of the case. Then Feng Xigua rushes in without even knocking, visibly shaken and desperate to confirm Suning is safe. Feng Xigua says black armored guards dragged him and the other city guards away in the middle of the night, questioned them until dawn, and only released some of them. He adds that some of his friends are still locked up in Campsite 2's confinement room, and the memory clearly still rattles him. Suning only nods, because anything tied to a magic faction would trigger exactly this kind of brutal sweep. Feng Xigua nervously says he also heard Lieutenant Chen and the others were investigated, then blurts out the question he really cares about. Is Suning involved too? Suning answers with a dry smile that if he were involved, he would not be sitting here right now. Kanyun County is sealed tight under Wei Changqing's order, and Yu Xinghe can only hide by a wall and stare at the guarded gate in despair. He realizes Duanihe abandoned him on purpose, taking everything and fleeing with the 7-line gates while leaving him behind as the scapegoat. Yu Xinghe hides from the black armored guards, keeps moving when house searches begin, and understands he has almost no chance of slipping out of the city alive. Cornered and furious, Yu Xinghe directs his hatred at Duanihe, Huijio, and especially Suning before disappearing into the alleys with murder on his mind. That night Suning returns to Campsite 3 and finds it mostly empty because the others are all busy with the fallout from the Dayuan case. With Tao Qingping absent and no assignment from ruined Maple Lane, Suning ends up alone with rare free time. Suning opens his martial arts panel and confirms he now has 6 energy after earlier upgrades and absorbing the swallowtail flower. He thinks about pushing Lightfeather Bow to the intermediate realm, but decides to save the energy because ranged combat is not useful for his current situation. Suning suddenly notices something outside the door, but he hides that reaction and calmly sits down to read by the candle. After reading for a while, Suning washes up, puts out the lamp, and lies down in the dark as if he has gone to sleep. Yu Xinghe slips to the door in silence, peers through the crack, and confirms the room looks still before starting the assassination. Driven by fear and hatred, Yu Xinghe quietly works the bolt open and prepares to rush in and kill Suning before he can react. The moment the door opens, Suning is already waiting under the moonlight and greets him, turning the trap around in an instant. Suning strikes first at close range, and before Yu Xinghe can mount a real counterattack, Suning finishes him with a fast, decisive follow-up. Yu Xinghe collapses dead at Suning's feet, ending the assassination the instant it truly begins. After checking the body, Suning is relieved his heightened senses saved him, though he also regrets losing the chance to question Yu Xinghe. He decides he made the right call anyway, because Yu Xinghe was an old inner enrichment fighter, and any hesitation could have turned into a deadly struggle. Still unsure whether anyone else from Dayuan might target him, Suning immediately calls the night patrol to handle the aftermath. The city guards are shaken to see a killer inside the camp, but Suning does not blame them and simply has them remove the body and clean the room before he goes back to sleep. 10 days later the county stabilizes, Kai Qinghan is removed and sent back for punishment, and Ning Fengwen takes over Campsite 1 under Wei Changqing. All Dayuan-linked shops are put under investigation and prepared for auction, with Wei Changqing personally watching the process to prevent another disaster. Maple Lane stays quiet and half-abandoned, Chen Ren and Pan Du are dismissed, and with Yu Xinghe dead and Duanihe gone, Suning realizes he no longer has to fear Dayuan's retaliation here. After enjoying the calmest stretch since entering the county, Suning returns from duty and learns Chu Dayo has finally called for him. Suning finds Chu Dayo worn out in appearance but clearly pleased after cleaning up the Dayuan affair and settling old problems. Chu Dayo reminds Suning of his earlier promise, but says full promotion to lieutenant must wait because Suning has not yet reached the Qi realm. Then Chu Dayo offers a compromise and says Suning can still become an acting lieutenant with the same authority and duties, just without the real title's pay. Suning wants to refuse because the burden rises without better benefits, but Chu Dayo cuts him off and insists his merits make him the obvious choice. With the decision already made, Suning accepts and asks whether his acting lieutenant post will be at the camp or at Maple Lane. Chu Dayo answers immediately. Suning's acting lieutenant assignment will be Maple Lane. Chu Dayo tells Suning that Maple Lane is now his responsibility, because he is the only one left there. To help him take control cleanly, Chu Dayo says he will send 5 newcomers under Suning instead of older guards with their own loyalties. Once Suning accepts, Chu Dayo shifts to martial arts and directly asks if his strength has improved again. When Chu Dayo asks whether he can win a yellow plate in 2 months, Suning calmly says he is 90% confident, which finally makes Chu Dayo laugh in satisfaction. Back in his room, Su Ning finds Tao Qingping home unusually early, already bent over the table writing. Tao Qingping explains that everyone has been away nearly 2 months, so the camp ordered them to write letters home tonight and send them out in the morning. Su Ning is surprised the black armored guards even handle family mail, but he decides to write since the chance is there. He writes carefully about his decent living conditions, deliberately hiding the assassination attempt so his family will not worry. At the end, Su Ning also adds a separate note for Guiyi, wanting to thank the man who helped him so much. After Tao Qingping brings envelopes, Su Ning seals his letter and hands it over for tomorrow's messenger. The next bright morning, Feng Xigua rushes toward Maple Lane half-dressed and half-awake after oversleeping. At the gate, the city guards greet him with an odd new title, Father Gua, and leave him completely confused. Then the guards tell him the real reason. Su Ning has just been appointed acting lieutenant of Maple Lane. The news hits Feng Xigua so hard he bolts inside laughing, thrilled that the man he backed really made it. The city guards watch him go in open jealousy, realizing Feng Xigua just climbed onto the right connection at exactly the right time. At the notice board, Feng Xigua sees Su Ning's appointment posted in the center, and the official proof makes his pride boil over. He hastily fixes his clothes and face before heading to Su Ning's room, trying to look proper in front of his newly promoted superior. Feng Xigua bows in hard with loud congratulations, so overjoyed that Su Ning almost feels like Feng Xigua is the one who got promoted. Su Ning explains that the former city guard head was tied to Qinren and had taken money from Yuxinghe's side, so that man was dismissed and put under investigation. Since acting lieutenant can now appoint staff, Su Ning gives that vacant city guard post directly to Feng Xigua. The promotion leaves Feng Xigua dizzy with joy, because from this point on he becomes the strongest local figure under Su Ning and the black armored guards. Su Ning immediately cools him down, warning him not to turn arrogant and to remember the lessons he already taught him. Feng Xigua sobers up fast, understanding that if he wants to stay useful, he has to stay humble and practical. When Feng Xigua asks if Su Ning wants to move into Qinren's old office, Su Ning refuses for now and says he will only take it after becoming a real lieutenant. Instead, Su Ning orders him to have the old office cleaned, then work with the new accountant to check Qinren's books and report everything back. After Feng Xigua leaves, Su Ning opens the window to the early spring air and quietly feels that he is truly taking over Maple Lane now. The next day, Chu Dao's 5 assigned guards arrive under Su Ning, and one surprise among them is his own roommate, Tao Qingping. Looking over the group, Su Ning notices Chu Dao balanced it on purpose, with Tao village men, Song village men, and county locals, but nobody from Tan village. Over the next few days, the reshaped Maple Lane station settles into an orderly routine under Su Ning's management. Soon after, the messenger returns from Tao village with replies and small gifts, and Su Ning receives 2 letters back home. One letter from Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian tells Su Ning to stay safe, obey his superiors, and carry himself properly, not knowing he has already been promoted. Su Lian also sends him a long spring coat she made herself, and the perfect fit makes the gift feel even warmer. The second letter is from Guiyi, joking proudly about having a brother in the black armored guards and hoping Su Ning climbs even higher so he can brag about it. When Su Ning opens Guiyi's box, he finds a wind jasmine fruit inside, a spirit medicine worth around 800 taels. The gift hits hard because Su Ning had refused this very medicine before leaving, yet Guiyi and Tao Yugang still found a way to put it in his hands. He absorbs the wind jasmine fruit for 8 energy units, pushing his stored total up to 14. Even with that much energy saved, Su Ning does not spend it on polishing old techniques, because now his real target is breaking his internal skill into the Qi realm. On another day, Su Ning and Tao Qingping eat by the roadside and head not back to camp, but toward the private residences near Maple Lane. Because the lieutenant residences are much closer to the station, Su Ning decides the modest house is good enough and moves in with Tao Qingping for convenience. With extra rooms still empty, Su Ning quietly starts thinking that one day his sister and brother-in-law could stay here too. While walking through the tight alleys around the house, the two spot a timid braided girl hurrying toward them in a thin coat. The girl speeds up and slips past them, and Tao Qingping keeps staring after her until Su Ning smacks the back of his head and calls him out. Pressed by Su Ning, Tao Qingping admits he already investigated her family, and knows she lives right behind their yard. He also admits she already has a sickly childhood sweetheart, and although her parents disapprove, the two of them are in love. Su Ning points out that Tao Qingping's status as a black armored guard should still give him a chance, but Tao Qingping says he will not force himself into someone else's heart. Time passes another month and a half, and while Kanyun County settles back into peace and Maple Lane recovers from the Dayuan mess, Campsite 3 grows tense. The reason is the quarterly assessment, which will be supervised in person by Wei Changqing and decide everyone's resources for the next 3 months. Almost everyone is nervous, but Su Ning is not, because he has already saved enough energy to make a major breakthrough before the test. By combining his saved 14 energy with 4 swallowtail flowers bought from his wages and subsidy money, Su Ning pushes his total to 26. He uses that stockpile to advance his internal skill into Mortal Realm 4th stage, the Qi Realm, and still has 1 energy point left afterward. The night before the assessment, Su Ning and Tao Qingping move back to Campsite 3 to stay close for the morning. Then Tao Qingyuan appears at Su Ning's door, calling for him after they have not seen each other in a long while. Su Ning immediately notices that Tao Qingyuan's bearing has become steadier, showing clear progress in the source breath bodybuilding tactic. At the same time, Tao Qingyuan feels Su Ning has changed even more, no longer just oppressive but hard to read altogether. After greeting Tao Qingping too, Tao Qingyuan gets to the point and asks which yellow plate holder Su Ning plans to challenge in tomorrow's assessment. On the night before the assessment, Tao Qingyuan asks who Su Ning plans to challenge, and Su Ning casually says it will probably be Tan Fengying. Tao Qingyuan warns that Tan Fengying has improved fast and is almost at the Qi realm, then suggests the weaker yellow plate holder Tan Chang instead. Su Ning only says he will decide tomorrow, because at his current level he no longer sees anyone in Campsite 3 as a real threat. That calm answer makes Tao Qingyuan wonder if Su Ning has grown even stronger again, despite only recently reaching inner enrichment. Tao Qingping cuts in to ask how everyone else in the village is doing, unable to hide his own nerves before the big day. Tao Qingyuan says everyone is anxious, so he has been joking around all evening to steady the village's mood. When he gets up to leave, Tao Qingyuan heads off to find Tao Jin because her condition has been off and he suspects she has hit a bottleneck. Before going, Tao Qingyuan praises Su Ning for becoming an acting lieutenant in less than 2 months, calling him Tao Village's biggest success. Su Ning brushes it off as luck from being chosen by Chu Dayo, and his humility reassures Tao Qingyuan that promotion has not changed him. The next morning, all the newcomers gather early at the school field, where 3 wooden arenas and practice weapons wait under a heavy silence. Wei Changqing arrives with Chu Dayo and a team of veteran black armored guards, making it clear the real evaluation is starting now. Chu Dayo repeats the rules and bluntly says talent means nothing if it has not turned into strength by the time a real fight comes. His words sting the plate holders who enjoyed better resources, but they also fire up the weaker recruits who still think they can climb. Chu Dayo adds the key challenge rules. Everyone may challenge upward once, failed challengers stay where they are, and anyone already challenged can refuse more unless no other target remains. With the rules set, Chu Dayo officially opens the assessment and orders the gray plates to draw first. In the silent crowd, Su Ning notices everyone is tight with nerves, and Tao Jin stands out at the back with both fists clenched and her face hard. The first lots are drawn, and Tao Qingping's name comes up first among the gray plate challengers. Tao Qingping is nervous but secretly pleased, because going first lets him choose from the full list of cyan plate targets. When the challengers are told to name their opponents, Tao Qingping immediately picks Tan Fenghe, the weakest cyan plate holder he prepared for in advance. Then Tan Fenglu shocks the field by choosing Su Ning instead of an easier cyan plate target. Su Ning does not flinch at all and simply walks toward the arena under everyone's stare. Tao Qingyuan quickly realizes this challenge is a setup, because Tan Fenglu is strong enough to take a cyan plate elsewhere yet wastes the chance just to test Su Ning for Tan Fengying. Su Ning sees the same silent coordination, but to him it changes nothing because he already knows the gap is too wide. Instead of being annoyed, Su Ning is quietly interested, because this will be his first real test fight after entering the Qi realm. From the high platform, Wei Changqing notices Su Ning for the first time and asks Chu Dayo if this favored newcomer can really hold his cyan plate. Chu Dayo answers with unusual confidence that Su Ning can do that and might even take a yellow plate, which catches Wei Changqing's attention. Even so, Wei Changqing remains detached, because a county like this rarely produces a young fighter who can truly impress someone from Yunying City. Meanwhile, the newcomers fix their eyes on Su Ning's arena, eager to see whether the famous acting lieutenant really lives up to the rumors. On the stage, Tan Fenglu introduces himself with a spear in hand, and Su Ning returns the formal salute. Tan Fenglu stays tense because he already knows Su Ning is dangerous, but he accepted this losing match after Tan Fengying promised extra spirit medicine and future support. Tan Fenglu attacks first with a sharp spear thrust, trying to force Su Ning onto the defensive. The instant the move starts, Su Ning judges that Tan Fenglu is strong for a cyan plate, but nowhere near enough to threaten him. Su Ning shifts aside at the last possible moment, and avoids the strike so cleanly that Tan Fenglu is instantly rattled. Before Tan Fenglu can recover, Su Ning closes the distance so fast that the long spear becomes a burden instead of an advantage. Tan Fenglu tries to jam him with an elbow, but Su Ning ignores the opening and answers with a bare fist instead of even drawing his knife. That one punch lands in Tan Fenglu's chest and blasts him clean out of the arena, ending the fight in a heartbeat. The whole field freezes, because the famous knife user just won with one dodge and one punch. Watching from the crowd, Tao Qingyuan is shaken into thinking Su Ning has to be at least at intermediate source breath bodybuilding level, or maybe already in the Qi realm. Tao Jin takes the result even harder, because Su Ning's strength is now undeniable just as her own progress has started to stall. As panic creeps in, Tao Jin bitterly feels that if she is not a genius, then she has nothing left to rely on. The assessment guard announces the obvious result. Su Ning keeps his cyan plate, and Tan Fenglu stays gray. When Tan Fenglu gets up, he realizes Su Ning held back on purpose and even placed the punch carefully to avoid serious injury. He goes straight back to Tan Fengying and warns him to be careful, because Su Ning is much stronger than expected. That warning leaves Tan Fengying stuck between pride and survival, because he knows Su Ning is almost certainly coming for his yellow plate next. He starts calculating a defensive trick. If some other cyan plate reaches him first, he can refuse later challenges and keep Su Ning away. But the idea tastes like retreat, and Tan Fengying knows dodging Su Ning would cost him face in Tan Village, at Campsite 3, and with Chu Dayo. Up on the platform, Su Ning's punch hits Chu Dayo just as hard in another way, because he can tell at a glance this power is beyond inner enrichment. Chu Dayo realizes Su Ning has already entered the Qi realm, a leap even he did not know about. For the first time today, even the aloof Wei Changqing sits upright and openly reacts to Su Ning's talent. Watching from the platform, Wei Changqing is genuinely struck that Su Ning jumped from Muscle Bone realm to the Qi realm in just 3 months. For a moment, Wei Changqing even thinks Su Ning might become the one sent onward to the Source faction. After Su Ning's match with Tan Fenglu, the Grey Plate challenges keep going, but nobody else can stir the crowd the way he did. Most challengers target people from other villages, and the plate balance barely shifts when the Grey Plate rounds finally end. Tao Village comes out almost even, though Tao Qingping is left frustrated after picking a weaker target and still failing to move up. Then the real pressure starts as the cyan plates prepare to challenge the yellow plates for the monthly Qinglu Dan reward. These fights immediately look sharper and more dangerous, because 3 months of resources and training have finally started to show. When Su Ning's name is finally drawn in the first round, everyone knows he is now fighting for a yellow plate. Because he was picked early, Su Ning will have to survive extra rounds later if he wants to keep that yellow plate qualification. Asked to name an opponent, Su Ning does not hesitate and points straight at Tan Fengying. Tan Fengying already expected this, because he had used Tan Fenglu to test Su Ning and now has to face the result himself. Once they face each other on the arena, Tan Fengying directly asks the question everyone is thinking: has Su Ning already reached the Qi realm? Su Ning answers honestly, and the truth lands heavily enough that Tan Fengying has to steady himself before fighting. Even knowing he is outmatched, Tan Fengying chooses to fight anyway, determined to prove his 3 months of work were not meaningless. Su Ning accepts, but instead of rushing for an easy win, he decides to use this match to test the force of his new internal energy. Tan Fengying attacks first with a full spear charge, and Su Ning meets him head-on instead of dodging. The moment Su Ning condenses qi into his palm and blade, the clash turns brutal, and one contact nearly knocks Tan Fengying out of the ring. Tan Fengying instantly feels the gap, because this is not just strength anymore but force driven through a Qi realm weapon strike. Su Ning is impressed too, realizing this twisting force is far deadlier than the plain physical power he used before. But before Su Ning can test anything further, Tan Fengying makes the practical choice and surrenders on the spot. Walking away from the stage, Tan Fengying accepts the hit to his pride and quietly decides to stop chasing reputation and focus only on martial arts. The examiner calls Su Ning's win, and the whole field falls into a heavy silence because everyone now knows the strongest newcomer in Campsite 3 is him. The assessment moves on, and Tao Qingyuan calmly keeps his yellow plate without much trouble. Tao Jin keeps hers too, but unlike Tao Qingyuan, she looks tense and hesitant the entire time. That weak showing paints a target on her back, and the second round opens with Song Qingwei immediately challenging Tao Jin. As soon as they start, Su Ning can see the real problem is not Tao Jin's strength but her chaotic state of mind. Tao Jin fights like she needs a quick victory to save face, throwing herself forward too aggressively instead of settling into the match. Song Qingwei reads that panic immediately, and keeps defending, waiting for Tao Jin to make the mistakes herself. From the sidelines, both Su Ning and Tao Qingyuan realize the same ugly truth: if this keeps going, Tao Jin is going to lose. Inside her own head, Tao Jin spirals, terrified that one loss will turn her from village genius into a joke living off her grandfather's name. That fear wrecks her technique, and another opening finally appears. Song Qingwei punishes it cleanly, smashing Tao Jin's wrist and then driving her staff into Tao Jin's abdomen to knock her out of the arena. Song Village erupts in cheers, while the Tao Village side goes dead quiet around Tao Jin's public defeat. Tao Jin gets back up in a daze, bruised and disheveled, barely seeming to notice her own injuries. Tao Qingyuan rushes over to help, but Tao Jin angrily shakes him off and walks away through the staring crowd. She passes Su Ning without a word, and even he decides this is not a moment where he has the right to stop her. Left behind, Tao Qingyuan can only hope this humiliation teaches Tao Jin to practice martial arts for herself instead of for everyone's approval. From the platform, Wei Changqing coldly notes that some talented newcomers still have dangerously fragile minds. Chu Dayo explains that Tao Jin is Tao Jingxing's granddaughter, raised with praise and expectations, and that burden just crushed her in public. That hits a personal nerve for Wei Changqing, who murmurs that family can be both honor and burden. Another hour passes, the assessment ends, and Tao Village finishes with 2 new yellow plate holders, Su Ning and Tao Qingyuan. As the crowd starts to break apart, Chu Dayo calls Su Ning over in full view of everyone else. Standing before Chu Dayo and Wei Changqing, Su Ning becomes the clear focus of the entire field's envy and attention. Chu Dayo jokes about Su Ning's wild progress, asking if he has been doing anything besides practicing at the station. Su Ning answers modestly, saying he still handled his duties and only got lucky with a few breakthroughs. Wei Chongqing takes over and tells Su Ning that even compared with the young talents of Yuning City, he is not far behind. Then he goes even further and says that if Su Ning keeps this pace, the Source faction's spot should belong to him. Before Su Ning can fully process that, Wei Chongqing adds another reward. Reaching the Qi realm now makes him eligible for the Maple Lane lieutenant position. And because the month is ending right now, Wei Chongqing tells Chu Dayo to hand Su Ning this month's lieutenant prize immediately. Su Ning is left staring at them, suddenly realizing that his rise has already unlocked benefits he did not even know existed. After Wei Chongqing leaves, Su Ning stays behind with Chu Dayo and immediately asks what reward comes with his new lieutenant rank. Chu Dayo explains that lieutenants do not just get salary now, they also receive training resources because official duties cut into cultivation time. The real reward is 3 Qi Dawn every month, a special benefit reserved for Black Armored Guards officers in the Qi realm. When Su Ning hears the name for the first time, Chu Dayo adds that these pills are refined in Yuning City by a commissioned alchemy master and are hard to get in Kanyan County. Chu Dayo names the price plainly. 1 Qi Dan is only 500 taels in Yuning City, but in Kanyan County even 1,000 taels might not buy one. That price makes Su Ning's mind race, because for him the pill's value could become more spirit medicine if he were allowed to sell it. Chu Dayo catches that thought at once, and Su Ning honestly asks whether selling the pills for better suited resources would be smarter for some fighters. Chu Dayo admits the logic is real, but he shuts the idea down immediately. Selling Qi Dawn is strictly forbidden inside the Black Armored Guards. He explains the reason bluntly. Once pills become cash, some officers stop training and waste the reward on comfort or other selfish uses. The warning gets heavier when Chu Dayo says anyone caught doing it can be stripped of Black Armored Guard status and punished internally. Su Ning has to give up the resale idea, but the monthly reward still feels like a real gain, so he follows Chu Dayo to collect the pills. At the resource room, Su Ning receives a stamped wooden box holding his 3 Qi Dawn, officially sealed like controlled military property. Because it is assessment day, Su Ning has the day off from Maple Lane, and instead of going out with Tao Qingping and the others, he heads home to inspect the pills in private. Near home, Su Ning almost collides with the young woman Tao Qingping mentioned before, and she panics the instant she recognizes his Black Armored Guard's uniform. Su Ning notices bruises on her face and neck and stops her to ask what happened, because the injuries clearly do not look like an accident. The girl lies awkwardly that she just fell, too ashamed or afraid to admit someone beat her. Su Ning knows she is hiding the truth, but since she refuses help directly, he only tells her to seek the city guards if she needs protection. After she hurries off, Su Ning returns to his quiet house and feels how empty it is without his sister's family there. That emptiness pushes a practical thought into place. He should bring Su Lian and her family over from Tao village soon. The moment he gets to his room, Su Ning opens the sealed box and sees 3 white Qi Dawn sitting neatly inside with a faint medicinal fragrance. The Black Armored Guards logo carved into each pill makes the anti-resale rule feel even stricter, because a stolen or sold pill would be easy to trace. When Su Ning touches the first pill, the panel confirms what he really wanted to know. Each Qi Dan contains 5 units of energy. That result makes him genuinely happy, because by his standards 500 taels for 5 energy is a solid trade. He absorbs all 3 Qi Dawn without hesitation, turning the monthly reward straight into usable power. After the absorption finishes, Su Ning's available energy jumps from 1 to 16, and the value of joining the Black Armored Guards feels more obvious than ever. Looking at that new reserve, Su Ning realizes life in the Black Armored Guards gives him a much steadier path to resources than roaming the mountains as a village hunter. With regular pay, allowances, and now lieutenant resources, he can finally stop pouring every tael into spirit medicine and start improving his quality of life too. But once the excitement settles, Su Ning faces a new choice: keep all 16 energy for a future realm breakthrough, or spend it now to perfect one of his external skills. He remembers Chu Dayo's earlier advice that perfection in an external skill matters most in the lower and middle mortal realms, where it can kill stronger foes or at least keep you alive. The numbers make the decision easier, because reaching the next internal realm would cost 45 energy, while perfecting an external skill only costs 12 for an immediate jump in combat value. In the end, curiosity and efficiency win, and Su Ning chooses to perfect the Source Breath bodybuilding tactic first instead of the knife art. He confirms the 12 energy upgrade, trusting that the body tempering technique hides more depth than it first appears to. The upgrade reshapes his body from the inside out, making his bones harder, muscles tighter, and fascia tougher until his raw physical strength nearly doubles again. Even with that surge of strength, Su Ning frowns at first because perfection feels strangely underwhelming compared with what he expected. The panel confirms the technique really has reached perfection and that his available energy has dropped to 4, so the missing payoff must be hidden in how the skill works now. When he activates the technique again, the real change finally appears. Su Ning's skin darkens slightly and hardens across the surface of his body. To make sure he is not imagining it, Su Ning cuts his bare skin once without the technique active and draws real blood. Then he hardens his skin and repeats the same slash with the same force, only for the blade to leave a pale mark that fades instead of opening a wound. That test finally gives Su Ning the answer he wanted. Perfection in this technique means a major jump in defense, not just more raw strength. He keeps experimenting with rougher tests like boiling water and spikes, pushing the new hardened skin until he can judge its limits. By the end, Su Ning concludes that his defense has risen by a full tier, which means he can fight much more aggressively without dying for one mistake. He also discovers the catch: hardened skin drains stamina over time, especially when he spreads it over a larger area. That drawback becomes manageable once he realizes he can control exactly which body parts to harden for each situation. After the novelty wears off, Su Ning cleans up the remains of the pills and heads out to eat, with his new defense already folded into his plans. Several days later, the story shifts outside Kanyan County, where a line of donkey carts loaded with herbs finally rolls in through the city gate. At the front cart, Gui Yi and Tao Yungang look on as they enter. Carrying on the transport business, Tao Yungang had to pause after the earlier bandit trouble. A small head suddenly pops up from behind the herb crates, and Tao Tao stares at the crowded county city with pure, unfiltered amazement. Su Lian flicks Tao Tao's forehead to quiet her down, revealing that mother and daughter have been riding hidden among the cargo the whole way. Gui Yi grins and proudly reminds Tao Tao that he was telling the truth about the county city being packed with people and tasty food. Su Lian thanks Tao Yungang for bringing them in, because without his help she and Tao Tao would not have made this move to the city so easily. Tao Yungang waves it off, because times are different now and the Tao village caravans are far safer with the black armored guards connection behind them. He had refused requests like this in the past when bandits still posed a real threat, but now no sensible raider wants to provoke the Tao village's new backing. To be extra safe, Tao Yungang even spent real money to hire a Mortal Realm 4th stage escort for the trip. Once they settle their things in the city, Tao Yungang promises he will personally take Su Lian and Tao Tao to find Su Ning. Su Lian answers with quiet relief, grateful that the last step of coming to the city will lead straight to her brother. And Tao Tao can barely contain herself, tugging her pigtails and blurting out that she can finally see Uncle Su Ning again. After settling into town, Gui Yi brings Su Lian and little Tao Tao to Maple Lane to find Su Ning at his guard post. Su Lian gets nervous that showing up unannounced might disturb Su Ning's work, so Gui Yi promises they will only visit if it is convenient. They reach Maple Lane but still do not know exactly where the guard station is, and Tao Tao is visibly worn out from the trip. A patrol of city guards comes by, and Su Lian instinctively pulls Gui Yi back because the hard-faced leader looks anything but friendly. Gui Yi steadies her by saying Su Ning outranks ordinary city guards now, and that confidence makes him walk over with his back a little straighter than before. Feng Xigua greets Gui Yi coldly at first, and Gui Yi has to force a polite smile before asking where the Maple Lane guard station is. The mood snaps the instant Gui Yi says they are here to find Su Ning. When Feng Xigua quietly asks why they want Master Su, Gui Yi realizes Su Ning's name carries real weight here. Gui Yi answers that it is a family visit and points out Su Lian and Tao Tao, naming them as Su Ning's sister and niece. Feng Xigua immediately apologizes, introduces himself as Su Ning's deputy, and treats the three of them like honored guests. Su Lian awkwardly calls him master, but Feng Xigua waves that off and even tells them to call him Old Feng because that is what Su Ning says. He dismisses the rest of the patrol on the spot and personally escorts them to the station, switching from strict commander to cheerful guide in one breath. As they walk, Feng Xigua reassures them that Su Ning is free enough to see them because he usually spends his time shut up in his room practicing martial arts. Gui Yi freezes on one word when Feng Xigua casually calls Su Ning Lieutenant Su. Feng Xigua explains that Su Ning was promoted just a few days ago, and the news hits Gui Yi and Su Lian like a shock. At the guard station, Feng Xigua hurries them straight towards Su Ning's study. Meanwhile, Su Ning is alone in his study reading a thick history book about the black armored guards and Kanyan County to fill in the gaps in what he knows. He gets up to stretch, looks out at the budding trees, and quietly thinks that spring is here and he should go home in a few days. The sound of approaching footsteps pulls him back, and the first small figure he recognizes is Tao Tao hurrying into the courtyard. Su Ning rushes to open the door, and Tao Tao instantly throws herself into his arms with a bright little cry of uncle. He lifts Tao Tao up and laughs while she grabs at his black armored belt, making the reunion feel immediate and warm. Only after hugging Tao Tao does Su Ning turn to ask Su Lian and Gui Yi why they came all the way to the city. Gui Yi quickly explains that his uncle escorted a caravan into town, brought Su Lian and Tao Tao with him, and hired a Qi realm expert so the road was safe. Su Ning thanks Gui Yi and Tao Yungang, then suddenly notices one person missing and asks where his brother-in-law Tao Yunchuan is. Su Lian admits Tao Yunchuan wanted to come, but his old back injury flared up again and left him barely able to move. She explains that she still came because the weather was warming, Su Ning needed spring clothes and food from home, and Tao Tao had been saying she missed him. Hearing that leaves Su Ning both guilty and restless, and he starts thinking seriously about finding a way to treat Tao Yunchuan's long-standing injuries. Now that he is a lieutenant with better access to people and resources, Su Ning resolves to ask Chu Dayo about spirit medicine or Dan medicine for Tao Yunchuan. Feng Xigua breaks the silence by offering to arrange lodging, but Su Ning immediately says his sister and niece will stay with him in his spare room. Su Ning also invites Gui Yi to stay, but Guiyi refuses because he still has to help his uncle with business in the city. Even so, Suning asks Guiyi to call him when Tao Yungang hosts the county shopkeepers, because he wants to help repay the favors that family has shown him. They part for the day, and Suning takes Su Lian and Tao Tao through the market to buy fresh vegetables before bringing them back to his place. That night, Guiyi and Tao Qingping join them for a simple home-cooked dinner, and the familiar meal feels especially good after so long in the city. The only one not impressed is Tao Tao, because Guiyi had promised her a grand restaurant meal before the trip. Suning fixes that the next day by using his leave to show Su Lian and Tao Tao around Kanyan County. He spoils Tao Tao with toys, treats, and fancy restaurant food until her earlier disappointment is completely gone. Su Lian scolds Suning for spending so freely, but once she hears how much he earns now, even she has no real answer to that. A few days later, Tao Yunggang's carriage is finally ready to head back, and Suning personally escorts them out of the city despite not wanting the visit to end. Before they leave, Suning presses a 100-tael note into Su Lian's hands so she will have money to take home. Su Lian hesitates, but in the end she accepts it. Guiyi and Tao Yungang then offer Suning a wooden box of spirit medicine in return, clearly wanting to repay him too. Suning knows what is inside without opening it, and refuses on the spot, saying he has already received more than enough help from them. Tao Yungang explains that Suning's appearance at dinner changed how every shopkeeper treated him and opened new business routes the very next day. Even after hearing that, Suning still refuses, so the two finally stop pressing the gift on him and take it back. The donkey carriage starts rolling, and Tao Tao leans out to keep shouting goodbye to her uncle. Suning stands there waving back until the carriage disappears from sight, and the road feels strangely empty once it is gone. He returns to the guard station feeling hollow after the goodbye and tries to settle himself by reading the latest internal county reports. One headline stops him cold because it mentions the magic faction, the same threat he has been watching since the Dayuan Trading Company incident. The report says an ordinary shop assistant in Lushui Lane somehow learned a magic technique but was so frightened at first that he did not dare practice it. Everything changed after the shop got a new owner who beat and humiliated him, pushing that fear into simmering resentment. The assistant secretly cultivated the magic technique, and, in less than half a year, climbed all the way to the inner enrichment realm. When the shopkeeper beat him again 3 days ago, the assistant finally decided to strike back that very night. He only meant to punish the man, but the magic technique had already twisted his mind, and the revenge spiraled into a full family massacre. He was captured while fleeing, but even that did not lead anywhere because he suddenly died during the final interrogation. By the end of the report, the case is closed with almost no answers, leaving Su Ning with one more ugly reminder that the magic faction is still moving in the dark. After reading the internal report, Su Ning realizes the worst part is not one mad shop assistant, but the chance that more hidden magic warriors are already inside Kanyan County. He pieces together that if one ordinary clerk could secretly learn a magic technique for half a year, others could be hiding the same way without anyone noticing. Su Ning assumes the higher ranks like Wei Changqing have already seen this danger too, and that an investigation may soon sweep from Lushui Lane to Maple Lane. What unsettles him most is the speed. That magic technique pushed a complete beginner into inner enrichment in just half a year. He understands why desperate warriors fall for that bait, because the shortcut is brutally tempting when normal progress feels too slow. But the report also makes the cost clear. Once a magic user turns resentful and activates the technique, their mind starts slipping out of control. To Su Ning, that settles it. Every magic technique harms someone, whether it ruins the user or feeds on other people, so the source faction has no choice but to wipe it out. He decides to warn the whole guard station in a meeting, because everyone under him needs to start treating magic faction signs as an immediate threat. A few quiet days pass, and while the new recruits go home to their families, Tao Jin stays behind in campsite 3 instead of facing her village after losing her yellow plate. Left alone with her frustration, Tao Jin forces her internal energy again and again, trying to break into the Qi realm and getting nowhere. When the morning ends with no progress at all, she slams her fist into the wall in helpless anger and leaves her knuckles red. Knowing her state is getting worse, Tao Jin changes clothes and wanders out to the riverside at lunch, trying to breathe with her head still in a fog. Then a man in a hat approaches along the riverbank, and just as Tao Jin sidesteps to avoid him, he brushes close and slips something onto her before hurrying away. Tao Jin reaches to her waist and pulls out a palm-sized yellow booklet she has never seen before. The moment she opens it and sees the title Shadow Braith Blood Passage, her blood runs cold because she instantly recognizes it as a magic technique. She whips around to find the man in the hat, but he is already gone, leaving her sweating and badly shaken. Her first instinct is the right one. Get back to camp immediately and hand the forbidden manual straight to Captain Chu. On the way back, her nerves spiral so badly that every passerby starts looking like a possible magic faction accomplice. Inside her head, one voice keeps warning her that magic techniques destroy lives and will ruin her if she touches them. But even as she nears Chu Daio's study, another voice pushes back and tempts her with the thought that maybe this technique is not what it seems. Before she can decide, Chu Daio comes out and catches Tao Jin standing there pale and nervous. When Chu Daio casually asks why she did not go home, Tao Jin scrambles to say she stayed behind to train. The chance to hand over the booklet is right there, but Tao Jin still cannot do it because the desperate part of her has not let go. Chu Dayo mistakes her tension for cultivation stress and gives her simple advice instead: steady your mind, stop forcing it, and your talent will carry you forward. Tao Jin thanks him and retreats to the dining hall excuse, escaping the moment without ever revealing the magic technique. After she leaves, Chu Dayo remembers that she came from the direction of his study for no clear reason, and her odd behavior makes him narrow his eyes in suspicion. Back in her room, Tao Jin checks the hallway, shuts the door, and locks herself in with the dangerous booklet. She sets Shadow-Breathed Blood Passage on the table, opens it again, and confirms there is no doubt now that it is truly a magic technique. That ugly truth also forces her to admit something about herself. When she faced Chu Dayo, the voice she obeyed was her own hunger to advance faster. The temptation hits hard enough that she recoils, rushes to splash cold water on her face, and tries to force herself calm. Once she steadies herself, Tao Jin reminds herself that using a magic technique would put her on a road with no return. The manual says cultivation needs blood as a resource, and even if it might be animal blood, Tao Jin suspects the truth is much darker. Her conscience hardens at the idea of human blood, and she flatly tells herself she cannot become that kind of person. Even the safer excuse falls apart, because if she learns the technique at all, the man in the hat will own her choices from then on. That makes the whole thing feel like a targeted trap, and Tao Jin starts wondering whether the magic faction is baiting every recruit who recently dropped in rank. She has no proof and no safe way to ask around, so she settles on one rule for now: do not practice it. But Tao Jin still cannot let it go, and instead of turning away, she spends the next hour reading the manual over and over until every line is burned into memory. Only after memorizing it does she light the booklet on fire and watch the forbidden pages curl into ash. Still not satisfied, she mixes the ashes with water and dumps the sludge away, trying to erase every trace of what reached her room. With the evidence gone, Tao Jin tells herself she should be safe as long as she never practices it, though the fear of being watched still clings to her. So she buries the panic the only way she can and returns to ordinary chi training as if nothing happened. Some days later, the recruits who went home come back, and Tao Qingping arrives at Su Ning's yard carrying bags of oranges from Tao village. Su Ning laughs at hauling fruit all the way from the village, but Tao Qingping insists homegrown oranges are different. Then Tao Qingping cheerfully tells him he missed a hero's welcome, because news of Su Ning's promotion had already spread through Tao village and even the clan elders were praising him. The next surprise is worse for Su Ning. Matchmakers have apparently been visiting his home every day trying to marry daughters into his future. Su Ning immediately asks whether his sister agreed to anything, and only relaxes when Tao Qingping says she refused to decide without him. Tao Qingping adds one last jab that Gui passed along. Tao apparently wants an auntie already, which leaves Su Ning speechless. When Tao Qingping asks if he really has no plans to start a family yet, Su Ning calmly says no, not for now. Su Ning flips the topic back to the backyard girl Tao Qingping liked, and the mood drops at once when Tao Qingping says the neighbors told him she is already married. She did not end up with her childhood sweetheart either, but was forced by her family to marry an older leather goods shopkeeper instead. Tao Qingping regrets not sending a matchmaker in time, and Su Ning silently remembers the girl's old injuries and realizes her family may have been hurting her all along. There is nothing useful either man can say after that, and the courtyard falls into an uneasy silence. That silence breaks under heavy pounding at the courtyard gate, followed by a city guard urgently calling for Master Lieutenant Su Ning. Su Ning recognizes the voice as one of Feng Xigua's Maple Lane men and opens the door to find the guard drenched in sweat from running. The messenger blurts out that there has been a murder case, serious enough that he came straight to Su Ning. Then the guard lowers his voice and adds the detail that changes everything. The case may involve the magic faction. The moment Su Ning hears that, all casual talk ends, and he orders the guard to take him there at once. Su Ning rushes in with bad news. There has been a murder in Maple Lane, and the case may involve the magic faction. The moment he hears magic faction, Tao Qingping drops his exhaustion and moves with Su Ning at once. On the way, the messenger says the killing happened at Fengra Leather Store, and Tao Qingping freezes because that is where Nie Xiaowei was married off. Realizing Nie Xiaowei may be tied to the case, Su Ning urges them to move even faster. They reach Fengra Leather Store and find the whole place sealed off by city guards while bystanders are kept away. Inside, Feng Xigua meets them and quickly leads them upstairs before explaining anything. On the residential third floor, the workers are all huddled together in fear while the murder room sits ahead. When they enter, Tao Qingping first checks the dead men with visible dread, clearly afraid Nie Xiaowei might be one of them. Seeing that only the two men are dead, Tao Qingping lets out a brief, guilty-looking relief. Feng Xigua identifies the victims as shopkeeper Yao of the leather store and Xing Weiming of Ruinyu Medicinal Materials shop. He explains that the two old friends drank together last night, and shopkeeper Yao brought Xing back here instead of going home. Because shopkeeper Yao already had a bad relationship with his wife, he often slept on the third floor of the shop instead. After returning drunk, shopkeeper Yao had a worker fetch his new mistress, Nie Xiaowei. According to the workers, Nie Xiaowei resisted sharing the room with both men, but Yao beat and dragged her inside anyway. The rest of the shop was ordered to stay away, so no one went upstairs until the next afternoon when the silence became suspicious. When a worker finally opened the room, the two men were already dead. Tao Qingping erupts in anger at what Nie Xiaowei was put through and slams the door frame hard enough to shake it. Suning forces the case back on track and asks the key question: where is Nie Xiaowei now? Feng Xigua says Nie Xiaowei vanished after the killings, which makes her the biggest suspect on the spot. Suning presses further and asks why this is being treated as a magic faction case instead of an ordinary double murder. A closer look at the wound shows the victim's blood was deliberately taken, a method often tied to magic cultivation. That pattern hits Suning immediately because blood harvesting is one of the most common signs of magic techniques. When Feng Xigua bluntly says Nie Xiaowei is probably a magic warrior, Tao Qingping goes cold instead of arguing. Suning immediately turns the conclusion into action and says the next step is simple: find and arrest Nie Xiaowei. Feng Xigua warns that if Nie Xiaowei really knows magic martial arts, ordinary city guards may not be enough to capture her. Suning answers by mobilizing the whole station, calling for support from other guard posts, and widening the search immediately. The new case also rattles Suning because a second local magic suspect so soon could mean a larger hidden force is spreading through Kanyan County. Before leaving, Suning checks whether anyone has already gone to Nie Xiaowei's family home. When he hears the family house is already being checked, Suning decides to go there himself with Tao Qingping and also look into her childhood sweetheart. Elsewhere in Kanyan County, the urgent report reaches Wei Chongqing, and the second suspected magic faction case puts him in a dark mood. Wei Chongqing treats the pattern as a real infiltration warning and orders a joint search plus tighter watch at the city gates. Suning and Tao Qingping arrive at Nie Xiaowei's shabby family courtyard and find it already packed with city guards. Inside, Nie Xiaowei's parents and younger brother are so terrified by the accusation that they can barely stand. The lead guard reports that the family denied knowing anything, and no evidence linked to the magic faction was found in the house. Suning does not take that at face value and asks whether the family might still be lying. The moment the guard mentions more interrogation, Nie Xiaowei's adoptive mother bursts into tears and desperately disowns her. A city guard quietly explains that Nie Xiaowei is not their biological daughter, which makes the mother's cruelty make ugly sense. Tao Qingping snaps and warns the woman to watch her mouth, his anger flaring at how Nie Xiaowei was treated even at home. Suning quietly reins Tao Qingping in because showing too much personal feeling around a magic suspect could create trouble of its own. Suning asks whether Nie Xiaowei contacted them or came back after last night, but the whole family insists she never did. The mother finally gives up Nie Xiaowei's old connection and admits her childhood sweetheart is a man named Yang Yicheng who lives right across the street. Suning and Tao Qingping cross over immediately, shifting the investigation from the family to Yang Yicheng. A hard knock brings out Yang Yicheng's haggard mother, who is frightened but not surprised to see the guards. Yang Yicheng comes out looking pale and frail, and Suning notices his expression shift the instant he sees black armored guards. When Suning asks about Nie Xiaowei, Yang Yicheng first tries to cut himself loose by coldly calling her another man's mistress. Suning immediately hears the resentment hiding under that answer and warns him to stop playing games. Pressed harder, Yang Yicheng admits they were childhood sweethearts, but claims they cut contact because her family looked down on him. Suning does not buy the story and bluntly threatens to kill him as a magic faction accomplice if he lies again. A city guard backs Suning up by warning that anyone hiding things in a magic faction case can be treated as an accomplice. His mother panics and begs him to cooperate, making the pressure in the courtyard even worse. Under that pressure, Yang Yicheng says the last time he saw Nie Xiaowei was 2 months ago because his health kept him indoors. Suning instantly calls that answer a lie. To break his composure, Suning presses force into Yang Yicheng's shoulder, and the frail young man nearly collapses from the sudden pain. Without hesitation, Suning orders the guards to take Yang Yicheng away as a magic faction accomplice to be executed. The guards obey, but even they look baffled because Yang Yicheng's lie was not obvious to them. Yang Yicheng's mother drops to her knees to beg for mercy, but the arrest goes ahead anyway. Even while being taken away, Yang Yicheng says nothing and hardens into a strangely determined silence. Tao Qingping finally challenges Suning, unable to understand whether Yang Yicheng is really tied to the magic faction. Suning answers bluntly that Yang Yicheng is not confirmed as an accomplice, but he is definitely lying. He ends on one clear conclusion: Yang Yicheng definitely saw Nie Xiaowei more recently than 2 months ago. As Yang Yicheng is escorted away, Tao Qingping still cannot understand how Suning became so certain he was hiding something. Instead of answering directly, Suning tells Tao Qingping to look at Yang Yicheng's wrist. Tao Qingping finally notices the yellow bracelet tied around Yang Yicheng's wrist, and the small detail hits him at once. Because he used to steal glances at Nie Xiaowei in the alleys, Tao Qingping remembers that exact bracelet from her wrist. Suning confirms it without hesitation. That bracelet belonged to Nie Xiaowei. He explains why he can be so precise. The last time he saw Nie Xiaowei hiding the marks on her neck, he caught a clear look at the bracelet on her wrist. With his inner enrichment realm senses, Suning had noticed even the tiny cut in the yellow string, and Yang Yicheng's bracelet matches it exactly. That detail makes the link hard to dismiss, because men in Kanyan County almost never wear this kind of feminine ornament. So Suning draws the real conclusion: Nie Xiaowei personally gave Yang Yicheng the bracelet, and that gift points to a special relationship between them. Su Ning adds one more hard fact. Half a month ago, Nie Xiaowei was still wearing it herself. That means the handoff was recent, somewhere in the last 2 weeks, and Su Ning suspects it may even have happened last night. Tao Qingping follows the logic and grimly guesses that after the killing, Nie Xiaowei may have given Yang Yicheng the bracelet as a farewell before running. Su Ning does not overstate it, but he agrees the guess is reasonable enough to treat seriously. Even with the clue in front of him, Tao Qingping still feels uneasy, because accusing Yang Yicheng as a magic faction accomplice seems unfair if he may be innocent. He quickly softens his tone and makes clear he is not openly challenging Su Ning's authority as Maple Lane's lieutenant. Then Su Ning finally lays out the truth. Under heavy interrogation, Yang Yicheng felt like nothing more than an ordinary man. But because the black armored guards treat anything tied to the magic faction with extreme severity, Su Ning can still lawfully hold him as a suspected accomplice. And Su Ning coolly reveals the harshest part was theater. When he threatened to kill Yang Yicheng, he was putting on an act to break pressure and force progress in the case. Su Ning tells Tao Qingping this execution is only a trap. If Nie Xiaowei is still hiding in Kanyan County, she should rush out to save Yang Yicheng. Tao Qingping catches the real plan at once and bluntly asks if Yang Yicheng is being used as bait. He pushes the hard question further, asking what happens if Nie Xiaowei never appears and whether they are really going through with the execution tomorrow. Su Ning shuts that down immediately and makes his boundary clear. If Nie Xiaowei does not show, they will only detain Yang Yicheng for hiding his connection to her and interrogate him lawfully. That answer reassures Tao Qingping, and he agrees to spread the execution notice through Maple Lane so the rumor reaches Nie Xiaowei. As he leaves, Tao Qingping looks up at the sky and sighs, weighed down by the fact that he may have to hunt the girl he once liked. That night, execution notices go up across Maple Lane, turning Su Ning's trap into public gossip. By early morning, the whole district is buzzing that Yang Yicheng, accused of ties to the magic faction, will be executed at Kaishika. At noon, the spectacle draws a crowd from Maple Lane and even other districts, all packing into Kaishiku to watch what they think will be a real execution. City guards lock down the execution grounds first, making the whole scene look official enough to fool anyone watching from hiding. Su Ning also brings the full Maple Lane team, standing at the front with Tao Qingping at his side and 4 black armored guards lined up behind them. When the ground is ready, Su Ning gives the order to bring Yang Yicheng out. The man who answers is Songwei, one of Chu Daio's new subordinates assigned under Su Ning, and he moves without hesitation. The station's new men follow Su Ning so smoothly because he is young but steady, keeps to principles, and backs his authority with frightening talent. At just 18 and already in the Qi realm, Su Ning feels untouchably strong to the newer guards, which is why this small Maple Lane post runs in such tight order under him. After Songwei signals the escort, the city guards finally bring Yang Yicheng up onto the stage. Yang Yicheng looks pale and weak as he walks, but he still does not break down in front of the soldiers, the execution platform, and the staring crowd. He spent the night locked up alone without torture, and in that long silence he had already turned his whole life over in his mind. For a man who had always suffered because of his weak body, the one bright part of his life now feels like it is being dragged to the scaffold with him. Before coming out, Yang Yicheng removed the yellow bracelet and now grips it tightly in his hand like the last proof of that fragile happiness. He scans the packed crowd from the execution platform, desperately looking for Nie Xiaowei and finding only strangers. And when he still cannot find her, Yang Yicheng silently begs Nie Xiaowei not to come at all. At the execution ground, Yang Yicheng's last wish hangs in the air while Su Ning ignores the condemned man and watches the crowd instead. Su Ning is certain Nie Xiaowei should be hiding among the onlookers, because the search at Yang Yicheng's house turned up a blood-stained 500-tael note that clearly did not belong to his family. He pieces it together fast. Nie Xiaowei probably handed over that money after the murders, trying to make sure the sickly Yang Yicheng could still afford his medicine. But as the crowd stays still, Su Ning quietly realizes she still has not stepped out. So Su Ning gives the signal, and the executioner raises the blade high to push the trap to its final edge. Yang Yicheng shuts his eyes under the hanging blade, caught somewhere between despair and relief. Right before the strike can fall, a woman's voice cuts through the square and stops everything. Nie Xiaowei finally walks out of the crowd in black clothes, with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, and all eyes snap toward her. She glances at Yang Yicheng once, then heads straight for Su Ning, making it obvious why she came. The executioner stops at once, because the whole execution was only a show to lure her out in the first place. Standing in front of Su Ning, Nie Xiaowei calmly takes the blame onto herself and says Yang Yicheng has nothing to do with the magic faction because she is the magic faction warrior. For Su Ning, the confession is no surprise, but her sudden courage is, because this is nothing like the timid girl who used to avoid even meeting his eyes. Tao Qingping watches her in silence, shaken by the fact that the frightened little girl he knew is gone. The square erupts in whispers as the townspeople recoil at the words magic faction warrior and start glaring at her. With armed guards around and Nie Xiaowei's identity now public, Su Ning moves straight to arrest and orders Songwei to shackle her and bring her back to the guard's station. Songwei takes the cuffs from a city guard and approaches carefully, clearly nervous because this is his first time facing a real magic faction warrior. Before he can lock the cuffs on, Nia Xiaowei steps back and asks Su Ning for one last chance to speak with Yang Yicheng. Song Wei pauses for Su Ning's call, and Su Ning quietly agrees. Since Nia Xiaowei has turned herself in on her own, she walks toward the execution stage knowing she will not be running again. She stops before Su Ning, bows, and quietly thanks him before taking the last few steps toward Yang Yicheng. On the stage, Yang Yicheng rises in chains and stares at her, realizing she really came. Nia Xiaowei reaches up and gently touches Yang Yicheng's cheek, turning the execution stage into a painfully quiet farewell. Even now, Yang Yicheng leans close and begs her to run. Nia Xiaowei just smiles and shakes her head, because she has already decided this is where she stops running. Yang Yicheng suddenly breaks down and shouts to Su Ning that he is the real magic faction warrior, trying to drag all the blame onto himself. The executioner kicks his leg out from under him, but Yang Yicheng keeps yelling for Nia Xiaowei to be spared. As Su Ning starts walking up with his knife behind his back, Yang Yicheng keeps screaming for death like a man who has run out of anything else to offer. Seeing Su Ning close in with a blade, Nia Xiaowei panics for the first time and throws herself in front of Yang Yicheng. She tries to confess again, but Su Ning ignores the words and suddenly draws in a blur. Nia Xiaowei lifts her arm to block him, only to realize the slash was never aimed at her. With a sharp clink, Su Ning knocks aside two metal-throwing knives and exposes the real attack coming from offstage. Nia Xiaowei instantly understands the truth. Someone came here to kill her before she could talk. Su Ning looks up at the nearby roof, pleased that the trap baited out more than just Nia Xiaowei. He stomps off the ground with terrifying force and launches himself straight onto the rooftops. On the roof ahead, Su Ning spots a masked assassin and immediately reads the man's purpose: silence Nia Xiaowei before the black armored guards can pry out secrets. Su Ning rushes him across the rooftops, and the assassin answers by flinging a spread of knives charged with force. The knives fail to touch him, but Su Ning feels the force in them and realizes the assassin is a Qi realm warrior. The masked man turns and runs, and as Su Ning keeps chasing, he notices this Qi realm assassin is weaker and slower than expected. The masked assassin keeps throwing knives backward while running, but Su Ning dodges them cleanly and closes the distance anyway. Seeing he is finally within reach, Su Ning hardens his skin and swings his blade with full commitment. The assassin is forced to turn and block with a spare dagger, but the instant the weapons clash, Su Ning's force attack shocks his arm with pain. Su Ning also feels the assassin's force in the clash and realizes it is too weak to break through his hardened defense. Once Su Ning senses the assassin panic, he presses forward with non-stop slashes until the man can no longer hold his ground. The assassin finally breaks under the pressure, his dagger flies out of his hand, and Su Ning's blade cuts his forearm. Instead of finishing him, Su Ning smashes the assassin in the forehead with his elbow because he wants to capture him alive. The dazed assassin bites down to stay conscious, but Su Ning mistakes the movement for a suicide attempt with hidden poison. Not willing to lose his prisoner, Su Ning instantly grabs the assassin's jaw and dislocates it. After securing him, Su Ning tears away the mask and sees only an ordinary middle-aged man underneath. Su Ning checks the man's mouth and realizes he guessed wrong because there is no hidden poison sac there. He concludes that powerful poison is not practical here, since strong martial artists can resist ordinary toxins and truly effective ingredients would cost too much to waste. On the rooftop, Su Ning finally confirms the assassin has no hidden poison sac, and that small detail tells him this valuable magic faction fighter can be taken alive. He immediately judges the man as a Qi realm operative with real value, which means this arrest could crack open the bigger mystery behind the recent magic faction activity. Su Ning also realizes something worse. These local magic faction cases are probably backed by a hidden force the black armored guards still have not even noticed. Not trusting a half-dazed enemy, Su Ning drives in two heavy blows and knocks the assassin fully out before moving him. From the brief clash, Su Ning can already tell this man is weaker in body and raw force than a normal Qi realm fighter, likely because his magic technique gave fast progress at the cost of a shaky foundation. With that, Su Ning throws the captive down from the roof, jumps after him, and starts dragging him back toward Kaishika execution grounds. When Su Ning returns to the execution grounds, Song Wei rushes up in shock, because Su Ning had vanished so suddenly during the chaos that none of them could keep up. Su Ning wastes no time and orders the assassin cuffed, sent back to Maple Lane, and locked up in the same place as Nia Xiaowei. He then tells Tao Qingping to report the appearance of a Qi realm magic faction assassin to the higher-ups at once, because this case has become far too serious to keep local. The townspeople stay packed around the grounds, thrilled by a day that turned from a normal beheading into surrender, pursuit, and a live capture far more dramatic than they expected. Because Kanyun County has been protected so well for years, most of the crowd does not grasp how dangerous a magic faction case really is and only comes away feeling even safer under the black armored guards. Elsewhere in the commander room, Wei Changqing meets with three captains after yet another local magic faction warrior is exposed, this time a street vendor who suddenly snapped and killed people before a patrol subdued him. Wei Changqing bluntly tells them the pattern is now undeniable. 3 ordinary citizens have learned magic techniques, which means a hidden magic faction is operating in Kanyan County and the guards still know almost nothing about it. Xia Yuanxing can only say their team has made some progress and arrested suspects, but when Wei Changqing presses for actual results, the room falls quiet because there really are none yet. That stalemate breaks when a guard rushes in with news from Maple Lane. The murderer there was indeed a magic faction warrior, and he has already been captured. At first Wei Changqing only notes that solving the case in less than a day is fast, but the next sentence changes everything. The guard reveals that Su Ning also captured a Qi Realm magic faction warrior alive, and all 4 senior officers snap their eyes to him in disbelief. Once the guard confirms the captive is really alive and being held at Maple Lane, Wei Changqing finally smiles because this prisoner could expose the entire hidden network. He immediately assigns Chu Daoyou, the best torture specialist in the Black Armored Guards, to take over the interrogation and pry every secret out of the prisoner. Wei Changqing openly praises Su Ning for this result, and Chu Daoyou looks deeply pleased because everyone knows Su Ning is the subordinate he values most. Xia Yuanxing even admits he had seen something special in Su Ning during selection and now regrets not pulling him into Campsite 2 before Chu Daoyou did. Chu Daoyou leaves at once for Maple Lane, and Wei Changqing orders the other captains back out to widen the dragnet and seize every credible suspect. After they go, the messenger nervously admits he held back one more report because it was unrelated to the magic faction case. What he withheld is stranger than urgent. A young man and woman have arrived at the gates asking to see Wei Changqing, and they say they are from Yuning City. That name makes Wei Changqing pause, then he tells the guard to bring them in so he can see who came all the way from his home city. The answer comes with a cheerful shout of uncle as 2 well-born teenagers enter smiling, and Wei Changqing is immediately caught off guard before warming at the sight of them. These visitors are Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng, 2 children of his family line whom he practically watched grow up, so their sudden arrival hits him like an unexpected piece of home. Wei Zicheng teases that since their uncle stayed away from Yuning City for so long, they had no choice but to come find him themselves. Wei Binglin backs her up in the same playful tone, and the old commander's hard edges melt because these 2 have long filled the family space missing from his unmarried life. Wei Changqing seats them personally and even brews tea, but he still asks the same question again because he knows they did not come this far just for a visit. Wei Zicheng tries the same excuse again, but Wei Changqing immediately pokes holes in it by pointing out that real visitors would have written ahead instead of appearing without warning. Caught out, the siblings trade awkward looks and give up on pretending. Wei Binglin finally admits they did come to see their uncle, but the real reason was to help Wei Zicheng get away and breathe for a while. When Wei Changqing asks what pressure she is escaping, Wei Zicheng explains that her father recently pushed her into contact with Wen Rinjin, the Source faction genius, and the whole arrangement makes her deeply uncomfortable. Wei Changqing takes that seriously and says at 16 she may be old enough on paper, but her nature is not suited to being rushed toward marriage like this. So Wei Zicheng came here to hide from both her father and Wen Rinjin, and she cheekily adds that her brother is here to relax too after all his hard martial practice. That excuse immediately backfires, because Wei Changqing turns on Wei Binglin and bluntly repeats what his father always writes in letters: he is talented, lazy, and wasting it. Once he pieces it together, Wei Changqing calls them out for sneaking away from home without permission, because their father would never have approved this trip. But the sight of their guilty faces reminds him of his own youth, so his tone softens and he agrees to let them stay for a while, though only for 2 months before they must return. Both of them brighten at once, happy to win even a temporary escape from the troubles waiting back in Yuning City. Wei Changqing then asks how many guards escorted them here, because the road from Yuning City to Kanyan County cuts through dangerous mountains and valleys. When Wei Binglin says they brought only 4 guards, 2 at Mortal Realm's 7th stage and 2 at 8th, Wei Changqing thinks that is nowhere near enough for that route. The danger bothers him enough that he decides when they return, he will personally accompany them back to Yuning City himself. That shocks the pair, because it means their uncle is finally thinking about going home too, even if he says he must finish his official duties first. Then he gives them one more plan. After resting 2 days, they should pay a visit to Senior Lu, the secluded Luijian, an old friend of their grandfather living in the Yunza Mountains. The siblings agree, and Wei Changqing promises to arrange someone to lead them there in a few days. 2 days later at Maple Lane, Chu Daoyou personally removes both the captured assassin and Ye Xiaowei from the guard station, taking control of the key prisoners himself. Before leaving, Chu Daoyou openly praises Su Ning for easing the pressure on the upper ranks and giving the magic faction investigation its first real break. Even after the prisoners are gone, Su Ning cannot relax, because a stubborn sense of danger keeps pressing on him like something larger is closing over the county. He reads the latest internal report, and finds no new word on the magic faction, which only sharpens his frustration because either the interrogation is failing or the real results are being kept above his level. That missing information pushes him to a blunt conclusion. His unease comes from still being too weak to reach deeper into what is happening. He had felt more confident after entering the Qi realm and drawing a lieutenant's monthly resources, but now his mindset is changing again toward one urgent question: how to get stronger faster. That train of thought is interrupted when Feng Xigua knocks and reports that 2 visitors are outside carrying Wei Changqing's peza. Su Ning is puzzled but tells Feng Xigua to bring them in immediately. The visitors turn out to be the same noble youths from Yuning City, and Suning can tell at a glance that they come from the same high family background as Wei Changqing. After a polite exchange of names, Suning learns they are Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng, and that Wei Changqing is their uncle. That family connection explains everything, and Suning's first impression stays good because despite their status, both siblings speak to him with unusual courtesy instead of arrogance. Then Wei Binglin gets straight to the point and asks Suning for a favor. They want him to guide them into the depths of the Yunza Mountains. At the guard station, Suning is caught off guard when Wei Binglin asks him to guide them into the deep Yunza Mountains. The siblings explain that Wei Changqing recommended Suning because he knows the mountains well and is worth trusting. Suning still warns them that Yunza is full of poisonous creatures and even rumored demon beasts, so going too deep is no small trip. He adds that anyone heading into the inner mountains should at least be at Mortal Realm's 7th stage. Instead of backing down, Wei Binglin calmly reveals that both he and Wei Zicheng have already reached Mortal Realm's 7th stage and brought guards for safety. That answer genuinely shocks Suning, because these two look younger than him yet already stand above Tao Village's patriarch. Wei Zicheng explains that the difference comes from the Wei clan's resources in Yuning City, early training from age 6, and strong natural talent. She also tells Suning that reaching the Qi realm in a place like Kangyun County already proves his talent, especially if he later enters the Source faction. Feeling that the siblings are capable and genuinely respectful, Suning agrees to lead them into the mountains. Wei Binglin immediately says the horses are already waiting outside and asks if they can leave at once. Outside, Suning stops at the sight of towering battle horses so imposing that he has never seen anything like them before. Wei Binglin explains that these mounts carry demon beast blood, which makes them stronger than ordinary horses but still docile once trained. Suning tests one for himself, finds it steady under him, and the group rides out with 2 stronger guards following behind. The speed of the ride hits Suning like a rush, and in less than an hour they reach the foot of Yunza Mountains. At the mountain edge, Wei Zicheng casually remarks that no wonder Senior Lu chose to settle in a place this wild, and Suning realizes they are here to find someone living deep inside Yunza. When Wei Binglin asks if he knows the way to Luohua Lake, Suning confirms that he does and takes the lead again. Riding through the rough mountain paths turns out to be surprisingly smooth on these powerful mounts, and the party pushes past the outer ring into the inner mountains. Once they enter the inner area, one guard lights a special incense to keep the mountain's poisonous insects away. Wei Zicheng explains that the smoke is mostly for Suning, because natural poison in these mountains can still be deadly even to warriors. A little later, Suning spots a jasper grass on a rock face and can't hide his interest. Instead of minding the delay, the Wei siblings tell him to take whatever useful resources he finds, since they already owe him this favor. Suning climbs over to pluck the jasper grass, and his hidden martial arts panel quietly marks it as 6 units of energy. He refuses to absorb it on the spot, because exposing that secret in front of the Wei siblings would be far too risky. Just as he stows the herb away, movement in the grass reveals a patterned snake, and Suning instantly jumps back. He returns to the group without incident, and they keep riding deeper toward Luohua Lake. As the fog thickens around them, Suning's vision shrinks to only a few steps ahead. Wei Zicheng suddenly flicks her whip into the weeds and pulls out another spirit medicine that Suning never even noticed. She casually hands the herb to Suning, making it clear the siblings are perfectly fine with him profiting from this trip. The deeper they go, the more poisonous the fog becomes, until even Suning starts worrying about what it might do to his body. Seeing that, Wei Binglin gives him a valuable clearing dan, and Suning immediately swallows it for protection. After another hard push through the mist, the party finally breaks out onto a high ridge overlooking Luohua Lake. What they see below is unsettlingly peaceful, with ordinary beasts and demon beasts wandering the lakeside together, as if their natural instincts have been erased. Even the well-traveled Wei siblings are visibly stunned, and Wei Binglin can only guess that this impossible calm is because of Senior Lu. For Suning, this is the first time seeing true demon beasts, and he can instantly feel that they are different from any normal animal. Then a cyan raptor circles overhead, and the force from its wings alone batters the trees and makes Suning shield his face. The 2 guards instantly raise their bows, but the raptor only gives one piercing cry before soaring back into the clouds. A moment later, every beast by the lake goes still and turns toward the forest, as if something far more important has arrived. From that shadowed forest, a thin old man walks out with a wooden cane, and the whole valley feels like it is answering to him. When he lightly shakes the cane, Suning's horse and all the others begin moving toward the lake on their own. Suning instinctively wants to jump off, but Wei Binglin stops him and explains that Senior Lu is personally guiding them in. That only leaves Suning more shaken, because a man who can command demon beasts and control their mounts from afar feels far beyond ordinary martial arts. For the first time, Suning seriously wonders if the old stories about a realm above mortal cultivation might actually be true. When the horses finally stop by the lake, Suning sees the man clearly at last, a skinny old farmer-looking elder with tan skin, a burlap shirt, and a simple wooden cane. Wei Binglin, Wei Zicheng, and their guards immediately drop to one knee and salute him as Grandpa Lu, so Suning follows suit. Lui Jian asks if they are descendants of the Wei clan, and the siblings respectfully introduce themselves as Wei Qingyuan's children who came to visit on their uncle's request. Louis Jian warmly welcomes the group and jokes that hiding in the mountain forest is more enjoyable than staying in chaotic Yuning City. He leads them through the forest to his hidden farmhouse, a rustic wooden home tucked beneath a giant tree beside a carefully kept courtyard pond. When Louis Jian invites everyone inside, Suning politely stays behind so the old friends can talk in private. Left alone in the courtyard, Suning studies the strange flowers and quickly realizes this place is full of rare plants far beyond anything he learned before. The moment Suning touches one verdant vine, his martial arts panel reacts and tells him it contains 12 units of energy. Startled, Suning understands that Louis Jian's decorative garden is actually packed with spirit herbs, and he has to force himself to look away. To avoid temptation, Suning moves to the pond and sits down to watch the fish instead. Wei Zicheng slips outside because the old stories inside bore her, and she joins Suning by the pond. As Wei Zicheng moves her hand over the water, the fish gather around her and follow her motions as if they understand. Suning jokes that the fish might just prefer women, but the odd behavior leaves him puzzled. Then Wei Binglin walks over, and the fish instantly abandon Wei Zicheng to crowd around him too, leaving Suning as the only one they avoid. Louis Jian notices that reaction at once and hides his surprise behind a calm explanation that these are spirit fish from Yuning City. Instead of explaining further, Louis Jian produces 3 tiny white thousand-source eggs and offers one to each of them as a return gift. Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng immediately recognize the thousand-source eggs as something rare, which makes Suning realize this is a serious gift. When Louis Jian offers the last egg to Suning, Suning tries to refuse because he feels he has no reason to accept it. Louis Jian insists it is simply a gift of friendship, and with Wei Binglin backing him up, Suning finally accepts the egg in confusion. The visit ends quickly, and Louis Jian watches them ride away with Suning's name still on his mind. After they leave, Louis Jian quietly concludes that Suning is unusual, because spirit fish normally draw close to talented martial artists instead of avoiding them. He decides that making friends with someone this strange is a smart investment, the same kind of favor that has paid him back many times before. Once they are safely out of the dangerous fog, Suning asks what exactly a thousand-source egg is. Wei Binglin explains that the egg hatches into a bug that lives by absorbing aura instead of normal food. Wei Zicheng adds the important part. After digesting that aura, the bug periodically produces aura crystals that can be used for cultivation. What makes aura crystals special is that they strengthen martial practice without leaving the impurity buildup that medicine usually causes. That makes the gift even more valuable to Suning, and he quietly wonders if aura crystals might also work with his panel as an energy source. Suning thanks the Wei siblings, but Wei Binglin tells him the favor really belongs to Louis Jian, who likes helping promising people before they rise. That leaves Suning quietly grateful, because one after another, capable people have chosen to support him in this world. By the time they reach Kangyun County at sunset, the city gates are jammed with frightened families trying to force their way inside. The panic is so obvious that Suning immediately knows something serious has gone wrong. When the guards see Suning's black armored guard uniform, they force open a path and let him through to the front. Inside the gate, Suning identifies himself and demands to know why so many refugees are flooding the city. The answer hits hard. Dingyun County rebelled in the middle of the night, and even 2 black armored guard units and city guards turned against the government. What alarms Suning most is the mention of outside help, because it sounds far too close to the magic faction trouble he has already been tracking. Realizing the danger, Suning immediately parts with the Wei siblings and rushes back to Maple Lane on a borrowed horse. As he rides through Kangyun County, the city feels transformed overnight, with shuttered shops, vanished stalls, and refugees stranded in the streets under armed watch. Suning can already see where this is heading. If things worsen, the refugees inside the city will be treated as a threat and likely driven out. By the time he reaches Maple Lane, the guard station has thrown everyone into emergency duty and the whole district is under lockdown. Suning catches Feng Xigua heading out with another squad, and Feng Xigua is visibly relieved that he is finally back. Instead of going inside first, Suning makes Feng Xigua brief him on the spot about the rebellion and the orders from above. The details are still vague, but one thing is clear: every station has been ordered to control the refugees and wait, and with Suning absent, Tao Qingping has already taken the lead outside. Once Feng Xigua leaves, Suning stands in the emptied station under crushing pressure and becomes more certain that this upheaval is tied to the magic faction. The chaos around him sharpens a simple conclusion in Suning's mind: if the world is about to turn unstable, he needs even more strength, and fast. Back in his study, Suning laid out the spirit medicines he brought back from Yunza Mountains and counted 4 finds in total. After absorbing all 4 spirit medicines, Suning's stored energy climbed to 26. But he knew the pneumatic realm still needed 45. He immediately revised his priorities and decided that in this worsening situation, every spare tael had to go into strength instead of comfort. With Chu Dayo's support money and his higher lieutenant pay, Suning realized he could keep buying more spirit medicine once the city's shops reopened. That hope did not last long, because the next day's news was even worse. Dingyun County had already fallen completely to the rebel black armored guards. The rebels were not alone either. since horse bandits and other unknown forces had joined them and even sent cavalry to harass Chiuyan County. Once that reached Kangyun County, fear spread fast, because if Chiuyan fell next, Kangyun would be exposed right after it. The county answered by forcing incoming adult refugees to build defenses, which fed them, calmed the city, and turned panic into uneasy order. By month's end, Suning finally collected his new batch of Chi Dan and the much more valuable Qingludan. Instead of keeping the Qingludan, he traded it away for 2 swallowtail flowers and spent more silver on 4 extra flowers to squeeze out immediate growth. That purchase gave him 33 more energy, but it also burned his savings down to just 200 taels. When the number settled at 59 energy, Suning felt real relief for the first time, because stockpiled power was the only thing he trusted with war looming. He chose without wavering and poured 45 energy into Spring Breeze tactic to force a breakthrough into the 5th stage. As the technique advanced, fresh internal chi built up through his body and the barren feeling inside him suddenly came alive. To test the new realm, Suning condensed chi into force and casually struck the edge of his table, smashing the corner into splinters. The result startled even him, because if that force went through a blade, it would tear flesh apart with terrifying ease. He still had 14 energy left, and Chu Daio's warning came back to him. A perfected external skill could keep a weaker fighter alive against someone stronger. Since he needed combat power now, Suning spent the rest on Gale Knife technique and pushed it all the way to perfection. Even with no blade in hand, one empty slicing motion made Suning feel the air itself split open. Then he realized the upgrade had sharpened more than technique, because he could suddenly feel airflow around him with eerie clarity. When he opened his eyes, he locked onto a butterfly nearly 10 meters away just from the movement of its silent wings. That practical new sense thrilled him, because anyone trying to sneak up on him later would have a much harder time. But once the excitement faded, his thoughts turned dark again as he wondered when the rebels would move and whether the magic faction was steering all of it. He also could not make sense of Yunying City's silence, especially now that a county rebellion serious enough for war had surely reached the top. That uncertainty made him think of Tao Village, yet after weighing the risks, he decided not to bring his sister's family into the county city for now. He finally settled on a harsher plan: leave them where they were and only rush to rescue them later if Tao Village truly came under threat. With a meeting of all lieutenants waiting at dawn, Suning forced himself to stop thinking and turned in early. Before dawn the next day, Suning woke after only 3 hours, and his new pneumatic realm body already felt fully ready. He washed up quietly in the yard, careful not to disturb Tao Qingping, who had been carrying a heavier load than he was lately. Before changing for the meeting, Suning used the spare time to check the ceramic pot holding the 1,000-source egg Lui Jian had gifted him. He remembered what Wei Zicheng and Wei Binglin had taught him. The egg could hatch on its own in a dry place just by absorbing aura from the air. The moment he opened it, Suning found the egg already empty and a plump milky white 1,000-source bug lying beside its transparent shell. The strange little creature looked absurdly oversized for such a tiny egg, but the sight still made Suning grin. He recalled the real value immediately. Once grown, a 1,000-source bug could spend 10 years steadily producing aura crystals without needing food or water. Curious, Suning poked it, and the fat bug responded by going stiff and playing dead in his hand. That reaction made him laugh, and after watching it recover, he sealed the pot again and started wondering whether he would be able to absorb aura crystals himself. Once Tao Qingping was up, the 2 men changed into their black armored guard uniforms and headed out for breakfast. After eating, they split up again, with Tao Qingping returning to Maple Lane and Suning continuing alone to the commander's residence. By the time Suning arrived, the assembly hall was already packed, with Wei Changqing and the 3 captains seated at the front and more than 20 black armored guards below them. Wei Changqing opened bluntly and confirmed that the Dingyun rebels were preparing to seize Chiuyan County next, which meant invasion could begin at any time. The room went heavy at once, because if that warning was true, the long peace in State Feiyun was about to break for real. Then came an even stranger blow. Yunying City had refused to send reinforcements and ordered the surrounding counties to deal with the rebellion themselves. Even Wei Changqing looked unsettled by that order, because a rebellion inside the black armored guards should have drawn absolute suppression from above. Using fresh intelligence and the captured cultist's testimony, Wei Changqing finally named the force behind it all, the Shadow Blood sect. That linked the Dingyun rebellion directly to the magic faction trouble already uncovered in Kangyun County, exactly as Suning had suspected. The older lieutenants reacted even harder when Wei Changqing explained why the name mattered. Shadow Blood sect was not local at all, but a magic faction from neighboring state Hurricane. For Suning, that changed the scale of the crisis completely, because this was no longer just county unrest but outside forces from State Hurricane pushing into State Feiyun. As the meeting sat under that ugly realization, Suning was left with the same uneasy question as everyone else. Why had a divided neighboring state suddenly turned its eyes on Feiyun now? At the county meeting, Wei Changqing says the Shadow Blood sect planted magic faction fighters in Dingyun County years ago, which is why that rebellion spread so easily. He warns that the same conversion tactics have appeared in Kangyun County too, and even now no one can be sure every hidden member has been exposed. When he adds that even the black armored guards themselves might be infiltrated, the whole hall goes cold. Wei Changqing quickly tells them not to panic, but orders everyone to report suspicious coworkers immediately and arrest suspected magic faction members before they can slip away. He also announces a wartime reshuffle. Guard stations will be trimmed down, and extra black armored guards and city guards will be pushed into camp reserves for combat preparation. Su Ning realizes Maple Lane's 6 black armored guards are safe from the cuts, but their city guards are over the limit, so some men will have to be reassigned. Wei Changqing then reveals that wealthy families and merchants are fleeing Chuyan County with their resources, and Kanyan County plans to protect and use those people instead of turning them away. Escort teams from the camps will bring those defectors over. Local stations must stay ready to support them, and the lieutenants answer in one voice that they understand. After the meeting, Su Ning returns to Maple Lane and passes on the new orders, and the whole station starts working with extra caution under the county-wide crackdown. Su Ning does not leave it to others either, and he personally checks suspicious corners of Maple Lane to make sure no hidden magic faction people are inside his area. 3 days later at home, Su Ning gets a sudden surprise when his 1000-source bug has already expelled its first aura crystal. That shocks him because Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng had said the bug should need more than 10 days, not just 3. He lifts the rice grain-sized crystal carefully, and a familiar prompt appears telling him it contains 1 unit of energy that can be absorbed. For ordinary people, aura crystals clean up impurities from spirit medicine, but to Su Ning this is even better because the bug can now feed his growth directly. He quickly estimates the bug could give him several energy points every month now, and even more once it grows stronger. Su Ning absorbs the crystal without hesitation and watches his available energy rise again on the martial arts panel. Looking at that panel, he cannot help feeling how far he has come in just over half a year, from a beginner with 1 knife skill to a fighter with multiple perfected techniques and internal strength. At Campsite 3, war drills are running almost every day, and even the meals are boosted with spirit medicine so the recruits can recover fast enough to keep training. Tao Jin has been living under constant pressure ever since she received the Shadow Braith blood passage, waking from nightmares whenever the county arrests more magic faction members. When the women start chatting about a coming escort mission to Chuyan County, Tao Jin is trying to act normal until she suddenly spots the man in the hat standing inside the room. The masked man vanishes out the room just as quickly, and Tao Jin instantly understands the warning. He has come for her again. She covers her panic with a forced smile, tells her roommate she is only tired, and goes through the usual routine until lights out. Lying awake beside a roommate already asleep from training, Tao Jin waits in dread until a tiny tapping sound hits the door. She knows the visitor wants her outside, and even though she hates the idea, she decides to go rather than risk him barging in and exposing everything. Outside in the courtyard, the masked man waits in deep shadow and silently motions for her to follow. He leads her to a secluded spot, and Tao Jin opens with raw hostility, calling him a magic faction bastard to his face. The man mocks her for saying that after taking the forbidden booklet from him, then smugly tempts her again with the promise that the Shadow Breath blood passage will make her rise fast. He presses exactly where it hurts by reminding her she fell from yellow plate to cyan plate, and the jab clearly lands. Tao Jin still refuses, saying that if he only came to push the magic technique again, he can leave or kill her, but she will not be persuaded. The masked man drops the softer tone and boasts that the Shadow Blood sect already controls Dingyan County, with Xiuyun and Kanya next, so she should become their informant before they win. Tao Jin understands perfectly that he wants a rat inside Kanyan County, and she rejects him again even when he offers her the chance to become a genius once more. After a long stare, the man decides persuasion has failed and says he will do this the hard way instead. Before Tao Jin can react, he flashes in front of her with terrifying speed and throws powder into her face. She instinctively covers her mouth and nose, but not before inhaling enough to feel a hot, burning discomfort spreading through her chest and abdomen. The man calmly explains that it is poison, not the kind that kills fast, but the kind that will destroy her meridians within 10 days and turn her into a cripple who can never practice again. Then he reveals the trap's real cruelty. If she practices the Shadow Breath blood passage, the poison can be driven out and her martial path can be saved. He leaves her with that choice and vaults onto the wall, telling her he expects their next meeting to be as one of his own. Left alone in the dark, Tao Jin is crushed by the impossible choice between joining the magic faction and losing her meridians forever. A few days later, the focus shifts back to Maple Lane as Su Ning prepares to ride out on the new escort mission with Tao Qingping, Song Wei, and 15 city guards. Su Ning confirms the team is ready, gets a sharp response back, and leads them out of the city himself. As they ride past the city outskirts, the unfinished fortifications and refugee camps outside the walls show just how strained Kangyun County has become. The county's rules look harsh, but the sight of temporary camps and children being treated separately makes it clear this is also a desperate attempt to keep the city safe. Su Ning's team rides hard for 2 hours across mountain roads and rivers until they finally reach the pickup point in a deserted forest. But when they arrive, the place is empty, and Su Ning sees no sign of the convoy they were supposed to meet. He tells the men to dismount, rest, drink, and eat while they wait, keeping the team steady instead of letting the delay rattle them. Another half hour passes with no convoy in sight, and when Tao Qingping finally voices the doubt everyone feels, Suning can only tell them to wait a little longer. The quiet road suddenly fills with chaotic hoofbeats, and Suning immediately warns his men that trouble is coming fast. The riders who appear are not attackers yet but a filthy escort party, with Tan Fengying leading guards and several rich-looking civilians who clearly had to abandon their carriage and flee. When Tan Fengying recognizes Suning, his whole body relaxes, because seeing a real lieutenant means they might actually survive this chase. Tan Fengying urgently explains that more than 20 enemy soldiers are right behind them, only delayed because they stopped to search the lost carriage. Suning does not hesitate for a second and orders Tan Fengying to get the civilians back to the county while Maple Lane covers the rear. As the escort moves, Suning notices the merchants are struggling in their long robes and guesses they already lost most of their belongings when they ditched the carriage. Then fresh hoofbeats thunder up from behind, and the pursuers finally catch sight of the road ahead. Suning orders Tao Qingping and Song Wei to keep following the escort, because he plans to stay behind and stop the enemy alone. Song Wei and Tao Qingping both volunteer instantly, but Suning shuts them down with brutal calm and tells them they would only get in his way. Left with no choice, Tao Qingping and Song Wei ride after the escort and leave Suning standing alone in the middle of the road. The rebel pursuers rush into view in black armor marked with 3 bloody scratches, making their shadow blood allegiance obvious at a glance. The rebel leader recognizes Suning's lieutenant uniform, and that single detail makes the whole squad hesitate. Worried that county reinforcements might be nearby, the leader chooses caution and orders an immediate retreat instead of testing Suning head-on. Suning is briefly surprised they break so quickly, but he has no intention of letting military merit ride away. When the rebels realize the lone lieutenant is actually chasing them, panic flips into desperation and the leader decides they have to turn back and kill him together. The rebels trust their numbers, their 3 muscle-boned fighters, and their formation training enough to gamble on one hard clash. Suning stays completely unfazed, draws his longbow, and decides this is the perfect time to bring his archery back out. His first arrow punches straight through a rebel's throat, and the enemy formation starts collapsing before it even reaches him. Arrow after arrow follows, and Suning's improved strength and battlefield feel turn even his old archery into a massacre. Once more than half the squad is dead before closing the distance, the rebels finally break and beg to scatter in separate directions. The leader gives the retreat order, and the remaining riders split apart with practiced escape moves, proving they have done this before. Suning immediately picks the most important target and chases the leader while still shooting from horseback. His next shot almost ends it, but the leader reacts just in time and twists back on his horse to dodge, exposing that he is stronger than the rest. Suning answers with 3 arrows in a row, and this time all 3 punch into the leader's chest and drop him from the saddle. Even after killing the leader, Suning keeps firing until his quiver is empty and the last scattered survivors are too far away to chase. Standing among the corpses, Suning feels no pity at all, because these rebels already made their name by slaughtering innocent people in Dingyun County. He searches the rebel leader first and finds a black armored guard-style Pesa plate slashed with 3 bloody marks, confirming the shadow blood connection again. The next surprise is a fat stack of silver notes, and Suning immediately suspects the rebels looted easy valuables from the abandoned carriage. By the time he searches the rest of the bodies, Suning has collected over a dozen Pesa plates and more than 4,000 taels in total, with the leader clearly hoarding the biggest share. Under black armored guard rules, everything taken from enemies during the mission is his to keep, so this bloody escort suddenly turns into a major profit. He wraps the captured Pesa plates in a dead rebel's coat as proof of merit, while regretting that the scattered war horses are too far gone to recover. Satisfied with the unexpected gains, Suning mounts up and heads back toward Kangyun County. By the time he returns near evening, Tao Qingping and Song Wei are waiting at Maple Lane, and Suning goes straight on to report the mission at the commander's residence. The next day, Suning turns all that rebel silver into spirit medicine. Even the wartime panic has driven prices up across the entire county. Food and elixirs are both more expensive now, but Suning's lieutenant status lets him buy the full 4,000 taels of spirit medicine at the old price. The haul gives Suning 49 more energy, bringing him up to 52, but that still leaves him 28 short of breaking into the internal Qi realm. Still, with Qi Dan subsidies and the 1,000 source bugs aura crystals, that last gap no longer feels impossible, so Suning throws himself back into running Maple Lane. Elsewhere in the commander's mansion, Wei Binglin asks if Yunying City has finally responded, because its silence after Dingyun County's rebellion still makes no sense. Wei Chongqing admits there is still no reply, even though he already wrote home to ask what Yunying City is really doing. His niece and nephew want him to leave this mess and return to the family clan, but Wei Chongqing refuses and insists on staying until Kangyun County is stable. Part of that confidence comes from his own strength, because as a 9th stage spirit realm warrior, Wei Chongqing believes ordinary rebels should not be able to threaten him directly. Wei Binglin suggests calling in Senior Luijian to crush the trouble quickly, but Wei Chongqing rejects the idea at once. Wei Chongqing explains that Luijian is an independent powerhouse outside the source faction chain, so dragging him into a faction war would be inappropriate. In the end, Wei Chongqing can only say they will deal with events one step at a time, because what truly worries him is that nobody yet knows what the Shadow Blood side actually wants. As the black armored guards dig deeper into Kangyun County, they uncover more hidden magic faction fighters and even expose the recruiter who had been pulling people in. The sweep also drags out 2 black armored guards who had slipped past surveillance, making it clear the rot inside the city was worse than people thought. Most of the captured magic faction members are tortured for information and executed on the spot, as the city tries to cut every hidden risk before war arrives. At Campsite 3's execution room, the prisoners waiting for death are already crippled, their meridians destroyed and heavy shackles making them barely able to move. Tao Jin arrives to carry out the execution, and beside her is Tan Chang, the Tan village talent who used to clash with her but has become her training partner as war pressure forces everyone to settle old grudges. The sight of terrified prisoners shakes Tan Chang immediately, because for all her skill, she has never killed a real enemy before. Tao Jin stays steadier, reminding herself that most of these people were ordinary citizens once, but they still crossed into murder for their magic training and are not innocent. When Tan Chang asks what they should do, Tao Jin answers bluntly that experienced executioners told her only one thing: swing fast. Before Tan Chang can gather herself, Tao Jin steps in first and cuts down a prisoner in one clean strike. The room erupts as the remaining prisoners scream and scramble, but Tao Jin does not hesitate and raises the blade again. Forced to keep up, Tan Chang grits her teeth and joins the slaughter, even as the screams make it clear she is not ready for this. By the time the last prisoner is dead, Tao Jin is soaked in blood and sweat, while Tan Chang can barely stand the sight of what they just did. Tao Jin calmly tells Tan Chang to fetch body sacks, and that cold composure hits Tan Chang harder than the killing itself. As Tan Chang leaves, she quietly realizes Tao Jin is stronger than her here, and maybe frighteningly heartless too. The second the door closes, Tao Jin's mask breaks and she doubles over, gagging so hard the veins stand out on her forehead. After making sure Tan Chang is still gone, Tao Jin pulls out a porcelain bottle and quietly collects fresh blood from a corpse. She bitterly thinks about how absurd it is to cultivate with the blood of magic faction prisoners, then nearly retches again as she hides the bottle away. Half a month later, Kangyun County starts sending large numbers of guards toward Shuyun County after word spreads that the rebels from Dingyun County are preparing to hit it next. That new deployment throws the city into fresh chaos, and ordinary families and small merchants begin slipping away to seek safety elsewhere. The rich cannot run so easily, because the black armored guards are watching them closely to stop supplies from leaving the city or ending up in enemy hands. A few days later, the reinforcements come back instead of staying to fight, and one look at the returning troops tells the city everything went badly. Then the real blow lands. Shuyun County has already fallen, just like Dingyun County before it. Now panic spreads outright through Kangyun County, with more people fleeing because everyone fears their city will be the rebels' next target. Back at home, Suning receives this month's cultivation resources and stares at the pills and herbs like they are his best chance to survive what is coming. The pressure in the city is getting to him too, and Suning knows only one thing really settles his nerves now: getting stronger. So he immediately absorbs the energy from the resources and pushes his stored power all the way up to the exact amount he has been waiting for. With 80 units finally in hand, Suning does not hesitate and pours everything into breaking Spring Breeze tactic into the internal chi realm. The breakthrough hits hard, flooding his body with denser internal chi and the first deep sense that his power is no longer easy to exhaust in battle. When he tests that new force with a strike into the air, the sound alone tells him the jump in power is real. Even better, the chi he spends comes rushing back almost immediately, making him realize just how different the internal chi realm really is. But that relief only lasts a moment, because the next realm would need 135 energy, a number so high that even Suning feels cornered by the coming war. He quickly does the math and concludes this internal chi breakthrough may be the best he can secure before the fighting starts. That leaves him hoping for any extra chance to gather more energy, whether to improve his bow skill or pick up another practical technique before war closes in. After reaching internal chi realm, Suning's confidence rises sharply, because at this point he feels strong enough to stand among the top 6 stage fighters in the county. Before sleeping, he checks on his 1000-source bug as usual and notices the little thing looks fatter than it should this soon after hatching. Wei Bingling's description said normal 1000-source bugs change slowly, so this one growing noticeably in less than a month feels strange. Still, Suning lets the mystery go for now, because the bug is producing normal aura crystals and that matters more than understanding why it is so fat and lazy. The next morning, the fortifications outside Kangyun County are more complete, but the refugee camps have thinned because people kept fleeing farther after Shuyun County fell. The moment Suning reaches the station, Feng Xigua hurries over with a grave update from Lishui Lane. He tells Suning that Lieutenant Du from Lishui Lane was assassinated by one of his own men during the night. Suning first asks if the lieutenant survived, but Feng Xigua's answer is blunt: he is already dead. The killer escaped the county right after the attack by pretending he was carrying out a mission, which makes the whole thing feel even more organized. When Suning hears poison was used, he immediately understands this was not a casual murder, but an expensive and deliberate hit. Poisons that can quietly kill a Chi Realm warrior are rare and costly, so to Suning this attack proves the enemy is well-funded and willing to spend heavily. Worse than the death itself, the assassination poisons trust inside the black armored guards, because now every superior has to wonder whether a subordinate might be the next hidden knife. Even with internal chi protecting him from most toxins, Suning quietly raises his guard, because this enemy clearly has the money and nerve to use exceptional poison. At the commander's mansion, Wei Changqing finally gets a reply from his clan and learns why Yunying City ignored the counties for so long. The explanation is almost insulting. The higher-ups were busy with something so important that even losing the southeastern border counties would barely have made them look up. Still, the letter brings one badly needed relief, because that unnamed crisis has ended and Yunying City is finally sending reinforcements. That good news barely settles before another report arrives about the poisoned lieutenant in Lushui Lane, and Wei Changqing instantly sees how badly this could damage morale. To stop panic from spreading through the black armored guards, he decides to announce the reinforcements immediately, both to steady his own side and to warn the enemy that time is running out. A few more days pass, and in Tao village the war talk finally reaches home when Tao Yunchuan returns from a village meeting with a heavy face. Su Lian asks what the leader said, and Tao Yunchuan does not hide it. The situation looks bad, and the rebels attacking Kangyun County now feels inevitable. He explains that Tao village has already made mutual defense arrangements with Song village, Tan village, and even the local horse bandit groups, because survival matters more than old grudges now. He tries to reassure Su Lian that the rebels' real target is Kangyun County's defenders, so the outlying villages are not the first thing in danger. But that only makes Su Lian think of Suning, because if the defenders are the target, then her son is standing right where the danger will hit hardest. Tao Yuchuan is worried too, but he hides it and tells her that Yunying City's reinforcements are coming and Suning is strong enough to survive if they can hold the first assault. That promise of reinforcements gives Su Lian a little relief, but only a little, because every home in Kangyun County is already living under the same dark cloud. Even so, the county is still clinging to one last hope. If the reinforcements arrive in time, maybe this war will end and ordinary life can come back. Late at night in Campsite 3, Tao Jin wakes up, slips past her sleeping roommate, and heads outside for another secret meeting. The mysterious Hat Man appears again and calmly says Tao Jin already made her choice the moment she started practicing the Shadow Breath blood passage. He pushes harder, saying if Tao Jin truly hated magic techniques, she would have exposed him long ago instead of hiding his existence. Now treating her as part of the Shadow Blood sect, he openly says he wants her to help rot the black armored guards from the inside so Kangyun County collapses faster. Tao Jin tests him back, asking whether he really has full control in Kangyun County, and he answers with smug confidence that he does. Instead of refusing, Tao Jin starts bargaining and demands stronger blood, preferably pure demon beast blood, to push her cultivation further. Guanqing Wu is pleased by her greed and hands over 2 porcelain bottles, promising they contain demon beast blood and warrior blood, enough for a month and enough to help her break into the Qi realm. When Tao Jin says 1 month is too little, Guanqing Wu confidently predicts Kangyun County will fall within that time and tells her she can have all the blood she wants afterward. Even Tao Jin brings up the rumored Yunying City reinforcements, but Guanqing Wu dismisses them and says only someone above the mortal realm could truly change this fight. Once the payment is settled, Guanqing Wu finally names the job. Tao Jin needs to kill someone for the sect. The target is Suning, and that name makes Tao Jin visibly jolt because he is still one of their own from Tao village. Guanqing Wu sweetens the order with 2 more cyan bottles, and Tao Jin says the real problem is not willingness but that she is not strong enough to kill Suning herself. He throws her a packet of poison strong enough for a 5th stage warrior and reveals that Suning has already reached the pneumatic realm. That revelation hits Tao Jin hard, because Suning's growth is even faster than she expected, and Guanqing Wu cruelly calls it exciting that she would assassinate a genius with her own hands. When Tao Jin snaps back and asks why he does not kill Suning himself, Guanqing Wu admits he cannot risk exposing his much more valuable hidden identity inside the city. Tao Jin even threatens that she could turn him in for leniency, but Guanqing Wu coolly reminds her that touching a magic technique is already enough to ruin her. Then he goes for the real weak point, saying Tao Jin will never willingly give up the power and pleasure of getting stronger through forbidden methods. With her resistance cracked, Guanqing Wu lays out the plan for the next evening: approach Suning as a fellow villager struggling in practice, poison him during a private lesson, and he will help her flee the city after. Tao Jin finally agrees, and Guanqing Wu leaves with a last remark that someone as ruthless as her would probably kill him too if she ever got the chance. Before disappearing over the wall, the Hat Man finally gives his name, Guanqing Wu. Left alone, Tao Jin walks through the camp in a cold daze, still turning over the order to kill Suning. At the pond, she opens the yellow bottle, smells the heavy blood scent, and realizes it is human blood. Without hesitation, Tao Jin pours that human blood into the pond and throws the bottle away. The next day in the strained quiet of Maple Lane, Suning returns from the sparse food stalls and heads home with Tao Qingping. They are surprised to find Tao Jin already waiting outside, and she says she came to ask Suning for help breaking through her cultivation bottleneck. Because everyone knows Tao Jin has been stuck for a while, the request sounds believable, and Tao Qingping invites her in. Just before entering, Su Ning suddenly turns and looks toward the far end of the alley, as if he sensed someone there. Once the door closes, the hidden watcher finally appears at the alley end, and it is Guan Qingwu smirking to himself. Inside the house, Tao Qingping tactfully leaves them alone, and Tao Jin enters Su Ning's room for the supposed lesson. Su Ning starts naturally, boiling water and asking what martial arts problem she wants help with. Instead of answering, Tao Jin asks why Su Ning went from an unimpressive villager to a fast-rising genius almost overnight, while she herself has hit a dead end. Su Ning gives a plain answer, telling her she is being too pessimistic and that his own improvement simply clicked last fall, with a lot of luck involved. While she listens, Tao Jin quietly decides she never planned to poison Su Ning at all and will stall Guan Qingwu instead. Tao Jin is about to speak, but Su Ning suddenly cuts her off and says he needs to greet their new guest first. In the next instant, Su Ning unleashes his internal chi, darkens with power, and explodes upward with knife in hand straight through his own roof. On the roof, Guan Qingwu is caught completely off guard as Su Ning appears in front of him and slashes before he can properly react. Guan Qingwu barely shifts aside, but Su Ning still tears open a huge wound from chest to abdomen and drives violent internal force into his body. Even while reeling, Guan Qingwu swallows a pill and tries to flee, panicking over how Su Ning exposed him so easily when he had slipped through the camp unnoticed before. Su Ning chases hard, tracks the airflow, and throws his knife with perfect timing straight into Guan Qingwu's Achilles tendon. The moment Guan Qingwu stumbles, Su Ning closes in, smashes him down, breaks his jaw, and crushes all 4 limbs so there is no chance of escape or suicide by normal means. Su Ning drags the crippled infiltrator back into the wrecked house, instantly realizing he has just caught a major magic faction figure. Tao Qingping rushes in at the noise, while Tao Jin can only stare in disbelief that Guan Qingwu was crushed in a matter of seconds. When Tao Qingping asks what happened, Su Ning says with grim satisfaction that he caught a magic faction warrior, even if the house paid the price. But before anyone can celebrate, Su Ning notices the strange smile on Guan Qingwu's face and realizes something is wrong. Su Ning reacts too late, because Guan Qingwu dies on the spot from hidden poison, dark red blood proving he found a way to kill himself anyway. Tao Qingping's excitement turns to disappointment, since a living prisoner could have exposed far more about the Shadow Blood network. With the lead gone, Su Ning decides the only move left is to report directly to Chu Dayo. Su Ning also checks on Tao Jin, and her shaken reply hides a storm of fear because Guan Qingwu's death may not mean her own secret is safe. Tao Qingping tells her the training session will have to wait. Tao Jin agrees and leaves, and Su Ning watches her with narrowed eyes because her reaction still feels off. Tao Qingping lifts Guan Qingwu's corpse to take it to Chu Dayo, and Su Ning immediately follows, carrying this dead end straight to his captain. In the Commander Mansion study, Chu Dayo and Wei Changqing stare at Guan Qingwu's death as proof that Su Ning just crushed a true internal Qi realm enemy. The shock turns into ambition when Wei Changqing decides Su Ning's talent is too valuable to waste in a county post. He says that once the Shadow Blood crisis ends and reinforcements arrive, he will personally take Su Ning to Yunying City and recommend him to the Source faction. Far away in the rebel base at Dingyan County, a black armored officer nervously reports that Guan Qingwu has suddenly stopped sending messages. The skinny man, Wu Hexing, immediately understands the worst possibility. Guan Qingwu may already be dead. The story reveals Wu Hexing is the real Shadow Blood mastermind behind the Dingyan and Chuyan rebellions, even if he is not a top sect figure himself. Thinking ahead to Yunying City's coming reinforcements, Wu Hexing decides to wait 2 more days for Guan Qingwu's news before launching an attack on Kangyan County. A few days later, Su Ning is still at his guard station when Feng Xigua bursts in with an urgent letter from the Commander Mansion. Su Ning opens the message and realizes the rebels have already marched out from Chuyan County toward Kangyan County. He reacts instantly and orders every city guard under him to lock down Maple Lane before panic spreads inside the county. Even while staying on internal security duty, Su Ning knows that if the front line collapses, people like him will be dragged into the real fighting next. At the city gate, Wei Changqing takes command in person as fortifications, black armored guards, and city guards all brace for the first clash. Chu Dayo, Xia Yuanqing, and the others can only admire that this noble commander did not run from danger and is standing at the front himself. Wei Changqing steadies them by saying their odds are not bad because his own 9th stage strength and the Wei family guards can help crack the enemy's core. Then the rebel army begins its first invasion wave, and the battle for Kangyan County finally starts. 3 brutal days pass, and even after 5 sieges the rebels still cannot break Kangyan County's defense. A rebel formation built around 8th stage fighters is smashed by 6 Wei family guards, proving just how much those elite escorts matter. While assessing the deadlock, Wei Changqing privately credits Su Ning for exposing hidden threats early enough that Kangyan County never fell as deeply as the other counties. The captains soon report a dangerous change. The rebels have gathered everything they have for one desperate general assault. Wei Changqing instantly reads the signal that the enemy must have sensed reinforcements coming, so this all-in attack could also be their last chance. He decides to lead the decisive battle himself and become the core of the defenders' formation. Right then, a guard rushes in with the news everyone has been waiting for. reinforcements are less than half a day away. The timing is even better than expected, and Wei Changqing immediately guesses these fast-moving reinforcements must be elite troops. Instead of calling them in right away, he quickly writes a letter ordering the reinforcements to control their arrival and strike at the perfect moment. His trap is simple and sharp: let the rebels fully commit, hold them at the front, then have the reinforcements crash in and wipe them out in one blow. When the decisive day comes, the defenders deploy outside the city because a force this large cannot be stopped by walls alone. Almost every black armored guard is pulled into the field formation, leaving only a thin final line on the city walls where Su Ning watches from the left side. Seeing Wei Changqing armored up in the middle of thousands, Su Ning cannot help admiring how hard this commander is willing to fight. Then the two armies collide, and for the first time Su Ning witnesses a full-scale war of galloping horses, screams, and men dying every second. The sight chills him because he suddenly realizes that if the county loses, he and the other reserve guards will be forced into this slaughter next. Even through the chaos, Su Ning can tell the enemy formation is fierce but weaker at the core, while Wei Changqing keeps cutting through the front with terrifying force. As the fight grinds on, Su Ning starts to feel that the rebels are losing momentum. Then he spots the real turning point. Hundreds of black armored cavalry suddenly appear behind the rebels. Su Ning instantly realizes the reinforcements have arrived, and this sudden rear strike blows the rebel formation apart. The mood on the walls flips from dread to excitement because everyone can see victory coming. Just as expected, the rebels abandon the field and flee back toward their Chiuyun County camp. At last Su Ning lets out his breath, relieved that Kanyam County and Tao Village have both survived the crisis. 2 days later, with reinforcements stationed inside the county, the whole city relaxes into an almost festive celebration. That relief is not complete for Su Ning, because Tao Qingping comes to his study with grim news about heavy losses among the Tao village men who joined the black armored guards. Out of the 15 Tao villagers sent to the battlefield, 5 are dead and 1 is missing. When Su Ning asks for the names, one answer hits him hard: the missing person is Tao Jin. Tao Qingping can only say that missing fighters were often mutilated beyond recognition or dragged away by the enemy, but Su Ning immediately feels Tao Jin's disappearance is too suspicious to accept at face value. He hides that suspicion and only says the losses are a painful blow for both their side and Tao village. Before they can say more, Feng Xigua arrives and reports that Wei Changqing wants to see Su Ning at once. Su Ning heads to the commander mansion, unsure why he has been called in. Inside, he finds a much more relaxed Wei Changqing, now out of armor and dressed in white after the fighting finally settles. Wei Changqing opens by telling Su Ning that the county's current peace owes a great deal to his earlier contributions. Su Ning answers modestly that the real heroes were the people who went out and fought on the battlefield. Then Wei Changqing brings up the source faction again, making it clear this meeting is about Su Ning's future, not just praise. He says Su Ning's talent has outgrown Kanyam County and orders him to leave for Yunying City with Binglin and Zicheng in 10 days. The chance is huge, but Su Ning hesitates because the rebels are still in Chiuyun County, and his relatives remain back in Tao Village. Wei Changqing waves off the fear and reveals the reinforcements who saved them were only scouts, with a bigger army still on the way. He goes even further and says State Feiyun will not just defend itself, because the source faction plans to strike back hard against State Hurricane. Hearing how big the coming war may become, Su Ning realizes staying behind would only limit him while higher-level opportunities are opening in Yunying City. After a moment, Su Ning finally agrees to go. Satisfied, Wei Changqing tells him to return home, say his farewells, and prepare to leave in 10 days. When Su Ning steps back out into the street, the ordinary horses and pedestrians around him suddenly feel different because he knows he is about to leave this county behind. With Kanyam County finally settling down behind him, Su Ning looks ahead to Yunying City and the next stage of his life. On the mountain road to Yunying City, Su Ning rides with Wei Changqing, Wei Binglin, Wei Zicheng, and their guards, finally heading toward the source faction. Wei Changqing estimates they will reach the county city by night and Yunying City in 5 or 6 more days, so the trip suddenly feels real. Wei Binglin teases that once they reach the source faction, he will outrank Su Ning as his senior brother, and Su Ning plays along with a smile. Then Wei Binglin grows serious and tells Su Ning that the source faction is one of the few true martial sanctuaries left, not a sect that makes disciples sell themselves to war. Hearing that, Su Ning starts looking forward to Yunying City even more, eager to finally see the highest level of martial cultivation in State Feiyun. That mood breaks when all the horses suddenly slow down and stop, restless as if they sense danger before the riders do. Wei Changqing looks toward the horizon just before a huge gray-white raptor screams overhead and sweeps into view. Wei Zicheng spots 2 riders on the raptor's back, and the group instantly realizes this thing is not just passing by. As the raptor lowers over their heads, the burly rider recognizes the Wei clan and laughs that he can kidnap them here without even reaching Yunying City. The old woman riding behind him cuts off the boasting and coldly orders him to stop wasting time and move. The burly man jumps down from dozens of meters in the air, landing in front of them like he does not even need to respect gravity. Wei Changqing tries to stall by naming his father as the Wei clan head, but that only makes the attacker even happier because Wei blood is exactly what they want. Wei Binglin's 5 guards draw their blades and surround the intruder, even though the gap in strength is already starting to feel hopeless. With one casual motion, the burly man wipes out all 5 guards on the spot. Su Ning goes cold, and Wei Changqing realizes the truth first. This monster is already a Void Realm warrior using true Qi. Instead of praising him, the old woman snaps that he killed useful laborers they needed for the fire crystal mine. She orders him to seize the 3 Wei descendants and Su Ning alive, making it clear they all have a use now. The moment true Qi flares again, Su Ning feels a sharp pain in his chest and blacks out before he can resist. Unconscious, the 4 captives are thrown onto the raptor's broad back and carried south through the clouds. During the flight, the old woman keeps complaining about the mine's labor shortage, while the burly man promises he could always grab more Mortal Realm fighters later. When he talks too boldly, the old woman reminds him that plenty of enemies want him dead outside the family clan, which shuts him up fast. Then the real reason for the abduction comes out. With Wei clan blood in hand, the old woman believes her clan can slowly open a Dao seal. After that, the raptor keeps flying all the way into State Chiefing with Su Ning still unconscious among the prisoners. When Su Ning finally wakes up, he is already in a cage with shackles on his hands and feet. The only other man in the cage is a weary stranger with messy hair and swollen eyes, and he barely reacts to Su Ning waking up. Looking outside the bars, Su Ning sees the answer at once: a giant mine tunnel under a mountain, exhausted workers hauling clear fire crystal, and wood-carrying supervisors watching over them. Su Ning pieces it together grimly, and realizes he has been dumped at the fire crystal mine as spare labor after getting caught with the Wei family. Not knowing where Wei Changqing and the others were taken, Su Ning decides his only chance is to escape before the mine breaks him. Seeing no guard nearby, Su Ning quietly hardens his body and tries to force the shackles open with internal energy. The iron does not budge, and after several painful attempts, the stranger finally tells him to stop wasting his strength because these shackles are specially made for people like them. Su Ning asks where they are, and the man looks surprised that he really has no idea. After Su Ning explains he was knocked out and abducted, the man introduces himself as Jiang Mian and names this place the Bao family clan's fire crystal mine in Xianhua Canton, State Jifeng. That answer hits hard, because Su Ning realizes he has been dragged out of State Feiyan and all the way into another state. His mind jumps straight to his sister's family, and for a moment the fear is not just for himself but for the people waiting back home. Jiang Mian tells him bluntly that now the only sensible goal is to stay alive. He explains that warriors at their level are sent into the deep mine, where they must keep internal Qi active just to resist poisonous gas. And poisonous gas is only half the problem, because cruel underground beast variants also erupt from the trenches without warning. Jiang Mian says he has already tested the escape route for them. The shackles need Mortal Realm 7th stage strength to break, and the mine drains so much Qi every day that nobody here gets a chance to cultivate up to that point. That warning lands hard on Su Ning, because he knows he is still short of the strength and energy needed to reach the next realm. Then a sudden thought makes him check his waist, and his mood flips the instant he feels the hidden belt buckle is still there. Inside that buckle is the 1000-source bug he hid before the journey, which means the captors missed the one thing that can still slowly build his strength. Jiang Mian mistakes Su Ning's calmer face for acceptance, and just tells him to rest, because the miners will be marched out again in half an hour. Once Jiang Mian appears to be asleep, Su Ning quietly opens the hidden compartment for real and checks what the bug has produced. The 1000-source bug is still alive, and beside it sits a fresh aura crystal, proving at least 2 days have passed since he was taken. Su Ning immediately absorbs the crystal, but the tiny gain only reminds him that escaping by sheer accumulation will still take many brutal months. Even so, that one hidden bug gives him something the mind was supposed to erase completely, a real path forward. He shuts the compartment, lies back like nothing happened, and waits for the mind to show him its next rule. Not long later, supervisors start pounding along the row of cages and shouting for the prisoners to get up and head to work. Su Ning studies them as they pass and realizes these overseers are strong enough that brute resistance from shackled miners would be pointless. With no choice left for now, Jiang Mian gets up in helpless routine, Su Ning follows, and the cage doors open as the prisoners are gathered for the mine. At the mine entrance, a wood-carrying supervisor sizes Su Ning up and bluntly warns him that anyone who tries to run will be killed. The supervisor throws Su Ning to Jiang Mian, ordering him to teach the newcomer the rules of this place. As the miners are marched inside, Su Ning notices they all wear shackles too and realizes this workforce was captured, not hired. The moment he reaches the entrance, a wave of furnace-like heat hits Su Ning in the face and makes the mine feel even more hostile. Inside, another exhausted crew pushes carts of crystal red ore out of the tunnel, giving Su Ning his first look at the fire crystal mine's real product. On the first layer, Su Ning sees weaker miners using special picks to crack open the rock and dig out tiny fire crystal deposits. Su Ning also notices the first layer miners wear flimsier shackles, and he guesses those restraints are meant for people below the 3rd stage. Before long, poisonous gas slips into Su Ning's body through his breathing and starts burning inside his chest. He quickly drives the poison back out with internal Qi, and his recent breakthrough proves strong enough to keep the gas from wearing him down. Deeper down on the second layer, the gas grows thicker, and Jiang Mian tells Suning they only earn food and rest after filling a whole cart. Supervisors stalk the tunnels here with whips, beating anyone who slows down hard enough to cripple even trained fighters. Jiang Mian picks a spot beside himself, and Suning starts mining without complaint, copying the method everyone else uses to survive. Suning learns the ugly rhythm fast: break the wall, smash the stone apart, and dig out only a tiny warm crystal from a huge chunk of rock. He quickly understands why everyone looks half dead, because the real torture is not the labor but holding internal chi steady for hours just to avoid the poison. Suning can endure it thanks to his stronger chi, so he keeps his head down and silently acts like just another trapped miner. Jiang Mian watches him closely and is surprised that this new prisoner adapts so smoothly instead of breaking down. After roughly 5 brutal hours, Suning finally fills his cart and feels just how punishing one full shift really is. Jiang Mian gives him a rare compliment on his skill and brings him to exchange the ore for the night's food and water. By the time they return to the cell, Jiang Mian is too exhausted to say anything and drops straight into sleep. Suning is still tired, but before resting he checks the hidden compartment with the 1000-source bug, because that little creature is his only real hope of escaping. When Suning touches the bug, it suddenly becomes excited and starts rubbing against his finger instead of lying still like before. He soon realizes the bug is reacting to ore dust on his hand, because it goes quiet again after he cleans his fingers. That strange clue gives Suning a risky idea, and he decides to smuggle out a tiny piece of fire crystal ore the next day to test the bug properly. The experiment works immediately, and the moment Suning slips a fingernail-sized fire crystal into the compartment, the 1000-source bug lunges for it like food. Suning watches in tense excitement, hoping the bug can turn energy from the ore into something he can actually use. 2 more days pass in the mine, and Suning has just settled into the grinding routine when a crack suddenly rips through the wall behind him. Jiang Mian instantly shouts for Suning to run, dragging him away before the hidden threat fully emerges. A huge scaly lizard-like associated demon beast bursts out of the rock and slaughters a nearby miner in one savage rush. Even the supervisor panics and screams for the guards as the miners flee for their lives. Suning and Jiang Mian escape up to the first layer just ahead of the killing, leaving the guards to deal with the monster below. Outside the mine, the survivors are herded together and ordered not to move because they will be sent right back to work once the beast is handled. Watching the mine from the crowd, Suning judges that the beast's explosive strength is around his level, which means it would still be a real threat in a direct fight. He also connects the dots and realizes that if the mine has associated demon beasts, then the fire crystal vein must contain some special energy they want. Jiang Mian warns him that this is not rare at all here, because the mine is huge and these associated demon beasts even live in small packs inside it. He gives Suning the rule that matters most: if he ever hears rustling in the wall or sees cracks again, he has to run immediately. Soon more than a dozen blood-soaked guards come back dragging the dead beast, proving the mine owners can absorb losses as long as the ore keeps moving. The supervisors do not waste a second on mercy, and immediately drive everyone back underground to keep mining. A few more days of waiting leave Suning anxious, because the 1000-source bug has stopped producing crystals for 4 days after eating the fire crystal ore. Then at last he opens the compartment, and sees a new light red aura crystal inside, instantly easing his fears. When Suning absorbs it, the crystal gives him 2 energy units instead of 1, confirming the bug really can convert fire crystal ore into better fuel. The gain is smaller than he hoped, but after a quick calculation Suning sees the bug's monthly output still rises enough to make his escape come faster. He decides to keep testing and plans to feed the bug better-looking, higher-quality fire crystals whenever he can steal them. 5 hard months rush by, and despite repeated demon beast scares, Suning survives more than 150 days in the mine without taking serious lasting damage. By now the bug has fully adapted to fire crystal ore and regularly produces a 2-unit crystal every 3 days, pushing Suning's hidden energy reserve to 133. He is only 2 energy short of the 7th stage now, and that breakthrough would finally let him break these shackles and look for a real chance to escape. Jiang Mian finally comments that Suning seems to be in unusually good spirits lately, picking up on the change even without knowing the reason. The contrast is stark, because months of poison gas and an old sneak attack from a demon beast have left Jiang Mian visibly older, rougher, and much weaker than before. In the cramped night cage outside the mine, Jiang Mian suddenly wonders if he will ever see the outside world again, and Suning quietly answers that maybe he still can. Jiang Mian lies back down with a bitter calm, already feeling like one more injured miner waiting to die underground. After Jiang Mian goes quiet, Suning opens his hidden compartment and checks on the 1000-source bug and the grape-sized fire crystal ore he fed it. Watching the bug for months has changed Suning's thinking. The ore itself may not hold much power, but it clearly helps the bug make better aura crystals. At dawn, Suning wakes and sees the other miners already being marched into the mine, while Jiang Mian is still asleep beside him. When Suning checks the hidden compartment again, he spots a fresh light red aura crystal beside the 1000-source bug and instantly knows this is the moment he has been waiting for. Suning absorbs the crystal's energy, and sees his total finally reach 135, exactly enough to push Spring Breeze tactic to the next realm. Without hesitating, he spends everything and breaks through to Mortal Realm's 7th stage right there in the prison cage. The breakthrough does not make Suning bulkier, but it gives him a frighteningly precise command of his body, his force, and even the way his internal chi hits. Looking down at his shackles, Suning realizes that at this level he can slice them apart whenever he wants, if the right opening appears. He forces himself to stay patient, because the camp is still full of guards and even spirit realm experts, so a bad escape would be suicide. Then a deafening beast roar erupts from the mine, jolting both Suning and Jiang Mian awake to sudden danger. Panic supervisors scream that a leader-level associated demon beast has broken into the mine, and even the camp starts to feel unstable. Jiang Mian turns grim, knowing that if the manager cannot stop that beast below, the caged miners outside could be slaughtered next. Where Jiang Mian sees disaster, Suning sees his chance, because the whole camp's attention has shifted away from the prisoners. Suning acts immediately, turning his palms into blades and cutting through his own shackles in front of a stunned Jiang Mian. Because Jiang Mian helped him survive these months, Suning gives him one clear choice: come with him, or stay behind. Jiang Mian answers at once that he wants out, and Suning cuts off his shackles too. Suning warns that they must run separately and survive on their own, because this escape is too dangerous for either man to carry the other. With no more time to waste, Suning tears open the iron fence, and the two men finally burst out of the cage. Once outside, they split in different directions without even a proper farewell, each betting his life on speed and luck. Suning heads straight for the camp wall, using everything he learned over 5 months to move through the chaos before anyone fully notices. His luck holds only for a moment, until one supervisor spots him and shouts for everyone to kill the escaping miner as a warning to the rest. With guards closing from both front and back, Suning still does not panic, because this lightly defended side of the camp is exactly why he chose it. He scoops up a handful of stones and turns them into killing weapons, punching force through them hard enough to tear open guards' throats. The opening appears, and Suning crashes through the last 2 guards and reaches the outer wall. Using hardened skin and condensed chi in his hands and feet, he climbs the spiked 20-meter wall as if it were nothing. The guards keep shouting behind him, but the real trap is outside the wall, where a ring of deep spike pits waits below. Even that fails to stop him, and Suning kicks off the wall to clear the pits in one desperate leap to freedom. Landing outside at last, Suning looks back at the mine camp with 5 months of hatred burning in his chest and silently vows to settle this debt one day. He does not linger, because he knows pursuit is coming, and he runs straight into the dense forest beyond the mine. Inside the forest, Suning deliberately chooses thick grass and thorny cover to hide his trail, while the camp sends out mounted teams to hunt him down. When he hears horses closing in, Suning climbs a tree and waits in silence for the pursuers to pass beneath him. Then he drops out of the branches and wipes out the group in a fast surprise attack, realizing none of these pursuers are strong enough to stop him now. After the fight, he strips money from the dead guards and takes the strongest horse, because freedom means nothing if he cannot buy food, clothes, or a way home. He rides hard for less than half an hour and finally breaks out of the forest, but the exhausted horse gives out, forcing him back onto his own feet. 20 miles later he spots a village, but even in desperate condition he refuses to enter, knowing the guards will question everyone there. So he keeps pushing forward day and night, trusting his tough body to carry him farther than the men chasing him. 2 days later, a guarded caravan rounds a mountain road and finds a tall, ragged stranger standing right in its path. The lead guard immediately treats Suning like a threat and orders him out of the way with his machete ready. A flashy, thin manager pokes out from the carriage, takes one look at Suning's filthy state, and dismisses him as nothing but a roadside refugee. Suning walks up anyway and calmly explains that he only wants to trade silver for clothes and food. The guard notices that this is no broken refugee but a steady martial artist, and his attitude softens at once. When Suning shows real money, the guard is willing to deal, but the manager cuts in again and bluntly refuses to sell him anything. When the skinny manager talks down to him, Suning just smiles and flicks a silver piece past the man's face. The silver slams into a carriage hard enough to blast a hole through the wood, and the manager instantly realizes Suning could have killed him. The buff guard blurts out that this is state mind realm power, and the whole mood around the ragged stranger changes at once. Suning lightly asks whether his silver is enough to buy clothes and food, and the manager drops his arrogance on the spot. Now desperate to please him, the manager barks at his men to bring their best clothes, hats, and meat for the good man. After choosing a martial outfit and provisions, Suning asks the buff guard for the nearest city and learns Chunrin Canton lies 200 miles south. With a quick thanks, Suning leaves, and only after he is gone does the manager finally dare wipe the sweat from his face. In the nearby mountains, Suning finds a stream, scrubs away months of grime, and changes into proper clothes again. Fed and cleaned up at last, Suning sets out for Chunrin Canton. When he finally enters Chunrin Canton, Suning is struck by how much bigger and livelier it feels than Kangyun County ever did. As he walks the streets, Suning keeps spotting strong warriors, and it becomes obvious this city's martial world is on a completely different level. He even suspects a city this stable must have void realm experts watching over it from above. Wanting a safe base first, Suning steps into a restaurant inn and asks for a room. The clerk names an expensive rate, but Suning casually produces gold and pays for 20 days without haggling. Once food is brought upstairs, Suning finally gets the heavy meal he has been missing for months. Instead of collapsing into bed, he heads back out to gather one answer he still needs most: how to get home. That night by the window, Suning learns the truth and feels it sinking hard. Home is far farther away than he hoped. Chunrin Canton sits near the southern edge of State Jifeng, so getting back to State Feiyan would mean crossing nearly the entire state first. Worse, the deadly Jichuan mountain range blocks the final path, and without void realm strength, trying to cross it would be suicide. Thinking of his sister and niece only makes the distance hurt more, because right now strength decides whether he lives or dies on the road home. Suning forces himself to accept reality, and decides he has to stay in State Jifeng for now. He also thinks of the way family members still trapped somewhere in misery, but he knows he is nowhere near strong enough to save them yet. So Suning settles on a new plan: build a foothold in Chunrin Canton, gather resources, and grow stronger before worrying about the future. A few days later, after roaming the city and finally letting his mind loosen a little, Suning passes another martial arts hall. Martial arts halls are still a novelty to him, because back in Kanyan County people usually learn through family, sex, or by struggling alone. This time he stops because the notice at the door is different. Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall is openly recruiting a deputy hall master. The position requires state mind realm strength and offers 30 gold taels a month, enough to make even Suning stare twice. Since what he needs most now is money and resources, Suning walks straight inside to apply. Inside the busy hall, a tall young woman in white mistakes him for a new student and points him toward the registration desk. Suning explains he is not here to learn but to apply for deputy hall master, and the woman in white clearly does not believe him at first. When Suning says he recently reached the state mind realm, her suspicion turns into curiosity, and she leads him to the backyard. The huge training yard behind the hall surprises Suning, especially in a city where land should be expensive. Most of the students are drilling external skills, and the whole place feels like a proper martial institution rather than a rough village school field. A tall, handsome disciple comes over warmly to Han Xiaoyan, only to learn that her new arrival is not a student at all but a deputy hall master candidate. Han Xiaoyan goes to fetch her father, and soon the hall master himself comes out to size Suning up. Han Huxiao introduces himself, and cuts straight to the point by asking Suning for a spar. Once the yard is cleared, the two men step into the center as students and coaches gather in a ring to watch. Before the first strike, both fighters quietly read each other, and Suning can already feel that Han Huxiao is stronger than he is. When Han Huxiao invites him to move first, Suning answers with a hand blade strike powered by his knife technique despite holding no weapon. Their first exchange is enough for both men to confirm the truth. Suning really is in the state mind realm, and Han Huxiao is already in the stronger intention realm. As they separate, Han Huxiao's respect rises fast, because Suning's barehanded knife technique clearly sits at an unusually high level. Han Huxiao presses harder with a full attack, and the sheer weight of his fists forces Suning to reveal more of what he can do. Suning answers by activating hardened skin and bursting out stronger internal force, exposing a second perfected external skill on top of the first. The clash turns fierce enough to whip strong wind across the yard, and even the spectators can barely keep their eyes open. Watching from the side, Han Xiaoyan starts seeing Suning in a new light, while Lu Qishan can only stare in disbelief. After dozens of rounds, Han Huxiao finally calls a stop and laughs, openly praising Suning's strength. Suning admits he is still no match for Han Huxiao head-on, but the hall master is already treating him like a serious equal. With the test passed, Han Huxiao invites Suning inside to talk details, and Suning agrees without hesitation. Inside the house, Han Huxiao praised Suning's talent but was really probing his origins. Suning gave a cautious half-truth, saying his clan taught him martial arts before war destroyed his home and forced him into exile. He kept State Feiyan and the mine escape hidden, choosing caution in case anyone could still trace him. Han Huxiao accepted the vague answer, deciding not to push when it was obvious Suning wanted his past left alone. With a weary sigh about people drifting through troubled times, Han Huxiao made it clear he liked what he saw in Suning. He began explaining that Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall was more than a school and made money through protection and escort work. The hall protected businesses on Fanhua Street, including restaurants, brothels, and casinos whenever trouble broke out. Its other major business was escorting caravans and valuable goods, which explained why the martial arts hall looked so rich. Han Huxiao told Suning that as deputy hall master, he would mainly step in when subordinates, or the hall itself ran into serious trouble. If Suning skipped escort work he would still get 30 gold taels a month, and if he joined runs, the guards kept most of the earnings. The generous deal suited Suning well, and after a brief pause he accepted the position. Han Huxiao happily declared him the new deputy hall master of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall. Suning answered with a formal salute, accepting the new rank in full view of the others. Han Huxiao introduced Han Yu and Du Che as subordinates Suning could command despite being close to him in age. When Han Huxiao learned Suning was still staying at an inn, he offered him a room inside the martial arts hall. Suning accepted at once, glad to save money and finally have a stable place to stay. That night, Han Huxiao hosted a dinner on Fanhua Street so the hall's people and local shopkeepers could meet their new deputy hall master. Soon after, Suning moved out of the inn and settled into Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, starting a new life in Chunrin Canton. Half a month passed quietly, and Suning found himself oddly restless because the job paid well while giving him almost nothing to do. At dinner time, Han Yu came to call him, now dressed in a light green shirt that made her poised presence even harder to miss. The four of them ate together in the hall with a maid serving, showing how naturally Suning had already settled into their household routine. During the meal, Han Huxiao finally had a real request. He and Duce would leave the next day on an escort mission, so Suning needed to watch the hall. He explained that a foreign merchant had demanded his personal escort for a very valuable shipment, and was paying handsomely for it. Han Huxiao ordered Han Yu to handle small matters in his absence, and only go to Suning when the trouble was too big for her. Suning immediately pushed back on being treated too lightly, saying he should be taking on more responsibility now. In truth, he kept training every day to hide the fact that his real progress came from somewhere others could never explain. That steady attitude impressed Han Huxiao, who had already decided Suning was talented without being arrogant. After dinner, Han Huxiao told Duce to rest early for the trip, and Duce obeyed with perfect manners. But as Duce lowered his head, Suning caught a brief hostile glance that did not match the young man's polite surface. Suning guessed the resentment came from Duce's feelings for Han Yu, yet he still marked the man as someone worth watching. The next day, Han Huxiao and Duce escorted the caravan out of the city, leaving the martial arts hall in Suning's hands. Before going, Han Huxiao warned that rival halls already knew about the new deputy hall master and would likely come test him the moment he was gone. After breakfast with Han Yu, Suning spent the morning in the backyard watching instructors train the apprentices while she handled registration in the foyer. By noon, noise erupted from the front hall, and Suning knew at once that the trouble Han Huxiao predicted had arrived. An instructor rushed over to confirm it, and Suning could only laugh at how his easy post ended the second the hall master left. He remembered Han Huxiao's rule clearly: backing down from a stronger challenger was fine, but retreating from an equal would shame both him and the hall. Since his strength was already far beyond an ordinary warrior of the same realm, Suning walked into the foyer without any fear. Waiting there was Tai Guanxiong of Fierce Metal Martial Arts Hall, a huge deputy hall master whose body looked more like a beast than a man. Han Yu quickly whispered his identity and reputation to Suning, making it clear this was a famous powerhouse who crushed people head-on. Even so, Suning stayed calm, trusting the toughness of his perfected body training and the force control of his state-mind realm. Tai Guanxiong loudly demanded to know if he was the new deputy hall master, and Suning stepped forward to confirm it without flinching. The giant formally declared his challenge, wrapping a fight declaration in polite words. Suning answered just as directly and tried to move the fight to the backyard. Tai Guanxiong wanted the clash in the foyer where the street crowd could enjoy the spectacle and watch him humiliate the newcomer. Suning saw through that plan but still allowed the crowd to follow them, as long as they moved somewhere with room to fight properly. Han Yu hurried ahead to clear the training field while spectators from both halls and the street poured into the backyard. In the center of the ring, Tai Guanxiong called for his double hammers, and Han Yu passed Suning a broad knife suited to his style. Han Yu quietly warned him to be careful, and Suning answered with calm confidence that only made her more aware of his composure. The instant the field was clear, Tai Guanxiong crashed his hammers together and charged first like a rampaging beast. His opening strike came straight for Suning's head, so violent that even the spectators recoiled from the shock of it. The fierce metal side already expected Suning to start dodging and fall into Tai Guanxiong's relentless rhythm. Instead, Suning met the blow head-on and slashed upward with his knife at the exact moment the hammers fell. The impact cracked the ground under Suning's feet, but the bigger shock was that Tai Guanxiong was the one knocked backward. Tai Guanxiong stared in disbelief as he realized the lean newcomer carried overwhelming force and terrifying control behind that single counter. Han Yu's fear broke into open relief, because the spars she had seen before never showed Suning looking this dominant. Suning casually shook gravel from his foot, already fighting with hardened skin active and full confidence in his perfected physique. Because his state-mind realm had fused all his martial skills together, Suning could mix body strength and force techniques in ways ordinary opponents could not predict. Humiliated by the first exchange, Tai Guanxiong tore off his shirt, bared his massive muscles, and came at Suning even more fiercely than before. In Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall's yard, Suning steps into Tai Guanxiong's charge and meets the heavy hammers head-on instead of giving ground. Their weapons crash again and again, and the crowd can feel that this is not a flashy exchange, but a brutal test of raw power. As the two fighters separate for a breath, Suning quietly sizes Tai Guanxiong up and realizes he is facing a peak state-mind opponent with unusually terrifying physical talent. Suning understands the real danger. Tai Guanxiong's body and meridians can bear explosive force like someone using an almost perfected external skill. Tai Guanxiong, meanwhile, is breathing hard and hiding a worse truth. Suning is still composed while his own arms are already shaking from the clash. That gap hits Tai Guanxiong even harder because Suning is far younger, yet he already carries 2 perfected external skills that Tai Guanxiong never thought someone like him could reach so early. Once Su Ning has measured enough, he decides to stop trading strength and finish the fight on his own terms. Su Ning lunges first and swings for Tai Guanxiong's forehead, but this time his blade carries a tearing force woven into the Gale knife technique. Tai Guanxiong catches the change too late, and the next collision sends a ripping shock through his arm all the way to the shoulder. In that instant, Tai Guanxiong knows the truth. This is Su Ning's real fighting style, and the difference between them is bigger than it looked. With every exchange after that, Su Ning looks looser and sharper, while Tai Guanxiong's body and guards start breaking under the tearing force. After dozens more clashes, Tai Guanxiong finally loses his grip and one hammer drops from his hand. Su Ning seizes the opening and stops his blade just in front of Tai Guanxiong's forehead, close enough for Tai Guanxiong to feel death in the wind. Tai Guanxiong gives a bitter smile, lets the last hammer fall, and accepts that he was beaten cleanly. Too humiliated to linger, Tai Guanxiong pushes through the crowd and walks out without another word. The mood flips instantly as Shadow Moon Hall erupts in cheers and fierce metals people gather the fallen hammers and leave in disgrace. The bystanders go wild, suddenly treating Su Ning like a rising star and wondering what powerful background could have produced someone this young and this strong. When the crowd thins, Hanyu steps up and hands Su Ning a wet towel, thanking him for protecting the hall's name. Hanyu looks at him with open admiration, and Su Ning knows this public win will make people think twice before targeting Shadow Moon Hall again. Over the next few days, the effect spreads through Chunrin Canton. The challengers go quiet because even Tai Guanxiong could not shake Su Ning. Other martial artists can only envy Han Huxiao's luck, because the deputy hall master this young now looks like the future pillar of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall. Su Ning barely cares about the fame, because his real attention has already shifted back to the Thousand Source bug and the energy it keeps producing. Since escaping the mine, the bug has produced 7 more aura crystals and given Su Ning another 14 units of energy, which makes this secret method feel safely reliable. But that steady source is suddenly at risk, because the little fire crystal or pieces are almost gone and the bug may soon go back to producing weaker 1-point crystals. To keep the quality up, Su Ning decides to visit the market and buy more fire crystal, or along with different spirit medicines to test what helps the bug most. Before heading out, Su Ning finds Han Yu and awkwardly asks if he can take part of his monthly salary in advance. Han Yu is genuinely startled that a state-mined martial artist would be short on money, but she hides it fast and agrees without making things difficult. She promptly gives him 30 taels in gold notes, and Su Ning thanks her for handling it so smoothly. As Su Ning checks the notes, he recognizes them as Luxing bank paper, the kind merchants trust because carrying hard gold through this chaotic region is too dangerous. With money in hand, Su Ning heads into the Canton city shops to start buying materials for his bug experiment. Not far from Shadow Moon Hall, a man in battle clothes intercepts him and respectfully introduces himself as an instructor from Fierce Metal Martial Arts Hall. Su Ning is wary after the recent fight, but the visitor is not here for revenge, only to invite him to visit Fierce Metal Hall. Su Ning refuses right away because he is busy, and he sees no reason to walk into their territory just because they ask. That is when the man finally reveals the real offer. Fierce Metal wants to poach Su Ning with a monthly salary of 50 gold taels. Su Ning almost laughs at the nerve of it, because the hall that just lost to him is now trying to hire him away in broad daylight. He still turns them down, pointing out that he just embarrassed their hall and Tai Guanxiong is not likely to welcome him warmly. Even so, the offer gives Su Ning a sharper idea. If one rival hall is willing to bid for him, more should come, and Shadow Moon may end up raising his worth too. He sets that aside for now and starts buying dozens of different spirit medicines, spending nearly 12 taels just to test what the Thousand Source bug actually likes. He also spends another 20 taels on efficient spirit medicine for himself, already estimating that batch alone should return at least 25 energy. On the way back, more martial arts halls try to pull him aside, but Su Ning refuses every one of them and keeps his options open. Back in his room, Su Ning sets out the day's purchases and carefully takes the Thousand Source bug from the hidden compartment he always keeps on him. He treats the bug like his safest source of progress, because an ordinary Thousand Source bug is already precious and this one seems even rarer. Su Ning starts the trial by nudging the bug and presenting a glowing green ore, watching closely to see whether it wants it. The bug rubs against the green ore for a moment, then crawls away, making it clear that curiosity is not the same as appetite. Su Ning keeps going through the whole pile for nearly an hour, methodically testing every medicine and mineral one by one. By the end of the test, the answer is blunt. The bug has no interest in spirit medicines at all and only wants 4 specific kinds of mineral ore. So Su Ning decides to feed those 4 ores separately and compare which one lets the bug produce the best aura crystals. He stores the bug together with a pure white ore, then turns to the spirit medicines and absorbs every bit of useful energy they contain. Even the medicines the bug rejected are not wasted, and by the time Su Ning is done his stored energy has climbed to 45. 45 is still nowhere near the 200 he needs for the next realm, but the pace here in Chunrin Canton convinces him that this level of growth is finally realistic. That thought naturally leads to a sharper regret. If he could enter the Source faction, advancing further would be even easier. He pushes the frustration aside and starts cleaning up the leftover scraps from the medicines instead of dwelling on what he cannot have yet. Just as he finishes, an anxious shout rises from outside. Han Huxiao is back, and the tone makes it sound like something is wrong. Back at Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, Suning hears commotion outside and rushes out, already sensing something is badly wrong because Han Huxiao was never supposed to return this soon. The sight hits hard. Han Huxiao staggers into the backyard in torn clothes, pale and bloodied, supported by Han Yu and Duche while several other escort members limp in behind them. Suning demands an explanation, and Duche grimly reveals their escort job was a trap from the start. Duche explains that once the caravan lured them into a valley, hidden warriors swarmed them, and even an intention realm expert joined the ambush. When the fight collapsed, Han Huxiao forced his people to run, and only his desperate last stand against the intention realm attacker let a few of them escape alive. But the attackers never exposed who hired them, leaving Duche with only rage and no name to strike back at. Suning grips Han Huxiao's hand and feels just how bad it is, not only surface wounds but heavy damage inside his body. Han Huxiao forces out a smile and hands the hall over for now, telling Suning to manage Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall while he recovers. Refusing to collapse in front of his people, Han Huxiao tells Han Yu to take him back to his room and orders Duche to fetch a doctor for the others. After Duche runs off and the wounded are settled, Suning helps with the aftermath, but his mind is already on the larger danger behind the ambush. Suning quickly concludes this was a deliberate hit on Shadow Moon, most likely from a rival in Chunrin Canton or one of Han Huxiao's business enemies. He also sees the next problem clearly. Once Han Huxiao can no longer intimidate the city, every force eyeing Shadow Moon's people and businesses will start pressing in. Even so, Suning does not bolt. He decides to stay as deputy hall master a little longer and wait to see whether Han Huxiao still has a way to steady the situation. Inside his room, Han Huxiao finally stops pretending and coughs out blood the moment Han Yu gets him to the bed. Han Yu fights back tears, grabs a porcelain bottle, and rushes medicine into him just to keep him stable. Once the medicine settles him a little, Han Huxiao tells her the truth outright. Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall is in real danger now. He explains that he never had many old grudges, so this attack almost certainly came from forces in the canton that want to break the hall now that its foundation is exposed. He spells out the weak point himself. Shadow Moon's reputation was built mostly on his strength, and without him standing tall, the hall and its affiliated businesses can start falling apart fast. Han Yu asks what they can do, trying to stay calm even while the whole future of the hall starts to look shaky. Instead of answering right away, Han Huxiao asks whether anyone came to cause trouble while he was gone. Han Yu tells him Tai Guanxiong from Fierce Metal Martial Arts Hall did come, but Su Ning beat him and stopped anyone else from pressing them for the moment. Han Huxiao is genuinely surprised when he hears Su Ning did not just win, but fought Tai Guanxiong head-on before switching his force method and taking control of the fight. That report changes everything for him, because Su Ning now looks even more valuable than he realized. Then Han Huxiao suddenly worries about a different threat. Once Su Ning's strength became public, rival halls and clans may already have started trying to poach him. Han Yu can only say Su Ning barely left the hall and she saw no outsiders meet him, but Han Huxiao still decides they have to keep Su Ning at all costs. Han Yu points out the obvious problem. Su Ning only joined recently, so why would he stay if Shadow Moon's road ahead turns ugly? Han Huxiao says the only answer is to offer enough benefits to satisfy him, then abruptly orders clean clothes and hot water because he has to go out immediately. When Han Yu tries to stop him, Han Huxiao explains that keeping Su Ning is not enough by itself. The hall also needs outside backing, even if that means giving up a painful share of its profits. He admits the truth with obvious bitterness. After building Shadow Moon for years, he hates the idea of leaning on others, but in their current state even getting someone to accept them may be difficult. At last he names the one person he thinks might save them, Miss Feng San. Before leaving, Han Huxiao empties the rest of his medicine bottle into his mouth in one desperate move, and Han Yu can only watch in helpless silence. Half an hour later, still injured and alone, Han Huxiao reaches a busy casino and heads inside to seek that last hope. The gambling house is loud and chaotic, packed with winners, losers, greed, and guards, but Han Huxiao goes straight to a patrol guard and asks to see Miss Feng San. He presents a token, waits under scrutiny, and is finally told that Miss Feng San will receive him on the 4th floor. The higher he climbs, the quieter and more guarded the place becomes, until heavy security leads him into a private room upstairs. Inside, 4 richly dressed nobles keep gambling around a table and barely spare Han Huxiao a glance, forcing the wounded hall master to stand there and wait. He endures that humiliation for a full hour before the others finally leave, revealing the young woman who actually matters at the table. Now alone with her, Han Huxiao bows deeply and addresses the enchanting young noblewoman with full humility as Miss Feng San. Feng Qingyu wastes no time on pleasantries, and Han Huxiao bluntly begs her to save Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall. She asks for a reason, and he quickly explains that someone is preparing to move against his hall, even if he still cannot name who. Feng Qingyu goes straight to price, asking what he can offer if she intervenes. Han Huxiao opens with half the hall, offering her 50% of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall's equity just for protection. She smiles and raises the knife immediately, saying she wants all of it instead. Her reasoning is cold and practical. Just showing up on his behalf would already earn her a cut from whoever is targeting him, so helping him is only worth more if she takes more. Knowing his people could be wiped out once the hall falls, Han Huxiao grits his teeth and pushes the offer up to 70%. That finally catches Feng Qingyu's attention, but she still adds a condition before giving him anything. Her condition is brutal. She will protect Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, but only after 1 month. She explains that as a member of the Feng family, she will not risk stepping in early unless his hall proves it can survive long enough to be worth backing. Han Huxiao immediately understands the real game. She wants a month to see who his enemy is first, and if that enemy is too troublesome, she may still walk away. But cornered and out of options, Han Huxiao swallows the humiliation and accepts Miss Feng San's 1-month condition anyway. Han Huxiao comes back from the casino looking grim, and Han Yu rushes to ask what Miss Feng San decided. He says Feng Xigua will protect Shadow Moon, but only after a full month and only if they surrender 70% of the hall's stock. Han Yu flares up at the shameless deal, but both of them know they are too cornered to refuse. When Han Yu asks how they are supposed to survive this month, Han Huxiao admits his injuries are so bad he can barely handle an internal Qi round fighter. With no better option left, Han Huxiao decides their only real hope is Su Ning. Han Huxiao goes straight to Su Ning and bluntly lays out the truth. Shadow Moon will be attacked in a few days, and whether it survives is uncertain. He explains that outside backing will come in 1 month, so if they can just endure until then, the crisis can be survived. Su Ning quietly weighs the danger, because helping now could easily drag him into a fight strong enough to get him killed. Han Huxiao does not pressure him with loyalty talk and even says Su Ning can leave if he wants, since he only joined the hall recently. Then he makes the real plea and asks Su Ning to stay just for this 1 brutal month. To make the offer harder to refuse, Han Huxiao promises a generous reward and says he still will not force Su Ning to die with the hall if things collapse. His trump card is a Void Realm secret technique, and that finally jolts Su Ning. Su Ning immediately asks if Han Huxiao truly has won, because treasures tied to the Void Realm are almost impossible for ordinary mortal warriors to touch. Han Huxiao says he obtained the technique while wandering in his youth, and he will hand it over immediately if Su Ning agrees to stay. Su Ning points out the obvious problem. He is only at the State Mind Realm, and does not even possess a Void Realm secret scroll. Han Huxiao reminds him that external techniques can be learned before reaching their matching realm, just like practicing blade skills before mastering internal skill. He explains that a mortal realm warrior can train a Void Realm secret technique, even if it is extremely hard and puts heavy strain on the body when used. Still, Han Huxiao says it can serve as a life-saving trump card, and with Su Ning's talent he believes the technique will suit him. After a long pause, Su Ning agrees to stay. But he adds one more condition on top of the secret technique: 200 gold notes. Su Ning asks for that money because if he is risking his life here, he needs enough resources to push his strength higher first. With his current 45 units of energy, those medicines could push him close to 300 and let him break through to the intention realm before the trouble hits. Han Huxiao agrees at once, even though 200 gold taels cuts deep into the Martial Hall's savings. He thanks Su Ning sincerely, and in the worst case he only asks one thing in return: take Han Yu and Du Che away alive. Su Ning accepts that promise too, and the deal between them is settled. Later that night, Han Huxiao delivers both the old secret manual and the gold notes, and Su Ning immediately goes out to buy spirit medicines. After dinner, Su Ning seals his room and lays the purchased spirit medicines out across the table. He absorbs them all in one sweep until the medicines crumble into useless dust. That one purchase gives him 253 more energy, and raises his total to 298. With enough stored up at last, Su Ning chooses to upgrade the Spring Breeze tactic immediately. The breakthrough hits hard at first, with the same dizzy jolt he felt before clarity floods in again. He steps into the Mortal Realm 8th stage, the Intention Realm, and suddenly feels every detail of his body and chi with much finer precision. A casual palm strike now bursts through the air, proving his control has advanced from simple force tricks to deadlier spiral force. His defense and endurance rise with it, and Su Ning realizes that with hardened skin and full internal chi, he can now stand up to much stronger enemies. That boost settles his nerves, because if the injured Han Huxiao could hold Shadow Moon before, Su Ning now believes he can at least survive the coming storm himself. He also feels the weight of how far he has come, since the spirit realm is now only one step away. So he checks the next cost right away and learns the jump to the 9th stage spirit realm will require 300 energy. He tests it anyway, gets an immediate failure for insufficient energy, and confirms exactly how close he is. Even so, Su Ning judges the spirit realm manageable compared to the real wall ahead, obtaining a Void Realm secret scroll. He remembers what Wei Changqing taught him, that Void Realm secret scrolls vary wildly in quality, and a poor one can cripple a warrior's future strength. Since even a low-quality scroll is far beyond an ordinary mortal warrior's reach, Su Ning can only set that problem aside for now. With the immediate crisis still looming, he turns to the one prize already in his hands and takes out Han Huxiao's old manual. The title on the cover reads Title Fist, and Su Ning stares at it with rising expectation. Then he opens Tidal Fist and begins studying the Void Realm secret technique, determined to grasp its essence and carve it onto his martial arts panel. Suning spends the whole night studying Tidal Fist, but this Void Realm technique is too complex to grasp in one sitting. He decides not to rush it, because his current intention realm strength is already enough for the crisis in front of him. By dawn, even after barely sleeping an hour, Suning is still completely refreshed thanks to his stronger cultivation. When he patrols Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall after breakfast, the place feels heavy, with only a fraction of the usual apprentices showing up. The instructors all look worried, but when they see Suning, their eyes still carry hope. That loyalty makes Suning realize just how deeply Han Hushio is respected, because no one has abandoned the hall yet even now. Hanyu comes to find him looking worn out, after juggling both her father's worsening condition and the hall's daily affairs. She sincerely thanks Suning for staying, because every helper she tried to hire yesterday refused to touch Shadowman's mess. Suning tries to steady her nerves, telling her things may not be as bad as they look, but Hanyu can only answer with a bitter little smile. Duce rushes over next, politely thanking Suning too, but Suning still feels an unspoken dislike toward him. Their quiet talk is cut off when an instructor hurries in with urgent news that powerful troublemakers are smashing up Willow Building. Hanyu's face changes at once, because Willow Building is one of Shadowman's businesses and the hall is expected to protect it when trouble starts. Suning immediately sees the pattern. Han Hushio was badly injured yesterday, and now someone is already testing Shadowmoon from the outside. He decides this is his moment to act and heads out to deal with Willow Building personally. Duce wants to go too, but Hanyu orders him to stay behind and guard both her father and the martial arts hall. She makes that call because Han Huxiao's forced medicine has worn off and his injuries are now even worse than before. Duce finally agrees to stay, but after Suning and Hanyu walk out, he watches them go and quietly smirks. The city itself still looks lively as ever, and Hanyu leads Suning through the bustling streets toward Fanhua Street. At Willow Building's entrance, a nervous guard is shocked that Shadow Moon only sent 2 people to handle the mess. Suning brushes the warning aside and walks straight in, confident that the 2 of them are enough. Inside, the place looks polished and tasteful, but the calm surface breaks under the sound of a fight ahead. When they move in, they find Willow Building guards already sprawled on the floor and a gang of armed men still making a scene. The 2 leaders stand out immediately, one a huge sleeveless brute in green and the other a short coat thug built like a heavy ball. The madam anxiously begs them to stop, explaining that Willow Building sells performances, not bodies, but the green shirt thug keeps pushing a fake injury excuse to extort them. When the madam spots Shadowmoon reinforcements, she feels relief for a heartbeat, then panics again when she realizes the man they sent is just a young stranger. Suning walks right up to the green shirt thug and calmly asks how they want to settle this. The troublemakers instantly realize Shadowmoon took the bait, and the short coat thug mocks Suning for being a kid before naming an outrageous price. When Suning says that is too much, the green shirt thug goes even further and casually demands Hanyu as part of the payment. Hanyu keeps her composure because she knows they are trying to provoke them on purpose. Suning just chuckles at their arrogance and tells them they have no idea who they are dealing with. Then he moves without warning, driving spiral force into the green shirt thug's abdomen in a single clean strike. The thug vomits blood and staggers back in horror as the tearing force churns through his insides. Shaking with fear, he blurts out the truth everyone can hear. Suning is an intention realm warrior. That one sentence shatters the gang's confidence, because they only dared act this boldly after being told Shadow Moon had nobody above State Mind Realm left. Hanyu is stunned too, because Suning was only State Mind Realm days ago, and now he has broken into the Mortal Realm 8th stage. For Hanyu, the shock quickly turns into relief, because if Suning is really this strong, Shadow Moon may still survive. The short coat thug immediately drops his arrogance and begs forgiveness, trying to withdraw before things get worse. Suning stops them cold, because now that they came for Shadow Moon, they do not get to walk away without answers. He demands to know who sent them, but the short coat thug tries feeding him a clumsy lie about being lustful wanderers who picked a fight on their own. Suning cuts that off with one slap so fast the man barely sees it before crashing to the floor. Then Suning plants a foot on his chest, draws his knife, and coldly warns that another lie will cost every one of them their meridians. That threat breaks them completely, and the short coat thug finally confesses that Fanhua Martial Arts Hall paid their horse bandit group to target Shadowmoon. He spills the rest too. They were promised 100 gold taels to stir trouble here first, and then move on to harass Shadowmoon Martial Arts Hall itself. Suning checks Hanyu with a glance, and her grim expression tells him the story sounds true. Thinking they survived, the gang scrambles to leave the moment Suning lifts his foot from the short coat thug. But Suning stops them one last time and calmly names his price, leave the gold, and each of them breaks an arm before they go. The room goes dead quiet, because nobody expected this humble young deputy hall master to be this ruthless once Shadowmoon was crossed. At Willow Building, Suning stays stone cold and makes it clear these attackers will not walk away unharmed. To buy his life, the green shirt warrior throws down 100 taels in gold notes, and slices off his own arm on the spot. The brutal display terrifies the whole room, and the willow-building madam suddenly feels lucky she never abandoned Shadowmoon. The short-coat warrior and the others follow suit, chopping off arms too, and when one subordinate hesitates, the green-shirt warrior cuts it off for him before Suning can change his mind. Only after all that does Suning take the money, order them to leave Chunrin Canton for good, and warn that coming back means death. The attackers feel the weight of their disaster all at once. They have offended Shadowmoon and betrayed Finghe, and now they only want to escape alive. Then Suning stops them one more time and tells them to take the severed arms too. Realizing they might still reattach their arms with spirit medicine, the two leaders leave almost grateful to Suning, and even more bitter toward Finghe Martial Arts Hall. Watching all this, Hanyu is shaken by what absolute power looks like and starts believing Suning could one day step beyond the mortal realm. With the trouble finished, Suning politely takes his leave, and the madam warmly tries to keep him for snacks and music. Suning refuses with a simple next time and walks out with Hanyu instead. Outside, Suning offers the 100 taels to Hanyu, but she pushes it back to him because he earned it and clearly needs the money more. Back at Shadowmoon Martial Arts Hall, Duce and the instructors crowd the entrance, desperate to hear whether the crisis is over. Hanyu coolly says Suning handled the two state-mind opponents with ease, stunning the whole group. Then Hanyu reveals the real reason. Suning has already broken into the mortal realm 8th stage, the intention realm. That one announcement instantly steadies Shadowmoon, because now the hall finally has an intention realm expert holding the line. Hanyu orders everyone back to work and promises that Shadowmoon is not going anywhere. Once the hall settles down, Suning returns to his room to study Tidal Fist, while Hanyu heads straight to her injured father. Hanyu finds Han Huxia flushed and propped against the bed, already straining to hear whether the rumor about Suning is true. When Hanyu confirms Suning used spiral force in the fight, Han Huxia knows for sure that Suning has reached the intention realm. The news excites Han Huxia so much he breaks into a coughing fit, but his spirits visibly rise anyway. Han Huxia feels vindicated for investing in Suning, because this kind of genius will never stay small for long. Hanyu presses on and tells him the captured troublemakers named Finghe Martial Arts Hall as the force behind the attack. At the name Finghe, Han Huxia immediately thinks of his old rival Xianningi, and the long bad blood between their halls. But the more he thinks about it, the less he believes Xianningi could have arranged all this alone. Han Huxia concludes Finghe must have brought in outside backing, because Xianningi does not have the strength to recruit an intention realm ambusher and wipe out Shadowmoon by himself. That thought rattles Hanyu again, but Han Huxia tells her not to panic yet. He says the hidden allies are dangerous, not unstoppable, and with Suning in the hall they should still be able to hold out until Miss Feng-san arrives next month. Back in his room, Suning pauses his martial study and reaches first for the hidden compartment in his worn belt. He is surprised to find the thousand-source bug has already produced another silver-white aura crystal far earlier than expected. When Suning touches it, he learns this crystal still holds 2 units of energy, which means the bug's efficiency has doubled on pure ore. That result thrills him, because steady pure ore feeding could turn the bug into a reliable monthly energy source. Suning absorbs the crystal at once, pushing his stored energy from 98 up to a clean 100. Since impurities do not matter to him, Suning immediately starts testing the bug with a different, or instead of wasting time. The greedy little bug happily starts eating again, and Suning feels even more secure about how fast he can keep growing. With 100 energy already saved and 100 taels still in hand, Suning decides to buy spirit medicines that afternoon and stack up even more. Later that afternoon, Suning leaves Shadowmoon on his own, heading out to make that purchase. But right after Suning leaves, Duce slips out too with a rice hat pulled low to hide his face. Duce goes straight to Finghe Martial Arts Hall, avoids the front, and enters quietly through the back door. Inside a private room, Duce respectfully greets Hall Master Xie, exposing his secret contact with Finghe at the very end of the chapter. In a secret meeting, the masked contact finally shows his face, and the real traitor inside Shadowmoon turns out to be Duce. Xianningi is furious because Duce's report was wrong. Suning is not State Mind Realm, but Intention Realm. Duce hurriedly begs forgiveness and swears he did not lie on purpose, terrified that one mistake will cost him everything. His desperation makes sense. Duce betrayed Shadowmoon for a blood idea Dan, because his forced progress has already pushed his talent to the limit. He explains that Suning only broke through in the last 2 days, and Xianningi decides to spare him for now because the traitor is still useful. Xianningi calmly changes the plan. Before Shadowmoon can be crushed, Suning has to die first. When Duce balks at targeting an Intention Realm fighter, Xianningi mocks his cowardice and says a newly advanced expert is nothing special. Then the real task comes out. Duce must lure Suning outside the city so Xianningi and Master Xue can kill him in an ambush. Duce panics that Suning is too sharp to deceive, but that only makes Xianningi's expression turn ugly. To shut him up, Xianningi smashes the corner of the table with one slap and reminds Duce that exposure means Han Huxia will personally execute his own traitorous disciple. Once fear lands, Xianningi sweetens the deal with the second half of the blood idea Dan, Hanyu as spoils, and a place under him after Shadowmoon falls. That is enough to break Duce, and he bows his head and agrees to drag Suning out of the city. Before Duce leaves, Xianingi tosses him a breath dance so stronger martial artists will have a harder time sensing the danger around him. After Duce is gone, Xianingi stays behind with a murderous stare, already fixed on Suning as the next target. 2 days later, Shadow Moon looks calm again on the surface, and the hall has even filled back up to about 60% of its former bustle. During that quiet stretch, Suning absorbs more spirit medicine and pushes his stored energy up to 225, only 75 short of Spirit Realm. What really has him fired up, though, is Tidal Fist, and he spends these days studying it so obsessively that sleep barely matters. At sunset, the breakthrough finally comes. Tidal Fist is fully understood and appears on his martial arts panel as an unlearned technique. Su Ning immediately tries to upgrade it, eager to finally touch the secrets of the Void Realm. But the panel asks for 100 energy, and the steep cost stops him cold because that would delay his own push towards Spirit Realm. He remembers what Wei Changqing explained before: Void Realm techniques are tied to a deeper system than ordinary mortal skills, so this price may really be worth it. Before he can decide, Hanyu calls him to dinner and breaks the moment. At the dinner table, Hanyu brings food to her injured father first, leaving Su Ning alone with Duce. That opening is exactly what Duce wanted, and he nervously asks Su Ning for a favor. Su Ning does not answer lightly, and one steady look from him makes Duce's whole body tighten. Duce claims he fought to recover a lost escort job so Shadow Moon can show the public it still has business and strength left. Then he gets to the real request. He wants Su Ning to escort the caravan out of the city, just 10 miles, in case rivals attack. Su Ning keeps pressing him on why this needs him specifically, and every extra question makes Duce sweat harder. Inside, Duce realizes he may be overplaying the bait and starts worrying that Su Ning has already seen through him. Instead of refusing, Su Ning calmly agrees to escort him out tomorrow, which leaves Duce almost dizzy with relief. Duce quickly asks him to hide the trip from Han Huxiao and Hanyu, pretending they would only worry and stop the job. Su Ning agrees to keep quiet, and the two settle on meeting at the city gate in the morning. Just when Duce thinks the talk is over, Su Ning casually asks whether Fenghe's owner is Xianingi. That one name makes Duce's heart lurch, and his forced answer is enough to tell Su Ning plenty. Su Ning adds that Xianingi is probably the mastermind behind the attacks, and Duce can only echo him with a shaky agreement. After Su Ning leaves, Duce's composure collapses, because now he is sure Su Ning suspects him or even knows he is the mole. The more he thinks about it, the worse it gets, and Duce starts wondering whether he is baiting Su Ning or Su Ning is baiting him. Hanyu comes back and notices he looks awful, but Duce brushes her off and escapes before she can ask more. Left alone, Hanyu only finds his behavior strange and does not realize how rotten the situation really is. Back in his room, Su Ning finally lets himself smile, because Duce's clumsy invitation confirmed there is definitely a trap waiting outside the city. He replays the dinner and realizes Duce pushed too hard from the start, but the real proof came when Xianingi's name disturbed Duce's chi. Now in Intention Realm, Su Ning can sense danger and malice far more sharply, so Duce's hidden hostility no longer escapes him. That also means Han Huxiao was fooled by something, and Su Ning feels a little bitter for the injured hall master who trusted his favorite disciple most. Piece by piece, Su Ning connects Duce to Xianingi and figures the escort is just another ambush like the one that nearly killed Han Huxiao. He also guesses tomorrow's attackers will be the strongest people from both hostile forces, gathered to cut out Shadowman's current pillar in one strike. Instead of dodging the plot, Su Ning decides to reverse it and kill them first. He trusts his strength against Intention Realm opponents already, but because he is going out alone, he still prepares for the worst case of a Spirit Realm enemy with a void technique. That caution settles the argument in his mind, and he decides to spend the energy on Tidal Fist before tomorrow's trap springs shut. He opens the panel, stares at Tidal Fist one more time, and confirms the 100 energy advancement without hesitation. The moment he says yes, a flood of combat knowledge crashes into him, along with the full method of using Tidal Fist in real battle. Then an even stranger change hits. His meridians start toughening and strengthening, something ordinary external techniques never do. Su Ning quickly understands the reason. This Void Realm technique does not just teach moves, it optimizes his body so he can survive its force. When he checks again, Tidal Fist has reached first level and his energy has dropped from 225 to 125. Eager to feel the difference for himself, Su Ning starts circulating his internal energy and testing the technique in his room. His first punch sounds heavy but controlled, and Su Ning immediately realizes this is just the opening layer of Tidal Fist. He follows the built-up momentum into a second punch, and the impact suddenly jumps so hard that even his own fist aches from the aftershock. Feeling the power double, Su Ning does not stop there and drives into a third punch, pushing the new technique deeper as the scene cuts off. Late at night, Su Ning finishes the third Tidal Fist punch and feels his wrist sting, realizing the stacked force is already pushing his body hard. He quickly calculates the problem. The third punch is already overwhelming, so a fourth would be even stronger and likely injure him on the spot. That confirms what Han Huxiao warned him about. A Mortal Realm fighter can use a Void Realm technique, but never at full output without paying a price. Even with that limit, Su Ning is thrilled, because the first 3 punches alone already give him a terrifying new trump card. His mood shifts from caution to hunger, and he starts looking ahead to tomorrow's trap as a chance to crush his enemies and profit from their hauls. At sunrise, Suning meets Duche in front of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, and Duche hides his nerves behind a respectful greeting. Duche is secretly thrilled that Suning showed up, because he thinks getting him out of the city is all it takes to hand him over to the killers. Suning plays along perfectly and even urges them to hurry, which only makes Duche more certain the plan is working. By the time they reach the city gate, Duche feels the hardest part is over and believes victory is right in front of him. When Suning asks where the caravan is, Duche tells the truth in a half-lie. It is waiting outside the city, just not for an honest escort job. Outside the walls, they finally spot the so-called caravan, and Duche relaxes for real because the trap is now fully set. Duche eagerly introduces Suning to the caravan leader, but the man barely cares and just orders everyone to move. With no spare horses, Suning and Duche end up riding together on an open carriage at the back while the fake escort heads farther from the city. Suning suddenly smiles to himself, and Duche mistakes that calm smile for ignorance because he thinks Xianningi and the others are hidden safely ahead. A few miles later, Suning abruptly stands up and orders the caravan to stop, finally breaking the act. He coolly points out the obvious flaw in their disguise. Even after taking breath dawn, the men in the carriage kept staring at him like nervous assassins. The carriage bursts apart, and 3 hidden Intention Realm enemies reveal themselves at once. Xianningi greets Suning with fake warmth, while scar-faced Shuai-Chantong bluntly asks how their breath dawn failed to hide them. Suning answers almost casually, saying the pills worked but their restless peeking gave them away anyway. Instead of attacking right away, Shuai-Chantong tries to poach him, offering loot and a place at their side if he helps destroy Shadow Moon. That offer terrifies Duche, because if Suning switches sides, the traitor who sold him out will be the first one punished. Suning first makes them name themselves, finally confirming that the enemies behind the crisis are Fengha Hall and Chushua Hall. Then Suning turns the negotiation upside down and gently tells them to surrender half their halls if they want him to spare their lives. When the old men bristle, Suning stops pretending and openly sneers that 3 Intention Realm fighters are not enough to scare him. Before they can seize the initiative, Suning charges straight at Shuai-Chantong and throws the first tidal fist punch. The first hit slams through Shuai-Chantong's guard with twisting force, and he instantly realizes Suning is not a fresh breakthrough at all but a peak Intention Realm monster. Xianningi and the hired killer lunge to help, but Suning is already on his second punch, and the doubled force makes Shuai-Chantong vomit blood. Now completely terrified, Shuai-Chantong drops all pride and screams for help. Suning's third punch comes out with 4 times the first strike's power, and the hired warrior throws himself in the way to save Shuai-Chantong. That punch caves in the mercenary's chest and kills him almost instantly, shocking Xianningi into numb disbelief. The sight of an Intention Realm fighter dying to 1 punch breaks the remaining enemies on the spot, and both old hall masters think of only one thing: run. Xianningi roars for everyone to flee, and the fake caravan scatters in all directions. Shuai-Chantong grabs a healing pill and bolts one way, while Xianningi escapes another, hoping to split Suning's attention. Duche also collapses into panic, because the trap he trusted has turned into a slaughter he cannot understand. Suning ignores the small fry and decides to hunt the real threats first, starting with the already wounded Shuai-Chantong. As he runs, Suning notes that the third tidal fist punch disrupted his body enough to break his rhythm, but not enough to make him regret using it. Shuai-Chantong hears Suning catching up and instantly starts begging, offering first half and then 70% of Chushua Hall just to stay alive. Suning coldly answers that killing him is better business, because a dead owner leaves all of Chushua Hall up for grabs. Once he catches him, Suning hammers Shuai-Chantong's back with the first, second, and third stacked punches in brutal succession. Shuai-Chantong dies on the spot, and Suning leaves the body behind without hesitation because he knows sparing a sworn enemy only invites more trouble later. Suning immediately turns back to hunt Xianningi, but he also memorizes the route Duche took so the traitor will not escape either. Meanwhile, Duche crashes through overgrown hills in filthy panic, cursing Suning for ruining his chance at promotion and Hanyu. His resentment turns ugly fast, and he swears that if he can escape and join a magic sect, he will come back one day to kill Suning. That fantasy ends instantly when Suning appears right in front of him, carrying a blood-dripping cloth bag stuffed with severed heads. Suning calls him a traitor and kills him with 1 clean punch to the chest before Duche can even form a defense. For Suning, Duche's last words settle the question completely. A man who betrays once and still dreams of revenge cannot be left alive. By this point, Suning has already forced the truth out of Xianningi and killed him too, so the 3 masterminds and the traitor are all dead. He cuts off Duche's head as well, deciding it is safer to end the threat himself than risk Han Huxiao showing mercy later. At the same time, back at Shadow Moon Hall, Han Huxiao hears that Suning and Duche left the city together and immediately grows suspicious. When Han Yu asks if he fears they ran away, Han Huxiao instead starts wondering whether Duche had been acting strangely all along. Before they can sort it out, a report comes in that Suning has returned alone. Ignoring his own injuries, Han Huxiu rushes with Han Yu to the backyard to see what happened. There they find Su Ning waiting calmly with a bloody cloth bag in hand while the instructors gather around him. Su Ning declares that Shadowman's crisis is over and throws down the bag for everyone to see. Several severed heads roll out at once, including Xia Ningyi, Shui Chuntong, the hired attacker from Han Huxiao's ambush, and Duce himself. Han Huxiao, Han Yu, and the instructors are stunned, because the men who had been threatening Shadow Moon are now lying dead at Su Ning's feet. Su Ning explains that Fenghe Hall and Chuxue Hall were behind the plot against Shadow Moon, and that he personally wiped them out after they tried to ambush him outside the city. Then he drops the harsher truth. Duce was the inside traitor who lured him out, and had also helped set up Han Huxiao's earlier ambush. Han Yu can barely believe her senior brother betrayed his own master, but Su Ning calmly confirms it, and even offers to prove it with evidence from Fenghe Hall if needed. Han Huxiao stops him there and says he believes it, because Duce had felt suspicious ever since the escort mission that nearly got him killed. Once he accepts reality, Han Huxiao's sorrow turns to fury, and he declares that a disciple who betrays the hall and murders his own people deserves death. Han Huxiao then bows deeply to Su Ning, and the whole hall follows, thanking him for saving Shadow Moon from destruction. Su Ning answers with modesty, saying Shadow Moon took him in first, so protecting the hall was only right. Han Yu suggests celebrating later, but Su Ning immediately says it is not time to relax yet. With the rival leaders dead, Su Ning turns the whole situation around and asks if it is Shadowman's turn to be the troublemaker now. Han Huxiao instantly understands. Fenghe Hall and Chuxue Hall are leaderless, so Shadow Moon should move before anyone else can seize the scraps. He orders Han Yu to gather people, and a confident Shadow Moon team heads out behind Su Ning at once. Because Chuxue Hall is closer, they march there first, no longer as prey but as the side coming to collect. When they reach the still-closed Chuxue Martial Arts Hall, the lead instructor pounds on the door with swagger instead of caution. And when someone inside asks who is there, Shadow Moon finally answers from a position of strength. We came to teach a lesson. Early in the morning, Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall shows up at Chuxue Martial Arts Hall and openly starts trouble, drawing a growing crowd from the street. The Chuxue gate finally opens, and its head instructor comes out already furious at being challenged before breakfast. The Chuxue side still has no idea their hall master Shui Chuntong is already dead from the failed ambush on Su Ning. Su Ning steps forward, brushes the head instructor aside, and bluntly demands that their boss come out to fight. When Su Ning names himself as Shadowman's deputy hall master, Chuxue's momentum drops on the spot. A middle-aged woman in battle clothes walks out from the back, and Su Ning immediately senses she is Chuxue's real high-level fighter. Ding Jianqiong is thrown off the moment she hears Su Ning's name, because Su Ning was supposed to have been lured out of the city for an ambush. Su Ning confirms exactly who he is and sizes Ding Jianqiong up as a newly advanced intention realm opponent. Then Su Ning raises the stakes by challenging her on the spot and demanding Chuxue's hall plate if she refuses or loses. Ding Jianqiong instantly understands this is not a normal face-saving match, but a move to crush the whole hall. She tries to pull the fight into the backyard, but Su Ning refuses and has Shadow Moon clear space right there in the front for everyone to watch. With no way to back out, Ding Jianqiong takes her stance and desperately hopes Shui Chuntong will return in time. She attacks first with her perfected palm technique, rushing straight at Su Ning's chest. Su Ning does not even dodge. He answers with one punch and blows her clean off him. Ding Jianqiong crashes into the wall and coughs blood, and the whole street goes dead silent for a beat. Then the shock turns into an uproar as the spectators and Shadow Moon's side explode in cheers. Su Ning treats the outcome as obvious and tells Han Yu to take Chuxue's plate. Han Yu's admiration only deepens, because Su Ning's strength is frightening enough, but his speed of growth is even worse. An older Chuxue instructor suddenly objects, arguing that they cannot lose the plate until their missing hall master is defeated. Su Ning answers with one cold line, Shui Chuntong is not coming back. Most people are confused, but Ding Jianqiong understands at once that Shui Chuntong's ambush failed and Su Ning killed him. Before anyone else can keep arguing, Ding Jianqiong trembles and orders her side to shut up and let Shadow Moon take the plate. At that moment she fully sees Su Ning's real goal. He did not come to spar, he came to erase Chuxue Martial Arts Hall. Su Ning tells Han Yu to stay behind after taking the plate and discuss what comes next, and Ding Jianqiong understands that Chuxue is about to be carved up. After that, Su Ning heads straight to Fenghe Martial Arts Hall, ready to finish the second half of the cleanup. But Fenghe Martial Arts Hall is already deserted, because the instructors who escaped the ambush site brought back news that Su Ning killed Xia Ningyi and Shui Chuntong. Seeing they ran for it, Su Ning simply orders his men to take Fenghe's plate and gather proof linking Xia Ningyi to Duce. With both rival halls broken, Su Ning returns to Shadow Moon and leaves the messy takeover work to Han Yu and the others. Su Ning knows his part is basically done now, so he waits for the expansion to finish and for his share of the profit to arrive. Over the next few days, Shadow Moon swallows both Chuxue and Fenghe and suddenly rises into the top tier of Chunrin Canton's martial world. Su Ning's own name rises with it, and many martial artists in the city start treating him with real respect. The story then shifts to the Feng family, where a maid reports that Feng Qingyu's fourth brother is trying to seize authority over a newly developed pure mine. Feng Qingyu bristles at the news and asks whether her father already agreed to Feng Haoqi's request. When she hears the decision is still pending, Feng Qingyu bitterly vents that her fourth brother keeps blocking her at every chance. Her frustration runs deeper than one mine, because she knows she is more talented than Feng Haoqi but still loses ground simply for being a woman. The family only leaves the succession race open because the Feng clan has a history of women holding power, so Feng Qingyu still has room to fight. Just as the topic seems over, the maid nervously adds another piece of news from the city. Fenghe and Shushu and martial arts halls have both been stripped of their plates. That surprise gets Feng Qingyu's attention immediately, and she asks who managed to do something that drastic. When the maid says it was Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, Feng Qingyu can barely believe it. The maid explains that Fenghe and Shushu had joined forces against Shadow Moon, but Shadow Moon turned the tables, killed both hall masters, and took the fattest share for itself. That shocks Feng Qingyu even more, because only a few days earlier Han Huxiao came to her injured and asking for help. She doubts Han Huxiao could reverse the crisis alone, and the maid confirms the key figure was a young new deputy hall master named Su Ning. When Feng Qingyu hears that Su Ning personally killed 3 Intention Realm warriors and is still very young, her interest turns serious. After a short pause, Feng Qingyu decides to visit Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall in person and see Su Ning for herself. Back at Shadow Moon, the whole hall is swamped with work from the takeover, and even injured Han Huxiao has to keep appearing to manage outside relationships. In the middle of all that chaos, Su Ning ends up being the least busy person there and stays in his room studying the Thousand Source bug. After switching the bug to a new ore, Su Ning learns that the new aura crystals are stronger at 3 energy each but come much more slowly, only once every 6 days. That means his monthly gain drops to about 15 energy, which is actually worse than before, even if each crystal is richer. Still, Su Ning is not too bothered because Han Huxiao already promised him both resources and equity once the 2 absorbed halls are fully digested. So even if the bug matters less now, Su Ning still keeps feeding it carefully, since every bit of energy still counts and the creature should improve as it matures. Just then Han Yu calls from outside, saying Han Huxiao wants Su Ning in the parlor because Miss Feng San has arrived. Su Ning puts the bug away, opens the door, and hears that Feng Qingyu is waiting to meet him. On the way to the parlor, Su Ning quietly asks whether Feng Qingyu came to claim a cut after all. Han Yu says she does not know, but she hopes Miss Feng San will not push too far when Shadow Moon once begged for help and got none. A moment later, they reach the parlor, and Su Ning is finally about to meet the famous Miss Feng San face to face. In Shadow Moon's meeting room, Feng Qingyu sits in white with cool authority as Han Huxiao personally calls Su Ning in to meet the important guest. Feng Qingyu studies Su Ning from head to toe and bluntly asks if he really killed 3 Intention Realm fighters. When she asks how he did it, Su Ning checks Han Huxiao first because the real answer involves his Void Realm technique. After getting the signal, Su Ning admits he won by training a Void Realm secret technique to the first level. That answer genuinely shocks Feng Qingyu, because even major family geniuses usually fail to master a void technique before reaching the higher mortal stages. Realizing how rare Su Ning is, Feng Qingyu openly praises him and hints that he would stand out even among the Feng family's young talents. She thanks Su Ning for saving Shadow Moon before she had to step in, but the way she says it makes Han Huxiao instantly realize she expects a cut anyway. Han Huxiao answers carefully and promises he will not forget her earlier offer of protection, even if she never had to fight in the end. Feng Qingyu says some shares are only fair and leaves the amount up to him, which sounds casual but puts all the pressure on Han Huxiao. After quickly weighing profit against danger, Han Huxiao offers a startling split, 50% to Feng Qingyu, 30% to Su Ning, and 20% for the hall's expenses. Su Ning is caught off guard because the 30% stake is far more than a salary and gives him real wealth in the hall itself. Han Huxiao even says he does not need profit for himself, because keeping Shadow Moon alive matters more than drawing money out of his life's work. Feng Qingyu sees through him at once. Giving her half the stock is Han Huxiao's way of tying her interests to Shadow Moon. Then she changes the game and says she only needs 20% if Han Huxiao will lend her Su Ning instead. Han Yu bites her lip at that sudden claim, making her reluctance obvious even before anyone answers. Han Huxiao refuses to decide for Su Ning and makes it clear he sees him as more than a subordinate. Feng Qingyu steps close to Su Ning and tells him bluntly that money from a small martial hall can only carry him to the peak of the mortal realm. She presses harder, saying a talent like him does not really need more silver but the rare resources that buy the next realm. Feng Qingyu promises that if Su Ning follows her, she can get him a Void Realm secret scroll within 2 years through the Feng family's ties to the Yuelon faction. That offer hits exactly where Su Ning is weakest, because he already knows ordinary wealth cannot support his future breakthroughs. Seeing Su Ning waver, Han Huxiao surprises him by urging him to go, saying Shadow Moon will be safe under Feng Qingyu's protection and his shares will still be kept for him. Moved by that generosity, Su Ning accepts Feng Qingyu's proposal and agrees to join her side. Feng Qingyu wastes no time after winning her prize and tells Su Ning to report to the Feng mansion in 3 days. Once she leaves, Han Huxiao dismisses Han Yu so he can speak to Su Ning alone before they part ways. Han Huxiao tells Su Ning he always knew a man like him could never stay in Shadow Moon forever, and he is simply grateful they crossed paths at all. Su Ning answers with sincere gratitude, because Han Huxiao's support, money, and Tidal Fist had changed his path completely. Han Huxiao adds one more gift by handing over the spirit medicines taken from the absorbed halls, worth roughly 500 to 600 gold taels. Su Ning accepts at once, because the medicine matters more to him as cultivation fuel than as something to sell. With Feng Qingyu taking less than expected, Han Huxiao tries to raise Su Ning's shares from 30% to 50%. Su Ning firmly refuses that much, so the two settle on a final 40-40 split between him and Han Huxiao. After collecting nearly every profit from the whole crisis, Su Ning returns to his room ready to turn those medicines into raw strength. The next day, Han Huxiao delivers the promised medicines, and Su Ning absorbs almost all of them for a massive 550 energy. With his old reserves included, Su Ning's available energy surges to 675, finally giving him room to strengthen every weakness at once. Before breaking through, he first picks two new external skills from Shadow Moon: Step Cloud Wave for movement and Hidden Breath Tactic for concealment. He chooses Hidden Breath for one practical reason: if he reaches Spirit Realm too quickly, hiding it will keep dangerous attention off his back. Once everything is ready, Su Ning shuts himself in and starts with the biggest jump of all. He spends 300 energy on Spring Breeze Tactic and breaks from Intention Realm into the Mortal Realm's 9th stage, the Spirit Realm. That leap pushes Su Ning to the very top of the Mortal Realm, with only a Void Realm scroll standing between him and the next world. He immediately spends another 300 energy to raise Tidal Fist to level 2. The upgrade strengthens his bones and meridians, cuts the backlash of heavy punches, and lets him launch double-strength blows without any warm-up strike. For the first time, Su Ning can picture a storm of non-stop double-strength punches crashing into an enemy without a break. He can also use quadruple-strength punches more safely now, making his deadliest move much less desperate than before. With 75 energy left, Su Ning pushes both Step Cloud Wave and Hidden Breath Tactic straight to perfection. He spends 18 more energy to perfect Light Feather Bow Technique 2, rounding out his long-range options. By the end of the session, Su Ning has become a true all-round Spirit Realm fighter who can dominate with fist, blade, bow, movement, toughness, or stealth. Looking over his updated martial arts panel, Su Ning feels like a new man and fixes his next target on obtaining a Void Realm secret scroll. That breakthrough also stirs old memories, and Su Ning thinks back over the brutal half-year since he was dragged into Wei Changqing's disaster and enslaved in the mines. He knows Han Huxiao helped him more than anyone since his escape, but all that struggle has only made his hunger for higher martial strength burn harder. Su Ning promises himself that once he reaches the Void Realm, he will return to State Feiyan, see his family again, and bring word that could save Wei Changqing's kidnapped clansmen. 2 days later, after saying farewell to the people of Shadow Moon, Su Ning finally leaves the hall and heads for the Feng Mansion. On the way, he reviews what Han Huxiao told him about Chunrin Canton's 3 great families and their deep roots under the Yuelon faction. He understands that the Feng family is powerful not just because of local wealth, but because Void Realm experts and faction backing keep the whole clan entrenched at the top. When Su Ning reaches the mansion, the patrolling guards alone make it obvious this is a place where common visitors do not stroll in freely. He then realizes Feng Qingyu never gave him a token, so walking in on his own is about to become awkward fast. Before the guards can turn him away, Feng Qingyu's maid Xiao Dai appears at the gate and cheerfully calls out to him. As Xiao Dai leads him in, she chatters happily that Feng Qingyu has been talking about him nonstop and told everyone to treat him well. She also warns him that Uncle Song, the trusted chief manager of their courtyard, is curious enough to test him when they arrive. From her casual words, Su Ning quickly figures out that even inside the Feng Mansion, Feng Qingyu controls her own inner faction and household yard. After a long walk through gardens and corridors, Xiao Dai suddenly tenses because a group approaches from ahead. She quietly warns Su Ning that the man coming is 4th young master Feng Haoqi, and he should not offend him. Feng Haoqi stops when he notices Su Ning behind the maid and asks exactly who this new face is. Xiao Dai quickly covers for him by calling Su Ning a new yard protector, but Feng Haoqi asks his name anyway. The moment Su Ning gives his name, Feng Haoqi realizes this is the same rising talent from Shadow Moon that his sister just poached. Instead of hiding the rivalry, Feng Haoqi openly says he wanted Su Ning too and that Feng Qingyu simply moved faster than he did. He goes one step further and warns Su Ning that Feng Qingyu is difficult by nature, then tells him to come over if he ever wants to leave her camp. After Feng Haoqi walks away, Xiao Dai swallows her anger, and Su Ning quietly concludes that the siblings' power struggle is much uglier and more open than he expected. Xiao Dai finally leads Su Ning to Feng Qingyu's fragrant inner courtyard, where even the gate guards are internal chief fighters. As soon as they step inside, Xiao Dai announces him to the courtyard, bringing Su Ning to the threshold of his new life under Feng Qingyu. Su Ning enters Feng Qingyu's private courtyard and is struck by how absurdly lavish it is, more like a small estate than one residence. The maids stare at the rare sight of a young man entering Miss San's quarters, making Su Ning's arrival feel immediately unusual. When Xiao Dai goes to find Feng Qingyu, An elderly white-haired steward named Uncle Song comes out instead and reveals she was just called away. Suning instantly senses that the frail-looking Uncle Song is actually a master, and the old man starts sizing him up in return. Uncle Song asks Suning's age, hears he is only 20, and openly praises him as a frighteningly young intention realm martial artist. Xiao Dai mentions that Feng Haoqi was also heading to the patriarch's study, and Uncle Song hints that the family is nearing the moment when power will pass to either him or Feng Qingyu. Still testing this newcomer, Uncle Song suddenly invites Suning to spar right there in the courtyard. As the courtyard turns into an impromptu arena, the maids gather in a corner to watch, excited for rare entertainment inside the mansion. Uncle Song confirms that Suning has practiced a Void Realm secret technique and tells him to open with that instead of holding back. Suning throws a restrained first title fist strike, still hiding most of his true strength behind his public identity. Uncle Song casually stops the punch with one finger, and the strange force that shoots through Suning's bones tells him he is facing another Void Realm technique user. Realizing how strong the Feng Mansion really is, Suning stops pretending and answers with a stronger double-strength punch. This time Uncle Song has to meet the blow with spiral force, and the clash pushes both men apart before he ends the test with a satisfied smile. Uncle Song openly praises Suning, and that one sentence is enough to make Xiao Dai and the maids look at him with fresh admiration. To show just how highly he rates him, Uncle Song orders Xiao Dai to give Suning his own separate villa, treatment almost no outsider receives. With the test over, Uncle Song invites Suning inside to wait for Feng Qingyu and talk further. Elsewhere in the patriarch's study, Feng Qiji summons Feng Qingyu and Feng Haoqi together, and the cold look between them makes their rivalry obvious at a glance. Feng Qiji quietly reflects that he never wanted to spend his life managing the family, only to pursue martial arts. But poor talent once forced him into this role. Now that his children are grown, Feng Qiji is ready to step back from power and choose which of them will inherit the Feng family. His first assignment is business: use a new batch of high-quality Dan medicine to open sales channels in Chunrin Canton and beyond. He pointedly tells them to do that job together, making it clear this is not just work but a test of whether they can handle power without tearing the family apart. His second assignment is more dangerous. In a few days, each side must send people into Chuanhe Mountain to capture live demon beasts for the Welon faction's upcoming demon-slaying training. The siblings immediately understand these two jobs are the patriarch's final test, one measuring business skill and the other measuring their ability to gather and command talent. Once dismissed, Feng Qingyu leaves with one thought burning in her chest: she has to beat Feng Haoqi and take the family head position herself. Back in her courtyard, Feng Qingyu returns to find Suning already waiting, and his timing suddenly feels perfect to her. Because Suning has mastered a Void Realm technique, Feng Qingyu already sees him as combat power close to the spirit realm, exactly what she needs right now. She calls for Auntie Wei so all of her strongest people can hear the plan together. Auntie Wei enters in battle dress, takes one look at Uncle Song's approving expression, and realizes Suning has already passed the old man's test. With her key fighters assembled, Feng Qingyu reveals the big news: her father is preparing to hand over power and choose the next family head. Uncle Song and Auntie Wei are visibly thrilled, because if Feng Qingyu wins, their own families and futures will rise with her. Feng Qingyu tells all three of them that she cannot pass these tests alone, and promises rich rewards if they help her win. Then she turns directly to Suning and offers the real bait: if she becomes family head, she will personally recommend him to the Welon faction. She explains that going in alone would only make him an outer disciple with a lower grade scroll, but her recommendation could push him into the inner ranks and give him a far better Void Realm future. That promise hits exactly where it matters, because a high-quality Void Realm secret scroll is the thing Suning wants most. Suning accepts the alliance and agrees that from here on, they need to help each other with everything they have. Once Suning is on board, Auntie Wei asks for the next step, pushing the conversation from promises into action. Feng Qingyu says the two tests must run at the same time, so her people will be split into separate groups. She decides to handle the Dan medicine sales herself, and keep Uncle Song beside her in case anything goes wrong. For the Demon Beast mission, she sends Auntie Wei and Suning to Chuanhe Mountain with 100 warriors, placing the experienced Auntie Wei in command. Everyone agrees to the plan, and Feng Qingyu's eyes harden with ambition now that her campaign is finally moving. A few days later in Chuanhe Mountain, Feng Qingyu's hunters corner a fierce black tiger outside its cave and hold position while waiting for Suning. The team treats Suning as the answer to hard targets now, because he has already proven he can handle high-level mortal realm demon beasts. Suning arrives in a black battle outfit with a heavy chain strapped across his body, already looking like a veteran beast catcher. Once the others give way, Suning walks straight at the black tiger and instantly makes it want to flee. Suning catches the tiger with Step Cloud Wave, jumps onto its back, and pounds it just hard enough to disable it without ruining the live capture. He whips out the iron chain, binds the tiger's neck and limbs, and drags it crashing to the ground in one smooth takedown. The team cheers as Suning orders the beast sent to the transfer group, and their side quietly enjoys the fact that they are beating Feng Haoqi's people on speed. Suning leaves the others to deliver the tiger, and heads deeper into the mountain to keep hunting on his own. The deeper terrain reminds him of the old days gathering herbs in the mountains near Tao village, giving the hunt a strange note of familiarity. When he spots a spirit medicine growing by the path, he casually picks it and absorbs the energy without wasting the chance. Since the mountain is rewarding him with steady energy and his current strength keeps him safe outside the core zone, Suning settles even more comfortably into this long hunt. Then a tiny cry above his head makes him look up just in time to catch a small gray furry creature dropping out of a tree. In his hands, the little thing looks exactly like a kitten, complete with soft fur and big blue eyes, but showing none of the aura a demon beast should have here. The kitten is so fearless that it crawls closer and licks Suning's nose, which only makes the whole scene feel stranger. Suning checks the tree for a mother beast, finds nothing, and finally decides to keep the odd little creature with him for now instead of leaving it behind. He tucks the kitten into his front shirt pocket, and it obediently pokes its head out like it belongs there. A distant roar cuts the moment short, and Suning immediately locks onto the sound as another high-level demon beast nearby. Since every strong live capture helps Feng Qingyu's side and pushes him one step closer to a better Void Realm future, Suning heads straight for it without hesitation. Soon he spots a giant bear ripping apart fresh prey, and despite its size, he decides he still cannot afford to let this target go. Suning hides his aura in the branches and prepares a sneak attack, but the harmless-looking kitten ruins it with one tiny purr. Before Suning can react, the kitten explodes into motion as a silver blur and flashes down in front of the giant bear. The bear raises a claw to crush the tiny intruder, and in the next instant the kitten's head swells monstrously wide and swallows the whole beast in one bite. When the kitten shrinks back to its cute little form, Suning is left staring at it in total shock. Suning's first instinct is to run, because anything that can erase a high-level demon beast this casually might be a Void Realm monster he cannot fight at all. He barely starts to move before realizing the kitten is already on his shoulder, licking his face as if nothing terrifying just happened. Instead of attacking him, the strange little beast calmly crawls back into his chest pocket and settles there again. The kitten gives a tiny burp, and Suning can only stare at those innocent blue eyes and wonder if he has somehow just picked up a Void Realm demon beast. Suning stared at the gray kitten in pure caution, because if this tiny thing really was a Void Realm demon beast, he had no chance against it. Trying to get rid of the danger without provoking it, Suning gently set the kitten on the ground and turned to leave. 2 steps later, the kitten was already back on his shoulder, acting less like a predator and more like it had chosen him. When Suning asked if it wanted to follow him, the kitten purred and pressed its furry face against him, making him suspect it actually understood. With no nerve to reject a monster that might outrank him by a whole realm, Suning gave in and carried the kitten back to camp in his pocket. Several days passed, and after another hard day in Chuanhe Mountain, Feng Qingyu's hunting team came back tired but upbeat because they were clearly outperforming Feng Haoqi's side. By the fire, Auntie Wei admitted she envied Suning's talent, because his perfect capture record made him look like someone with a real future in Yuan faction. Suning answered with easy confidence that if Feng Qingyu really won and handed over a Void Realm scroll, Auntie Wei might still break through herself. After they finished eating, Auntie Wei wrapped the leftover scraps in a leaf and casually told Suning to feed his kitten. Back in his private tent, Suning found Gray curled up on his bed, already acting like it belonged there. Gray trotted over to rub against his foot, and Suning's guarded fear kept slipping into real fondness. Even when Suning offered the roasted meat, Gray ignored it again, reinforcing the strange pattern that it never ate camp food at all. Since Gray only disappeared briefly every couple of days and always came back unharmed, Suning guessed it hunted on its own and decided having this little monster beside him might actually be a blessing. That night in Feng Haoqi's camp, his 2 spirit realm subordinates met in secret and admitted their side was losing badly. The bearded man wanted a way to remove Suning and Auntie Wei, since they were the reason Feng Qingyu's team kept winning. The feminine man rejected direct violence as too risky under Feng Qiji's eye, but he already had a dirtier plan ready. He revealed that he had found a semi-void realm demon beast about to give birth, and if they lured Suning and Auntie Wei into its territory, the beast would do the killing for them. The next day, a hunter rushed to camp with exciting news that a wounded peak mortal realm demon beast had been spotted in the mountains. Because a live peak level capture would all but seal their victory, Auntie Wei immediately asked Suning to go with her, and he agreed. Before leaving, Suning made one practical choice and left Gray behind, because he did not trust the kitten not to eat the prize. At the mountainside meeting point, the waiting hunters said Wu Lu had discovered the scaly wounded beast and gone back to report it. Neither Suning nor Auntie Wei sensed anything wrong yet, so they followed the huge muddy footprints down into the valley. Then Suning abruptly stopped, because he felt hidden people watching them from behind vine-covered rocks. The moment he rushed over with Step Cloud Wave, the ambush fell apart and the 2 hidden men panicked. The pair chose to run instead of fight, which only made their guilt more obvious. Suning answered with one clean throw, sending his short knife through the bearded man's hamstring and dropping him on the slope. Once Auntie Wei caught up and recognized them as Feng Haoqi's team leaders, the trap finally had a face. The feminine man instantly tried to flip the story, claiming they had only come for the same demon beast, and that Suning attacked first. The bearded man piled on, threatening to report Suning to Feng Qiji, but the lie wobbled when both men slipped in their own wording. Before Auntie Wei could press harder, A thunderous roar exploded from the valley and froze all 4 of them. Suning felt the aura and realized this was not a true Void Realm beast, but it was still a semi-Void Realm monster strong enough to kill them. The bearded man's panicked shout gave the whole scheme away, and Suning understood they had been lured straight into this beast's territory. Andy Wei cursed the setup and pulled Suning to retreat first, planning to settle accounts after they escaped alive. But the feminine man made one last murderous move and blasted a spread of flying spikes into their backs as they turned away. Suning dodged on instinct, but Andy Wei was too close and took several spikes in the back before collapsing unconscious. The attackers abandoned the kill and bolted uphill, betting the semi-void realm demon beast would finish Suning for them. Suning checked Andy Wei's pulse first, saw she was still alive, and threw her onto his back without wasting another heartbeat. With a giant crocodile-like demon beast crashing through the valley behind him, Suning exploded forward and chased the fleeing pair instead of letting them escape. The feminine man tried more spikes, but Suning kept dodging cleanly even with Andy Wei on his back. Suning surged past them near the edge of the valley, which left Feng Haoqi's men as the closest prey to the monster behind. In sheer panic, the feminine man shoved his own companion backward to buy himself one extra breath. The semi-void realm beast immediately crushed the bearded man under claw and weight, killing him in one horrifying instant. Suning climbed out first and deliberately blocked the feminine man's final escape route at the top. One knife cut to the shoulder knocked the feminine man off balance, and the monster tore him apart before he could recover. Only after fleeing with Andy Wei did Suning realize the beast had stopped chasing, likely because it would not leave its birthing ground for long. Once he found safe ground, Suning laid Andy Wei down, found her anti-injury Dan, and forced the medicine into her body. He pulled the spikes from her back and judged, with relief, that her wounds were stabilizing even though she still could not wake up. On the way back, Suning was already planning the aftermath, because with both saboteurs dead and the truth on his side, Feng Qingyu's team had effectively won. As soon as he reached camp, Suning went straight to the transfer team and reported everything that had happened in the valley. 2 days later in Chunrin Canton, Feng Qiji read the mountain report, and finally admitted Feng Haoqi had been completely outclassed by Feng Qingyu. The more Feng Qiji compared the results, the clearer it became that Feng Qingyu had prepared her network well in advance while Feng Haoqi only piled up failures. Even his old preference for a male heir gave way, and Feng Qiji finally decided the Feng family should pass to his stronger daughter. Feng Qingyu also received the report, and Uncle Song eagerly asked what had happened to Su Ning and Anti Wei. After reading it, Feng Qingyu broke into a pleased smile, because Su Ning had survived the trap, killed the conspirators, and saved Anti Wei. She praised Su Ning without holding back and said that once he entered Yuan faction, he might rise as far as deacon level if they kept the relationship strong. Just as confidently, Feng Qingyu predicted her father's disappointment with Feng Haoqi would turn into a formal decision within 10 days. 10 days later, Feng Qiji acted early and handed control of the Feng family to Feng Qingyu instead of dragging the assessment on for months. Feng Qingyu had finally become the new head of the Feng family after years of pushing for power. More than 10 days later, Su Ning and Anti Wei returned to the city after the mountain campaign was over. After settling urgent family matters, Feng Qingyu personally went to see Su Ning, ready to honor her promise and reward the man who helped secure her rise. In Feng Qingyu's study, Su Ning meets her again after she officially takes over as head of the Feng family, and she makes it clear she has not forgotten what he did for her and Anti Wei. Feng Qingyu finally fulfills her promise and tells Su Ning she will recommend him to Yuan sect as an inner disciple candidate. That news hits exactly where it matters, because Su Ning knows getting into Yuan sect means getting the Void Realm path he desperately needs. Feng Qingyu carefully explains that this recommendation is only the first step, since Yuan elders will still choose whether a newcomer becomes a true disciple or rises even higher. Su Ning does not push for more and thanks her sincerely, already satisfied that she secured him a way in. Uncle Song jumps in to reveal that Feng Qingyu fought internal opposition to hand this slot to an outsider, and she cuts him off before he says too much. Once the hint lands, Su Ning thanks Feng Qingyu again, now knowing this favor cost her real political capital inside the family. Feng Qingyu then warns him that gold means little inside Yuan sect, where survival runs on pure source pills instead. To solve that problem for him, she buys his Shadow Moon shares at full value and has Uncle Song bring out 30 pure source pills already prepared for his trip. Su Ning immediately realizes this is more than simple repayment, because Feng Qingyu even took the loss of converting his shares into the exact currency he will need inside the sect. When Su Ning touches the box, his martial arts panel reacts, and he is stunned to discover each pure source pill carries 100 units of energy. That means he is suddenly holding a massive cultivation reserve, and if he can get the right scroll next, energy will no longer be the thing stopping him. Feng Qingyu is not done yet, and she says she has one more gift for saving Anti Wei. The second box contains the Flame Breath Bone Sutra, the Feng family's prized Void Realm secret technique, handed over before Su Ning even enters the sect. Feng Qingyu explains that Yuan sect may teach him a Void Realm scroll, but techniques and extra resources still cost pills or contribution points, so she is giving him a head start now. Su-ning sees the real meaning behind her generosity and understands this is not just gratitude, but a deliberate long-term investment in their future alliance. She tells him to leave within half a month so he reaches Yahello before the intake closes, and promises both the demon blood steed and the entry certificate he needs. Their farewell turns unexpectedly sincere, with Feng Qingyu openly hoping he can stand firm in Yahello as a core disciple someday. After Su-ning leaves, Feng Qingyu and Uncle Song turn toward a hidden figure behind the room divider, revealing someone had been quietly judging him the whole time. The hidden elder approves of Feng Qingyu's judgment, and says Su-ning is absolutely worth befriending. Then he drops a bigger surprise by revealing Su-ning is not in the intention realm at all, but already at mortal realm 9th stage spirit realm. Impressed by both Su-ning's talent and his caution, the elder predicts that within 10 years he could become a deacon of Yahello. He finishes by telling Feng Qingyu she has already surpassed her father, a rare vote of trust that leaves the future of the Feng family firmly in her hands. A few days later in the mountain ranges of State Jifeng, Su-ning rides toward Yahello through a wild, beast-haunted road. Gray pops out of Su-ning's pocket to complain about being hungry, and Su-ning instantly knows what the little glutton wants. When demon beast birds pass overhead, Gray launches into the air like a silver blur and swallows them whole in one outrageous leap. Gray drops right back into Su-ning's pocket as if nothing happened, and Su-ning jokes about how impossible it will be to keep feeding him inside the sect. That joke turns into a real worry, because Su-ning knows Yahello experts might notice Gray and bring danger down on both of them. So Su-ning proposes a safer plan and asks Gray to stay in the nearby mountains for now, where they can still meet again later. Gray thinks it over, then agrees, and the two settle on a distant mountain as their meeting point. They part ways without drama, because the sect is close enough that Su-ning expects to visit again whenever missions take him outside. With Gray gone, Su-ning turns his full attention to Yahello and rides the last stretch with real anticipation. That anticipation is cut short when a cold flash shoots out of the forest and slices Su-ning's cheek in a sudden ambush. Su-ning instantly gives chase, and while he moves, the cut on his face seals up in seconds under the healing power of the Flame-Breathed Bone Sutra. He corners a frightened young man behind a tree and demands to know why he attacked him. The stranger blurts out that it was a mistake, insisting he thought Su-ning was one of the killers hunting him. To prove it, the young man shows a cyan admission plate, and Su-ning recognizes it as the same Yahello inner disciple voucher he carries himself. Only after seeing that proof does Su-ning put away his knife and reveal that he is another new Yahello disciple. The young man introduces himself as Gu Qinghe from the Gu family of Gushun Canton and lights up the second he realizes Su-ning is on the same path as him. Gu Qinghe explains that enemies ambushed him after he left home. His guards died protecting him, and he barely escaped all the way here. Su-ning cuts off the venting and says they should get into the sect fast before whoever is chasing Gu Qinghe drags him into the mess too. Gu Qinghe agrees at once and brings out his own unusual horse, though even the animal looks battered from the escape. On the road, Gu Qinghe asks about Su-ning's background and learns his Yahello slot came from the Feng family of Chunrin Canton rather than his own clan. Half an hour later, the huge gate of Yahello finally comes into view, and both of them feel the first real relief since the journey began. The gate is guarded not just by station disciples, but by two giant dog-like demon beasts dozing beside the entrance. A garrison disciple stops them, but his attitude changes the moment he sees their cyan plates and realizes both are incoming inner disciple candidates. They have to leave their horses outside and enter on foot under the disciples' guidance. As they pass the gate, the two demon beasts open their eyes and sniff them, and Su-ning instantly judges both gatekeepers to be void realm creatures. The guiding disciple leads them up long mountain steps into the sect proper, where buildings and robed disciples spread out across a broad plateau. Before anything else, they are taken to verify their identities, because Yahello is strict about stopping imposters from stealing a disciple's place. Su-ning's name and portrait are already recorded under the Feng family's recommendation, and Gu Qinghe passes the same check right after him. Only after verification does the escort explain the real rule. For the next 10 days they are just waiting candidates until the elders choose true disciples. If no elder chooses them, they still stay as inner disciples, but one warning matters immediately. Fighting during this waiting period means instant expulsion. Their temporary quarters turn out to be rows of rustic cyan brick houses, with empty rooms marked by wooden signs. Gu Qinghe immediately suggests they live in connected rooms so they can look out for each other, and Su-ning agrees. Once inside, Su-ning opens his belongings and checks the real resource he brought with him, the pure source pills Feng Qingyu prepared. He has already absorbed half of those pills on the road, turning them into energy, and now reviews the strength he purchased with that windfall. First he pushed Tidal Fist to level 3, making his quadruple strength punches something he can fire off continuously and kill with outright. But that upgrade also reveals a hard limit, because Tidal Fist cannot go past level 3 until Su-ning actually reaches the Void Realm. He also spent 1,000 energy raising the Flame Breath Bone Sutra to level 3, strengthening his body and giving him rapid healing in actual combat. After all that spending, Su-ning is left with only a tiny reserve of energy and starts feeling real pressure again. He decides not to burn the rest of the pills yet, choosing to save the remaining 15 as actual sect currency in case he needs them later. Then he checks the thousand-source bug and finds it curled into a white ball in deep sleep, the familiar sign that another metamorphosis is coming. That gives Suning a final spark of hope, because the bug's current crystals are no longer enough for him, and this transformation might finally improve them. With his things sorted, Suning changes clothes, lies down, and finally gives in to the exhaustion from the long road. He is woken by angry shouting outside, and the voice sounds suspiciously like Gu Qinghe's. When Suning steps out, he finds Gu Qinghe already in a heated standoff with a handsome young man, both of them ready to explode. Other newcomers peek out from their doors to watch the trouble, but no one dares interfere while the no-fighting rule hangs over everyone. Seeing Gu Qinghe as more reckless than malicious, Suning walks over and tries to calm him down before he ruins his own future on the first day. The warning gets through, but Gu Qinghe still grits out a threat and calls the other man by name, Duan Xiefeng, exposing that this clash started long before Yuan sect. At the Yuan waiting residence, Duan Xiefeng mocks Gu Qinghe again, denies any Duan family murder plot, and walks off with a nasty warning now that family elders cannot interfere here. Suning quietly pulls Gu Qinghe back before he starts a forbidden fight, already guessing this feud is tied to the killer who chased Gu Qinghe to the sect. Once he calms down, Gu Qinghe admits his Gu family and Duan family have been bitter enemies for a long time, and Yolan's rules are the only thing keeping that conflict from exploding. Suning tells him to stop chasing this now, focus on training, and aim for true disciple status first, because real power inside the sect will matter more than a reckless brawl. 10 days later, a leading disciple gathers all the newcomers and announces that the day of true disciple selection has finally arrived. The group knows exactly what is at stake, because true disciples get an elder as a personal master and far better status, guidance, and resources than ordinary inner disciples. Gu Qinghe nervously asks if they have a chance, and Suning can only answer with guarded calm that they will see what happens. After a 15-minute walk, the leading disciple brings them not to an arena but to a beautiful garden, leaving everyone confused about what kind of test this is supposed to be. Suning spots a pond full of colorful fish and suddenly remembers seeing the same kind at a Void Realm expert's home, which makes his heart sink. He realizes these may be spirit fish used to test aptitude, and if that is true, his own terrible talent will ruin any chance of becoming a true disciple. When the leading disciple orders everyone to stand by the pond, Suning knows his guess was right and silently gives up hope. As the disciples surround the water, the spirit fish suddenly dart toward a handful of people while most of the group is ignored. That odd result actually reassures Suning, because if most people attract nothing, his own awful aptitude will not stand out enough to expose how abnormal his growth really is. From a garden loft above, Yolan's elders watch the whole scene and begin choosing disciples based entirely on what the spirit fish revealed. One elder complains that this batch has too few standouts, while another points out that aptitude itself is already the filter and the fish have made the choices clear enough. The elders quickly start claiming favorites, with one woman immediately seizing the most gifted girl before the others can argue her away. Back at the pond, the leading disciple receives the final list and begins naming the newcomers who have been accepted as true disciples. Suning and Gu Qinghe are not on it, but Duan Xiefeng is, and the result lands exactly where it hurts most for both of them. The unselected disciples erupt in confusion, because they expected a real assessment, and do not understand why the process ended before it even seemed to begin. The leading disciple patiently explains that the spirit fish test aptitude directly, that this was the only assessment, and that every chosen name came from the elders themselves. He even points out the loft if anyone wants to challenge the result, but the moment the crowd looks up at the elders, every complaint dies in their throat. The chosen disciples are taken away to meet the elders, while the rest are told to wait for intersect arrangements and shuffle back in low spirits. As he passes, Duan Xiefeng rubs salt in the wound by telling Gu Qinghe that the gap between them is obvious now and that next time he should address him as senior brother. Gu Qinghe is left pale and humiliated, and on the walk back Suning changes the subject to the one thing he still cares about most, the real difference between middle grade and superior grade Void Realm scrolls. Gu Qinghe explains that the first 6 Void stages are the same either way, and the real gap only starts later when superior scrolls advance much faster. When Suning presses about combat strength and foundation, Gu Qinghe adds the crucial point: only inferior scrolls are flawed, while middle grade and superior grade systems are both complete. That answer instantly lifts Suning's mood, because slower advancement means almost nothing to him as long as the martial path itself is complete. Seeing Suning recover so quickly, Gu Qinghe asks if he really is not upset, and Suning shrugs it off by reminding him that even inner disciples are still far better placed than outer disciples. That simple optimism works, and Gu Qinghe finally starts to calm down as they return to their rooms. That night, before sleeping, Suning hears movement in his belt pouch and suddenly remembers that the thousand-source bug was in the middle of metamorphosis. When he opens the hidden compartment, the tiny white bug is gone, replaced by a much larger caterpillar-like form with visible mouth, eyes, and rows of barbed legs. Suning leans in to inspect it just as its stomach tightens, and its mouth starts wriggling like it is about to spit out a fresh aura crystal. A much larger transparent aura crystal drops out, formed not from ore this time but from the bug's pure absorption of natural aura while it was dormant. The martial arts panel marks the crystal at 10 energy, and Su Ning breaks into a real smile when he sees how much stronger the bug's output has become after metamorphosis. By the next morning, Su Ning and the other rejects from the selection are officially brought into Yahello's inner sect and finally given their proper disciple status. Now carrying his new token, room key, disciple clothing, and a starting pure source pill, Su Ning quietly accepts that this inner disciple path is where his real climb begins. When Du Qinghe asks what comes next, Su Ning answers without hesitation that he will do missions and earn a Void Realm scroll as fast as possible. At the materials hall, the two confirm the prices for Void Scrolls, and Su Ning immediately locks onto the target that matters most: 200 contribution points for a middle grade scroll. They also learn how contribution points work in practice, and Su Ning notes that expensive high reward missions exist, but those are meant for inner sect disciples already in the Void Realm. Du Qinghe grumbles that if the sect allowed a simple hall exchange, he could just trade family-sent pure source pills for contribution points and solve this instantly. Su Ning points out they can still trade privately, just at a loss, and Du Qinghe immediately says he would gladly do it if the assassin had not already cost him the 50 pills he brought from home. Du Qinghe even offers that if his family sends another batch, he could exchange enough for 2 middle-grade scrolls, one for himself and one for Su Ning. The offer makes clear just how favored Du Qinghe is despite being an illegitimate son, because he casually plans to write home and ask his father for 50 more rare pills. Su Ning leaves the conversation there and heads straight for the mission hall, unwilling to waste even a single day before earning his scroll. That afternoon, the mission hall is packed with inner disciples chasing resources, a reminder that even in a sect with loose rules, ambition still fills the room. Su Ning scans one mission after another, but the high-paying ones are too dangerous and the safer ones are either slow or barely worth the effort. Then one odd private commission catches his eye: a long-term sparring partner for Void Realm secret technique practice at 10 contribution points a day. The job fits him almost perfectly, because it stays inside the sect, avoids outside danger, and his strong body can handle a little punishment during practice. Better yet, Su Ning quickly does the math and realizes 20 days of this work would earn the full 200 points he needs for a middle-grade Void Scroll. Afraid someone else might grab it first, he joins the queue and waits just long enough to feel the pressure before finally reaching the counter. The receptionist confirms the mission is still open, records Su Ning's information, and hands him the assignment slip to begin. When Su Ning reads the address, he is surprised to see that the client, Le Kaiwei, lives in Spring Moon Courtyard, the expensive inner sect area reserved for elite housing. That makes him suspect Le Kaiwei is not in the Void Realm herself but comes from a powerful background, because a real Void Realm disciple would never need a Spirit Realm sparring partner like him. Since the day is not over and he has nothing else to lose, Su Ning decides to go immediately instead of waiting until tomorrow. He soon reaches Spring Moon Courtyard Room 16, where the better housing confirms that this mission came from someone with money or backing to spare. The door is opened by a chubby girl who lets him in after hearing he came for Le Kaiwei's sparring mission. A moment later, Le Kaiwei appears in a dark green dress, older and more mature than the new disciples, and receives Su Ning with a cool, businesslike attitude. After confirming that Su Ning is in the spirit realm and has practiced a Void Realm secret technique, Le Kaiwei decides to test him on the spot. Su Ning first asks the practical question anyway, and when Le Kaiwei flatly says he will still get the full 10 points even this late in the day, he agrees immediately. Le Kaiwei warns that payment only matters if he is good enough to stay, because if his strength is lacking she will throw him out after this test. She attacks first with a punching technique, and Su Ning meets her head-on in defense, blocking every strike instead of rushing to counter. As their fists collide again and again, Su Ning quickly realizes her style is the opposite of his title fist, lighter and faster on the surface but threaded with tricky hidden force. Le Kaiwei keeps speeding up, but Su Ning's defense never breaks, and for the first time her aloof expression shifts into real approval. Satisfied at last, she declares that Su Ning is far better than her earlier sparring partners and tells him he will stay on as her practice partner until she reaches the Void Realm. Then Le Kaiwei switches the drill, ordering Su Ning to attack this time so she can practice her own defense. Su Ning answers with title fist, but he deliberately holds back to ordinary single-strength punches because he knows a real hit at his full level would be too much for her. Le Kaiwei notices immediately that he is pulling his punches and snaps at him to stop holding back and show his real strength. Su Ning knows quadruple strength blows would drop her in a few hits, so he decides to step up only to double strength first. The moment his internal chi surges and the next punch starts to form, Le Kaiwei finally feels genuine danger from him for the first time. In Spring Moon Courtyard, Le Kaiwei braces herself as Su Ning finally stops holding back in their spar. Su Ning fires a double strength punch, and the impact shocks Le Kaiwei the moment she blocks it. Before she can answer back, Su Ning chains more double strength blows together without losing speed, and Le Kaiwei realizes he is overwhelming her from both power and tempo. His punches batter her face and arms until her guard starts to break, and every attempt to counterattack only opens a new flaw. One deflection sends Le Kaiwei's arm wide, and Su Ning stops his fist a hair from her face, proving he had already won. Watching from the side, the chubby girl is stunned that this brand new inner disciple can beat Lokaiwei so cleanly. Lokaiwei steadies herself, asks what level Su Ning's Void Realm secret technique has reached, and here's the answer she wanted most: 3rd level. Now even more convinced, Lokaiwei asks him to ease up just enough for her to survive the training, then switches herself to the attacking side. They keep drilling for 2.5 more hours until evening, and the difference between them is hard to miss. Pleased with the session, Lokaiwei has her attendant bring over a voucher for 100 contribution points as Su Ning's pay for the next 10 days. Just as Su Ning is about to leave, Lokaiwei learns he only entered the inner sect today and immediately tests the waters with a bigger invitation. She explains that the 7 Boxers is one of the inner sect's private power groups, built so disciples can trade help, protection, and opportunities instead of fighting alone. Su Ning sees the convenience but also the strings attached, so he politely refuses to decide on the spot. After he leaves, Lokaiwei tells her attendant this was an excellent hire and admits she wants Su Ning in the 7 Boxers for more than just sparring. She reveals the real pressure behind her smile. Gui Wei-chun has already broken into the Void Realm and is starting to push her aside inside the 7 Boxers. To keep her footing and one day fight for leadership, Lokaiwei wants Su Ning as a long-term ally who can rise with her. Later in his room, Su Ning looks over the 100-point voucher in a good mood until Gu Qinghe drops by and asks where he disappeared to all afternoon. When Su Ning says he got paid 100 contribution points for sparring with a senior sister, Gu Qinghe is instantly jealous. Su Ning asks about the 7 Boxers, and Gu Qinghe confirms it is one of the biggest inter-sect groups with enough influence to sway deacons. Gu Qinghe piles on the details. Members get an extra pure source pill, internal missions with generous rewards, and backup if other groups target them. That finally tempts Su Ning enough to decide he will question Lokaiwei again tomorrow and join only if the terms are truly worth it. The next day, Su Ning returns to Spring Moon Courtyard for another hard session, and by noon Lokaiwei has to stop early. Her forearms and fists are now badly red and swollen from taking his blows again, while Su Ning looks almost untouched thanks to his fast recovery. Even so, Lokaiwei refuses gentler training because this brutal method is clearly pushing her punching technique forward. Su Ning uses the opening to ask directly what joining the 7 Boxers would really give him, and what it would cost. Lokaiwei starts with the standard package: 1 extra pure source pill each month, internal support, and access to better missions and exchanges. When Su Ning still hesitates, she sweetens the deal and says her backing could push him straight to Class 3, where he would get 3 extra pure source pills a month and fewer missions. That finally lands, and Su Ning agrees to join the 7 Boxers. Lokaiwei immediately tells him to attend the 7 Boxers meeting that afternoon, and quietly warns him to show his full strength there. That afternoon, Lokaiwei brings Su Ning to Spring Moon Courtyard Room 6, the usual meeting place of the 7 Boxers in Xiao Qiyun's absence. On the way in, she explains that today's crowd will be mid- and high-ranking members and warns that Gui Wei-chun will probably try to block his promotion. Inside the attic, Su Ning instantly feels the pressure of several young Void Realm martial artists and gets a first-hand look at how deep Yuelon Sect's talent pool really is. Then Gui Wei-chun arrives in full glamorous force, greets the others, and pointedly ignores Lokaiwei. The meeting is led by Ning Sun, the strongest Class 4 member, and Su Ning sits quietly through half an hour of 7 Boxers' business he barely understands yet. When the business ends, Lokaiwei stands up and formally recommends Su Ning straight into Class 3, which makes the whole room look over in surprise. Gui Wei-chun immediately attacks the proposal, mocking Su Ning as just another Spirit Realm newcomer with no proven contribution and no special background. Lokaiwei fires back that she is using her annual special recommendation slot on him, and the argument between the two women turns openly hostile. Gui Wei-chun doubles down by sneering that if Su Ning is not outstanding, maybe he only got this far because of family ties, and the insult lands exactly where she wants it to. Ning Sun cuts the room off and proposes a simple answer. If Su Ning can prove he has Class 3 strength, he gets the rank. Su Ning accepts without hesitation, because for him this test is far easier than it sounds. At Gui Yuechun's glance, Shincholuan eagerly volunteers to fight, thrilled for a chance to impress her. Lokaiwei recognizes exactly what is happening, but instead of worrying, she starts to smile because she knows Shincholuan has picked the wrong target. As the room clears a space, Su Ning takes one last look at Lokaiwei and understands that she wants him to show everything. Su Ning unleashes his internal chi, blending the heat and cold of his secret techniques until all that force gathers in his fist. Then he lunges first and throws a full quadruple strength punch straight at Shincholuan. The instant that fist arrives, Shincholuan's confidence vanishes and pure fear hits him too late. Shincholuan has no time to dodge and can only meet it head-on, but the collision crushes his arm in one brutal exchange. Su Ning's force tears through him, blood flies from Shincholuan's mouth, and his body is blasted backward with hidden internal injuries piling up. Only then does Ning Sun move, catching Shincholuan mid-flight and twisting away the leftover force before laying him down. The entire room falls dead silent, and Lokaiwei is the first one to break it with open delight at how overwhelming Su Ning really is. Humiliated by how badly her side just lost, Gui Wei-chun jumps up and tries to turn the room against Su Ning by accusing him of injuring a fellow member. Ning-sun shuts that down on the spot, reminding everyone this was a fair test between two spirit realm fighters and warning Gui Huechun not to overstep. Forced to swallow it for now, Gui Huechun throws Lukai away and Su Ning a bitter threat and storms out without even checking on Shinxiolun. With the challenge settled, Ning-sun officially declares Su Ning a Class 3 member of the 7 Boxers. Ning-sun even praises Lutsaiwei's eye for talent, making her victory over Gui Huechun's sting that much more. As the meeting breaks up, the others leave with one clear conclusion: the 7 Boxers just gained a frightening new powerhouse. In Spring Moon Courtyard Room 16, Lukai ends another sparring session drenched in sweat but clearly pleased with how much Su Ning has sharpened her punches. Her good mood is not just from training, because Su Ning humiliated Gui Huechun for her the day before, and that still feels satisfying. Then Lukai suddenly tells Su Ning he does not need to come over this afternoon or for the next few days. When Su Ning asks if she is just too tired, Lukai says no and reveals she finally got access to a 7 Boxers aura fountain to push for a Void Realm breakthrough. Su Ning is surprised because aura fountains are normally locked down by Void Realm martial artists, especially in the 7 Boxers. Lukai explains that senior brother Xiao Qiyun came back from traveling and immediately took all 4 Class 5 Void Realm members away to hunt a Void Realm demon beast before the demon slaying exercise. With those experts gone, one aura fountain opened up, and Ning-sun gave that spot to Lukai instead of Gui Huechun because Lukai has been stuck on the edge of the Void Realm for so long. Su Ning accepts it on the surface, but he is quietly tempted to see whether an aura fountain could feed energy into his own cultivation panel. Before he leaves, Lukai hands over the 100 contribution points Su Ning got by trading away 10 pure source pills through her. Su Ning takes the points and heads straight to the materials hall instead of going home, because he is ready to buy a Void Realm secret scroll. At the nearly empty materials hall, Su Ning puts 200 contribution points on the counter and asks for a middle-grade Void Realm secret scroll. The clerk gives him a booklet of exchange options, and Su Ning is hit by just how casually a great faction lays out treasures that would be fought over in the outside world. As he reads, Su Ning narrows the choice to fire or water scrolls because his 2 Void Realm secret techniques are Flame Breath Bone Sutra and Tidal Fist, and only matching properties can fully work together. He feels the drawback sharply, because choosing one property would turn the other secret technique into a weaker support instead of a main weapon. Then one line in the booklet stops him cold: the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll, a rare double secret scroll that carries both water and fire. The more he reads, the more excited he gets, because this one scroll would let both of his Void Realm techniques stay primary instead of sacrificing either side. Still, he keeps reading every option for another half hour before deciding this rare dual attribute scroll is the best match he will find. Back at the counter, Su Ning calmly asks to redeem the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll. The clerk is visibly startled and double-checks that Su Ning really means the troublesome double scroll with both fire and water properties. He warns Su Ning that a double secret scroll raises potential but also slows cultivation badly, because it demands at least 2 secret techniques advancing together. Su Ning understands the warning and chooses it anyway, because what is a crippling burden to others is manageable with his martial arts panel. The clerk can only sigh, privately judging him as another overconfident young man about to lock himself into a path he cannot undo. When he returns, he brings a patterned porcelain piece and a bottle of liquid, the standard method for imprinting a secret scroll directly into the mind. With the rare scroll finally in hand, Su Ning leaves the hall and heads back to his residence with quiet excitement. Back home, he goes to Gu Qinghe first and asks him to cover for him over the next few days if anyone from the 7 Boxers comes looking. Gu Qinghe assumes Su Ning is about to train a secret technique, but Su Ning corrects him and reveals he has already bought a secret scroll. That answer leaves Gu Qinghe openly envious, because joining the 7 Boxers really did hand Su Ning a huge advantage almost immediately. After Su Ning returns to his room, Gu Qinghe is left muttering about when his own family will finally send more pure source pills so he can follow the same route. Inside his room, Su Ning puts the scroll items on the table and absorbs every pure source pill he has left in one sweep to build up enough energy for a breakthrough. With the newly absorbed pills plus the recent aura crystals from the 1000 source bug, Su Ning brings his reserve up to 570 energy, and hopes that will be enough to reach Mold Body Realm. He follows the clerk's instructions, rubbing the liquid into his eyes and onto the engraved porcelain before staring straight into the strange patterns. The knowledge hits like a flood almost at once, and Su Ning is slammed by dizziness so violent he nearly vomits before he can even look away. He grits through the suffering for 15 long minutes until the martial arts panel finally finishes implanting the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll. When he sees the breakthrough only costs 500 energy, relief flashes through him and he immediately chooses yes. The moment he confirms it, his head and body explode with tearing pain as the leap from mortal realm to void realm begins ripping him apart and remaking him. Even while the pain threatens to drown him, Su Ning forces himself to hold on because surviving this rebirth is the only way to emerge as a true void realm martial artist. His consciousness finally starts slipping anyway, and the room fades as the transformation drags him under. While Su Ning lies unconscious for days, the 7 Boxers are hit by a separate disaster outside his door. Word spreads that Xiao Qiyun and the 4 true Qi realm experts who left with him to hunt a void realm demon beast have all gone missing and are likely dead. Xin Qiuluan, still pale and not fully healed from his loss to Su Ning, rushes to Gui Yuechuan's residence and bangs out the news in a panic. Gui Yuechuan opens the door annoyed at being interrupted, but the moment Xin Qiuluan says something major happened to senior brother Xiao, her expression hardens. When Xin Qiuluan tells her the sect believes Xiao Qiyun and the others died during the demon beast hunt, Gui Yuechuan is so shocked she can barely process it. Xin Qiuluan immediately wonders if this is Gui Yuechuan's chance to take control of the weakened 7 boxers and claim the aura fountains for herself. Gui Yuechuan shoots that idea down with contempt, because without Xiao Qiyun and those top experts, the 7 boxers cannot protect its resources and will be torn apart by rival intersect groups. After weighing the danger, Gui Yuechuan makes the hard call that they cannot stay in the 7 boxers at all. Xin Qiuluan hesitates because leaving means giving up the protection and cultivation benefits he has been enjoying. Gui Yuechuan reveals her real plan: defect to the rival Knife Moon crowd through her old connection Gu Jin before the 7 boxers collapses completely. Even Xin Qiuluan balks at joining the 7 boxers' bitter rival, but Gui Yuechuan mocks his cowardice until he gives in. She pushes to move immediately and even wants to carry the bad news to Knife Moon crowd first, hoping that information itself will buy them favor. 6 days after the breakthrough began, Su Ning finally wakes up in his room with the unmistakable feeling that his body is no longer the same. He stands, stretches, and instantly knows he has crossed into the void realm, with a body so transformed that his old self would be helpless against him even without internal chi. Looking at his own skin, Su Ning realizes even a spirit realm warrior would struggle to break his defenses now, because the gap between mortal and void realm is that brutal. As he checks inward, he feels warm chi in his abdomen and senses fiery power spreading through his meridians, muscles, and bones to burn away impurities. To test it, Su Ning slices his own arm open and watches the flame-breathed Bone Sutra surge into action almost immediately. The burning chi closes the deep wound at once, leaving only a fading scar and proving that his healing ability rose right along with his stronger body. Next he tests Tidal Fist, and one quadruple strength punch detonates in the air with a new layered force behind it. What excites him most is the follow-up Dark Force, because now one hit can land in 2 waves like surf crashing after the first impact. When Su Ning opens the martial arts panel, it confirms the breakthrough: Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll at Void Realm First Stage Mold Body, with only 70 energy left. He tidies the panel by hiding his old Mortal Realm skills, leaving only the Void Realm Scroll and secret techniques visible now that the earlier methods no longer matter. The plus signs beside Tidal Fist and Flame-Breathed Bone Sutra have returned too, which tells Su Ning that reaching Void Realm removed the cap that had been blocking both techniques. That new strength immediately turns his thoughts north, because for the first time he truly has the power to make the long trip back towards State Feiyun and home. But the idea quickly tangles with reality, since leaving now could cost him his Yuan identity and its resources, and returning alone might also make the Wei family suspicious about the others who were taken with him. He settles on a quieter plan instead. One day he will go home secretly, reassure his family he is alive, and come back without involving Yuning City if he can avoid it. For now he has to wait, because a round trip on foot would take too long unless he can get help from a flying demon beast, maybe even through Grey later. So he puts the trip on hold, promising himself he will return home when the timing is right and after he gathers more strength and resources. Finally Su Ning opens the door, breathes in the fresh air, and goes next door to tell Gu Qinghe that his retreat is over. Before the door even opens, Gu Qinghe calls out in surprise, because just hearing Su Ning outside already feels different somehow. When Gu Qinghe sees him, he instantly senses that Su Ning has changed and blurts out the wild guess that he really broke into the Void Realm. Su Ning confirms it with a smile and a casual pat on the shoulder, turning Gu Qinghe's suspicion into a very real shock. Gu Qinghe jokes that he is jealous but also thrilled, because having a Void Realm friend in the inner sect suddenly makes him feel a lot safer. Then Su Ning asks the practical question: did anyone from the 7 boxers come looking for him while he was shut away? That reminder makes Gu Qinghe bring up the real bombshell, because the 7 boxers suffered a huge incident while Su Ning was in retreat. He tells Su Ning that Xiao Qiyun and all 4 true Qi realm leaders disappeared during the demon beast hunt and are believed to have been killed. Su Ning is genuinely stunned by the blow to the 7 boxers, and his first clear thought is that he needs to find Lu Kaiwei. Su Ning heads to Lu Kaiwei's residence in Spring Moon Courtyard, only to learn from the maid Xing'er that she already went to room 6. When Su Ning reaches room 6, the 7 boxers meeting is already grim because Xiao Qiyun is missing and Ning Sun is away with the search team. With most class 4s and many lower members already gone, everyone can see the 7 boxers is collapsing before outside enemies even strike. Zhuang Qian finally says the fear out loud: if this keeps going, the 7 boxers will fall apart on its own. Ren Qingzhu pushes even harder and argues that the 7 boxers should just disband or merge into another intersect group for everyone's sake. Lu Kaiwei immediately shuts her down and says only Xiao Qiyun has the right to decide the 7 boxers' fate. Ren Qingzhu sneers back that with Xiao Qiyun gone, the group belongs to everyone now, making her contempt for Lokaiwei impossible to miss. Lokaiwei refuses to back down and insists the 7 boxers must wait for Ningsun to return before anyone decides anything. But the room is already wavering, because some of the remaining Class 3s are starting to think Rin Qingzhu's plan sounds practical. The pressure turns real when Gui Yuechun and Xinqiuluan walk in behind Gu Jin of the Knife Moon crowd. Lokaiwei instantly recognizes Gu Jin and demands to know why Knife Moon crowd people are on 7 boxers' territory. Gui Yuechun calmly reveals the real purpose. The 7 boxers is finished, and they came to offer everyone a better future elsewhere. Lokaiwei tells them to leave, but Rin Qingzhu suddenly backs Gui Yuechun instead of her own group. Lokaiwei realizes Rin Qingzhu never stayed out of loyalty at all. She stayed to help Gui Yuechun break the 7 boxers from the inside. Even Zhuang Qian notices what is happening, but he hesitates instead of stopping it, and that silence says a lot. Now Gu Jin takes over and openly invites everyone to join the Knife Moon crowd with matching resources and benefits. Then he adds an even bigger lure. Anyone who defects right now will get access to Knife Moon crowds or a fountain no matter their realm. Ren Qingzhu is the first to cross the line and walks straight over to stand behind Gu Jin. Her lead breaks the room, and several Class 3 members follow her out one after another. When Zhuang Qian apologizes and defects too, Lokaiwei is left facing the truth that the 7 boxers has almost no one left. Gu Jin presses Lokaiwei one more time and promises she can reach the Void Realm if she joins them too. Lokaiwei refuses flatly and says the few people left will stay with the 7 boxers to the end. So Gu Jin drops the pretense and has Xinqiuluan bring out a contract demanding that 7 boxers hand over 2 aura fountains. Lokaiwei rejects the demand, but Gu Jin coldly warns that if she does not sign now, Knife Moon crowd will come back later and seize all 4 fountains by force. Knowing they cannot stop that attack yet, Lokaiwei grimly decides that surrendering 2 fountains might at least buy time until Ningsun returns. She bites her finger and is just about to leave her bloody print on the paper when a voice cuts in from outside the door. Su Ning strides into the room in 7 boxers' battle clothes, walks straight to Lokaiwei, and tears the contract apart. Lokaiwei is left stunned, because Su Ning looks like one man stepping up against an entire hostile crowd. Gui Yuechun rushes in to belittle him as just a Class 3, but Su Ning answers with a smile and refuses to let her act like she owns 7 boxers' ground. Furious at being embarrassed, Gui Yuechun suddenly attacks and slams a palm towards Su Ning's chest. Su Ning catches her wrist before the strike lands, and the ease of it instantly shocks Gui Yuechun. Realizing something is wrong, Gui Yuechun pours on her full force and drives in with her other hand. Su Ning answers with tidal fist at quadruple power, and both watery chi and fiery chi surge through him at once. The impact crushes straight through Gui Yuechun's defense, and she realizes in horror that only a Void Realm fighter could hit this hard. Su Ning's force tears through her arm, blasts her backward, and then a second hidden impact detonates inside the same broken limb. She crashes to the floor screaming, and the whole room falls dead silent around Su Ning. Lokaiwei can barely process what she just saw and blurts out the truth everyone is thinking. Su Ning reached the Void Realm? Su Ning confirms it without drama and tells Lokaiwei he already advanced to the Mold Body Realm. That one answer steadies Lokaiwei at once, because suddenly the 7 boxers no longer looks completely doomed. Gu Jin steps in next, frowning at this unexpected Void Realm Jr. who seemed to appear out of nowhere inside the 7 boxers. He accuses Su Ning of going too far for hurting Knife Moon crowd people in front of him, and Su Ning answers that Gui Yuechun struck first. To test him, Gu Jin flicks his fan and launches a true chi attack straight at Su Ning. Su Ning blocks it with force from his palms, and even though the strike stabs into him, he stops it before it reaches the bone. His flame-breathed bone sutra starts healing the damage right away, showing he can actually survive a clash with someone one realm above him. After that single exchange, Gu Jin realizes Su Ning is far stronger than an ordinary mold body fighter and changes tactics on the spot. Instead of fighting, Gu Jin suddenly tries to recruit him and offers unlimited use of Knife Moon crowds or a fountain. The defectors hate hearing that offer, because if Su Ning crossed over, his status would instantly rise above theirs. Lutsaiwei's heart jumps for a moment too, but she quickly trusts that Su Ning will not betray the 7 boxers. Su Ning turns the offer aside with a smile and reminds Gu Jin that the 7 boxers has 4 aura fountains, not just 1. Gu Jin warns those 4 fountains may not still belong to 7 boxers in a few days, but Su Ning only answers with the same calm confidence. Unable to force the issue safely, Gu Jin decides to withdraw and leaves with the Knife Moon crowd side for now. Once they are gone, the room is left with only Su Ning, Lokaiwei, and the small handful who refuse to defect. Lokaiwei sincerely thanks Su Ning, because he just saved both her dignity and the 7 boxers' most important resources. Su Ning answers that no thanks are needed because he is one of the 7 boxers too, and he has no interest in turning traitor for easy benefits. From that moment on, the loyal members look at Su Ning differently, because his strength clearly makes him the strongest active pillar left in the group. Lokaiwei openly tells him he is now the backbone of the 7 boxers and invites him to ask for whatever he needs. Su Ning does not hesitate and asks to see the aura fountains, because he wants to know whether they can help his cultivation. Look Highway agrees at once, and tells him to cultivate as hard as he can while she looks for any help she can still find outside. Suning asks for one short delay first, because he wants to return to his own room before going to the fountains. Back at his residence, Suning opens the hidden compartment with the 1000-source bug and finds that more aura crystals have already formed while he was unconscious. He absorbs the new crystals and restores 30 energy, bringing his remaining reserve up to 100 before the next step. Since his pure source dawn are already gone, Suning pins his hopes on the aura fountain being useful enough to replace his drained resources. Planning to stay in the fountain area for days, he takes the 1000-source bug with him instead of leaving it behind. Just before leaving, Suning remembers Gu Qinghe and knocks on his door to talk. Gu Qinghe asks what happened, and Suning tells him honestly that the 7 Boxers is in serious danger of being disbanded. Gu Qinghe is startled and assumes Suning should leave that sinking group as fast as possible. Instead, Suning asks whether Gu Qinghe wants to join the 7 Boxers right now, right at its lowest point. Suning explains the gamble plainly. If the 7 Boxers recovers, an early newcomer could gain real resources, and if it collapses, Gu Qinghe loses almost nothing. After thinking it over, Gu Qinghe trusts Suning's judgment and agrees to take the chance. Suning immediately brings him back to Spring Moon Courtyard so the choice becomes real instead of just talk. At room 16, Suning asks Xing'er to register Gu Qinghe into the 7 Boxers and also send him on to the Aura Fountain. Soon after, Suning arrives at one of the 7 Boxers' Aura Fountains and finds not a spring of water, but a round pit full of white drifting particles. The strange air immediately refreshes his chest and lungs, and Suning realizes this inferior-grade aura fountain is still the real thing. He notes that the white current is not ordinary aura itself, but something visibly condensed, and decides there is only one way to know how useful it really is. Suning steps directly into the aura fountain to test whether its energy can be turned into something the martial arts panel can use. Standing in the middle of the pit, Suning closes his eyes and starts absorbing the fountain's aura, waiting to see if it can become energy. Inside the white mist of an aura fountain, Suning sat perfectly still and tested whether this dense aura could finally feed his martial arts panel. When no prompt appeared, he changed tactics and started compressing the absorbed aura into his abdomen, trying to imitate how the 1000-source bug forms crystals. 2 hours passed, his body hit its limit, aura even began to leak away, and for a moment it looked like the whole fountain might be useless to him. Right as his patience was about to run out, the panel finally reacted and offered him 1 unit of energy. That tiny result was enough to electrify him, because now he knew the aura fountain could steadily fuel his growth. He quickly calculated the payoff and realized the fountain, the 1000-source bug, and future pure source dawn together could push him to the true Chi realm in about a month. But that hope came with pressure, because he knew the Knife Moon crowd would likely move long before a full month passed. So he made a blunt plan, siphon every bit of energy he could, then asked Look Highway for whatever resources the battered 7 Boxers still had left. Elsewhere in the Knife Moon crowd, Gu Jing reported to his sister Gu Yishang after returning from stripping people and resources away from the 7 Boxers. His report had one ugly gap though: all 4 aura fountains were still in 7 Boxers' hands. When Gu Yishang asked who had blocked him, Gu Jing named Suning and admitted that the newly advanced Mold Body Warrior's 3rd-level fist technique had kept him from gaining any advantage. That immediately made Gu Yishang take Suning seriously, because a Void Realm fighter that strong this early usually means terrifying groundwork in the mortal realm. She even compared that kind of foundation to the legendary Himinji, a former Yuan prodigy who exploded upward after breaking past the mortal realm. Gu Jin urged her to strike now before Suning grew even harder to handle and before other groups swallowed the biggest pieces of the 7 Boxers. Gu Yishang refused to rush, explaining that the whole intersect was about to focus on the demon-slaying conference instead of wasting effort on one collapsing group. Her real priority was personal advancement. She already had 1 3rd-level secret technique, and wanted 2 more so she could impress an elder and become an inane disciple. Gu Jin backed down, promised to keep gathering scattered resources for the Knife Moon crowd, and accepted her warning that strength mattered more than scavenging. More than half a month later, a tired Yuan search team regrouped under a foggy moon after yet another failed sweep for Xiao Qiyun. No one had found any trace of Xiao Qiyun's missing squad, and the longer the search dragged on, the heavier the silence became. Deacon Yu finally admitted the odds were grim and ordered everyone to return to the faction. Ning Sun reacted instantly, unwilling to abandon Xiao Qiyun even after weeks of failure. Deacon Yu could only offer a thin hope. Maybe Xiao Qiyun had stumbled into some kind of opportunity, because at least they still had no proof he was dead. That fragile possibility was enough to keep Ning Sun moving, but on the way back his mind shifted to another worry: how long the 7 Boxers could survive without him. A few days later, Ning Sun rushed straight to Spring Moon Courtyard Room 6, where the overworked Luk Highway was still holding the broken group together. Lut Saiwei's first question was about Xiao Qiyun, and Ning Sun had nothing better to give her than the same uncertain answer. Then Luk Highway walked him through the damage at home, the Knife Moon crowd's bullying, members deserting, resources being carved up, and Su Ning stepping up after breaking into the Void Realm. What hit Ning Sun hardest was that when old members fled, it was the newcomer Su Ning who stood in front of the crisis. So Ning Sun made a hard call on the spot. The 7 boxers would let Su Ning use the aura fountains freely and pour all remaining resources into him. In his eyes, Su Ning had the talent and character to become the group's new pillar if they could push him to the true Qi realm fast enough. Back in the aura fountain after 16 days, Su Ning exhaled and counted his gains: 160 energy from the fountain and 80 more from the 1000 source bug. He had hoped the bug might improve inside the fountain too, but that experiment turned out to be a dead end. What puzzled him more was the silence outside, because the Knife Moon crowd still had not come for the fountains. After staying buried in cultivation for too long, he finally climbed out to check the situation himself. At Spring Moon Courtyard, Luk Highway was surprised to see him appear so soon. Su Ning explained that the long calm felt strange, and he came out to ask whether the Knife Moon crowd had finally been dealt with. Before Luk Highway could answer, Ning Sun walked in and greeted Su Ning with open enthusiasm. Su Ning was glad to see him back, but the moment he asked about Xiao Qiyun, the mood dipped again when Ning Sun admitted there was still no news. Luk Highway and Ning Sun quickly reassured Su Ning that he no longer needed to babysit the group, because with 3 Void Realm fighters back, 7 boxers had finally stabilized. Ning Sun explained the bigger reason for the quiet too. The intersect elites were all focused on the coming demon-slaying conference, not on tearing apart 7 boxers for the moment. Then Ning Sun raised his expectations even higher, and said Su Ning should aim to shine at that conference in Xiao Qiyun's place. Su Ning tried to deflect by pointing out that Ning Sun himself was already in the true Qi realm, but Ning Sun flatly said Su Ning's ceiling was higher. In Ning Sun's judgment, Su Ning's terrifying Mortal Realm foundation meant his first 3 Void Realm stages would pass quickly, and if he reached true Qi in time, he might even catch an Elder's Eye. He followed that up with a real pledge: whatever Dan medicines or spirit medicines Su Ning needed, 7 boxers would try to provide them. Su Ning knew the group was already bleeding resources, so before asking for anything, he checked whether they could truly bear the cost. Ning Sun admitted the situation was ugly, but he still insisted they would support Su Ning as long as it gave 7 boxers a path back. Only after hearing that did Su Ning make his request, and it was a big one: 30 pure source dawn. The number stunned Ning Sun, because for the weakened 7 boxers it was no small bite at all. But Ning Sun still agreed and handed the pills over, betting the group's future on Su Ning's rise. With that, Su Ning returned to the aura fountain, already aiming far past one breakthrough, straight toward the 2nd and 3rd stages of the Void Realm. 1.5 months later, the whole Yuan faction turned lively as the long-awaited demon-slaying conference finally drew near. By then Su Ning had completely transformed, breaking through to the Void Realm 3rd stage Genus Realm, while also pushing both Tidal Fist and Flame Breath Bone Sutra to the 4th level. Those upgraded techniques now carried real attributes in combat, turning his water and fire from cultivation concepts into direct weapons. Su Ning could even feel that he had grown past Xiao Qiyun's old level, though he also saw how brutally expensive the next realm would be. He did not stay hidden any longer, because on the very day the conference was set to begin, Xing Er was already waiting outside to drag him there if needed. She told him everyone from 7 boxers was already at Yuan Square, and if he had stayed inside another half hour, she would have jumped in after him. Su Ning followed her straight to the square and walked into a massive crowd packed around the central stage. Xing Er guided him to the inner disciple section, where the shrunken 7 boxers group still held its small patch of seats. Ning Sun immediately stood to ask how Su Ning's seclusion had gone, and Su Ning's simple answer, "Not bad," was enough to make everyone breathe easier. Luk Highway even pulled him down to sit beside her as the conference crowd settled around them. As Su Ning looked around the neighboring factions, his gaze suddenly locked with a young woman on the right, and Luk Highway quietly identified her as Gu Yishang of the Knife Moon crowd. He looked away without flinching, already certain that Gu Yishang was no longer his match. Luk Highway used the pause to point out the leaders and elites of the other intersect groups, and Su Ning carefully memorized them. Ahead of them, Su Ning also spotted Duan Xiafeng seated with the core disciples at the very front. Then sharp cries cut through the square as a dozen colorful flying demon beasts swept overhead carrying the faction's top figures. Luk Highway told Su Ning what everyone already knew from the sheer pressure alone: the faction master and the elders had arrived. The great figures leapt down from 100 meters up and landed on the platform as if the height meant nothing at all. At the center of the stage, Mi Xingye stepped forward and formally announced that the Yuan faction demon-slaying conference had begun. Right after that, huge cloth-covered iron cages were pushed out at both sides of the square, and the muffled roars underneath told everyone the demon beasts were already waiting. At the demon-slaying conference, the non-stop roars from the beast cages already shake the newer disciples before a single fight begins. Su Ning watches more and more cages arrive and realizes some even hold multiple beasts, with one leaking a void realm aura strong enough to make him wary. He quietly wonders why the sect spends so much effort capturing demon beasts just to test its own disciples. Luk Highway explains that the conference is also a warning ritual left over from the catastrophe 300 years ago, when a demon beast tied drowned State Jifeng and even helped topple the Feiyun dynasty next door. She says the major powers of State Jifeng had to unite, and only after a desperate war did heroes like Shifengshu kill the demon king Void Beast and win the land back for humans. Even though that old dynasty collapsed long ago, the great sects still hold demon-slaying conferences so people never grow careless again. Now that the history makes sense, Suning finally understands why this blood-soaked spectacle matters so much to the sect. Look, Highway suddenly perks up and points out the man everyone has been waiting for, core disciple Himinji. Himinji steps onto the square in a dark blue long shirt with a sword on his back, and his sharp presence alone makes the whole arena focus on him. Suning remembers the rumors too well. This is Mi Xingye's first core disciple, a 30-year-old monster said to rival sect elders. Then the cloth comes off a giant cage and reveals a towering 10-meter beast covered in dark green scales, yellow lines, and cruel red eyes. The moment the cage opens, Suning feels real danger and judges that this monster is no mid-level beast at all, but a high-level void realm creature around the 7th stage. At the same time, beams rise from the 4 corners of the stage and weave into a transparent barrier, showing the kind of methods high void realm experts can use. The beast attacks first, ripping up strips of earth and hurling them at Himinji like living weapons. Himinji stays perfectly calm and cuts through the incoming rock with a single aura-filled sword swing. When the beast rushes in with glowing scales and giant claws, Himinji springs up to meet it head-on in midair. Blue sword shadows spread across the monster's body, tearing its armor open until blood streaks over its scales. The beast thrashes wildly, but Himinji's blade suddenly sings and turns the whole body into a rain of blood. The arena erupts, and Suning can only admit that someone at this level is still far beyond him for now. Still, the gap does not discourage him. It just hardens his belief that given enough time, he can climb there too. As Himinji steps down, a white-haired elder asks Mi Xingye if his disciple has already reached the 8th stage and pushed Watercross sword to the 9th level. Mi Xingye answers with a satisfied nod, clearly proud of how overwhelming his first disciple has become. Himinji returns to his master's side, and Mi Xingye gives him a simple but approving praise for opening the conference perfectly. Once the stage is cleaned, the elder host takes over and tells the whole crowd that now it is the disciples' turn to prove themselves. He warns that outer, inner, and core disciples alike are being watched by elders and deacons, and a strong showing can raise a disciple's status on the spot. That promise of promotion makes the crowd restless immediately, because status in Yuan also means resources and a real future. The elder host announces 15 outer disciple rounds with 100 spots each and assures them elders will step in before anyone dies. The first 100 outer disciples rush the stage at once, desperate to grab their chance before the spots are gone. Watching them, Suning estimates that nearly half of this first eager wave are already Void Realm martial artists. He realizes the outer sect is deeper than it looks, with close to 100 Void Realm fighters hidden among 3,000 common background disciples. Look, Kaiwei sighs that as an inner disciple who still has not entered the Void Realm, even she feels a little embarrassed next to numbers like that. Suning reassures her that these are just the oldest and most desperate outer disciples forcing a narrow path upward, not a sign that her own talent is poor. Even so, both of them understand the harsh truth that outer disciples who break into the Void Realm through weaker scrolls still have a very limited future. Then the barrier rises again, demon beasts are released onto the stage, and the outer disciple rounds begin in a blur of fighting and screams. From the stands, Suning sees how brutally these outer disciples push themselves, trying to impress the inner deacons before the chance disappears. When the first round ends, only a handful of Void Realm fighters are still standing, and 4 of them win direct promotion into the inner sect. The next rounds are thinner and weaker, but the hunger to get on stage never fades because only about half of the outer sect will even get a chance to try. By the time all 15 outer rounds end, 2.5 hours have passed, and Suning's attention sharpens because the inner disciple segment is finally here. The elder host announces that the inner disciples will fight in 5 rounds of only 20 people each, making every slot suddenly feel precious. Suning is surprised by how few places there are, and Ningsun quickly comes over to ask which round he plans to enter. Ningsun warns that the first round will be packed with elite intersect leaders and urges Suning to choose the second round instead so they can fight together. He even offers to support Suning during the fight so Suning can show his strengths more cleanly in front of the elders. But Suning calmly refuses and says he wants the first round exactly because the stronger the field, the more obvious his performance will be. For him, this is not just about surviving the conference but about winning an elder's favor and stepping up into the rank of unnamed disciple. Ningsun still looks worried, but Suning just smiles, tells him not to worry, and heads straight toward the stage. At that same moment, Guishang from the Knife Moon crowd also stands up, and the two lock eyes with open hostility. Guishang answers that stare with a mysterious smile, making it obvious she is already planning something against him. Meanwhile in the VIP seats, the white-haired elder tells Mi Xingye that several inner disciples today are talented enough to deserve special attention. He names Guishang, Sun Fengjun, and Ji Miao as near-core talents whose strength can already rival some true core disciples. Then his tone turns regretful when he mentions Xiao Qiyun, saying that if nothing had happened to him, he would have chosen that disciple and even let him study a Dao seal. That finally gets Mi Xingye's attention, because a Dao seal is precious enough that even many elders would not share one with their own disciples. The elder says Xiao Qiyun's character was almost unmatched among the younger generation, and Mi Xingye can only sigh that the martial path swallows gifted people without warning. Soon 20 inner disciples, including Su Ning, step onto the stage for the first round and quietly size one another up. Su Ning quickly judges that this group is packed with elites, including 5 fighters already in the Void Realm 3rd stage and the rest in the 2nd stage. The others study him too, because his face is unfamiliar in a group where the top inner disciples normally all know each other. Then the cloths are torn off the cages, and the moment the doors start opening, Su Ning's expression tightens. These are not the low-level beasts the outer disciples faced. All 10 monsters in front of them are at least mid-level Void Realm, some near the peak of it. In one flash of insight, Su Ning understands the real test. The elders want to see whether inner disciples can stay alive against stronger beasts, not fight on equal terms. The barrier seals over the stage again, trapping all 20 inner disciples inside with the enraged beasts as the round begins for real. Up in the stands, even Mi Xingye is surprised by the lineup until the white-haired elder reveals these stronger beasts were borrowed from the beast hunting sect. The elder admits the change was deliberate, because borrowed beasts make the inner disciple segment more dangerous and far less boring than past years. Mi Xingye likes the idea, while down below the released beasts go feral and send the inner disciples scrambling in every direction. Su Ning ends up hunted by a giant wolf demon beast and instantly realizes how ruthless this setup really is. He knows he could fight one mid-level beast by himself, but with 10 monsters loose, getting tied down even for a moment could mean being swarmed. That is exactly when Gui Shang makes her move and drags another demon beast straight towards Su Ning's position. She slips away at the last second, leaving Su Ning boxed in by danger from 2 sides. With nowhere left to retreat, Su Ning decides to break the trap by force and brings out Tidal Fist. He explodes into a flurry of punches at the giant wolf's head, layering light and dark force with water corrosion and fire burn from his 4th-level secret arts. The mid-level wolf is stunned on the spot, its skull rattled, and its body scorched and corroded from the inside. Su Ning uses that opening to vault over the wolf, and the second beast crashes straight into it instead. From a supposed safe spot, Gui Shang watches in shock as Su Ning escapes the setup and reveals that he is already in the genus realm with 4th-level techniques. The warning Gu Jin once gave her suddenly feels very real, because Su Ning's growth has turned out to be much faster than she ever took seriously. Then her fear gets worse when Su Ning turns and charges straight at her. Before she can escape, Su Ning appears in front of her, grabs both her shoulders, and flashes a mocking smile. He coldly reminds her that no rule says he cannot attack a teammate during the conference, and then he throws her away toward 3 waiting demon beasts. Gui Shang panics midair as the 3 beasts close in, suddenly realizing Su Ning is paying her back in the most public way possible. Just before they tear into her, the elder host blasts the beasts aside with true chi and forcibly ends her round. Gui Shang crashes to the ground as the first inner disciple eliminated, and the humiliation hits almost harder than the fall. She leaves with her head down, knowing she did not just lose a chance at promotion but also lost face in front of the entire Knife Moon crowd. The Knife Moon crowd goes dead silent, and Gu Jin's face turns almost blue with anger. On the other side, the 7 boxers burst into cheers because Su Ning not only survived Gui Shang's trap but threw the whole thing back in her face. Ning Sun is thrilled as he finally understands the truth. Su Ning is not in true Chi realm at all, but already genus realm, with both secret techniques at the 4th level. Look Kaiwei can only stare and admit they had all underestimated him badly. When Ning Sun says Su Ning may even be stronger than Xiao Xiyun was, Look Kaiwei falls quiet at the thought of what the 7 boxers might have become with both of them together. Even in the VIP seats, Mi Xingye is impressed enough to ask whether that inner disciple is one of the elite names the elder just mentioned. The white-haired elder is briefly stumped before he suddenly remembers that Su Ning is actually a newcomer who entered the inner sect just over 2 months ago. That answer shocks both Mi Xingye and He Minji, because when Su Ning was admitted, he was still only in the mortal realm and nobody thought his aptitude stood out. Mi Xingye can hardly believe that someone could go from mortal realm to void realm 3rd stage in less than 3 months and still have the foundation to train 2 secret arts this high. Right there, Mi Xingye decides he wants Su Ning as his own in-name disciple and asks He Minji what he thinks. Instead of jealousy, He Minji immediately supports the choice and even lights up at the thought of gaining a junior brother who shares the same water and fire path. He even says Su Ning could later study Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword just like him, giving him a real fellow disciple to compare notes with. Relieved that his top disciple feels no envy at all, Mi Xingye settles his decision and keeps his eyes fixed on Su Ning, already thinking of the sect's future. Now the sect master only wants to see one more thing: whether this astonishing newcomer can keep holding on inside the beast-filled stage. On the platform, everyone watches in disbelief as Su Ning slips past 2 demon beasts and coldly throws Gui Shang into the middle of 3 of them. Even without knowing his name yet, the spectators can already tell this newcomer is fighting at the very top of the inner sect level. The giant wolf Su Ning battered earlier is still moving sluggishly, but every time it tries to chase him down, he disappears into the crowd and shakes it off again. As disciple after disciple gets forced off the stage, the field quickly shrinks until only Su Ning, Sun Fengjun, and Ji Miao are still standing. Su Ning stays calm, but he knows the fewer people left on stage, the more the demon beasts will focus on him until even he cannot keep dodging forever. A demon beast suddenly swipes Sun Fengjun off the platform, leaving only Su Ning and Ji Miao trapped in the center of all 10 monsters. With no room left to run, Ji Miao calmly introduces himself to Su Ning right in the middle of the siege. Su Ning answers in kind, and he immediately recognizes Ji Miao as the Wet Wind crowd leader Lu Kaiwei warned him about. Ji Miao quietly repeats Su Ning's name, realizing this is the hidden 7 boxers disciple people kept talking about after Xiao Qiyun vanished. Instead of waiting to be chased off one by one, Ji Miao proposes one last hard hit. Target the injured wolf and see if they can actually bring it down. Su Ning agrees at once, understanding that Ji Miao is about to take the dangerous opening strike and probably sacrifice his own place on the stage. Ji Miao moves first, rushing the wolf with wind-like force gathered in his palm and slamming a brutal strike straight into its forehead. The wolf reacts on instinct and swats Ji Miao off the platform, exactly as he expected. In that tiny opening, Su Ning leaps in with fiery chi and watery chi surging together, as the flame-breathed bone sutra hardens his body for a full burst attack. He unloads 6 straight tidal fists into the wolf before the other demon beasts can close in. The moment his combo ends, another beast crashes in from behind, and Su Ning knows his run on the stage is finally over. An elder's protective force yanks Su Ning off the platform, and as he turns back, he sees the battered wolf collapsed on the stage in obvious pain. Ji Miao greets him with a grin, and the 2 strangers share an easy smile after surviving the round together. When the first inner disciple round ends, thousands of eyes fix on Su Ning because everyone can see he was the best performer on that platform. The white-haired elder only groans at the sight of the injured wolf, already picturing the beast-hunting sect complaining about the damage. Mi Xingye ignores that complaint, stands up in front of the whole square, and asks the standout disciple for his name. Su Ning steps forward and formally identifies himself as an inner disciple of the 7 boxers. Then Mi Xingye drops the shock of the day by asking Su Ning to become his in-name disciple. The square erupts instantly, because Mi Xingye has only 1 disciple already, and this offer would put Su Ning's status almost on par with the core disciples. Su Ning barely needs a heartbeat before accepting, because refusing the sect master's backing would be pure madness. The 7 boxers explodes with excitement, knowing Su Ning will still stay in the inner sect but now carries the weight of the sect master's name. People immediately start imagining the comeback. Once the conference ends, the 7 boxers should recover its lost members and resources and come back even stronger than before. Gu Qinghe is almost glowing with relief, because he bet on the 7 boxers when they were weak and now expects that gamble to pay off in a big way. After already trading his family's pure source pills for a Void Realm scroll, Gu Qinghe can suddenly see a real path to the Void Realm if 7 boxers' resources keep flowing. Duan Xiefeng has the opposite reaction, because his old friction with Su Ning now looks dangerous enough that he starts thinking about how to make peace. Even as a core disciple, Duan Xiefeng cannot hide a flash of jealousy at how fast Su Ning's status just jumped. The white-haired elder follows with his own reward and accepts Ji Miao as an in-name disciple for his strong performance. Ji Miao accepts happily, because becoming an in-name disciple gives him a real chance to touch the Dao seal later and offset the weakness of his middle-grade scroll. Sun Fengjun is also chosen as an in-name disciple, making the first round a life-changing win for all 3 final survivors. When the host announces the second round, the remaining inner disciples rush the platform with fresh desperation, hoping they can still catch the elder's eyes too. Instead of returning to the crowd, Su Ning gets called up to sit beside Heminji under Mi Xingye's eye, a public sign that his position has already changed. Heminji greets him warmly as junior brother, and Su Ning is struck by how approachable the sect's top genius is in person. Heminji quickly asks the real question and confirms that Su Ning is cultivating a dual water and fire secret scroll. When Su Ning names the cold flame dual source scroll, Heminji pities the fact that it is only a middle-grade void realm technique. Still, Heminji reassures him that if he can use the Dao seal in the future, the gap between middle-grade and superior-grade scrolls will disappear. That phrase catches Su Ning immediately, because he remembers hearing about Dao seals before from the kidnappers back in State Jifeng. Su Ning asks directly what a Dao seal is, but Heminji stops there and says the answer can wait until Su Ning reaches the 6th stage of the Void Realm. Instead, Heminji tells Su Ning to rest tonight and come to the core disciple area tomorrow so he can personally teach him the Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword. Su Ning is surprised to hear there are 2 techniques, because he only saw Heminji use a water sword before and did not know he also cultivated fire. Heminji confirms that he also walks the same water and fire path, and Su Ning finally understands why Mi Xingye chose him so quickly. Su Ning raises a practical concern. He already practices 1 water technique and 1 fire technique, so adding 2 more secret arts sounds like it could slow his growth badly. Heminji answers with a larger lesson, saying the Void Realm does not work like the mortal realm, because secret techniques build both your cultivation ground and the attributes growing from it. He compares realms to soil and characteristics to plants, explaining that richer foundations support more attributes, and those mature attributes can in turn strengthen the foundation back. After observing Su Ning's current water penetration and fire erosion traits, Heminji says the 2 sword arts matter precisely because they add very different characteristics. Then Heminji finally states the real divide. 1 characteristic per path may be enough to peak within the Void Realm, but anyone who wants to go beyond it must merge more. The thought of a realm above the void realm hits Suning hard, and even though Himinji stops there, his curiosity is fully awakened. With that, Suning accepts the plan and agrees to learn both sword techniques from Himinji tomorrow. By the time the demon slaying conference ends, no one doubts who gained the most from it. Suning leaves with fame, backing, and a direct link to the sect's strongest disciple. Back in the inner sect that night, inner disciples start lining up to join the 7 boxers on their own. Some of them are not even new supporters, just frustrated members of other groups who finally seize the chance to break away and switch sides. In a single night, the 7 boxers turns from a weakened group into the hottest faction in the inner sect. That same change lands like a threat inside the Knife Moon crowd, where Gu Xin can no longer sit still after seeing their old rival rise under the sect master's protection. He asks his sister what they can possibly do now, because with Su Ning and 7 boxers, one wrong move could destroy the Knife Moon crowd outright. By the end of the night, the reversal is complete. The 7 boxers has the momentum, and the Knife Moon crowd is the side forced to worry. After her humiliation at the demon slaying conference, Gu Yishang finally admits the Knife Moon crowd has to keep its head down. She had wanted revenge on Su Ning, but now that he is the sect master's unnamed disciple, she knows picking another fight would be suicidal. So Gu Yishang orders everything taken from the 7 boxers to be returned, including resources, channels, and advantages they stole earlier. She even tells Gu Jin to throw out the former 7 boxers members they poached, since the 7 boxers no longer needs those traitors back. Then she strips Gui Yuechun, Xin Qiulun, Ren Qizhu, and the rest of their gains too, forcing them to return what they took from the Knife Moon crowd. Before going into seclusion, Gu Yishang warns Gu Jin to stop thinking about Su Ning and start repairing ties with Ning Sun and Le Kaiwei instead. While Ning Sun and Le Kaiwei get buried in faction work, Su Ning simply returns home and rests for the night. The next morning, Su Ning heads toward the core disciple area and gets called over by Ji Miao on the way. Ji Miao says his master sent him to greet his senior brothers and sisters, and the two walk together after bonding during yesterday's demon fight. Ji Miao happily explains that as unnamed disciples, they now have a chance to observe a Dao Seal instead of being limited by ordinary middle-grade void techniques. Since Su Ning still doesn't know what a Dao Seal is, he stops hiding his ignorance and asks directly. Ji Miao says a Dao Seal is a treasure left by masters above the void realm, carrying their martial understanding and helping later cultivators progress faster. That makes Su Ning ask the bigger question: does Yuelon sect actually have anyone above the void realm? Ji Miao can only say that on the surface their sect master is strongest at the 9th stage of the void realm, while any higher seniors remain unknown. At the true sect gate they split up, and Su Ning follows Himinji's directions to his senior brother's courtyard. 2 sword-bearing teenagers greet Su Ning outside the courtyard, and their young age makes their spirit realm cultivation feel even more startling. The girl leads him through a peaceful courtyard of ponds and flowers toward the backyard where sword sounds are already ringing out. There, Su Ning finds Himinji in spotless white clothes, practicing twin swords with no true chi at all, yet every movement still feels strangely profound. As he watches, Su Ning realizes Himinji is moving like he is using 2 separate sword arts at once, but somehow the pair fit together perfectly. After half an hour, Himinji finally stops and tells Su Ning he will personally teach him both the Water Cross sword and the Bright Fire sword. When Su Ning asks about the 2 teenage attendants, Himinji explains they are war orphans his master took in, and they now help here while learning swordsmanship from him. Himinji checks whether Su Ning has ever practiced swordsmanship, and Su Ning honestly admits he only used a blade technique back in the mortal realm. Himinji doesn't mind and encourages him, while Su Ning quietly knows his real confidence comes from the energy he saved up for this lesson. Su Ning had even borrowed 10 pure source pills from Gu Qinghe the night before, just to make sure he would have enough energy to keep up today. Then the attendants return with a sword box, and the moment it opens, Su Ning can tell the paired weapons inside are anything but ordinary. The twin swords are identical in shape, but one has a dark blue edge and the other dark red, making the pair feel balanced and dangerous at the same time. Himinji reveals they were a gift from his master when he first entered the Void Realm, and now he wants Su Ning to take them instead. Su Ning refuses at first because the gift feels too valuable, but Himinji insists the sword should shine in use instead of gathering dust. Seeing that sincerity, Su Ning finally accepts the pair and thanks his senior brother. With that settled, Himinji begins teaching the Water Cross sword from the ground up, explaining its flowing water nature while demonstrating each move himself. Su Ning listens carefully, but the technique still refuses to click, leaving him awkwardly slower than his reputation would suggest. Even when the lesson drags through the entire morning, Himinji stays patient, though he quietly starts doubting what kind of sword talent Su Ning really has. At last the technique appears on Su Ning's martial panel, and he immediately spends energy to force the Water Cross sword up to the first level. Now confident, Su Ning says he finally understands a little, and Himinji gently lets him try while trying to spare him any embarrassment. The moment Su Ning swings, the blue sword turns soft yet unyielding, and Himinji realizes in shock that this is already the first level of the Water Cross sword. Himinji instantly understands he had misread Su Ning all morning, because the junior brother who looked hopeless was actually digesting the sword's essence in silence. The comparison stings too, since Minji needed 3 days under Mishingye's guidance to reach this same level, and had once been praised as a genius for it. Even the 2 teenage attendants are left staring, because they can tell Su Ning's sword talent may be even scarier than Minji's. Su Ning himself is delighted by his first real sword art, and asks Minji how he did after finishing the set. Minji praises him without reserve, saying that learning the water cross sword to first level in 1 morning is unmatched talent in the entire Yuelon sect. Since Su Ning already crossed the beginner hurdle, Minji stops pushing deeper theory and tells him the rest will depend on practice and understanding. Then they switch to the red sword, and Su Ning immediately notices that his fiery chi resonates with both the bright fire sword and the weapon's special material. Minji patiently begins the bright fire sword lesson 2, this time already knowing Su Ning's slow start does not mean poor comprehension. For more hours pass before the second technique finally appears on Su Ning's panel, and he spends the energy again without hesitation. When Su Ning demonstrates the bright fire sword at first level 2, even Minji's mental preparation is not enough to hide his shock. Minji tells him the real path now is to cultivate both sword arts separately and also learn to fuse them, because together their killing power rises dramatically. He even says Mishingye will be stunned when he returns from the beast hunting sect and sees how quickly Su Ning advanced. That is when Su Ning learns Mishingye is currently away returning borrowed demon beasts to the beast hunting sect after the conference. Before they part, Minji says he will leave on a long mission tomorrow and generously offers Su Ning free use of his own middle-grade aura fountain while he is gone. Su Ning accepts the kindness, and the lesson ends with Minji personally walking him out while Su Ning carries the twin swords away. Back in his room, Su Ning looks at the swords on the table and quietly notes that he now owes Minji a serious favor. That thought leads him to another problem. After nearly 3 months in Yuelon sect, he still has not completed the mandatory sect mission every inner disciple must do. He starts planning to ask the 7 boxers for a short mission, but a knock at the door interrupts him. Gu Qinghe bursts in delighted, saying joining the 7 boxers on Su Ning's advice turned out to be the best move he could have made. Gu Qinghe proudly announces he is being promoted all the way to Class 4, a rank with much better status and monthly resources. He also brings Su Ning the meeting results. Su Ning, Ningsun, and Le Kaiwei have all been raised to Class 5 inside the 7 boxers. Some people even wanted Su Ning to become the new leader, but Le Kaiwei respected his earlier refusal and left Ningsun as acting head instead. Gu Qinghe says Su Ning's rise has completely revived the 7 boxers, with new members pouring in and lost resources steadily returning. He adds that the Knife Moon crowd has already backed down, and even Gui Yuechan, Xin Qiuluan, and the others have been thrown out and avoided by every intersect force. Then Gu Qinghe drops a smaller surprise too. Su Ning no longer needs to repay those 10 pure source pills, because Le Kaiwei already covered them. Su Ning remembers he never even collected his own monthly subsidy after joining, so Le Kaiwei was really just settling what he was already owed. The next day, Su Ning goes straight to Ningsun to talk about his new class and the mission problem. Ningsun confirms that Class 5 means free intersect aura fountain access and 5 extra pure source pills every month, though he still feels that is too little for what Su Ning did. Su Ning cuts that guilt off immediately, reminding Ningsun that the 7 boxers supported his growth long before he became this strong. Then Su Ning makes an unusual request. He wants to trade his free aura fountain access for even more pure source pills each month. Ningsun refuses on the spot, thinking Su Ning is trying to give up his share just to benefit other people again. Once Su Ning explains that Minji is lending him a better middle-grade aura fountain in the core disciple area, Ningsun finally understands. Ningsun agrees to the swap and sweetens it further, promising Su Ning 50 pure source pills as thanks, to be paid over the next 3 months as resources recover. This time Su Ning accepts without pretending otherwise, because 50 pure source pills is far too useful for him to turn down. With reward settled, Su Ning asks about a sect mission he can finish quickly before getting back to cultivation. But Ningsun warns him that most sect missions are external assignments lasting at least a month, so a short one probably does not exist. He suggests Su Ning browse the 7 boxers' internal mission channel instead, since many special tasks there are not publicly available. Su Ning follows that advice, and after several days of weighing the options, he finally chooses an extermination mission. The mission should take about 1.5 months and pay 100 contribution points, so Su Ning leaves Yuelon sect for his first real official assignment. Before starting the job, he changes course toward the nearby mountains because he wants to find Gray first after being apart for 3 months. On the mountain side, Gray has grown larger during those 3 months, but it still looks harmless at first glance as it waits near its cave. That harmless look vanishes fast when several vicious raptor demon beasts fly overhead, and Gray leaps up to swallow them whole in midair. After landing and burping like it just had a light snack, Gray curls up on the rocks and keeps staring toward Yuelon sect the way it has every day. Then Gray suddenly spots a white figure racing in from afar, and the lazy waiting disappears in an instant. The moment it recognizes Su Ning, Gray explodes down the mountain like a shadow and throws itself straight into his arms. Gray throws itself against Su Ning's clothes, and the simple reunion hits him with real warmth after 3 months apart. Su Ning tells Gray to join his sect mission, and Gray immediately climbs onto his shoulder like it never left his side. Gray has clearly gotten fatter in sect life, and Su Ning teases it before setting out for Chingu County on foot. Now that he is in the Void Realm, Su Ning does not bother with a horse and simply runs faster than one on his own. Gray keeps sniffing at him in confusion, and Su Ning realizes the little beast is startled by how much stronger he has become. Su Ning still cannot read Gray's aura in its normal form, so he quietly decides to judge its realm the next time it hunts. 6 days later, Su Ning reaches Chingu County with his mission clear: help the Ling family wipe out a violent thief group with Void Realm fighters. Inside the city, the streets are busy but drained, and Su Ning immediately feels how repeated raids have crushed the whole county's spirit. At the Ling residence gate, Su Ning reveals his Yuan sect waistplate, and the guard's attitude flips from caution to urgent respect. Ling Shuzong personally comes out with his people to welcome him, treating this young inner disciple like a savior. Ling Shuzong offers a feast, but Su Ning skips the pleasantries and heads straight for the study to hear everything about the thieves. Ling Shuzong explains that the Ling family has already been bled dry, and 2 of their 3 Void Realm fighters are now down from the last desperate clash. When Ling Shuzong admits the raiders have at least 5 Void Realm martial artists and possibly a Genus Realm leader, Su Ning still does not look rattled. That quiet confidence steadies Ling Shuzong, and Su Ning decides he will rest tonight and destroy the thieves tomorrow. Grateful and desperate, Ling Shuzong immediately offers Su Ning a wooden box filled with 10 pure source pills. Outside the city, the so-called thief stronghold turns out to be a rough mountain village split between sloppy bandits and disciplined sect survivors. Inside the camp, a subordinate reports that a single young Yuan disciple has reached the Ling family, and Deacon Ding immediately starts weighing the risk. Hearing that only one young man came, Deacon Ding relaxes and decides they can kill him if needed because they plan to flee soon anyway. Deacon Ding reveals these raiders are actually remnants of the ruined Leaf Pattern sect, still waiting to regroup under their young sect master. When he learns their young sect master will arrive by tomorrow or the day after, Deacon Ding turns more ruthless and orders the Ling family robbed that very night. Back at the Ling residence that night, Su Ning absorbs all 10 pills and pushes his stored energy up high enough for another major upgrade. He spends 1200 energy in one move and raises both Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword to the 3rd level. With both swords upgraded, Su Ning judges his dual sword killing power to be no weaker than his strongest fist technique. Under the moonlight, Su Ning finally gauges Gray's strength at around mid-Void Realm, and wonders just how terrifying it will be when it fully grows up. That thought is cut short when both Su Ning and Gray turn cold at the same instant, and sense a Void Realm enemy entering the Ling estate. Su Ning rushes out and reaches Ling Shuzong's courtyard just in time to find him locked in a fierce fight with a black-clothed True Chi Realm assassin. Before Su Ning even swings, Gray gives a low whimper, a hint of silver flashes in its eyes, and the assassin's head explodes on the spot. Su Ning realizes Gray has awakened a terrifying rare attack, far stranger than the normal elemental powers he has seen from other Void Realm beasts. Ling Shuzong confirms the dead attacker was one of the thieves, and Su Ning immediately figures out the whole gang has launched a full night raid on the mansion. Ling Shuzong hurries off to organize his household, and Su Ning heads south alone because he has already sensed 2 more Void Realm intruders inside. On the south side, Deacon Ding and another Void Realm raider are cutting down guards while hunting for Ling Shuzong and the Yuan disciple. Su Ning drops in from above and announces himself before slashing at both men with his newly strengthened dual swords. Deacon Ding instantly senses that this supposed young disciple is actually a terrifying Genus Realm fighter, and warns his companion too late. Su Ning's Water Cross Sword shears straight through the middle-aged man's weapon and takes his arm with it in the same exchange. At the same time, his Bright Fire Sword mangles Deacon Ding's broad blade, proving both upgraded sword arts are overwhelming them. Deacon Ding panics and runs, but Su Ning kills the injured accomplice first and immediately gives chase. A sword strike opens Deacon Ding's back and drops him to the ground before he can escape. With the blade at his throat, Deacon Ding finally admits the raiders are Leaf Pattern sect remnants hiding outside the city while fleeing. That name clicks for Su Ning at once because Yuan already posted a separate mission to kill the Leaf Pattern sect's fugitive young master, Yilun. When Su Ning asks where Yilun is, Deacon Ding hesitates until the sword bites deeper and forces out the meeting place for tomorrow. Su Ning decides on the spot to use Deacon Ding as bait and orders him to lead him to Yilun the next day. To make sure he stays obedient, Su Ning punches bloody holes through key points in Deacon Ding's back and cripples more than half his strength. Deacon Ding briefly thinks about a sneak attack while following behind, but one cold glance from Gray kills that idea instantly. By dawn, the raid has been cleaned up, and Su Ning is already outside the thieves' village with Deacon Ding, waiting to ambush Yilun. Yilun finally arrives with his group, and Su Ning immediately sees the mission intel was outdated because this fugitive is already in the qualitative change realm. Yilun notices Deacon Ding looks wrong and starts asking sharp questions, turning the meeting tense before anyone has moved. To keep control of the moment, Su Ning steps forward in Leaf Pattern sect clothes and calmly claims to be a newly recruited disciple. Yilun is unconvinced, so Su Ning lures him in with talk of a great gift and buys one more heartbeat of surprise. The gift is a killing blow, as Su Ning suddenly erupts with flame-breathed Bone Sutra and Tidal Fist and hammers Yilun's chest before he can react. Even though Yilun survives the opening burst thanks to his stronger realm, he is badly injured and screams that Deacon Ding betrayed him. The remaining Void Realm fighters rush to protect their young master, but Su Ning tears into them so fast that the battle turns one-sided almost immediately. Furious and wounded, Yilun kills Deacon Ding with one slap to the forehead before trying to turn back on Su Ning. But when Yilun looks again, half his men are already dead, and he finally understands this enemy is a monster with multiple 4th-level techniques. Knowing he may lose even at full strength, the badly hurt Yilun drops his pride and runs for the village. He barely gets a few steps before Gray's strange power hits again, twisting through his head like a spike from nowhere. Yilun's head explodes under Gray's gaze, ending the leaf-pattern sect remnant in one horrifying instant. With Yilun and the last survivors dead, Su Ning finally relaxes because his first sect mission has just turned into a 300 contribution point haul. Practical as ever, Su Ning immediately crouches down to search the bodies for whatever resources the fugitives still have left. After cleaning up Yilun's side, Su Ning absorbs the scattered resources and ends up with 1250 energy, a solid gain even if it falls short of his hopes. He quickly realizes the smaller haul makes sense, because Yilun and the others were living hand-to-mouth and spent most resources on their own cultivation. Su Ning keeps their identity proof for the return report, calls Gray over, and decides not to waste time chasing the village leftovers who already ran. On the way out, Su Ning studies Gray again and feels more sure this demon beast's bloodline is something unusual, even if Gray still cannot explain it clearly. He returns through Qinggu County, parts with Ling Shuzong, and heads back to Yuelon sect feeling that missions outside the sect may be even more rewarding than staying inside. At the same time in Fog Night Abyss, a mud-covered hand suddenly claws up from the ground and a survivor drags himself out of the sludge. The survivor is Xiao Qiyun, alive after disappearing for so long, and he stares at the bleak light above the abyss in exhausted disbelief. He remembers stumbling into a mystic realm left by the legendary Shi Fengshu while hunting a void realm demon beast, and the danger inside still leaves him shaken. Even so, that deadly trip pushed Xiao Qiyun from void realm 3rd stage into the 4th stage, while his 5 junior brothers and sisters never made it back out. Knowing the mystic realm is far beyond what he can monopolize, Xiao Qiyun decides the only smart move is to return to the sect and report it to the elders. Outside Yuelon sect, Su Ning has to leave Gray behind again, and Gray's low mood is obvious as Su Ning promises to come back for him next time. Gray watches Su Ning disappear, turns toward the cave, and then abruptly freezes as if something far away has called to him. The pull comes from Fog Night Abyss, and Gray's face shifts from surprise to a strange familiar yearning. After one last conflicted look between Yuelon sect and the abyss, Gray chooses the call of that mystery and shoots away like a gray shadow. Back inside Yuelon sect, Su Ning reports both completed missions at the mission hall and secures the full 300 contribution point reward. He immediately turns those points into 30 pure source pills, intent on pushing his strength up again without delay. Su Ning stops by Guqing his room first, but with no one there, he heads back alone and gets ready to cultivate. After resting, he absorbs all 30 pills and then the latest aura crystals from the 1000 source bug, raising his reserves to 4,360 energy. With enough energy finally in hand, Su Ning decides it is time to break into the qualitative change realm. The moment he advances the cold flame dual source scroll, the water and fire chi inside him begin to shake violently and split apart. His 2 currents become 4 distinct forms, each linked to one of his void techniques instead of staying as simple water and fire streams. Su Ning reads the change clearly. Tidal Fist becomes penetrative water, Water Cross Sword becomes cutting water, Flame Breath Bone Sutra becomes burning fire, and Bright Fire Sword becomes annihilating fire. The real breakthrough is flexibility, because now he can borrow one water trait for another water technique, or do the same within fire, as long as the lower technique level limits the result. That insight makes Su Ning want even more techniques in the future, but for now he notices the next realm still needs 5,000 energy, and decides to keep his remaining 1960 saved instead of upgrading unevenly. Fresh from the breakthrough and too energized to rest, Su Ning heads for Himinji's courtyard to test the middle-grade aura fountain he was promised. Himinji is still away on mission, but the young attendants recognize Su Ning and lead him straight to the fountain anyway. The middle-grade aura fountain looks simple, but the aura rolling out of the shallow pit is obviously denser than what Su Ning used before. After an hour inside, Su Ning confirms this fountain feeds him far faster than the low-grade one, enough to let him plan his next upgrades almost immediately. A few days later on Zongfeng Peak, Sect Master Mixingye chats with Elder Yuanqing about their new disciples, including the still unseen Su Ning. Yuanqing says Ji Miao's aptitude is only average but his temperament is excellent, while Mixingye admits Su Ning has already gone off on missions before they have even properly met as master and disciple. That calm mood breaks when a peak disciple arrives to report that the missing inner disciple Xiao Qiyun has returned and wants to see them at once. Xiao Qiyun comes in clean and composed, but the weight in his face makes it clear he did not return with simple news. When Xiao Qian says there is a mystic realm beneath Fog Night Abyss, and its owner is Shifengxiu, both sect leaders jolt upright in shock. Pressed for details, Xiao Qiyun confirms he entered it by accident with 5 juniors, and only he survived after wandering even the outer area and breaking through to the qualitative change realm. Yuan Qing immediately sees how huge this is and urges Mi Xingye to move now, because controlling that realm could change Yuan Sec's fate. After confirming Xiao Qiyun told no one else, Mi Xingye praises him, promises to promote him to core disciple if the sect secures the realm, and orders an immediate departure. The 3 of them mount a high-level Void Realm Demon Beast and race straight toward Fog Night Abyss before the secret can leak. Meanwhile in He Minji's courtyard, Su Ning finally ends 10 full days in the Aura Fountain after collecting 350 more energy in total. During that stretch he quietly raised both Watercross Sword and Bright Fire Sword to level 4, bringing all 4 of his void techniques into balance. Since even non-stop cultivation can get dull now, Su Ning decides to relax for a bit instead of diving right back into seclusion. One of the attendants points him toward today's core disciple exchange meeting, and Su Ning gets interested right away because it is his chance to gauge Yuelan's true upper-level talent. At Elite Square, Su Ning finds a lively crowd of core disciples swapping experience and sparring, a very different atmosphere from the intersect. Ji Miao spots him and happily explains that this monthly gathering is exactly where core disciples sharpen themselves through direct exchange instead of fumbling alone. Ji Miao is especially excited because one earlier exchange already gave him useful insight, and Su Ning agrees that this environment makes progress much easier. The meeting host, Senior Disciple Zhuozhongyi, steps onto the stage and invites anyone below Void Realm's 7th stage to come up and spar. The first to answer is Bao Ryuan, and the crowd's mood instantly cools enough for Su Ning to notice this man is bad news. Ji Miao quietly tells Su Ning that Bao Ryuan comes from the powerful Bao family of Crystal Mansion and has a reputation for being strong, domineering, and widely disliked. That family name hits Su Ning personally because it is tied to the Crystal Mansion mine where he was once thrown after being taken to State Jifeng. Bao Ryuan openly calls out Xia Wenwei, and the capable core disciple steps onto the stage barehanded to meet him. Zhuozhongyi warns them not to go too far, but Bao Ryuan only sneers while Xia Wenwei thanks the host and prepares seriously. The spar starts at once, with Bao Ryuan's Windline sword crashing into Xia Wenwei's purple lightning palms in a clash that is far too fierce for friendly practice. Su Ning can tell both of them are already in Void Realm 5th stage, and even he judges that a straight fight against either one would be rough despite his own rare set of level 4 techniques. As the battle drags on, Bao Ryuan's praise turns nasty and his sword starts aiming at Xia Wenwei's vital points, making it obvious he wants more than a clean win. Xia Wenwei finally spots an opening and drives in with a lightning charged palm, only to realize a heartbeat too late that Bao Ryuan baited her into it. Bao Ryuan suddenly drops his sword, reveals a hidden fist technique ringed with tiny wind blades, and slams a brutal punch into her chest. Xia Wenwei is blasted backward hard, and even Zhuozhongyi is a step too late because nobody expected Bao Ryuan to hide such a strong punching art. Worse, Bao Ryuan ignores the order to stop and rushes after her, clearly trying to turn a spar into a crippling attack. Before that second blow can land, Su Ning flashes onto the stage, shields Xia Wenwei, and meets Bao Ryuan's fist head-on with one punch of his own. The collision drives both men back a step and leaves both fists bloodied, proving Su Ning can stop Bao Ryuan even from a lower realm. When Bao Ryuan glares and demands a name, Su Ning stands straight under that pressure and answers without hesitation. Sect Masters and named disciple, Su Ning. At the exchange meeting, Zhuozhongyi jumps onto the stage in fury and condemns Bao Ryuan for nearly crippling a fellow disciple. Bao Ryuan ignores Zhuozhongyi completely and fixes his eyes on Su Ning instead, recognizing him as the Sect Master's new named disciple. When Su Ning's identity becomes clear, the watching core disciples finally put a face to the inner disciple whose recent feats had already spread through the sect. Su Ning studies Bao Ryuan in return, and the Bao family name instantly drags up his old grudge from the months he was abducted and trapped in State Jifeng. That old hatred is exactly why Su Ning stepped in so fast for Xia Wenwei. Even if he cannot crush Bao Ryuan yet, he can still ruin his moment. Zhuozhongyi threatens to report Bao Ryuan to the disciplinary hall, but Bao Ryuan just sneers and tells him to ask his master first. Bao Ryuan strolls away without the slightest fear, then pauses only long enough to throw Su Ning a hostile invitation to spar someday. Watching him swagger off, Su Ning realizes Bao Ryuan is the kind of disciple who breaks rules because nobody around him can really stop him. With the mood completely destroyed and Bao Ryuan untouchable for the moment, Zhuozhongyi can only shut the exchange meeting down early. Once the crowd starts thinning out, Xia Wenwei finally recovers enough to thank Su Ning for stepping in, and Zhuozhongyi guiltily admits he misjudged Bao Ryuan's ruthlessness. Su Ning keeps it modest, and says he only acted because he was close enough to protect his senior sister when things turned ugly. Xia Wenwei, still white-faced from the blow, promises she will come back in 2 days to thank him properly before leaving with support. Only then does everyone get a good look at Su Ning's hand, still dripping blood from blocking Bao Ryuan's strike. Su Ning tears off part of his shirt to wrap the wound, calm because the flame-breathed bone sutra is already knitting the damage back together. Ji Miao finally comes over, still stunned that the old companion who once fought beside him has already surged so far ahead. Zhuozong warmly notes that Su Ning and Ji Miao entered this circle from the same demon-slaying conference, and Ji Miao proudly mentions they once fought a demon beast together. After sending Ji Miao off, Zhuozong deliberately draws closer to Su Ning and says they should keep in touch because their masters are on the same side. Su Ning uses the opening to ask the question that matters most to him now. Why can Bao Ryuan act so arrogantly even in front of the sect's rules? Zhuozong explains that the root of it is Elder Gujian, a powerful elder who indulges his own disciples and ignores normal restraints. He lowers his voice and reveals an old wound inside Yuelan's sect. Decades ago, Mi Xingye and Gujian were rival prodigies competing for the sect master seat. Mi Xingye won that contest, but Gujian never accepted the result and has spent years acting like a rebellious power inside the sect. Because Gujian is almost as strong as the sect master and still has old elders backing him, nobody has been able to truly remove this internal thorn. That same feud has spilled into the younger generation too, with Minji and Gujian's top disciple Fang Jie set up as the two opposing peaks among the core disciples. By the time Zhuozong finishes, Su Ning finally sees the full picture. Bao Ryuan is arrogant because he belongs to the faction that has been openly testing the sect for years. The two part on friendlier terms, and Su Ning heads back to cultivate with a clearer view of the danger around him. A few days later, Su Ning is called out of seclusion and finds Xia Wenwei waiting for him outside Minji's residence. Xia Wenwei explains that she came first to the inner sect, then guessed Su Ning might be staying near Minji, and now she has come to thank him in person. She worries about his injured hand, but Su Ning shows her a palm already fully healed without even a scar. Once she sees he is fine, Xia Wenwei finally tells him why Bao Ryuan targeted her so viciously at the exchange meeting. Last month outside the sect, she and Bao Ryuan discovered a blazing crystal fruit tree at the same time and fought over it, with Xia Wenwei taking most of the ripe fruit because he could not beat her. Bao Ryuan held on to that grudge, and with Elder Gujian behind him, he chose the exchange meeting as his chance to hit back in public. When Su Ning admits he does not even know what the blazing crystal fruit tree is, Xia Wenwei realizes just how unfamiliar he still is with top-tier cultivation resources. She explains that the fruit helps Void Realm martial artists in the 4th to 6th stages condense their attributes, while the later grown core is especially useful for breaking toward the 7th stage. Then she gets to the point and offers to take Su Ning to the hidden tree so he can claim the coming core as her repayment gift. Su Ning does not answer right away, because the gift is valuable but the trouble tied to it is even clearer. In the end he refuses, deciding the core is not worth provoking a direct clash with Bao Ryuan and dragging Mi Xingye deeper into that factional fight. Xia Wenwei understands at once, because once Su Ning mentions the tension between his master and Elder Gujian, there is nothing more she can reasonably push. Instead of insisting, she pulls out a silk brocade bag and offers him the 6 blazing crystal fruits she already won, so she will not leave the favor unpaid. Su Ning accepts the fruit, thanking her, while Xia Wenwei quietly starts planning to seek other help for the core she still wants to contest. After personally seeing her out, Su Ning opens the bag and pours 6 clear crystal fruits into his palm back inside the courtyard. The martial arts panel reacts at once, but Su Ning is underwhelmed when all 6 fruits together only amount to 1,200 energy. Since the direct energy is too low, he decides not to absorb them and heads for the materials hall to trade them for something more efficient. Far away at Fog Night Abyss, Mi Xingye and Elder Yuanqing emerge from a deep pool in frustration after yet another failed attempt to enter the hidden mystic realm. Xiao Qiyun had led them here after revealing the secret entrance, and the two elders did confirm a real barrier deep underwater almost 300 meters down. But every time the two 9th stage experts try to force their way through, the barrier crushes down on their down marks and shuts them out. To test the pattern, they bring Xiao Qiyun close to the barrier too, and he can touch and cross it freely without any resistance at all. After nearly 10 days of trying, Mi Xingye finally accepts the truth. Martial artists who have condensed down marks simply cannot enter this mystic realm. So Mi Xingye changes plans on the spot and decides the sect's core disciples should be the ones sent in to seize the opportunities instead. Back in Yuan's sect, Su Ning comes out of the materials hall in a very good mood after learning each blazing crystal fruit trades for 10 pure source pills. The 6 fruits become 60 pure source pills, which means 6,000 energy for Su Ning and a far better return than absorbing the fruit directly. For a moment, he even wonders if the future core of the blazing crystal fruit tree might be valuable enough to justify dealing with Bao Ryuan after all. That thought is cut off by thunderous drums across the core disciple sect, the unmistakable signal for an urgent gathering at the elders' hall. Su Ning rushes over within the time limit and finds Mi Xingye, more than a dozen elders, and a growing mass of core disciples already assembled. As the last of the disciples settle in, Elder Yuanqing suddenly orders everyone below the Void Realm 4th stage to leave. When the weaker disciples file out, fewer than 20 people remain, and Su Ning spots familiar faces like Zhuozong, Xia Wenwei, and Bao Ryuan among the chosen group. Su Ning looks up and catches Mi Xingye giving him a satisfied smile, a quiet sign that his master's approval of his progress is already obvious. A light curtain suddenly seals the remaining group inside, making it clear the elders are about to reveal something confidential. Elder Yuanqing gets straight to it and announces a huge opportunity. Mi Xingye and the elders have discovered a mystic realm left behind by a legendary martial master of state Jifeng. Because that realm is still largely unexplored, the sect has decided to send this small group of core disciples and unnamed core disciples in as the first batch. The hall buzzes with excitement, but Elder Yuanqing immediately cools them down by warning that the first explorers will also face the greatest unknown dangers. He bluntly tells them some of them may die inside, then offers one last chance to withdraw before the mission begins. Nobody moves, not even the still injured Xia Wenwei, because the chance to enter a legendary mystic realm is simply too great to abandon. Satisfied with their resolve, Elder Yuanqing declares that they should depart at once. Right at that moment, a skinny elder in a dark green robe stands up and interrupts the whole plan before anyone can move. When Elder Gujian speaks, Suning immediately realizes he is looking at Mi Xingye's old rival in person for the first time. Elder Gujian calmly makes a selfish demand: delay the first mystic realm entry for half a month so his absent disciple Fang Jie can return and claim a place in the first batch. The request lands badly at once, because everyone in the hall understands he is asking the whole sect to waste a rare opening just to favor his own disciple. At the Elder's Hall, Mi Xingye shuts down Elder Gujian's push to wait for Fang Jie, saying even top disciples like Fang Jie and He Minji can enter in a later batch. With the decision made, Elder Yuanqing drops the light barrier and orders the disciples to move out. More than a dozen flying Void Realm demon beasts land outside, and the whole expedition boards them for the trip to Fog Night Abyss. Su Ning rides with Zhuo's only through the clouds, and Zhuo can barely hide his excitement about entering a legendary master's mystic realm. Zhuo's only tells Su Ning that only a Dao Realm master could leave behind a place like this, and that realm stands far above the Void Realm. When Zhuo describes Dao Realm warriors punching through mountains and splitting the land for miles, Su Ning is stunned by how absurd that power sounds. Zhuo insists those stories match the sect records, and Su Ning quietly decides he wants to study more about these higher realms later. Su Ning asks whether State Jifeng still has a Dao Realm master, but Zhuo can only say no one knows if one is still hiding somewhere. Then Zhuo explains that Dao seals are the physical trace of a Dao master's comprehension, something Void Realm warriors study once they reach the common seal realm. That makes Su Ning's path ahead a little clearer, but he quickly pulls his mind back to the real goal right now: surviving the mystic realm and taking its resources. Zhuo suddenly tenses when he spots Bao Ryuan chatting easily with a handsome disciple wearing a gold crown and carrying a folding fan. Zhuo reveals that man is Qin Xiaoyi, one of the strongest core disciples below He Minji and Fang Jie, and he is already touching the common seal realm. Seeing Bao Ryuan beside someone that dangerous, Zhuo warns Su Ning that their old grudge could turn deadly once the mystic realm scatters everyone. Su Ning is surprised fellow disciples would dare kill each other, and Zhuo bluntly reminds him that inside a mystic realm, murder can be covered up as a natural death. By late afternoon, the expedition reaches Fog Night Abyss, and the whole group begins descending into the dim valley. The name Fog Night Abyss makes Su Ning think of Xiao Qiyun, the man who first discovered this mystic realm but did not join this batch. Su Ning recalls that Xiao Qiyun has already been rewarded by Mi Xingye and could still enter with any future batch if the realm's owner is confirmed. The group lands beside a pond at the bottom of the abyss, and Elder Yuanqing announces that the mystic realm lies 300 meters below it. He warns them that once they pass the barrier, the mystic realm will scatter them into separate locations full of both danger and opportunity. Worse, there is no fixed exit, so anyone who wants to leave later will have to find their own way out. Before anyone dives in, Elder Yuanqing delivers one cold final warning: any disciple who turns on their own sect brothers and sisters will be executed by the disciplinary hall. With that, the elders begin leading everyone into the pond one by one. At the back of the line, Zhuo regrets that he and Su Ning cannot stay together once the realm splits them apart. Su Ning answers calmly that if they run into each other inside, they can still join forces then. Just before Su Ning jumps, Mi Xingye stops him for a private word and admits he has not really acted like a master yet. Mi Xingye tells Su Ning to come see him properly after he returns alive, making their master-disciple tie feel real for the first time. Then Mi Xingye hands him a glowing crystal bead that can block 3 fatal attacks from a common seal realm expert. With that extra protection in hand, Su Ning thanks him and finally dives into the pond. Deep underwater, Su Ning reaches the barrier where Elder Yuanqing gives him one last warning to be careful. Su Ning passes through the barrier, loses all sense of direction in pitch-black darkness, and suddenly gets dragged away by a vortex-like force. When he regains control, Su Ning finds himself alone in a dark cave lined with strange rocks, vines, and faintly glowing fruit. Before moving deeper, Su Ning draws both swords and spends all 6,000 stored energy to push his 4 secret techniques to the 5th level. With his strength boosted again, Su Ning starts through the cave in a much more confident but still careful mood. A sharp buzzing breaks the silence as a palm-sized blade-mouthed insect suddenly rushes straight at him. Su Ning cuts the bug in half in one stroke and realizes its toughness is already close to a mid-level mortar realm beast. Inside the dead insect, he finds a fluorescent stone that the martial arts panel identifies as absorbable energy. The strange find barely has time to sink in before a whole glowing swarm comes buzzing out of the tunnel ahead. Su Ning floods the cave with sword chi and wipes out the swarm before it can even touch him. When the tunnel quiets down, He gathers the fallen stones and is delighted to find nearly 350 more energy waiting on the ground. That easy harvest makes Suning realize this mystic realm may be packed with danger, but it is also packed with resources he can turn directly into power. Still, he does not let that excitement go to his head, because a swarm this strong could already be deadly to weaker Void Realm fighters. As he searches for a way forward and a possible exit, a heavy thumping sound begins echoing through the stone passage. Following the noise, Suning finds a grotesque nest where thousands of blade-mouthed insects cover the walls around a huge dark green meatball pulsing at the back. The sight makes him want to clear out the whole brood, but the pulsing mass gives off just enough danger to make him hesitate. Then the meatball splits open and a giant mantis-like creature slowly pushes its scythe and triangular head out into view. Suning feels the beast lock onto him and decides to strike first before it can fully come out. But the silent insects suddenly explode into motion and swarm around him, buying the mantis time. Suning answers by wrapping himself in true chi and carving through the swarm with both swords, turning the floor into a carpet of insect corpses. By the time he cuts down more than half the swarm, the mantis has fully crawled out and calmly eats the fleshy nest behind it. That odd behavior makes Suning suspect this thing is not truly newborn at all, especially after he notices old unrepaired wounds on its shell. The mantis finally attacks, and Suning meets its scythes head-on with both swords in a hard clash. He immediately realizes the scythes are absurdly tough, because his strike only leaves a shallow wound. So Suning changes targets and starts slicing into the mantis's weaker exoskeleton with shifting water, fire, corrosive, and penetrating attacks. As the wounds pile up, the mantis grows more violent, then abruptly realizes it is losing and tries to flee down the tunnel. Suning chases it down without mercy and hacks the beast apart before it can escape. After the kill, Suning judges the mantis to be a mid-level Void Realm beast, but one with unusually strong physical defenses and no obvious attribute ability. When he cuts the corpse open, Suning finds a much larger fluorescent stone hidden inside. The martial arts panel tells him it contains 3,000 energy, and this time Suning cannot hide his smile. He absorbs it immediately, then goes back to harvest even more stones from the mountain of dead insects. 15 minutes later, Suning has pushed his reserves past 5,000 energy, enough for a breakthrough on the spot. Knowing exactly what that means, he opens the panel and advances the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll to Void Realm 5th stage. The instant the breakthrough completes, a ball of water and a ball of fire appear directly in Suning's palms. Now in the materialization realm, he tests the upgrade by lacing a casual strike with water and carving a huge gash into solid stone. The result is brutal enough that Suning knows even many spirit realm fighters would struggle to survive a blow like that. He also feels the 4 chi currents inside him condensing even further, with droplet-like changes hinting at another level still ahead. Even after the breakthrough, he still cannot fully transform those attribute traits yet, which tells him that power likely belongs to the 6th stage. Before leaving, Suning notices the mantis and insect remains are already decaying unnaturally fast, making this place feel even stranger. That decay, plus the fluorescent stones inside them, makes him suspect these creatures are not normal demon beasts at all. So he sets off again, hoping to find either more stone-bearing creatures or a clue to where those energy stones really come from. Hours of searching bring nothing, and the endless twisting tunnels start to feel less like a treasure ground and more like a trap. Just as frustration sets in, he catches the sound of wind moving through stone and realizes there must be an opening nearby. He follows the airflow to the end of the tunnel and finally finds a narrow exit leading outside. Outside is not normal night at all, just a starless gray-black sky that makes the whole mystic realm feel cut off from the real world. He climbs out and sees a wasteland of gravel, dead trees, bloodstains, and white bones scattered in every direction. The place hits him with such heavy pressure that even Suning feels instinctively uneasy stepping into it. Looking at the remains, he guesses this may be some ancient battlefield between humans and demon beasts, possibly tied to the old beast tied in State Chiefin. He even wonders if passing the barrier threw him into another space entirely, because nothing here feels like the world outside. Suning walks straight into the wilderness, briefly noting that some beast's bones still look valuable even if carrying them would only slow him down. Then his ears catch movement, and he snaps toward the sound of 2 figures flying low across the wasteland. As he closes the distance, Suning recognizes the pair at once. Bao Ryuan is chasing Xia Wenhua through the dead wasteland. In the Mystic Realm forest, a wounded Xia Wenhua runs for her life, while Bao Ryuan chases her with killing intent and no pretense left. Xia Wenhua knows he is lying, because the moment Bao Ryuan attacked a fellow disciple, he had to silence her forever. Her crisis started after she survived several dangers, found a dead expert's remains, and took a thunder-compatible Supreme Bao from the site. Bao Ryuan saw that treasure, dropped all restraint, and decided to rob his own sex-sister on the spot. Xia Wenhua tries to bargain for distance, but Bao Ryuan only speeds up because her fear confirms how badly he wants that weapon. Bao Ryuan slashes out a wind blade, forcing Xia Wenhua to use the bao for the first time under pressure. Her lightning turns into an arrow on the string, and the shot blasts through his wind attack instead of stopping with it. Bao Ryuan dodges the weakened shot, but one look is enough for him to realize Xia Wenhua is carrying a real Dao weapon, That realization makes him even bolder, because a Dao weapon could be traded for huge resources or a matching weapon of his own. He also checks his crystal chip and sees Qin Xiaoyi is coming, so now he wants the Bao before his ally arrives and demands a share. The Bao's power is real, but the drain is brutal, and Xia Wenwei starts slowing down after only a few shots. Bao Ryuan floods the space with wind blades until he corners her, and Xia Wenwei realizes she is about to die with no strength left to fire again. Just before his final strike lands, a burst of fire swallows the wind blade right in front of Xia Wenwei's face. Su Ning steps in front of her like a wall and calls out Bao Ryuan for ignoring Elder Yuanqing's warning again. For Bao Ryuan, this is the worst possible replay of the last time Su Ning saved her, except Su Ning now feels far stronger. Su Ning makes the stakes plain. Bao Ryuan is no longer hiding behind a spar, he is hunting a fellow disciple and deserves execution. Bao Ryuan senses Su Ning has already reached the materialization realm, so he drops the front and tries a different play. He reveals the Bao is a Dao weapon and tries to tempt Su Ning into killing Xia Wenwei with him for a split of the profit. The offer rattles Xia Wenwei badly enough that she blurts out she will hand the Dao weapon to Su Ning if that is what it takes to survive. Su Ning refuses the bait completely and says he wants Bao Ryuan's head more than the weapon. He even tells Xia Wenwei to testify later, because cutting down a rule-breaking disciple should count as merit for the sect. Then Su Ning attacks first, drawing a razor-thin waterline that slices through Bao Ryuan's defense like it was nothing. The strike shears flesh off Bao Ryuan's shoulder and leaves bone exposed, stunning him with how absurdly strong Su Ning has become. Su Ning follows with burning sword chi, and Bao Ryuan realizes the attack carries layered destructive effects he can barely cope with. Cornered, Bao Ryuan triggers a life-saving treasure from Elder Gujian, and a membrane wraps around him just in time. Knowing he cannot win, Bao Ryuan turns and runs toward Qin Xiaoyi instead of fighting Su Ning head-on. Su Ning tells Xia Wenwei to stay and recover, then chases Bao Ryuan anyway because he still thinks the membrane can be broken. Blade after blade crashes against the protective shell, and Su Ning notices it thinning under the constant assault. Su Ning judges that a little more pressure will break it, but Bao Ryuan suddenly smiles like he has already survived. The reason arrives in a crushing instant when Qin Xiaoyi appears and hammers Su Ning with a common Seal Realm Earth punch. Su Ning instantly understands the disaster. Qin Xiaoyi has broken into the common Seal Realm, the biggest divide inside the Void Realm. He cannot dodge in time, and the only reason he survives is the round crystal on his chest activating on its own. The barrier shatters, but Su Ning is still alive, and that brief surprise gives him just enough time to run. While Su Ning flees, he remembers Zhuozong's warning and realizes Qin Xiaoyi must have found a lucky chance inside the mystic realm. For the first time in a long while, Su Ning feels truly powerless, because even his double-secret scroll strength cannot bridge this realm gap. Behind him, Bao Ryuan instantly changes his tone and starts flattering Qin Xiaoyi like a subordinate instead of an equal. Bao Ryuan twists the story, claiming he attacked Xia Wenwei to seize the Thunder Dao weapon for Qin Xiaoyi and that Su Ning ruined it. Once Bao Ryuan points out that the Dao weapon could be traded for an Earth Type 1 and even boost Qin Xiaoyi's sect master prospects, Qin Xiaoyi stops treating this like a game. Qin Xiaoyi explodes into pursuit, and Bao Ryuan scrambles after him, both racing towards Su Ning and Xia Wenwei. Su Ning reaches Xia Wenwei again, grabs her, and keeps running as he tells her the worst news yet: Qin Xiaoyi is now in the common Seal realm. Hearing that, Xia Wenwei tells Su Ning to leave her behind, because she cannot bear watching him die for her again. Su Ning refuses, because once he witnessed Bao Ryuan's crime, he became a target too and there is no separate escape anymore. Their path suddenly opens onto a river, and the new obstacle only makes the trap feel tighter. A moment later Qin Xiaoyi and Bao Ryuan catch up, and Qin Xiaoyi confirms with one glance that the Bao really is a Dao weapon. Certain of victory, Qin Xiaoyi tells them to hand over the Bao if they want their corpses left intact. At that edge of death, Xia Wenwei quietly pulls out a brown pill and swallows it without hesitation. The pill instantly floods her body with restored power, and Su Ning realizes she has chosen a desperate method that burns her future for one last stand. She slaps Su Ning's wrist free, orders him to go, and decides to cover his retreat herself. This reverse source or desperation pill gives her one peak moment now, but the price is a fall from Void Realm 5th stage down into the mortal realm with a damaged foundation. Xia Wenwei pours everything she has into the Bao, coughing blood as the weapon finally reveals deeper purple Dao patterns across its body. Even Qin Xiaoyi feels threatened by the arrow, but that danger only makes him want the Dao weapon more. Su Ning starts to take the chance and run for the river, determined not to waste the opening she bought him. But the instant he tries to step onto the water, a darker terror rises from below and stops him cold. Su Ning senses several creatures in the river, all stronger than Qin Xiaoyi, and understands that crossing like this would be suicide. With nowhere left to go, Su Ning turns back just as Xia Wenwei releases her final arrow. The arrow tears through Qin Xiaoyi's fist seal, punches through his hand and shoulder, and blows a bloody hole through his chest. That impossible shot empties Xia Wenwei completely, and she starts to collapse while trying to check whether Su Ning escaped. Instead of fleeing, Su Ning runs back to her, because the river is even worse and he refuses to leave her behind. Qin Xiaoyi, now badly wounded and furious, drops all composure and swears to burn Xia Wenwei's bones and scatter her ashes. Su Ning catches the unconscious Xiao Wenwei, sees there is no safe path left, and makes a brutal choice to charge toward the river anyway and gamble danger against danger. As Su Ning sprints for that last desperate route, Qin Xiaoyi chases after him and throws another punch to finish him off. Su Ning throws himself into the river with the unconscious Xiao Wenwei in his arms while Qin Xiaoyi's giant earthen fist crashes after him. The moment Su Ning lands on the water, he feels several terrifying auras lurking under the river and runs across the surface anyway because stopping means death. Qin Xiaoyi tries to follow, but the same killing pressure from below makes him jerk back out of the river in alarm. He admits the river hides multiple creatures stronger than him, so Bao Ryuan can only watch Su Ning race toward the far shore. Just as Qin Xiaoyi declares Su Ning doomed, a giant scaled tail with pale blue lines erupts from the river and whips towards Su Ning's head. Su Ning burns his true chi for one more burst of speed, but the tail is too fast and slams into him anyway. Mi Xingye's protective treasure flashes into a spherical membrane around Su Ning and Xiao Wenwei, taking the blow and saving them again. On the bank, Qin Xiaoyi and Bao Ryuan stare in disbelief as the battered pair survive a strike that should have killed them. Bao Ryuan is especially shaken because even his own master's protective treasure was nowhere near this powerful, and Su Ning is only an unnamed disciple. Then the river turns worse as three giant tails rise together, smashing down right when Su Ning is only steps from safety. The protective membrane appears a third time, but this time the three-tail impact overwhelms it almost instantly. The remaining force punches through as a water-infused shock, crushing Su Ning's body, making him vomit blood, and nearly knocking him out. That same impact finally throws Su Ning and Xiao Wenwei onto the far shore, and he realizes they actually made it across alive. Su Ning glares back at Qin Xiaoyi and Bao Ryuan, drags a finger across his throat, and silently promises revenge. Bao Ryuan still wants to pursue, but Qin Xiaoyi snaps that without a protective treasure and with his thunder wounds still open, entering that river would be suicide. Once Bao Ryuan backs down and apologizes, Qin Xiaoyi decides they should hide and recover first before hunting Su Ning later. Qin Xiaoyi reassures him that the mystic realm is too vast for Su Ning to find the exit quickly, so the wounded pair are unlikely to escape anytime soon. On the other side, Su Ning carries Xiao Wenwei through the bone wilderness for hours until a black mountain forest finally appears ahead. The silent black forest feels eerie, but Su Ning judges it safer than the river and bone field behind them and steps inside. After searching carefully, Su Ning finds a cave, lays Xiao Wenwei down, and decides to heal first before thinking about revenge and opportunities. He swallows his own pills, then feeds Xiao Wenwei medicine from both his pouch and hers to keep her alive. When Su Ning sends soft true chi into her body, he discovers the truth. Her meridians and martial foundation are badly damaged, and her strength has collapsed. He realizes the desperation pill may have ruined her path back to her former Void Realm strength, so for now his goal is simply to find the exit and send her out alive. Su Ning settles into recovery, knowing his own body still needs at least half a month to heal completely. 10 days later, Xiao Wenwei wakes up confused and overjoyed that the two of them somehow survived. Su Ning explains the desperate river escape, and Xiao Wenwei is left speechless because he has saved her life again. Wanting to repay him, Xiao Wenwei offers her Thunder Attribute Dao weapon, but Su Ning refuses because it suits her future better than his own. Instead, Su Ning tells her to keep the weapon and trade it later for medicine that might repair her damaged foundation and restore at least part of her cultivation. He also promises that once his wounds are fully gone, he will personally find an exit and escort her out of the mystic realm. 2 more days pass, Xiao Wenwei regains basic mobility, and Su Ning recovers completely. With Qin Xiaoyi still a threat, Su Ning leads Xiao Wenwei back into the Black Forest to search for the exit as quickly as possible. The forest stays unnaturally quiet, with no demon beasts at all, which only makes Su Ning more wary now that Mi Xingye's protective bead is gone. After a long walk without finding the edge of the forest or any exit, Su Ning offers Xiao Wenwei a rest, but she insists on pushing on. Then a violent gust tears through the trees, and a colossal winged tiger demon beast flies over their heads. Su Ning hides at once, judging this monster even more terrifying than the creatures in the river and likely a peak Void Realm demon beast. But the beast notices him anyway, halts in the sky, turns back, and locks its blue gaze straight onto Su Ning. Before Su Ning and Xiao Wenwei can flee, the giant tiger lands in front of them and crushes the forest under its impossible weight. The pressure from its aura nearly locks both of them in place, but instead of attacking, the tiger lowers its head and sniffs Su Ning closely. Su Ning sees the creature's expression shift from shock to confusion to unmistakable joy, as if it has finally found someone it recognizes. The tiger throws its head back and roars in excitement, flattening the forest for miles and leaving Xiao Wenwei bleeding from the shockwave. Then its forehead mark flashes, and a gentle force lifts Su Ning and Xiao Wenwei onto its head like honored passengers. As the beast carries them into the sky, Su Ning starts suspecting this strange kindness may be connected to Grey after noticing the silver markings and familiar features. The tiger flies them to a smoking volcano, circles once, and dives straight into the crater. Su Ning braces for death in magma, but the tiger lands safely on a broad platform hidden inside the volcano wall. The tiger stares at the magma, activates its silver-marked power, and twists the lava into a rotating vortex. Without warning, It hooks Su Ning with a claw and tosses him straight into the magma vortex. Xiao Wenwei screams for him, but the tiger taps her forehead and knocks her out before she can interfere. Su Ning plunges into the vortex expecting molten death, only to find the lava strangely harmless as he is pulled downward through it. He lands in a hidden cave below the magma flow and realizes the molten rock is being held back by an invisible barrier overhead. Ahead of him waits a thick stone door, and Su Ning pushes it open into what looks like an ancient cave abode. As the door opens, wall lamps burst to life and reveal a cave dwelling centered around a strange glowing stone tablet. The moment Su Ning studies the tablet, his fire-based arts begin circulating on their own and he realizes this is a Dao seal left by a Dao realm master. That finally convinces him the tiger meant to help, and he becomes almost certain it recognized Gray's aura on him. Putting the Dao seal aside for the moment, Su Ning explores deeper and finds a steaming pond filled with thick red liquid instead of water. When he touches the liquid, a hot current enters his body and the martial arts panel tells him it contains absorbable energy. Realizing what he has found, Su Ning jumps straight into the pond and starts absorbing the energy as fast as the panel can feed it to him. More than half an hour later, the entire pond is drained of its power and turns into ordinary water after giving Su Ning a staggering 20,500 units of energy. Seeing over 20,000 energy on the martial arts panel, Su Ning immediately chooses to upgrade the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll. He spends 10,000 energy without hesitation and breaks through to Void Realm 6th stage, the Attribute Realm. To test the change, Su Ning forms a semi-solid water sword and fire sword in the air, finally reaching true attribute materialization. He follows that with a huge blue tidal fist and a red armor shell from the Flame-Breathed Bone Sutra, realizing he now has both stronger offense and real defense. Su Ning quickly grasps how huge the jump is, from freely changing water and fire properties to being able to kill Bao Ryuan in a few moves and survive even against Jin Xiaoyi. After spending 10,000 energy to reach the attribute realm, Su Ning checks his panel and sees he still has 10,780 left. The next upgrade shocks him less than expected, because the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll only needs 23,000 energy to break into the Common Seal realm. That number is still huge, but now Su Ning can realistically imagine reaching the Void Realm watershed before he leaves the Mystic Realm. He gives up the easier path of upgrading secret techniques first, because after seeing Qin Xiaoyi's strength, he wants to save everything for a bigger breakthrough. With his plan set, Su Ning keeps moving deeper and pushes open another lighter stone door. Flames ignite along the walls and reveal a wide hidden room lined with complete demon beast skeletons. Even dead, every skeleton still gives off a frightening presence, and Su Ning immediately realizes these bones could be forged into valuable weapons. At the back of the room, he finds the real treasure, a broken white rib bone displayed alone on a wooden frame. The rib looks ordinary compared to the other bones, which only makes Su Ning more certain it was placed here for a reason. The moment he touches it, a silver-white vision erupts and shows a giant beast twisting space and swallowing everything around it. That phantom instantly reminds Su Ning of Gray, because the beast's way of swallowing the world looks disturbingly familiar. He starts piecing it together. This cave may be tied to the beast tide from 300 years ago, and Gray might be descended from the legendary Void Beast. Su Ning quietly resolves to find Gray after leaving the Mystic Realm. When he examines the rib more carefully, he finds it is as tough as a Dao weapon but strangely lacks any obvious Dao weapon power. He sends true chi into the bone and discovers the impossible instead of normal structure, a hidden space inside it. The space is only about 10 cubic meters, but for Su Ning that is already a treasure on the level of a Dao weapon. He tests it with a pill and confirms the rib can store and retrieve objects from the outside world. That solves one major problem immediately, because now he has a way to carry the Dao Seal tablet out of the cave. He briefly wonders if the rib's hidden space can hold living creatures too. That reminds him of the thousand-source bug tucked away in his belt, which he has almost forgotten during all the fighting. He absorbs the aura crystals it has produced and squeezes out another 90 energy on the spot. Then he tries to send the fat bug into the rib's storage space. The space immediately starts trembling, and Su Ning pulls back before he breaks the treasure by force. Abandoning that test, he uses the rib instead to pack away one of the valuable demon beast skeletons. He checks the room one more time, satisfied with a haul that already includes a Dao Seal tablet, the storage rib, and more than 20,000 energy worth of gains. Just as he decides to leave, the stone platform under the rib's display suddenly starts moving. A hidden stairway opens below, and because this cave has only rewarded him so far, Su Ning dares to go even deeper. At the bottom, he finds a cramped final chamber and a cracked human skeleton in the corner. Su Ning realizes these are probably the remains of the Dao Realm Master who left the inheritance behind. He bows 3 times in gratitude, because everything he gained in this cave came from this dead senior. While kneeling there, Su Ning forms a bigger theory. This whole mystic realm may be an ancient battlefield from the beast tide 300 years ago. He even suspects the battlefield was later turned into a mystic realm by Shifingshu, the same legendary figure who killed the Void Beast. Su Ning thanks the dead master aloud and gets ready to leave the final chamber. The moment he stands up, another hidden mechanism opens in the wall beside the skeleton. Inside the wall, Suning finds a black metal bracer and instantly senses it is a Dao weapon. When he feeds true chi into it, silver-white lines flare across the bracer and both his water and fire chi respond at once. That tells him this is not an ordinary Dao weapon at all, but an all-attribute one, the kind far more valuable than normal single-attribute weapons. Overwhelmed by the value of the inheritance, Suning bows deeply to the dead senior a second time. With nothing left behind, he finally leaves the hidden chamber and starts back the way he came. On the return trip, Suning stores the bulky Dao seal stone tablet inside the rib's hidden space. He also straps the black bracer onto his forearm, where it softens against his skin like fine silk. With that new weapon on him, Suning's confidence spikes and he feels ready to beat Qinxiaoyu himself. Before leaving the magma chamber, he activates the flame-breathed bone sutra and wraps himself in translucent red armor. Then the all-attribute bracer boosts the armor further, condensing it into something almost solid. Protected by the enhanced armor, Suning swims straight up through the boiling magma and comes out unharmed. Back on the platform, he finds Xia Wenwei still unconscious and the giant tiger demon beast waiting nearby with folded wings. Suning sincerely thanks the giant beast, because without it he never would have reached this inheritance. The tiger beast seems satisfied that Suning returned safely, and then it simply takes off and leaves the volcano for good. Watching it vanish, Suning is left wondering how Shifengxiu, the void beast, Gray, the tiger demon beast, and this dead Dao master are all connected. Later, after escorting Xia Wenwei out of the volcano and searching for 5 days, Suning finally finds one of the mystic realm exits. Knowing she would never survive much longer without him, Suning urges Xia Wenwei to leave first and get treated outside. He also asks her not to report Qinxiaoyu and Bao Ryuan yet, even though they were the ones who drove them into this mess. Suning does not spell everything out, but his real aim is clear to himself. He wants the chance to kill the two of them inside the mystic realm before the sect can interfere. Xia Wenwei trusts him anyway, because surviving this disaster together has made their bond real. After one last look, Xia Wenwei steps into the rippling wall and disappears from the mystic realm. Now alone, Suning feels the pressure ease and turns fully back to 2 goals, more opportunities and a chance to hunt Qinxiaoyu and Bao Ryuan. Before he can move, the entire dark mystic realm flares bright as a huge golden pillar of light erupts in the distance. Suning instantly recognizes what that kind of spectacle means. A massive inheritance has just appeared. He immediately realizes Qinxiaoyu and Bao Ryuan will race for it too, which means the inheritance might hand him treasure and revenge at the same time. So Suning stops searching blindly and charges straight toward the light. Elsewhere, Bao Ryuan spots the same pillar and excitedly calls Qinxiaoyu toward it. Qinxiaoyu is thrilled, convinced that such a grand inheritance must belong to a powerful Dao realm master and must contain a Dao weapon. Bao Ryuan also sees another advantage. Suning and Xia Wenwei will be drawn there too, making this a perfect place to finish them off. That thought suits Qinxiaoyu perfectly, because he is still furious that Suning and Xia Wenwei escaped him alive. The two of them rush off together, eager to claim the inheritance before anyone else can. Suning reaches the site first and finds a huge stone hall standing on a mountain platform beneath the golden beam. Beside the hall stands a towering stone monument carved with 3 words that shake him on sight: Shifengxiu. Knowing this is the inheritance of State Jifeng's former strongest expert, Suning wants in badly but refuses to charge in blindly. He slips into concealment outside the hall, planning to let others trigger the dangers first and to wait for Qinxiaoyu and Bao Ryuan. The first group he sees is Zhuozoni with 2 other disciples, all too excited by Shifengxiu's name to hesitate. More and more Yuan disciples pour in after them, all of them blinded by the chance to seize a legendary inheritance. Suning keeps waiting in silence, annoyed that his real targets still have not shown up. Then Bao Ryuan's voice finally reaches him, and Qinxiaoyu arrives at last. Even seeing that others have already entered, Qinxiaoyu stays greedy and confident, sure the inheritance should still belong to the strongest disciple present. The pair hurry inside, and only after they vanish does Suning reveal himself and follow them in. Inside, the hall is grand and bright with vivid demon beast murals, but the real path forward is a suspicious light curtain at the inner stairs. As soon as Suning steps through, the others disappear from sight, and he knows another spatial separation has begun. He appears inside a high-walled maze, with twisting passages on every side and no way back through the vanished entrance. To test the rule of this place, Suning punches a wall at full force and gets nowhere. That leaves only one option. He has to solve the maze properly while staying ready for hidden threats. Somewhere else inside the same maze, Bao Ryuan realizes everyone has been split apart, including Qinxiaoyu. Losing Qinxiaoyu's protection makes him nervous, but it also excites him, because now any treasure he finds could be his alone. He even starts resenting how much he has had to play follower since Qinxiaoyu reached the common Seal realm. Bao Ryuan tells himself that if he gets his own lucky break here, he can catch up and stop bowing his head to Qinxiaoyu. That brief confidence lasts until a lump of black fog appears behind him and twists into a hideous half-bodied demon beast. The thing lunges at him immediately, and Bao Ryuan fires a wind blade to cut it in half. But the creature simply knits itself back together and rushes him again, turning the fight ugly fast. Forced to fight alone for once, Bao Ryuan hacks at it over and over until he notices its fog body thinning after every regeneration. Realizing the monster can eventually be worn down, Bao Ryuan regains some confidence and presses the attack harder. What Bao Ryuan never notices is the real danger already watching him, because Su Ning is hidden nearby with a sinister smile, waiting for the right moment. Deep in the maze, Bao Ryuan spends nearly 15 exhausting minutes hacking apart a black fog demon beast that keeps healing itself. He finally destroys it with several wind blades and immediately realizes staying trapped in this maze is only going to get him killed. On edge, Bao Ryuan creeps forward and suddenly senses something behind the next corner. He lunges around the corner ready to block an attack, but finds nothing there and starts to think his nerves are playing tricks on him. Then a chill hits the back of his neck, and when he whirls around, Su Ning is already there blocking his sword with one hand. Su Ning greets him coldly and crushes the long sword in his fingers, making Bao Ryuan realize his old enemy has grown even stronger. Bao Ryuan drops the hilt and bolts, not even pretending he can win this fight. As he runs, Bao Ryuan bitterly realizes Su Ning must have survived the Mystic Realm and found another huge opportunity inside it. Su Ning ends the chase with a water-infused tidal fist that slams Bao Ryuan into the wall and cracks his bones on impact. Pinned there in horror, Bao Ryuan understands Su Ning has already reached the Void Realm's 6th stage. Su Ning is mildly surprised Bao Ryuan survived one punch, but he calmly prepares a second strike to finish it. Bao Ryuan desperately begs for his life, even offering compensation and an alliance against Jin Xiaoyi, but Su Ning is completely unmoved. The second tidal fist caves in Bao Ryuan's chest, and this time he dies on the spot. With one enemy gone and an old grudge settled, Su Ning finally feels a little relief. He searches the body and finds only a medicine bag, which tells him Bao Ryuan must have burned through most of his resources already. Su Ning moves to destroy the evidence, but before he can, black claws burst from the wall and drag Bao Ryuan's corpse straight into the stone. The body vanishes completely, and the maze suddenly feels even stranger than before. Not wanting to linger, Su Ning keeps searching the maze for an exit and for Jin Xiaoyi. Another black fog demon beast condenses in front of him, but at his current level it only takes one water-cross sword to erase it. After killing so many of these things with ease, Su Ning grows impatient because the maze still gives him no clue where the exit is. Then a denser cloud appears and forms a much stronger black fog demon beast, this one with a full body and a glowing bead visible inside its chest. Su Ning hits it with both water and fire sword seals enhanced by annihilation, but the damage keeps healing as the bead feeds it power. Realizing the bead is the key, Su Ning activates his Dao weapon bracer and armored flame-breathed bone sutra to rip the core out by force. The moment he tears out the bead, the powerful demon beast collapses and starts dissolving. A white light shoots from the bead into the wall, and a hidden stone door clicks open at last. Su Ning finally understands the trick of this place. The maze only reveals its exit after a complete black fog demon beast is killed. He pushes through the door, steps into another warped layer of space, and is teleported away again. Elsewhere, Jin Xiaoyi emerges first into a magnificent hall and immediately spots 3 Dao weapons floating on a central platform. His disappointment from earlier vanishes on the spot, because 3 Dao weapons are worth far more than the one he missed before. He smashes the protective membranes with a series of punches and claims all 3 weapons for himself. When he tests them, Jin Xiaoyi finds the flying side suits his earth attribute perfectly and decides to keep that one. Looking at the other 2 Dao weapons, he starts dreaming bigger and bigger, all the way up to surpassing He Minji and competing for the sect master position. But the hall turns hostile fast when the beast murals on the walls begin twisting and stepping out into the room as living monsters. Surrounded by dozens of Void Realm demon beasts, including nearly 10 at a high level, Jin Xiaoyi suddenly realizes these 3 Dao weapons may cost him his life. Just as he is stuck in that crisis, the hall space distorts again and Su Ning appears. Both men are startled to see each other here, and Jin Xiaoyi quickly suggests they forget their grudge and join forces as fellow disciples. Su Ning does not answer right away, because something stranger grabs his attention first. The demon beasts look less aggressive than afraid. The beasts even back away a little under Su Ning's gaze, and he starts wondering if this fear is connected to Grey again. Jin Xiaoyi sees that too and instantly convinces himself Su Ning must be carrying some treasure or inheritance that terrifies demon beasts. That guess turns greedy fast, because Jin Xiaoyi decides killing Su Ning and taking that protection for himself is safer than trusting him. He starts with fake apologies, blaming the whole feud on Bao Ryuan and calling everything a misunderstanding. Then he pushes for the real point and asks whether Su Ning has a treasure on him that can frighten these demon beasts. Su Ning gives him nothing but a flat so what, making it clear he is not buying the act. Jin Xiaoyi sweetens the trap by saying Su Ning should lend him that treasure, and in return he will give him a fire-attributed Dao weapon as proof of sincerity. Su Ning plays along just enough to walk closer, already expecting Jin Xiaoyi to betray him. The instant they close in, Jin Xiaoyi drops the pretense and smashes out a dark yellow fist seal straight at Su Ning. Su Ning was ready for that and answers with an almost solid blue tidal fist, colliding head-on with Jin Xiaoyi's attack. The clash confirms Jin Xiaoyi's fear. Su Ning is now at the Void Realm's 6th stage, and his power is absurdly strong for that level. Now openly hostile, Qin Xiaoyi demands Su Ning hand over both his Dao weapon and that mysterious treasure if he wants to live. To back up the threat, Qin Xiaoyi draws out the Earth-attributed flying scythe and floods it with yellow power. Even with that pressure in front of him, Su Ning attacks first and sends multiple water and fire sword seals at Qin Xiaoyi. Qin Xiaoyi blocks with the scythe, but the exchange only makes him more shocked that Su Ning can empower both attributes this hard at once. The fight turns into a fierce back and forth, with Su Ning chaining sword seals and punches while Qin Xiaoyi barely keeps the upper hand through his higher realm and Dao weapon. But Qin Xiaoyi is still unfamiliar with the scythe, and in one rushed moment that awkwardness opens a gap in his defense. Su Ning seizes that opening with everything he has, drowning Qin Xiaoyi under a burst of sword seals and fist seals. As the attribute power tears through him, Qin Xiaoyi panics and offers all 3 Dao weapons in exchange for his life. Su Ning answers with a clean killing move, turning his attribute True Qi into a sharp blade and piercing Qin Xiaoyi's throat. Qin Xiaoyi falls dead, and Su Ning finally lets out the breath he had been holding through that dangerous fight. Su Ning knows he only won because Qin Xiaoyi never mastered the new scythe, and the fight leaves him drained of stamina, qi, and attribute power. Even in that exhausted state, the surrounding demon beasts still do not attack him, which only confirms how deeply they fear whatever is linked to him. Once he recovers a little, Su Ning searches Qin Xiaoyi and finds the 3 Dao weapons but nothing else of real value. He concludes Qin Xiaoyi must have found those weapons in this very hall, and stores them away, though his bracer is still the only Dao weapon he really needs. After disposing of Qin Xiaoyi's corpse, Su Ning realizes every enemy who entered this mystic realm against him is now dead. Then the watching demon beasts suddenly begin to tremble as if something far more terrifying has arrived. A heartbeat later, every beast in the hall drops to the ground in submission, from the weaker ones to the high-level void realm monsters. As Su Ning braces himself, the space beside him distorts again, and a giant winged tiger demon beast steps into the hall. And standing on that giant tiger's head is a tiny silver kitten, making Su Ning stare in shock as he recognizes Gray. Su Ning calls out to Gray in the stone hall, and the little beast jumps straight into his arms like it has finally found him again. As Su Ning pets Gray, he spots a silver spiral mark on Gray's forehead, and the surrounding demon beasts suddenly start backing away. The beasts twist into the stone wall and turn back into murals, leaving Su Ning staring at the impossible scene. Then the giant tiger demon beast locks eyes with Su Ning, its silver forehead lines begin to twist, and Su Ning's consciousness gets dragged away. When the scenery clears, Su Ning finds himself in a silver mental space facing a burly man in red and a chubby little boy in a silver shirt. The boy runs toward him calling him brother, and Su Ning realizes with a jolt that this human child is Gray. Gray passes right through Su Ning's body, making it clear this is only a spirit meeting inside a constructed mental space. The red-robed man introduces himself as Su Hujuan and calmly explains that Gray is his young master, the only descendant of the Void bloodline. That confirmation hits hard, because Su Ning had already guessed Gray was linked to the legendary Void beast blamed for State Jifeng's destruction. Su Ning also can't forget that Su Hujuan once used brutal force on the people of State Jifeng, so even this reunion comes with unease. Sensing all of that, Su Hujuan tells Su Ning to ask whatever he wants, because this meeting was meant to answer the truth behind Gray, the mystic realm, and the beast tide. Su Ning starts with the biggest question and asks if this mystic realm is actually the final battlefield of the beast tide from 300 years ago. Su Hujuan confirms it and says the final battle happened here, which is why so many inheritances were left behind in this place. Su Ning presses harder and asks if the void beast truly caused the beast tide, or if the story everyone knows is wrong. Su Hujuan snaps back in anger that the rumor is nonsense, because his master died as the spatial eye that ended the disaster. He begins the real history. Long ago the void race lived far from humans, and Gray's ancestor was a pampered prodigy with an exceptionally pure bloodline. That young void beast loved freedom and, during his travels, became close friends with a human genius named Shifengxiu. Their wandering life ended when a ruthless beast tamer from State Wanxing arrived in State Jifeng with the demon beast scroll. Using that scroll, the beast tamer captured and enslaved demon beasts on a massive scale until even the void race became his target. Su Hujuan says he escaped with his master and Shifengxiu, but the rest of the void race was sealed into the scroll and stripped of its will. Desperate to save his race, the void beast wanted to strike back, but Shifengxiu knew he would die if he rushed the beast tamer. So Shifengxiu gave his friend the blood essence of an ancient demon beast, helping him break through before the rescue attempt. But before that rescue could happen, the real disaster exploded when the beast tamer tried to refine the entire demon beast scroll into a supreme weapon. He failed to control it, the scroll broke loose, and wave after wave of imprisoned demon beasts poured out into State Jifeng. Hearing that, Su Ning realizes the beast tide was not a planned attack by the void beast at all, but a catastrophe caused by the beast tamer's failure. Su Hujuan keeps going and says the sects and great families of State Jifeng had to unite against the endless tide, with Shifengxiu rising as humanity's leader. Even then, Gray's ancestor couldn't openly stand with him, because a demon beast ally would only make humans suspect Shifengxiu. The human side discovered that the only way to end the disaster was to find the demon beast scroll itself and destroy its inner core. Shi Fengxiu led the strongest experts into the scroll, but the place was too chaotic and deadly, and they were overwhelmed inside it. At the moment Shi Fengxiu was about to die, the void beast came for his friend and made his final sacrifice. Burning away his pure void blood, Gray's ancestor turned himself into the eye of the void and reversed the scroll's core into chaotic space. That destroyed the core, killed countless trapped monsters in the turbulence of space-time, and finally ended the beast's tide. Su Hujuan adds one last painful detail. The half-rib bone Su Ning found earlier was part of his master's remains. Su Ning pieces it together and says the truth out loud. This entire mystic realm is actually the incomplete demon beast scroll. Su Hujuan confirms it, and explains that after the disaster, Shi Fengxiu altered the broken scroll into a mystic realm so later generations could inherit what the dead left behind. He says Shi Fengxiu also hid 3 Dao weapons and hundreds of secret scrolls in the deeper stone halls, while Su Hujuan himself stayed inside to guard his master's last traces. Shi Fengxiu later rose to rule State Jifeng, but when he tried to tell the truth that the void beast had saved everyone, the great families opposed him. They did not want the public to learn that the real culprit escaped punishment, so the void beast's sacrifice was buried instead. That cover-up poisoned everything, because Shi Fengxiu turned his power against those families, fought them for years, and eventually left State Jifeng to hunt the beast tamer himself. After he left, the dynasty collapsed, chaos returned, and the families rewrote history by calling the void beast the source of the beast tide. Su Hujuan says he only learned that smear a century ago when he left the realm to search for surviving void descendants, and the anger still clearly burns in him. By now Su Ning mostly believes him, and with the history laid bare, he turns to Gray and asks if Gray is the void descendant Su Hujuan has been searching for. Su Hujuan says yes, and not just barely. Gray carries the same pure void bloodline as his legendary master. The revelation leaves Su Ning quietly shaken, because the hidden world behind Gray is far bigger than anything he had imagined. Su Ning still has one personal question left, so he asks why Gray has always felt so naturally close to him. Gray can only give a childlike answer and says he does not know, he just feels close to brother. Su Hujuan lightly compares them to his master and Shi Fengxiu, friends who simply recognized each other at first sight. Su Ning is not fully satisfied, but he lets it go and keeps listening when Su Hujuan shifts to what is about to happen to the mystic realm itself. Su Hujuan explains that very few people entered this realm over the past 300 years, and most of them died inside it. Only a few months ago, one Void Realm Jr. managed to leave alive, which is what drew Gray here after sensing a pure Void bloodline trace in the realm. That means Gray came because of a bloodline pull first, and everyone else, including Su Ning, only arrived afterward because news of the realm spread. But Su Hujuan has lost faith in the humans tied to those great families, so he has decided to reverse the mystic realm back into a demon beast scroll for Gray to refine. He explains that even without its original core, the incomplete scroll still has enough force left for Gray to take control of it. Su Hujuan says the reversal process already started before he met Su Ning, and once Gray begins refining in earnest, every human inside will be expelled. This meeting, then, was partly a farewell, because Gray was worried Su Ning would not know where he had gone once the refining began. Gray promises that after he finishes refining the demon beast scroll, he will come find Su Ning so they can travel together again. Su Ning smiles and agrees, accepting the promise even though he knows they have to part for now. Before sending him away, Su Hujuan decides to give Su Ning one more chance and points him toward a different inheritance that will matter more than the hall's ordinary scrolls. He says Shi Fengxiu's hidden techniques are not especially useful to Su Ning, but there is a master alchemist inheritance in this realm that suits him perfectly. Because Su Ning cultivates both fire and water, Su Hujuan tells him he has the ideal attributes to become an alchemy master. With that, the silver mental space starts to twist apart, and Su Ning's consciousness snaps back to his real body. Back in the stone hall, Gray is a kitten again. Su Hujuan is once more the huge winged tiger, and the strange meeting feels suddenly very real. Su Hujuan lifts Su Ning onto his back and carries him out of the hall without another wasted moment. After flying to a tall mountain, Su Ning gives Gray one last stroke and says goodbye before the next separation begins. Su Hujuan roars, tosses Su Ning into a hidden cave, and vanishes with Gray to begin the refining plan. Inside the cave, Su Ning walks deeper with real excitement, because an alchemy master's inheritance could change how he gathers the resources he relies on most. He knows that pills and spirit medicines are the fuel behind many of his breakthroughs, so mastering alchemy could reshape his entire future. Outside the mystic realm, nearly a month has passed, and Elder Yuanqing remains at Fog Night Abyss waiting for the Yuan disciples who entered. He counts the losses grimly in his head. 19 went in, 3 came out early, and one of those unlucky survivors was Xia Wenwei, whose foundation was badly damaged. Even with sect medicine to partly restore her, Xia Wenwei can no longer return to her peak, and that weighs on him as he waits for the rest. Just as Elder Yuanqing wonders how many of the 16 still inside will survive, violent aura tremors suddenly erupt from the entrance pond. One after another, disciples climb out of the water with blank, disoriented faces, all expelled at the same moment. He counts only 8 survivors, but at least Su Ning and his own disciples Wuzoni are among them. When he demands to know why they all came out together, Zhuozhoni says the realm suddenly shook and threw him out while he was still exploring Shifengshu's inheritance. The other disciples, including Su Ning, all give the same story, even though Su Ning is the only one who actually knows Gray has begun refining the scroll. Then Zhuozhoni adds the worst part: after their expulsion, the entrance to the mystic realm disappeared completely. Shaken, Elder Yuanqing dives down to confirm it for himself and finds nothing left to sense, as if the mystic realm never existed there at all. When he resurfaces, the truth is brutal: the missing disciples are not coming back, and Yuan has permanently lost the realm it planned to keep using. Still, he can see the survivors came back stronger, and that small comfort steadies him enough to judge the damage clearly. He notices that both Zhuozhoni and Su Ning have reached the 6th stage of the Void Realm, making them two of the sect's best hopes for the future. At the same time, he feels the loss of two other standouts, Qin Xiaoyi and Bao Ryuan, all the more sharply. Knowing the sect master must hear about the vanished realm immediately, Elder Yuanqing orders everyone to return to Yuelan at once. Back in Yuelan's inner sect, Su Ning avoids the usual post-return reunion and heads straight to his own residence. He does not even go to Lekaiwei or Guqinghe, because right now he cares more about sorting through the gains he brought back from the alchemy inheritance. Inside his room, Su Ning takes out a stone box from storage and opens it to reveal 6 large pure white pills glowing with a fresh medicinal light. The moment Su Ning touches one pill, his special energy sense responds and shows that a single pill contains 3,000 units of absorbable energy. Back in private, Su Ning inspects the old crystal source pills and is impressed that pills refined 300 years ago still hold such clean medicinal power. He quickly realizes the trick is not just the alchemist's skill, but also the special stone box that locked the pill's essence in all this time. Since the pills are more useful as raw energy to him than medicine, Su Ning absorbs all 6 at once and gains a huge 18,000 energy. Then he takes out 2 inheritance crystal cubes and presses them to his forehead to receive the dead Dao realm alchemist's knowledge directly. In moments, Su Ning inherits a complete alchemy scroll packed with spirit medicines, pill formulas, and refining methods. The inheritance also includes the Life Pill Sutra, a void realm alchemy technique that sharpens perception and lets water and fire work together for better pill making. Su Ning checks his martial arts panel and sees the Life Pill Sutra already imprinted there, which means the inheritance took perfectly. He quietly appreciates how memory crystals skip the usual painful learning process, though he knows only Dao realm experts can make such treasures. With 28870 energy on hand, Su Ning realizes he already has enough to break through to the common seal realm. But he reins himself in, because breaking through that fast right after joining Yuelan's sect would look far too suspicious. He decides to wait, leave the sect on some excuse later, and only then step into the common seal realm where no one can watch too closely. For now, Su Ning turns that energy into safer progress and starts upgrading the Life Pill Sutra instead. He spends energy again and again until the Life Pill Sutra reaches level 6, leaving him 23,370 energy, and still enough for a later breakthrough. That jump instantly pushes Su Ning into the ranks of top alchemists in State Jifeng, with near-perfect odds on ordinary pills and real chances even on rare ones. More importantly, he finally sees the real value of alchemy. A good alchemist can turn raw materials into pills worth even more energy than what went in. That means Su Ning can eventually buy raw materials, refine pure source pills himself, and boost his energy income by at least half. Next he pulls out the Alchemy Inheritance's furnace, a plain bright cauldron that looks ordinary until you know it is actually a Dao weapon. Su Ning examines it inside and out and tests it with Qi, already itching to try real pill refining. The only problem is simple and annoying. He has no spirit medicine with him yet, so his first alchemy session has to wait. After putting the furnace away, Su Ning heads to the main peak to greet Mi Xingye now that he has returned to the sect. Outside the house, he runs into Himinji for the first time in 3 months, and the reunion is easy and friendly. Himinji tells him Mi Xingye is speaking with Elder Yuanqing about the mystic realm, which vanished not long after Su Ning's group came out. Himinji admits he had wanted to explore that realm himself, but he takes the mischance with surprising calm. Then Himinji studies Su Ning and guesses that the mystic realm pushed him all the way to the attribute realm. Su Ning only confirms that he had some lucky encounters, and Himinji answers without envy, saying stronger disciples mean a stronger Yuelan sect. Their talk pauses when Elder Yuanqing steps out and leaves in a hurry after greeting them. Inside, Mi Xingye still looks disappointed over the vanished mystic realm, but seeing both disciples together lifts his mood. Mi Xingye is especially pleased by Su Ning's growth and quietly hopes Su Ning will stand beside Himinji in the sect's future. Like Himinji, Mi Xingye does not pry into Su Ning's secret gains and only urges him to use them well and break through to common seal as soon as he can. Once that is settled, Mi Xingye turns to Himinji and asks why he came in the first place. Himinji says he has hit a bottleneck and wants to travel outside the sect to seek a chance at another breakthrough. Mi Xingye agrees at once, because at this level hard training alone often is not enough anymore. Hearing that, Su Ning's thoughts race, because he also needs a reason to leave the sect before making his own hidden breakthrough. Still, Su Ning immediately rejects using Himinji's excuse, since no one would believe he has already hit a cultivation bottleneck. He decides a sect mission will be a much cleaner reason to go out, Then he and Minji finally part ways after leaving Nishingye. Suning returns to the 7 boxers and gets a surprise there. Xiao Qiyun is back alive. That makes Suning realize the Void Realm Junior Su Hujuan mentioned from the Fog Night Abyss was Xiao Qiyun all along. When they meet, Xiao Qiyun sincerely thanks Suning after hearing from Ning-sun and Lukai Wei how he stood up for 7 boxers during its crisis. Not long after, Ning-sun hands over the promised reward of 50 pure source pills for Suning's help. The reward is decent on its own, but to Suning it matters even more as fuel for his new alchemy plans. He goes straight to the materials hall, trades for medicinal ingredients, and heads into an empty alchemy room to finally test his inheritance. Inside the sealed room, Suning feels a little eager, because this will be his first time refining pills with his new technique. He lays out 10 sets of pure source pill ingredients and 10 sets for Spring Breeze pills, choosing ordinary formulas because his contribution points are still limited. This session is not about showing off yet, just getting a feel for real refining before he scales it up later. Instead of using the room's ordinary furnace, Suning sets down the Dao pill furnace from his inheritance. He starts with a single set of pure source pill materials and activates the furnace with true qi. Unlike ordinary furnaces, this Dao furnace adjusts itself from the inside, creating the best refining environment without constant opening and interference. Once the ingredients liquefy, Suning adds balanced water and fire attributes together with the Life Pill Sutra to stabilize the forming pill. The process is shockingly smooth, and Suning can feel how the sutra not only controls the attributes, but also draws an aura to cleanse and strengthen the pill. Only a few seconds later, his first pure source pill jumps out complete. The martial arts panel pegs it at 150 energy, and Suning immediately realizes his alchemy just boosted a normal pure source pill by 50%. That one result is enough to make the math obvious. Refining his own pills can multiply his energy income far beyond simply absorbing ready-made ones. So he feeds in the remaining 9 sets at once and turns them into 9 more high-quality pure source pills in under 20 seconds. Suning absorbs all 9 and gains another 1350 energy, enjoying the rare feeling of pure self-made progress. With the cultivation pills done, he switches to Spring Breeze pills to test his healing formulas too. About 20 breaths later, all 10 Spring Breeze pills come out perfectly, with a full success rate and stronger healing effect than usual. He keeps these instead of absorbing them, because they are better saved as practical medicine than tiny energy gains. After cleaning up, Suning leaves the alchemy room and heads back to the materials hall for a much larger batch of ingredients. This time he trades all the remaining pure source pills on him for 50 full sets of raw materials, committing fully to the alchemy loop. Now that he trusts his furnace and skill, Suning skips the public alchemy room and goes back to refine everything privately in his own residence. Working alone, he turns all 50 sets into high-quality pure source pills and gains another 7,500 energy in one sweep. That result leaves Suning genuinely relieved, because the alchemist inheritance has become a reliable engine for future energy instead of a one-time treasure. With his total energy now past 30,000, Suning settles on his next move: accept a mission, leave the sect, and finally break through to the common seal realm outside prying eyes. Elsewhere on Elder Gujian's peak, the mood turns colder as Bao Ryuan's death in the mystic realm is treated as confirmed. Fan Jia calls it a shame, but his voice carries little real grief, making it clear Bao Ryuan's death is more a loss of investment than a personal blow. Elder Gujian bluntly explains that he accepted Bao Ryuan mostly because of ties to the Bao family, not because of deep master-disciple affection. Since the disciple is dead, Elder Gujian orders Fan Jia to bring a letter and apology gifts to the Bao family on his behalf. Fan Jia accepts the order, and Elder Gujian tells him to leave tomorrow, closing the chapter on Bao Ryuan with hard, official finality. The next day, Suning walks into Yuelan's crowded mission hall, and the room quietly parts for the inner sect's strongest disciple. Even though he already has the strength to become a deacon, Suning keeps his disciple status because chores would slow him down, and Nishingye has hinted he may have a bigger future anyway. When the clerk politely asks what he wants, even strangers call him Senior Brother Su now, and he points straight at a mission for the rare cold starthorn's fruit. Suning picks that task because sect missions have no deadline, giving him the perfect excuse to stay outside for as long as he needs. Inside Yuelan sect, the easy gains are running dry, so Suning plans to use this trip to push into the common seal realm and hunt for a new source of energy. He also has a more personal goal. After almost a year, he wants to trace the missing Wei family members in Crystal Mansion, save them if he can, and one day repay the Bao family in blood. With the mission accepted and some basic materials gathered from the materials hall, Suning finally leaves the sect for good on this journey. Once he is far enough from Yuelan, Suning hides in a cave on a barren mountain and decides this is the place to break through. He checks his martial arts panel, confirms he has enough energy to enter the common seal realm and still strengthen his techniques, and stops hesitating. The moment Suning commits, the 4 currents of power in his body collapse into one sphere, dense with water, fire, penetration, cutting, annihilation, and corrosion all fused together. As strange attribute lines spread across that condensed force, Suning recognizes the same principle he once saw in Shinxiao's attack, only now he can control the whole fusion himself. After the breakthrough, Su Ning's aura turns quieter instead of louder, because the common Seal realm compresses all the complexity of the first 6 void stages into one lethal core. He immediately spends more energy to raise all 4 of his secret techniques to the 6th level, pushing even more of that merged chi into liquid form. Feeling the result, Su Ning decides he now has the foundation to found a sect in State Jifeng, which makes his confidence surge. With his power ready, Su Ning leaves the cave and heads straight for Crystal Mansion to rescue the captives and settle old debts. 2 days later, Su Ning reaches Crystal Mansion, one of Yuelan's richest cities, but he does not rush the Bao family the moment he arrives. He knows killing Bao family figures too openly would shame a major Yuelan-backed clan, so he chooses patience and starts by gathering information. To listen quietly first, Su Ning slips into a small alley restaurant, orders simple food and wine, and enjoys a rare normal meal. Then the shopkeeper suddenly brightens and greets a visiting young master Bao, which makes Su Ning look up at once. The so-called young master is Bao Weijing, a pale skinny youth who looks nothing like a pampered heir and casually asks for travel food instead of luxury. When he notices extra meat packed inside, Bao Weijing insists on paying for it, and leaves silver behind even after the shopkeeper tries to refuse. That strange little exchange convinces Su Ning this Bao family heir is worth asking about. When Su Ning asks, the shopkeeper confirms Bao Weijing really is the grandson of the Bao family head, even if he hardly looks the part. Su Ning presses further, and the shopkeeper hesitates until a gold ingot hits the table with a sharp little clink. Once the gold changes hands, the shopkeeper explains that Bao Weijing's father is Bao Xinxian, the 3rd son of the clan head and a famous former playboy. Bao Weijing's mother had once run a building, but after marrying into the Bao family as a concubine, she was looked down on until the pressure crushed her. After his mother died and his father stopped caring, Bao Weijing grew up in the clan like a stain no one wanted. Now, while other Bao heirs live comfortably, Bao Weijing survives on simple food in a side courtyard with no servants and too little money to cultivate properly. To keep training at all, he takes escort and delivery jobs outside the city, and the pancakes Su Ning saw were just travel rations for another run. Su Ning tests the story with a little skepticism, and the shopkeeper hurriedly swears he overheard it all from Bao Weijing himself. The shopkeeper also blurts out that Bao Weijing is kind to common friends and once stepped up to protect this very restaurant, which makes his guilt start showing. In the end, the man cannot stomach selling out Bao Weijing's privacy and tries to return the gold. Su Ning tells him to keep it, and just keep quiet next time, then leaves with enough to work with. Left alone, the shopkeeper stares after him and vows to prepare Bao Weijing a proper meal the next time he visits. Instead of wandering the city any longer, Su Ning quietly tails Bao Weijing from a distance. Bao Weijing leaves the city, passes through the countryside, and enters a nearby village without ever noticing he is being watched. A short while later, Bao Weijing comes back out driving a carriage loaded under heavy cloth, taking on the job alone. The pay for this delivery is good enough that Bao Weijing can finally buy spirit medicine afterward, so for once his mood lifts. Even so, he stays tense and chooses open stretches of road, because he already suspects bandits may show up ahead. Then his face changes, because armed men in masks suddenly pour down from both sides and trap him front and back. Knowing he cannot afford to lose the goods, Bao Weijing jumps down with his knife and offers his full fee of 100 taels just to be spared. The leader does not even bargain and coldly orders his men to kill him, which tells Bao Weijing this is no normal robbery. Bao Weijing fights back hard and quickly realizes all the attackers use the same knife style and move like trained men, not scattered horse bandits. That ugly thought starts to form in his mind, but before he can face it, the leader steps in personally. One brutal slash from the leader blows Bao Weijing away, and the blood in his mouth tells him he is facing a Mortal Realm 7th stage enemy. Flat on the ground and outclassed by 2 whole realms, Bao Weijing can only watch in despair as the leader raises his blade for the final blow. But the next cut does not kill Bao Weijing at all, it kills the attacker, and a white-clothed figure in a plain white mask is suddenly standing there instead. Su Ning has decided to save Bao Weijing, partly out of pity for how the Bao family crushed him and partly because this neglected grandson might become a useful key. The surviving killers try to run, but Su Ning wipes them all out in another flash of sword light before any witness escapes. Seeing that effortless massacre, Bao Weijing instantly understands his rescuer is a Void Realm expert, and bows with all the respect he can muster. Su Ning does not reveal himself and simply points out the obvious. The people sent to kill Bao Weijing were far too organized to be ordinary bandits. That pushes Bao Weijing to search the leader's corpse, and when he pulls out a Bao family token, his face changes in shock. On the mountain road, Bao Weijing stares at the dead guard's Bao family token and realizes the people trying to kill him came from his own clan. When Su Ning lightly asks if life in the Bao family is hard, Bao Weijing's lonely look says yes before the words do. Bao Weijing remembers years of neglect after his mother died, and the hatred he buried for the Bao family finally rises to the surface. Desperate and respectful, Bao Weijing asks to leave the clan and follow Su Ning as nothing more than a servant. Su Ning rejects him on the spot, and Bao Weijing's brief hope drops right back into disappointment. Then Su Ning changes the question and asks the real one, if Bao Weijing hates the Bao family, why not take back what was stolen from him? Bao Weijing admits he wants revenge but never had the power, and Su Ning quietly offers to be the one who makes it possible. When Bao Weijing asks why he would help, Su Ning tells him the truth. He has his own grudge against elders of the Bao family. Su Ning's real plan is to use Bao Weijing to slip inside the Bao family, sort out the hidden situation, and later strike the people who kidnapped him while rescuing the Wei family safely. He even lays out the reward plainly. If Bao Weijing agrees, Su Ning can help him rise until he has a real voice inside the Bao family. Bao Weijing sees the deal for what it is, but he still accepts immediately because this is better than waiting to be killed or driven into exile. He still warns Su Ning that the Bao family stands under Yuan's sect, and their brightest disciple Bao Ryuan is a core disciple there. At Bao Ryuan's name, Su Ning almost smiles, because he already knows Bao Ryuan is dead and the Bao family still has not heard it yet. Instead of explaining, Su Ning simply tells him not to worry and grabs him to head straight into the mountains for training. Inside a mountain cave, Su Ning hands over a high-quality pure source pill, and Bao Weijing is stunned by a treasure he has never been able to afford. Bao Weijing swallows the pill, and warm medicinal power floods his starved body like he has finally been given the resources he was always missing. His cultivation surges from mortal realm 5th stage into 6th stage, rushing all the way to the peak of internal chi in one explosive leap. Su Ning realizes Bao Weijing's foundation was always solid. He was just stuck for lack of support. Bao Weijing feels the remaining medicine starting to leak away and can only resent how close he is to breaking through again. Su Ning taps his chest with gathered chi and forces the escaping medicine back under control, turning waste into steady nourishment. With his future suddenly visible, Bao Weijing drops to his knees in gratitude, but Su Ning lifts him back up before he can keep kowtowing. Su Ning gives him a box of pure source pills for later breakthroughs and a bag of poison powder deadly enough to serve as a last resort. After telling him to focus on reaching state mind realm first, Su Ning finally lets Bao Weijing ask one practical question: what name should he use? Su Ning hides his real identity behind the surname Tao and tells Bao Weijing to contact him later at Crystal Mansion's best restaurant, the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Bao Weijing leaves with new resources and one hard thought in his chest. His comeback now depends on this gamble. Back at the Bao Mansion, Bao Weijing returns to the gates without realizing Su Ning has shadowed him all the way to study the clan from outside. As Su Ning probes the mansion, he suddenly feels a terrifying aura inside and realizes a Void Realm 8th stage expert is there. He hides his own presence and retreats at once, and a blue-robed young man appears on the roof a heartbeat later to inspect the disturbance. That watcher is Fang Jia, Bao Ryuan's senior brother and a Yuan core disciple who already came to the Bao family with news that Bao Ryuan died in the mystic realm. The Bao family treated that bad news carefully, because losing Bao Ryuan hurt their future plans, but Fang Jia himself was too valuable to offend. Bao Qiuhua joins Fang Jia on the roof, and Su Ning would have recognized her instantly as the old woman who kidnapped him to State Jifeng. Fang Jia says a Void Realm 7th stage martial artist had been spying on the mansion, and Bao Qiuhua is shaken that she never sensed him at all. Neither of them makes a scene, deciding it was probably just a passing expert rather than an open enemy of the Bao family. Bao Qiuhua quickly turns flattering again and asks Fang Jia to help judge which younger Bao descendants are worth grooming. Several streets away, Su Ning watches from hiding and feels lucky he stayed cautious, because a surprise 8th stage expert would have exposed any direct infiltration instantly. He accepts that rescuing the Wei family will take longer now, and shifts to a patient plan instead of forcing the issue. To stay close to the situation, Su Ning moves into the Drunken Spring Pavilion as his temporary base for Bao Weijing's future contact. Meanwhile, inside the Bao Mansion, Bao Weijing returns to his small neglected courtyard and clings to the surging strength in his body like proof the whole day was real. He sets himself a target of half a month, because the next clan sparring session will put the younger generation in front of the family head. That contest used to be another humiliation for him, but now he sees it as his chance to force the Bao family to notice him. He also thinks carefully about the assassination and realizes the killer had to strike outside family grounds, because a death inside the clan would trigger an investigation. With that, and with Su Ning's poison pouch hidden on him, Bao Weijing steadies himself and starts cultivating at once. Elsewhere in the mansion, a butler rushes into Madame Quan's villa and reports that the ambush failed and every guard she sent is dead. Madame Quan loses her composure for a moment, because Bao Weijing should never have had the strength to survive that attack alone. When the butler suggests Bao Weijing may have outside help, her hatred sharpens instead of fading. The reason goes back years. She hated Bao Weijing's mother, secretly helped drive her into despair, and even had the servants stop her medicine near the end. She never dared kill Bao Weijing before because Bao Xinxian was still his father, but Fang Jia's visit changed the risk entirely. Now that Fang Jia has agreed Bao family juniors can enter Yuan's sect as outer disciples, Madame Quan fears Bao Weijing could finally get the resources to reveal his talent. Worse, if Bao Weijing grows strong enough to uncover what happened to his mother, Madame Quan knows he will come back for revenge. That is why she secretly sent men to murder him outside the estate, and now her plan has failed. Inside the Bao mansion, Madame Quan learns Bao Weijing probably has strong outside help, and even her trusted butler cannot explain where he found it. The butler guesses Bao Weijing's backers are only around the intention or spirit realm, and Madame Quan decides that as long as no void realm expert is involved, she can still move against him. Since Bao Weijing will stay alert after the failed hit, Madame Quan orders him watched inside the mansion and tells the butler to arrange a stronger ambush the moment he leaves again. Half a month passes, and Su Ning finally gets a rare stretch of calm at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. He casually refines a batch of ordinary pills for Bao Weijing, enough to push the young man quickly toward the peak of the mortal realm. While storing the pills, Su Ning figures Bao Weijing must be cultivating smoothly, and he waits for the boy to rise high enough in the Bao family to uncover their hidden strength. Back in his small courtyard room, Bao Weijing finishes another grueling round of training and suddenly opens his eyes with a changed aura. After half a month of desperate effort and 2 pure source pills, Bao Weijing finally breaks through to the state mind realm. The breakthrough leaves him thrilled, but he also understands the recent explosive growth came from piled up resources and will slow down from here. Even so, he knows tomorrow's family sparring is his chance to be seen by the clan elders and start paying back everyone who looked down on him. He grabs his machete and drills his blade work hard, determined to shine in public no matter what. The next day at the Bao Family Martial Arts Hall, the younger generation fights under the eyes of the family head, clan elders, Bao Qiuhua, and the visiting Yuelan Core disciple Fang Jie. When his name is called, Bao Weijing steps onto the stage knowing this is the biggest audience he has ever had. His opponent Bao Wei mocks him as a weaker junior and smugly offers to fight barehanded, expecting an easy win. Bao Weijing refuses to back down and matches him barehanded, clearly done acting like the family punching bag. The moment their fists collide, Bao Weijing's force and spiral power blasts Bao Wei straight off the stage in a single strike. The whole audience erupts because Bao Weijing is suddenly showing the strength of a state mind realm warrior. For the first time, Bao Weijing walks off the stage flushed with real praise instead of humiliation. Up on the stands, even family head Bao Shui has to ask who Bao Weijing is because he barely remembers this forgotten grandson. Bao Xinxian awkwardly admits Bao Weijing is his own son, exposing just how little attention he has paid him. Bao Shui finally places him as the son of Bao Xinxian and a brothel girl, a blunt reminder of why Bao Weijing was treated as disposable. Fang Jie cuts through the family background and praises Bao Weijing as decisive and aggressive, which instantly raises his value. Bao Qiuhua immediately orders that Bao Weijing be included in the upcoming mountain training with the family's best juniors, and Bao Xinchuan agrees to lead the trip. Bao Xinxian sees the elder's sudden interest and realizes he now needs to pay attention to the son he ignored. Bao Weijing keeps fighting through the rest of the event and performs well against almost everyone, losing only to one intention realm junior. After the crowd disperses, Bao Xinxian approaches him with a warm smile that only appears now that the family elders are watching. Bao Weijing feels the brief sting of finally being noticed, then coldly reminds himself this new fatherly concern is only political usefulness. Bao Xinxian praises him and explains that Fang Jie's approval won him a place in the elite mountain hunt under Elder Bao Xinchuan. Bao Weijing answers with calm politeness, and the colder he stays, the more Bao Xinxian feels how badly he failed him before. Once his father leaves, Bao Weijing allows himself a small smile because the family has finally started valuing him, exactly as Su Ning planned. He heads out to report everything to Senior Tao, but the moment he leaves the mansion he senses someone tailing him. Realizing the people who tried to kill him are still watching, Bao Weijing stays careful and slips away without alerting them. He reaches the Drunken Spring Pavilion, gives the name Senior Tao, and is smoothly escorted to Su Ning's room. When Bao Weijing bows to Su Ning immediately notices his breakthrough and approves of his progress. Bao Weijing excitedly reports the whole result. He reached the state mind realm, impressed the elders, and even caught Fang Jie's attention. The name Fang Jie makes Su Ning pause, because it explains the powerful void realm aura he had sensed inside the Bao family mansion. Su Ning quickly guesses Fang Jie came for Bao Ryuan, which means the Bao family is even more tangled with Yuan than it first looked. When Su Ning asks about the mountain hunt, Bao Weijing confirms it will be led by the Void Realm Elder Bao Xinchuan. That answer gives Su Ning his opening, and he tells Bao Weijing to inform him of the departure date because he plans to follow the expedition in secret. Bao Weijing does not ask questions, because at this point he only cares about growing stronger and settling old debts through Su Ning's help. After hearing that Bao Weijing was followed again, Su Ning warns him to stay alive and come for help the moment anything goes wrong. Then Su Ning hands over several new bottles of pills, enough to speed Bao Weijing toward the spirit realm. The promise of reaching the mortal realm 9th stage hits Bao Weijing like a shock, because that level would finally let him compete inside the family instead of hiding from it. In that moment, Bao Weijing realizes Senior Tao is far more extraordinary than an ordinary void realm martial artist, and his loyalty hardens even further. Back at the Bao family, Madame Quan gets the worst update yet. Bao Weijing has broken through, impressed the elders, and won a place in the mountain training. Now she is almost certain that if Bao Weijing reaches Yuan through Fang Jie, he will come back for revenge. After a long silence, Madame Quan makes a ruthless choice and orders her hidden stash of 10 pure source pills brought out. The butler is stunned because those pills are Madame Quan's deepest private reserve, hidden even from her husband. Madame Quan decides to bribe Bao Xinchuan with all 10 pills so he will quietly kill Bao Weijing during the trip into the mountains. She knows the price is steep, but Bao Weijing's rise is now moving too fast for her to trust anything less. A few days later, Bao Xinchuan leads more than a dozen elite juniors and several guards out of the city toward the mountains, with Bao Weijing among them. Most of the juniors look nervous about the hunt, but Bao Weijing stays unusually calm because he knows Su Ning is secretly covering him. Up front, Bao Xinchuan smirks to himself over Madame Quan's absurdly generous payment for killing one Mortal Realm junior. He accepts the job without guilt and plans to arrange a clean accident in the mountains, kill Bao Weijing in secret, and leave behind signs of a demon beast attack. But Bao Xinchuan has no idea someone else is already shadowing the expedition from behind. When Su Ning gets a clear look at the leader, he recognizes Bao Xinchuan as the same strong man who once knocked him out and dragged him to state chiefing. In a deep mountain range, Bao Xinchuan leads Bao family juniors and guards into a real combat trial, and the nervous mood hits immediately. Once they enter the mountains, Bao Xinchuan orders everyone to split up in teams of 3 or fewer and hunt demon beasts at least at the mid-mortal realm. The younger generation clearly does not want this, so Bao Xinchuan coldly lectures them that sheltered heirs never become real martial artists. He adds one reassurance: they all carry firework torches for distress, and the guards will rush in if things go wrong. But his final warning turns sharp again as he reminds them that a demon beast ambush can kill before help arrives, and he pointedly glances at Bao Weijing. When the teams form, nobody chooses Bao Weijing, which only confirms how isolated his status is inside the clan. Bao Weijing decides to go alone anyway, trusting that Senior Tao is secretly nearby if the worst happens. Behind him, Bao Xinchuan smiles to himself because an isolated target will be much easier to kill. Deep in the mountains, Bao Weijing dismounts on a steep path, draws his long knife, and carefully advances alone. He steadies himself by remembering his own strength. A Mortal Realm 7th stage fighter should handle an ordinary target here. That confidence is tested fast when a giant bear demon beast bursts out of the forest and pins him with a brutal stare. Bao Weijing instantly realizes this is a high-level demon beast, but instead of running, he gambles that he can fight it. Man and beast clash in a frantic exchange as Bao Weijing dodges and slashes, trying to survive on skill and nerve. Watching from hiding, Bao Xinchuan admits Bao Weijing really does have talent, which only makes Madame Quan's fear of him feel more justified. Bao Xinchuan decides he has seen enough and quietly prepares a true chi strike to finish the boy off during the fight. At the worst possible moment, just as the bear's giant claw comes down, Bao Weijing's body suddenly goes numb, and he cannot dodge. Bao Xinchuan is already picturing a clean death by demon beast when the attack stops cold. The giant bear drops dead with a huge wound in its back, and a white-clothed masked figure lands on a nearby rock. Bao Weijing realizes Senior Tao saved him again and rushes forward, shaken but relieved to still be alive. Su Ning ignores the thanks and coldly calls out the real problem. A Void Realm elder shamelessly tried to murder a Mortal Realm junior. Bao Weijing follows Su Ning's line of sight and finally understands that someone from inside the family really was targeting him. Bao Xinchuan steps out at last, surprised that the masked stranger blocked his attack and exposed him so easily. To Bao Weijing's horror, the elder he had to fear all along is Bao Xinchuan himself. Su Ning orders Bao Weijing to leave first, and Bao Weijing obeys immediately because staying would only get him killed. Even after Bao Weijing leaves, Bao Xinchuan does not dare stop him, which tells him this masked man is far stronger than he looks. Bao Xinchuan carefully introduces himself as a Bao family elder under the Yuan sect, trying to use his background as protection while he probes this unknown enemy. Instead of answering in words, Su Ning removes the mask and shows him a face far too young for someone this dangerous. Su Ning calmly reminds Bao Xinchuan that he once kidnapped him from State Feiyan to State Jifeng and tossed him into the fire crystal mine. Bao Xinchuan finally recognizes him and freezes, because the Mortal Realm captive he remembers is now an overwhelming monster in front of him. Su Ning moves in before Bao Xinchuan can react and taps his chest, instantly crippling his strength and dropping him to the ground screaming. Collapsed and horrified, Bao Xinchuan cannot understand how a 6th-stage mortal from 1 year ago became this powerful so fast. Knowing revenge has come, Bao Xinchuan instantly throws Bao Qiuhua under the bus and claims he was only following her orders back then. Su Ning does not waste time arguing and jumps straight to the real issue. Where are the other 3 Wei family members now? Under pressure, Bao Xinchuan blurts out that the 3 captives are still alive inside the Bao family mansion. That answer gives Su Ning his first real relief, because it means the people he came for have not been disposed of yet. Su Ning presses further and confirms the Bao family abducted the Wei descendants for one reason: to open a Dao seal. Bao Xinchuan explains that the Bao family possesses a Wei family Dao seal stone tablet with a bloodline lock, so only Wei descendants' blood can unseal it. He even gives the old history. Centuries ago a Wei Dao master left the seal behind, the family fled to State Feiyan during chaos, and that lost treasure eventually landed in Bao hands. When Su Ning asks whether the restriction is already open, Bao Xinchuan admits it is almost undone. Sensing a chance, Bao Xinchuan hurriedly offers to steal the Dao seal for Su Ning if he is allowed to go back alive. But Su Ning has no interest in bargaining, because another Dao seal means little to him compared with settling this blood debt. Su Ning shuts him down with one icy answer. The Dao seal is not what he wants. Bao Xinchuan's head is. Cornered, Bao Xinchuan tries one last threat and invokes the Bao family's ties to Yuan sect and their elite descendant Bao Ryuan. Su Ning almost smiles and asks whether Fan Jia never told them that Bao Ryuan already died in the mystic realm. Then Su Ning says the worst possible thing. He is the one who killed Bao Ryuan himself. That breaks Bao Xinchuan completely, and his threats collapse into frantic begging as he offers to do anything to survive. Just before killing him, Su Ning remembers one more loose end and asks why Bao Xinchuan went after Bao Weijing in the first place. Bao Xinchuan quickly confesses that Madame Quan paid him 10 pure source pills to kill Bao Weijing. Su Ning thanks him almost politely, but the murderous look in his eyes makes it clear the sentence has already been decided. With no attribute power at all, Su Ning ends it with a single true chi hand strike that smashes Bao Xinchuan's head and kills him on the spot. As Bao Xinchuan's corpse slumps aside, Su Ning quietly marks one old enemy removed and knows only Bao Qiuhua is left to settle this feud. The ease of the kill makes Su Ning pause for a moment and realize how absurdly far he has climbed in just 1 year. He puts the mask back on and leaves the corpse where it fell, confident the death will look like revenge from one of Bao Xinchuan's many enemies. Elsewhere in the mountains, Bao Weijing kills a mid-level demon beast and technically completes the trial, but he is still deeply shaken by the assassination attempt. He heads back to the gathering point uneasy, holding himself together only by trusting that Senior Tao handled the elder behind him. At the family gathering place, the waiting guards are surprised when Bao Weijing returns early with proof of success. One by one the other descendants return too, some pleased, some injured, but nobody can find Bao Xinchuan. When the elder still does not show, the guard leader takes several men into the mountains to search for him. Before the truth can spread, Su Ning secretly sends Bao Weijing a message. Bao Xinchuan is dead, and Madame Quan was behind the attempt on his life. The message steadies Bao Weijing for a moment, because it proves Senior Tao crushed a Void Realm elder without trouble. Then the relief turns into rage as Bao Weijing connects everything and becomes convinced Madame Quan has been trying to ruin or kill him for years, maybe even since his mother's death. He makes a bitter private vow that if he ever gains enough strength and status, he will kill Madame Quan and avenge both himself and his mother. Meanwhile, the search party finds Bao Xinchuan's corpse in the mountains, and the guards are horrified that a Void Realm elder was killed out here. The guard leader immediately orders the body taken back to the clan, because this death is far too serious to handle quietly. Back at the Bao family mansion, the story drops into a dark underground dungeon where the missing Wei family captives are still being kept alive. Wei Changqing, Wei Binglin, and Wei Ziqing sit in adjacent cells wearing special shackles that seal their internal qi, their faces pale from repeated blood extraction. Wei Binglin finally asks the question hanging over all of them: are they ever getting out of here alive? Wei Changqing cannot even offer comfort anymore and can only say he hopes someone from the family finds them. Wei Ziqing quietly points out the truth they all feel: the blood draws have become more frequent and heavier, which probably means their usefulness is almost over. Silence settles after that, and Wei Changqing bleakly says they may still be luckier than the lost guards and Su Ning, who they fear might already be dead. At the end of the chapter, Wei Ziqing stares at the weak candlelight and wonders if he will ever see sunlight again. At Bao Mansion, Bao Qiuhua examines Bao Xinchuan's corpse and goes pale when she realizes he was killed in a single strike. Bao Qiuhua first guesses the killer was in the qualitative change realm, but Fan Jia coldly corrects her and says the attacker was at least the tribute realm, maybe even common seal realm. That possibility hits Bao Qiuhua hard, because Bao Ryuan and Bao Xinxian are already gone, and another enemy of that level could wreck the whole Bao family. Fan Jia remembers the common seal expert who appeared near the Bao estate before, and Bao Qiuhua suddenly fears that stranger had been scouting them all along. Knowing Fan Jia plans to leave, Bao Qiuhua panics because once he goes, she will be the family's strongest fighter and still nowhere near a common seal opponent. Bao Qiuhua asks Fan Jia to stay and help, but he refuses without much feeling because the Bao family's trouble is not his problem. So Bao Qiuhua raises the stakes and offers him a huge reward if he helps catch the person targeting the Bao family. When Bao Qiuhua names the reward as a Dao Seal Stone tablet, even Fan Jia stops pretending not to care. She explains the tablet is wind attributed like both of them, still locked by a bloodline seal, and she will hand it over after it opens, and she studies it for 3 months. Greed finally wins, and Fan Jia agrees to help Bao Qiuhua hunt the hidden enemy. Elsewhere in Bao Mansion, Bao Xinxian staggers home drunk from a brothel while Madame Quan waits on him in a surprisingly cheerful mood. Madame Quan is pleased because she believes Bao Weijing is already dead, and the 10 pure source pills she spent to arrange it were worth the peace of mind. As he sobers up, Bao Xinxian tells her to treat Bao Weijing better when the boy returns, because even a stepmother should not be so harsh. Then Bao Xinxian casually mentions that Bao Weijing already came back with the group, and Madame Quan drops the bowl in shock. Another half-month passes, and Bao Weijing trains hard in his new private villa instead of the shabby little courtyard he used to live in. With Bao Xinxian's help and the family's new attention, Bao Weijing has already broken through to the mortal realm 8th stage. His sudden rise is so fast that Bao Shui checks him personally, half suspecting he burned his future with a stimulating pill. But Bao Shui finds no damage in Bao Weijing's body and happily decides his grandson is one of those rare late bloomers who suddenly explode upward. That judgment lifts Bao Weijing even higher, and Bao Shui lets him attend family meetings as one of the elite descendants. In truth, Bao Weijing is not a miracle late bloomer at all, and his rapid growth comes from Su Ning's carefully refined pills with almost no side effects. After training, Bao Weijing realizes his strength and status are climbing together, and some relatives have already started backing him as a future family head. That new ambition sharpens into a personal goal, because if he becomes family head, dealing with Madame Quan will finally be easy. A servant arrives with invitations from other young clan members, but Bao Weijing turns them down without hesitation. Normally he might have entertained those new allies, but today he wants to rush to Drunken Spring Pavilion and report important family information to Senior Tao. After making sure nobody is tailing him, Bao Weijing hurries through the city to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Inside his room at the pavilion, Su Ning finishes another successful batch and catches 6 cyan pills leaping out of the furnace. This batch is the Youth Regaining Vitality pill, a high-quality medicine Su Ning made specifically for Tao Yunchuan's old injuries. During this month in Crystal Mansion, Su Ning has turned looted resources into a flood of pills and pushed his reserve from around 1,000 energy to nearly 10,000. He plans to bring that Youth Regaining Vitality pill back to Tao Village later, when he rescues the Wei family members and returns home. A knock comes at the door, and Su Ning immediately senses that Bao Weijing has arrived. Before letting him in, Su Ning calmly puts away the furnace and pulls on his white-masked Senior Tao identity. Bao Weijing enters, shuts the door, and bows deeply, now even more respectful because he knows everything he has came from this hidden senior. Su Ning notices Bao Weijing has advanced again into the intention realm and quietly judges that the young man's natural talent is better than he first thought. Bao Weijing credits Su Ning's pills, then reports that his higher status now gives him access to the Bao family's real decision-making circle. He even says some relatives already want to help him compete for the family head position, which means Su Ning's long game inside the Bao family is moving faster than expected. Su Ning praises him briefly, and that small approval clearly means a lot to Bao Weijing. Bao Weijing then passes on bigger news from the family meeting. Bao Ryuan is dead, and Fan Jia came from Yuelan Sect to deliver that message. Fan Jia also plans to take some promising Bao family youths back to Yuelan as outer or inner disciples, and Su Ning notes that Bao Weijing easily qualifies. But Bao Weijing refuses the idea and says he only wants to stay at Senior Tao's side. Next he warns that Bao Xinchuan's death scared Bao Qiuhua badly enough to keep Fang Jia in the mansion to hunt the hidden killer. When Bao Weijing mentions Fang Jia is said to be Void Realm 8th stage, he is really trying to warn Su Ning to be careful. Su Ning stays perfectly calm, and that only convinces Bao Weijing even more that Senior Tao must be a terrifying high-level Void Realm expert himself. Inwardly, Su Ning realizes Fang Jia probably deduced his real strength from Bao Xinchuan's corpse, and Bao Qiuhua must have paid dearly to secure that help. When Su Ning asks for the enemy's plan, Bao Weijing explains that the Bao family intends to use its core members as bait to lure the killer into the open. In 5 days, the family head, Void Realm elders, and elite juniors will travel out publicly, while Fang Jia hides nearby and strikes if the killer appears. Su Ning immediately asks whether Bao Qiuhua will leave too, because that detail decides everything. Bao Weijing says no, Bao Qiuhua will stay inside the mansion for some separate important matter she has not revealed. That is all Su Ning needs, and he quietly starts forming a different plan. First, he rewards Bao Weijing again by tossing him a fresh batch of high-quality pills. Bao Weijing is flustered because he still has pills left, but Su Ning tells him to increase the dosage and push his cultivation even faster. Su Ning even promises to help Bao Weijing win heir status, and the young man leaves thrilled and more loyal than ever. Once Bao Weijing is gone, Su Ning decides to do the exact opposite of what the Bao family expects and hit the mansion itself while Fang Jia is away. His goal is now clear: deal with Bao Qiuhua inside the estate and rescue the captive Wei family members before the trap can close on him. 5 days later, the Bao family deliberately spreads word that its core members are visiting other great families, then sends them out of Crystal Mansion as bait. Su Ning never bites, and instead he comes to Bao Mansion under cover of night. As he scouts the estate, Su Ning confirms that Fang Jia and the core Bao members are really gone, and even Bao Weijing has left with them. Then his senses lock onto Bao Qiuhua deep inside a hidden underground space, along with 3 familiar auras that make his eyes light up. They are the missing Wei family members, so Su Ning immediately rushes toward the underground chamber. Below the mansion, Wei Changqing, Wei Binglin, and Wei Ziqing are dragged into a secret room and tied to racks again, pale from repeated blood loss. They know this routine too well by now, because every time they are brought here, more of their blood is taken. Soft footsteps echo in the dungeon, and Bao Qiuhua enters carrying a stone tablet on her shoulder with a grim look on her face. The Wei captives recognize her at once as the one who had them abducted and thrown into this nightmare. Desperate, Wei Changqing begs for their lives and offers treasures from the Wei family in State Feiyan if she will just let them go. Bao Qiuhua answers with an eerie smile and asks what treasure could possibly be worth more than a Dao seal. The captives still do not even understand what a Dao seal is, but Wei Changqing keeps pleading for at least his nephew and niece to be spared. Bao Qiuhua cuts him off by firing strands of true qi into all three of them, instantly leaving their bodies limp and their voices trapped. With hoarse calm, she tells them to stop struggling, because after this their pain will finally end. That is when the Wei family finally understand this is not another routine extraction but the last one, the one that will kill them. Bao Qiuhua, meanwhile, is almost pleased, because once this final blood extraction is done, the Dao seal will be fully unsealed for her to study. She believes that studying it could finally push her from attribute realm into common seal realm, and with murderous eyes she prepares for the unsealing to finish. Inside the Bao family's secret prison, Bao Qiuhua is about to finish the helpless captives when Su Ning suddenly appears and intercepts her strike. Bao Qiuhua stares at the familiar young man in disbelief, while the three Wei captives instantly recognize Su Ning and can barely believe he came back for them. Then it hits Bao Qiuhua that Su Ning should have been trapped in the mine, and the only way he could be standing here is if something went very wrong for the Bao family. She suddenly connects the dots and blurts out that Su Ning must be the one who killed Bao Xinchuan. Bao Qiuhua panics even harder when she realizes this former mortal realm captive is now strong enough that she cannot even read his aura. Su Ning confirms it without hesitation. He already killed Bao Xinchuan, and now Bao Qiuhua is next. Blue sword seals bloom around Su Ning and pierce straight through Bao Qiuhua before she can mount any real defense. The sealing power in those sword marks locks down Bao Qiuhua's own chi and attribute power, and terror finally shows on her face. Su Ning gives her no mercy, mocking the way she and Bao Xinchuan treated people like livestock before driving one last sword seal through her heart. With both of his old enemies now dead, Su Ning turns to the prisoners and calmly greets Wei Changqing like this rescue was long overdue. He sends true qi into their bodies, breaks their restraints, and the three of them just stare at him in a daze because none of this feels real yet. They can hardly process that the boy they last knew at Mortal Realm's 6th stage has returned a year later as someone who can casually kill a Void Realm captor. Su Ning cuts off the questions, hoists the Dao Seal stone tablet onto his shoulder, and makes it clear they are leaving right now. Before he goes, Su Ning burns Bao Qiuhua's corpse to erase evidence that he used the water cross sword on her. Su Ning leads the three of them out through the underground passage, and because he already knocked out the guards on the way in, no one stops them. The moment they step back into open air, Wei Ziqing nearly breaks down because she truly thought she would never see daylight again. Wei Changqing thanks Su Ning from the heart, knowing they were the ones who dragged him into this disaster in the first place. Su Ning answers simply, then whistles for the giant eagle demon beast he prepared for their escape. A giant eagle drops from the sky, and Su Ning tells the stunned trio to climb on. As they lift off, the Bao family patrols finally realize an intruder has broken in, but Su Ning does not even slow down. The eagle turns into a black streak across the sky, leaving the Bao family's pursuit hopelessly behind. As the wind rushes past them, the Wei trio slowly starts to feel that they are really free. Wei Ziqing asks where they are, and Su Ning tells her the truth. They were abducted all the way into State Jifeng. That answer shocks Wei Changqing, because now he understands why their clan never found any trace of them. Wei Binglin asks if they are finally going home, but Su Ning says they need to wait a few more days because he still has unfinished business in State Jifeng. Wei Changqing immediately agrees and treats Su Ning with the respect to a real master, not the young junior he once escorted. Su Ning promises to hide them somewhere safe first, then return to take them back to State Feiyan after he settles his own affairs. Inwardly, Su Ning is already thinking past the rescue and planning to push Bao Weijing all the way to head of the Bao family. When Wei Changqing asks how Su Ning became a Void Realm martial artist in just 1 year, Su Ning gives a careful half-truth about escaping the mine and joining Yuelan sect. He keeps the details vague, saying Yuelan's resources let his talent fully unfold, and that once he was strong enough, he came back to find them. Wei Changqing can only sigh that a true genius shines wherever he ends up. At the same time in nearby Yanshu County, Fan Jie jolts awake when the linked crystal in his hand goes dark. He realizes Bao Qiuhua is in trouble, and what really makes him panic is the thought that the Dao seal may have been taken. Fan Jie immediately abandons the county stop and races back toward the Bao family mansion. Less than an hour later, he reaches the underground prison and finds only the ugly remains of a disaster. After reading the lingering power in the room, Fan Jie concludes that Bao Qiuhua is dead and the Dao seal stone tablet has been stolen. He convinces himself the intruder was never targeting the Bao family core at all. Only the Dao seal and the bloodline prisoners needed to unlock it. Furious at losing such a prize, Fan Jie decides to burn a precious 1,000-mile tracking pill rather than let the trail go cold. The pill sharpens his senses at once, and he catches the remaining aura of the thief flowing out of the prison like a visible thread. When he realizes the target has not gone far yet, Fan Jie's mood turns greedy and vicious. He summons a faster raptor demon beast and flies after Su Ning at once. Meanwhile, Su Ning reaches a remote mountain cave and leaves the 3 rescued Wei family members there to stay hidden for now. Wei Changqing tells him not to call him Commander Wei anymore, so Su Ning switches to the warmer title of Uncle Wei. That single change in address reassures Wei Changqing that Su Ning still treats him as an elder despite his overwhelming new strength. Su Ning leaves them 2 bags of pills, one to ease hunger and one to restore blood and strength while they wait. After a final promise to come back, Suning rides off again on the giant eagle and disappears from view. Left behind in the cave, Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng quietly marvel that Suning is repaying a tiny old favor with enormous generosity. Wei Changqing shares out the pills, and once the three of them take them, the first real sense of recovery finally reaches their bodies. Exhaustion wins after that, and all three fall asleep against the cave wall with the simple hope that Suning will bring them home. Suning heads back toward Crystal Mansion alone, because his next move is to help Bao Weijing seize the head position in the Bao family. Only after the Wei trio is out of sight does he finally hide the Dao Seal Stone tablet inside his rib storage space, keeping that ability secret from them. Then, over the mountain range, Suning suddenly feels a strong aura rushing straight at him, and recognizes it as Fan Jie. He instantly realizes he was careless, because Bao Qiuhua and Fan Jie must have had a linked method of warning each other. Suning tries to avoid him by changing course, but Fan Jie's mount is faster, and the distance keeps shrinking anyway. From behind, Fan Jie shouts for the masked intruder to hand over the Dao Seal if he wants to live. Knowing he cannot outrun this, Suning pats the eagle and drops from more than 100 meters to choose his battlefield below. He lands steadily on the mountaintop, and a moment later Fan Jie drops down in front of him to cut off any escape. Fan Jie confronts the masked man head-on and accuses him of killing Bao Qiuhua and stealing the Dao Seal. Because he is a Void Realm 8th stage True Intent expert facing someone he reads a 7th stage Common Seal, Fan Jie is completely confident he can crush this fight. Suning stays silent, so Fan Jie decides he will just beat the answer out of him. Fan Jie attacks first with a huge wind hand packed with True Intent, slamming down at Suning. Suning dodges one strike, but the next comes too fast, forcing him to raise Tidal Fist to block. The clash shows him exactly what True Intent means, because Fan Jie's empowered wind hand crushes straight through Tidal Fist with suppressive force. Fan Jie keeps the pressure on with giant palms, rain-like wind blades, and tearing hurricanes that clearly aim to kill, not capture. At that point Suning knows there is no clean way to hide anymore, so he activates his Dao weapon bracer. Red armor wraps around Suning, and his Tidal Fist, Water Cross Sword, and Bright Fire Sword all erupt together to meet Fan Jie's storm head-on. The Dao weapon boost pushes Suning's combat power up to Fan Jie's level, and the one-sided hunt suddenly turns into an even fight. Fan Jie's confidence cracks when he recognizes Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword as Himinji's signature line of techniques. His thoughts race from Himinji to Mixingye's newly accepted and named disciple, because the masked fighter's water-fire path sounds exactly like Suning. Still unsure but trusting his instinct, Fan Jie halts for one sharp question and asks the masked man outright if he is Suning. Once Fan Jie recognizes the swords, Suning calmly removes his white mask and admits who he is. Fan Jie praises Suning's shocking rise to the common Seo realm, while Suning tries to turn the encounter into a friendly meeting between fellow Yuelan disciples. Fan Jie drops the act and says Suning broke sect rules by killing a subordinate family core member, hinting he could be dragged to the disciplinary hall. He offers a fake bargain: hand over the Dao Seal, and he will keep quiet. Suning instantly sees through it, because after exposing this many secrets, giving up one treasure would never make Fan Jie stop. At the same time, Fan Jie is greedier than ever, convinced Suning came out of the mystic realm loaded with treasures and even an all-attribute Dao weapon, so Suning plays along and says he is willing to hand over the Dao Seal. When Suning produces the Dao Seal tablet from his hidden storage, Fan Jie is stunned less by the tablet than by another proof that Suning has rare opportunities on him. Fan Jie probes for Suning's storage secret, and Suning answers just enough to keep feeding his greed. Then Suning refuses to reveal the storage treasure itself and casually offers to show Fan Jie a Dao weapon instead. Suning closes the distance and brings out a plain-looking pill furnace, and Fan Jie immediately realizes it is the real thing. Fan Jie mistakes the furnace for the source of Suning's strength boost and starts planning to erase Suning's mark and sees it on the spot. Suning even invites him to look inside, making the trap feel almost absurdly easy. The moment Fan Jie lifts the lid and leans forward, a hidden fire sword blasts out of the furnace toward his forehead. Fan Jie reacts a heartbeat too late, and the fiery Dao sword tears through half his face and floods his body with burning attribute power. Bleeding and enraged, Fan Jie curses Suning as vicious, but Suning bluntly throws the truth back at him. Fan Jie was trying to kill him for his treasures first. Fan Jie tries to summon his raptor demon beast and flee, so Suning immediately cuts off that escape. Suning follows with a barrage of sword seals and fist seals, forcing the wounded Fan Jie into a desperate frontal clash instead of a retreat. At first they still look evenly matched, but Fan Jie's face wound keeps dragging him down until he realizes he is losing. The second Fan Jie starts thinking only about escape, he forgets the furnace behind him. Suning springs the second part of the trap, and the flying pill furnace slams into Fan Jie from behind hard enough to shatter his bones. As Fan Jie collapses screaming, Suning closes in with his bracer and sword, gathering terrifying water and fire power for the finishing blow. Fan Jie makes one last hysterical threat in Gujian's name, but Suning has already decided this fight cannot end any other way. 3 Dao weapons strike together, and Fan Jie dies on the spot. Afterward, Suning stays calm because this battlefield is far from Yuelan's sect, making it hard for anyone there to trace Fang Jia's death back to him. He also judges the fight honestly, even with Dao weapons and a sneak attack. Killing Yuelan's second true disciple still took everything lining up right. Suning searches the corpse, finding only some special pills and artifacts, which tells him Fang Jia was nowhere near as rich as he was. That just makes Suning realize how outrageous his own stockpile has become. 5 Dao weapons and 2 Dao seals, enough to make even sect elders look poor. He destroys the evidence, summons his giant eagle, and the beast is far more obedient now after seeing him kill a stronger Void Realm creature. Riding through the night sky, Suning heads back toward Crystal Mansion. Half a month later, the Bao family is still rattled after losing Bao Xinchuan, Bao Qiuhua, Bao Ryuan, and even Fang Jia without any clear answer. Bao Shui quietly starts suspecting Fang Jia stole the Dao seal and may even have been behind the earlier killings, because the attack stopped the moment he vanished. But the Bao family is too weakened to accuse a well-on true disciple, so Bao Shui only sends a careful report asking the sect to investigate Bao Qiuhua's disappearance. Bao Weijing, on the other hand, stays calm, already guessing Senior Tao had something to do with Bao Qiuhua vanishing. He feels no grief for those elders anyway, because they ignored his suffering and his mother's death when he had nothing. With the pills Suning left him, Bao Weijing pushes his cultivation to the peak of the intention realm, and becomes one step from spirit realm. As his strength rises, supporters start gathering around him, and Bao Weijing finally gains a real foothold inside the Bao family. He uses that new influence to move against Madame Quan and drags in the manager who helped her. From the manager's testimony, Bao Weijing learns his mother really died because of Madame Quan, and his hatred turns deadly. After killing the manager, Bao Weijing starts quietly building toward the day he can personally settle accounts with Madame Quan. Once another day of training ends, Bao Weijing hurries to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to see Suning. Inside Suning's room, the neatly packed belongings tell Bao Weijing the bad news before Suning says it out loud. Suning confirms he is leaving soon, and Bao Weijing's face drops at once. Desperate not to lose the one person who changed his life, Bao Weijing drops to his knees and begs to be taken along, asking only for a little time to kill Madame Quan first. Suning refuses gently, saying he does not need followers, but he does promise they may meet again in the future. That promise steadies Bao Weijing, because for him this parting hurts less if it is not the end. Before sending him off, Suning gives Bao Weijing another bottle of pills and says they can carry him from Spirit Realm all the way into Void Realm within 3 months. Suning even offers to strengthen Bao Weijing's family position before leaving, but Bao Weijing finally chooses to handle the rest himself. So they part there, and Bao Weijing leaves the pavilion with one fierce promise to prove Suning did not choose wrong. Back inside, Suning finally lets himself think the words he has been holding in. It is time to return to State Feiyun. He leaves Crystal Mansion, summons the giant eagle outside the city, and flies toward the mountain hideout where the Wei family group has been waiting. When Suning arrives, Wei Changqing and the others greet him with obvious excitement, already knowing what his return means. Suning confirms everything in State Jifeng is settled and says the words they all wanted to hear: they are going home to State Feiyun. The 4 of them climb onto the giant eagle, and it launches into the clouds like a black shadow. Looking toward home, Suning thinks about how far he has come, from a mortal realm fighter when he left to a high-level void realm martial artist now. With Tao Tao, his sister, his brother-in-law, and Gui Yi on his mind, Suning heads back at last with a simple, urgent thought: I am coming home. In Tao village, Sulian packs for evacuation, while Tao Yunchuan limps in and asks if she is ready, both of them worn down by a year of fear and bad news. The reason is grim. The border war between State Feiyun and State Hurricane has flared up again, and after the Shadow Blood sect retook nearby counties, Kangyun County was abandoned. Because Tao village backed the Black Armored Guards, everyone knows that if the enemy takes Kangyun County, the 3 major villages will be massacred, so the whole village has decided to flee before dawn tomorrow. Little Tao Tao walks over in her floral clothes and asks her father if they are really leaving tomorrow. When Tao Tao asks if they will not wait for uncle anymore, the whole house goes quiet. That question drags up the wound they never recovered from. Only days after Suning left for Yunying City, the Black Armored Guards came to say he had vanished and guards had died where he disappeared. Sulian collapsed on the spot from the news, and the blow left her seriously ill for months. Even after recovering, she spent day after day at the village entrance hoping to see Suning come back, but an entire year passed with no sign of him. Tao Yunchuan can only tell Tao Tao that her uncle will find them somehow, even though they all know Suning has no idea where the village is being moved. Before the silence can sink any deeper, Wei Yi arrives at the door and calls out to ask if they still need help packing. After Suning disappeared, Wei Yi quietly took on the role of family support, regularly helping with chores and bringing food, clothes, and supplements. This time he says he will bring a donkey cart at dawn so they can travel together, and he lowers his voice to warn that staying near his uncle is safest in case horse bandits strike on the road. After thanking him and seeing him off, Sulian and Tao Yunchuan go back to packing while Tao Tao squats by the doorway and keeps staring down the path Suning used to walk home on. At the same time, Suning finally crosses back into State Feiyun with Wei Changqing, Wei Binglin, and Wei Ziqing, and the moment he lands home soil, he says he has to go see his family first. But while flying over the borderlands, Suning spots fortifications and troops below, and instantly realizes the war has spread close to home again. Worried that his family cannot survive another conflict without him, Suning urgently orders Little Gray to fly faster toward Tao village. Back at the village entrance, Tao Yunming leads the patrol and warns everyone to stay sharp because nearby refugees have already been hit by horse bandits during the chaos. Then a huge cry tears across the sky, and the patrol spots a giant gray eagle diving toward the village. Tao Yunming recognizes it as a demon beast and orders a warning sent to the clan elders. But even he has no idea how ordinary village guards could fight something like this. Little Gray lands in a blast of wind so fierce that the guards can barely keep their footing under the crushing pressure. When Tao Yunming finally looks up, he sees a familiar figure standing on the eagle's back and blurts out Suning's name in disbelief. Suning jumps down, warmly greets Uncle Ming, and tells him the missing year is a long story for later. For Tao Yunming, the shock quickly turns into hope, because if Suning is alive and clearly far stronger than before, Tao village may still have a future. The commotion brings Tao Jingxing, Tao Jingfang, Tao Jinglu, and the other clan elders rushing over, expecting to face a terrifying beast. Instead of disaster, they find Suning alive beside the giant eagle, and the elders are stunned before breaking into joy. Suning greets the clan head and elders one by one, while Wei Changqing and his two relatives also dismount and step forward. Tao Jingxing is shocked to see former commander Wei Changqing here too, because in the old days he was someone the village head had to treat with great caution. Everyone has 100 questions, but Suning cuts through it and says he wants to go home first to see his sister and brother-in-law. Before leaving, Suning asks the clan head to host his companions and casually tells Little Gray to stay outside the village and guard it. That obedience stuns the elders even more, because a beast this terrifying should not answer so meekly to anyone. Wei Changqing drops the real bombshell by calmly explaining that Little Gray is not just dangerous, but a Void Realm demon beast. When they realize a Void Realm beast is taking orders from Suning, Wei Changqing confirms the impossible conclusion too. Suning himself has already reached the Void Realm. The clan elders are nearly dizzy with excitement, because in all of Kangyun County the Void Realm is basically legend, and now their own village has produced one. Tao Jingxing immediately decides that with Suning back, Tao village may not need to abandon its homeland after all. Only then does Wei Changqing learn the village was preparing to flee, and Tao Jingxing starts leading him inside while explaining how the war suddenly worsened. Meanwhile, Tao Tao is still outside the house in the afternoon sun, stubbornly staring at the road like she refuses to give up on the person everyone else has mourned. Then a long shadow falls across the road, and when Tao Tao shields her eyes and looks up, Suning is standing right in front of her. She rubs her eyes, pokes him to make sure he is real, and the second she confirms it, all her waiting breaks into tears. Crying uncle, Tao Tao throws herself at him, and Suning scoops her up and hugs her like he never left. The crying brings Su Lian out of the courtyard, and she freezes the instant she sees her little brother alive on the road. Tao Yunchuan follows her out and stands there just as stunned, while Suning gently tells them he is finally back. Su Lian cannot even speak through the tears, and Tao Yunchuan can only blurt out a shaky welcome home. Seeing what his disappearance did to them, Suning apologizes for making the whole family suffer through a year of worry. Su Lian does not ask about his ordeal at all. She just asks what he wants to eat, and Suning answers with the simple dish that takes him straight back home: pancakes. Trying to steady herself, Su Lian goes to make them, while Tao Yunchuan brings Suning inside and sends Tao Tao to call Guiyi over too. Tao Yunchuan starts explaining how much Guiyi helped while Suning was gone, but his shaking hand gives away how hard this reunion is hitting him. Suning does not press him for more and instead takes out a porcelain bottle, choosing to help first and explain later. He tells Tao Yunchuan the bottle contains a pill that can completely heal his old injuries and restore his damaged arms and legs to normal. Tao Yunchuan can only clutch the bottle and stare, shaken by the idea that the pain and disability he lived with for years might finally end. Tao Yunchuan stares at the youth regaining vitality pill for a long moment, then pushes it back and says he cannot bear to waste such a rare treasure on his ruined body. Suning quietly tells him the pill is not a one-of-a-kind miracle to him, because he refined it himself. That answer stuns Tao Yunchuan, but Suning presses harder and reminds him that if he stays crippled, Su Lian and Tao Tao will keep carrying the burden. When Suning adds that he can even make body-strengthening pills later so Tao Yunchuan can practice martial arts again, hope finally breaks through his embarrassment. Suning opens the bottle, explains the dose clearly, and tells him that after all 6 pills and half a month of recovery, his old injuries will be completely gone. Tao Yunchuan swallows the first 3 pills at once, and warm medicinal force immediately surges through his battered body. The change is so fast that Tao Yunchuan blurts out in disbelief as itching life returns to his damaged arm and leg. A moment later he rises from his seat and starts pacing, giddy as his limp eases and his body obeys him again. As the medicinal power keeps spreading, even the ugly old scars on his body begin smoothing out, and Tao Yunchuan is left speechless by the life he thought he had lost forever. Suning steadies him and says this is only the beginning, because in half a month he will be able to run and jump like a normal man again. Then Su Lian walks in carrying fresh pancakes, freezes in the doorway, and sees her husband standing without that old crippled limp. When Tao Yunchuan tells her Su Ning healed his old injuries and he will be fully recovered in half a month, Su Lian's eyes turn red on the spot. Drunk on the feeling of having his limbs back, Tao Yunchuan suddenly insists on personally going to prepare more food and wine to celebrate. More than half an hour later, the family sits down with Guiyi, who rushed over as soon as he heard Su Ning had finally come home alive. Su Ning raises a cup to thank Guiyi for looking after his sister's family while he was gone, still treating his old friend with the same plain sincerity as before. Asked what happened over the past year, Su Ning gives the family only the clean version. He was taken away by the Wei family matter, escaped, joined a sect, grew stronger, and came back with the missing Wei relatives. Even with the danger stripped out, the room can tell he suffered plenty, so Su Ning cuts the topic short and says what matters is that they are together again. That is when Guiyi mentions the whole village is supposed to relocate tomorrow, and Su Ning finally understands why everyone outside has been packing in a panic. After hearing the full story about Kangyun, Dingyun, and Chiuyun counties and the war pressure closing in, Su Ning realizes the crisis has already reached his hometown. Instead of worrying, Su Ning says the move can stop, because he is going to speak with the clan head and handle the problem himself. After dinner, Su Ning heads straight to the clan elders and bluntly tells Tao Jingxing that the village should cancel the relocation and leave the rest to him. Because the elders already know Su Ning has stepped into the Void Realm, Tao Jingxing agrees at once and treats his promise like the village's real lifeline. Su Ning then asks who currently commands Kangyun County, and learns it is Wei Bingqi, Wei Changqing's nephew, who came to wait for news of the missing family members. With that, Su Ning decides there is no reason to wait, and leaves immediately with the Wei family to visit the black armored guards in the county city. After they are gone, the Tao elders can only marvel at how fast Su Ning has grown, from a youth they once taught to the man carrying the whole region's hope. When one elder asks if Su Ning can really steady the situation, Tao Jingxing answers with quiet conviction that a Void Realm martial artist can defend an entire side alone. At the Kangyun County Commander Mansion, Wei Bingqi faces anxious captains Chu Deo, Xia Yuanqing, and Ning Fengwen as they push back against abandoning the city. Wei Bingqi explains that numbers are not the real problem anymore, because enemy scouts confirmed a Void Realm martial artist has entered the Shadow Blood sect camp. That single detail kills the argument, and the officers finally understand that Mortal Realm troops cannot stand against a Void Realm existence in open war. Wei Bingqi admits he hates giving up Kangyun more than anyone, especially because he came here hoping to find his missing uncle's family, but retreat is the only way to save soldiers and civilians for now. He adds that he has already asked the Wei family for help, though even he knows a Void Realm rescue is only a slim hope. Right then a sharp eagle cry tears across the sky, and everyone in the mansion feels the oppressive pressure of Void Realm power from above. The giant eagle lands, and Wei Bingqi is left staring in disbelief when he recognizes Wei Changqing, Wei Binglin, Wei Zicheng, and Su Ning alive on its back. Once they regroup, Wei Changqing explains that they survived betrayal and captivity only because Su Ning broke into the Void Realm and rescued them. That revelation jolts everyone again, and Wei Bingqi immediately thanks Su Ning as both family savior and a terrifyingly young Void Realm powerhouse. Su Ning cuts past the gratitude and asks the only thing that matters first: has Kangyun really decided to abandon the city? When Wei Bingqi confirms the enemy Void Realm threat is the reason, Su Ning makes his position clear and says Kangyun is his hometown, so he will defend it himself. He then asks where the enemy Void Realm martial artist is stationed, and learns the man is currently in Dingyun County. Instead of staying to guard the walls, Su Ning gives a bolder order: gather the army now and be ready to retake Dingyun and Chiuyun as soon as his message arrives. Before they can stop him, Su Ning sends Little Gray southeast and vanishes into the night, leaving Wei Bingqi to realize he has gone to hunt the enemy Void Realm martial artist alone. Wei Changqing backs him without hesitation, reminding everyone that Su Ning is no ordinary Void Realm martial artist, and even his eagle mount stands at that level. With that push, Wei Bingqi grips his sword and orders the captains to muster the troops for a counterattack the moment good news comes back. At the same time in Dingyun County, the Shadow Blood sect's red-robed Void Realm commander rallies his elite troops and boasts that all 10 southeastern counties will fall under his hand. He points to Dingyun and Chiuyun already being in their grasp and announces that tomorrow they will hit Kangyun next, where panic and evacuation have supposedly already broken the defenders. Then he dangles the cruel reward that truly excites them. If they win fast, they can plunder Kangyun for 3 full days and slaughter freely to cultivate their blood technique. Satisfied by their frenzy, he starts savoring the 20 blood trace pills he expects to earn for conquering the region and pushing himself toward the true Qi realm. But before he can enjoy the dream any longer, a sharp eagle cry cuts across the camp and makes him look up in alarm. A giant gray eagle dives straight at the platform with Su Ning on its back, turning the whole camp's victory speech into an instant execution. The blood-robed Void Realm expert barely has time to register the threat before a flash cuts past him and his head drops from his shoulders. On the enemy platform, the blood-robed Shadow Blood sect leader is cleanly beheaded, and his severed head rolling away freezes every soldier below in disbelief. The Shadow Blood sect troops want to run, but the pressure of a Void Realm presence leaves their bodies locked in fear. Gray descends onto the platform, folds his wings, and releases the cold aura of a void realm demon beast over the whole field. Standing beside Gray, Su Ning finally reveals himself and calmly names who has come to judge them. Su Ning gives the Shadow Blood sect half a day to leave Dingyun and Shuyun, warning that anyone still there after that will be killed one by one. He chooses not to slaughter these few hundred men, planning instead to send their fear back through the 10,000 troops still under Shadow Blood command. As Gray's wings whip the field into chaos, Su Ning snatches up the dead leader's head and flies off, leaving the enemy camp shattered and leaderless. Back in Kanyan County, black armored guards and city guards gather outside the walls, and the city trembles with nervous guesses about what is happening. The guards loudly announce a counterattack, and that single message is enough to turn the city's panic into hope. Outside the city, Wei Bingqi and the others wait for Su Ning's result, with Wei Bingqi still unsure whether even Su Ning can handle the enemy Void Realm expert. When Gray appears in the sky much sooner than expected, Wei Bingqi's first thought is that Su Ning may have been forced to retreat. Su Ning lands and casually throws down the blood-robed enemy's head, proving the Shadow Blood sect's Void Realm leader is already dead. Wei Bingqi can barely speak as he asks what realm Su Ning has reached, because this kind of victory should not be possible for the Su Ning he thought he knew. Su Ning answers bluntly that he is in the Common Seal realm, and the words hit Wei Bingqi like a physical blow. Wei Bingqi realizes Su Ning has leapt all the way to Void Realm's 7th stage strength, a talent so monstrous that even Source Sect geniuses feel ordinary by comparison. The others do not even understand what Common Seal means, so they can only stare at Wei Bingqi's reaction and feel the scale of it secondhand. Su Ning brings everyone back to the point and tells Wei Bingqi to march at once, because the 2 counties should now be easy to retake. With his part finished, Su Ning leaves on Gray, still calm while the army behind him is only beginning to process what he has done. Only after Su Ning is gone does Wei Bingqi explain that Common Seal is Void Realm's 7th stage, leaving the others just as numb as he was. Wei Bingqi finally shakes himself awake and orders the march to retake Dingyun County and Shuyun County. The counterattack turns out almost absurdly easy, because every Shadow Blood sect garrison in the 2 counties has already fled from the fear Su Ning planted. By the next day, news of the recovered counties spreads through Kanyan, and the whole region exhales in relief and excitement. Su Ning himself quietly returns to Tao Village and settles back into family life as if the crisis he just overturned was only one more task completed. A few days later, Su Ning calls Tao Tao and Guiyi over, clearly preparing something for both of them. Without wasting words, Su Ning sets out 2 porcelain bottles and orders each of them to swallow the pills inside. Guiyi hesitates, but Tao Tao jumps in first, pops her bottle open, and is instantly hooked by the rich medicinal fragrance. She pours the pills straight into her mouth, only to clutch her stomach in regret when the heat melts them before she can even savor the taste. The moment Tao Tao threatens to eat his share too, Guiyi panics and gulps down his own bottle without further argument. The pill settles warmly in Guiyi's body, and Su Ning explains that both of them just took medicine meant to build a martial foundation. Guiyi immediately worries the medicine was wasted on someone with poor talent, but Su Ning has already decided to train him by a different route. For Tao Tao, Su Ning intends to build a strong foundation slowly, but for Guiyi, he plans to push his strength upward with pills because Guiyi's natural ceiling is low anyway. Su Ning tosses Guiyi the internal skill manual Light Meow technique and tells him to come over every day to learn it. Guiyi tries to back out on the spot, and Su Ning coldly reminds him that after taking the pills, he has already boarded this train. Seeing Guiyi get a real technique, Tao Tao immediately demands her own training too. Su Ning first says she is still too young, but Tao Tao stubbornly argues that she ate the pills too, so she should not be left out. Amused, Su Ning agrees to start Tao Tao on a basic external routine, and her whole face lights up at once. A few more days pass, and Su Ning now has both students training in the yard under his watch. Guiyi sweats through the Gale Knife technique and complains that this should already be enough, because every swing feels like his muscles are tearing apart. In just a few days of pills and Light Meow technique, Guiyi has already jumped to Mortal Realm 3rd stage, but Su Ning makes him train external skills so his body can catch up to that sudden growth. Su Ning bluntly tells him his knife skill is not even elementary, so against a real inner enrichment fighter he would lose in a few moves. Guiyi mutters that he never wanted to fight anyone anyway, which only makes his suffering look more pitiful. Tao Tao marches over and lectures him in a tiny grown-up tone that martial arts takes perseverance if he wants to become a master. Guiyi grabs her pigtail and tells her to go play in the mud, but Tao Tao stubbornly returns to practicing instead. The routine Su Ning gave Tao Tao is gentle on her still fragile body and mainly helps her absorb the medicine safely while building a proper foundation. By noon, Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian come back from the back mountain, with Tao Yunchuan grinning despite carrying an axe and 2 heavy bundles of firewood on his shoulders. Su Lian complains with obvious affection that her husband worked all morning again, and Tao Yunchuan proudly offers to cook for everyone, including Guiyi. The second Guiyi hears there will be lunch and more family time, he uses the chance to escape home for a bath and sleep. After Guiyi leaves, Tao Yunchuan tells Su Ning that people on the road kept stopping them just to praise him for saving Kanyan County. Su Lian teases that every compliment aimed at Su Ning made Tao Yunchuan stand a little straighter, as if he was the one being honored. Watching the two of them bicker, Suning quietly enjoys how lively home has become since he returned and healed Tao Yunchuan. Tao Yunchuan heads into the kitchen full of energy, and the four of them share a simple lunch of 4 dishes and a soup. After lunch, Suning leaves again on Gray, this time with a quieter purpose, to visit Luijian in the Yinza Mountains. He has already revisited most old acquaintances in Kanyan, even former subordinate Feng Xigua, but Luijian matters because the 1,000 source egg he once gave Suning changed Suning's path. At Luihua Lake deep in the Yinza Mountains, Gray's terrifying aura draws Luijian out of his courtyard with a cane and a wary face. Luijian is startled to find Suning has returned alive, because after Suning and Wei Changqing vanished, even the Wei family had come searching for answers. Inside the house, Suning explains what happened to him and the Wei family members after their disappearance. Luijian praises Suning for proving his old judgment right, but a light cough from him makes Suning notice something is badly wrong. When Suning asks about it, Luijian finally admits a high-level Void Realm demon beast wounded him years ago, leaving a stubborn old injury that ruined his strength and forced him into seclusion. Suning offers to examine the injury directly, and Luijian agrees without resistance. The moment Suning's true chi enters his meridians, Luijian realizes with a jolt that this is the level of a common CO realm expert. Suning finds the real problem fast. Stubborn water attribute power from the old wound is still embedded through Luijian's flesh and meridians, slowly draining his life and strength. So Suning drives fire attribute power into the damaged areas, and the trapped water force finally starts burning away. Luijian feels the lingering injury actually loosening for the first time in years, and his excitement nearly makes his hands shake. After half an hour, Suning clears away all the residual water attribute power, ending the root of the old injury. Suning then gives Luijian a recovery pill and explains that with 30 more days of rest, the remaining damage should fully heal. Embarrassed by the size of the favor, Luijian hesitates, but Suning reminds him that this is repayment for the 1,000 source egg that once helped him so much. After taking Suning's medicinal pills, Luijian asks the obvious next question: is Suning about to leave for his sect again? Suning says he will go back to State Jifeng, but first he plans to stay home a few more days and make a stop in Yuning City. Then Suning turns serious and asks Luijian for one favor before he leaves Kongyam County behind. What worries Suning most is his family, so he asks Luijian to protect Tao Village and the whole county after he's gone. Luijian agrees without hesitation and even says he will renovate his place and move into Tao Village himself. Hearing that, Suning finally relaxes, because a Void Realm 5th stage expert guarding the area means his home will truly be safe. Back in Tao Village, Suning spends the next stretch of quiet days teaching Tao Tao and Guiyi martial arts. That peaceful life only lasts half a month before Suning decides it is time to leave home again for Yuning City. He wants to see Yuning City and the Source Sect for himself, and this trip also gives him a reason to escort the rescued Wei family members home. Before he goes, Tao Yunchuan, Su Lian, Tao Tao, and Guiyi still hate to part with him, even if they now know Suning is strong enough to stop worrying over. Suning leaves behind enough medicinal pills to support Tao Tao's foundation, Guiyi's progress, and even strengthen his sister and brother-in-law's bodies. After settling everything at home and welcoming Luijian into the village, Suning finally sets out with the 4 Wei family members. Riding Little Gray day and night, the group crosses the long distance to Yuning City in only 2 days. When the massive city finally appears ahead, Suning stares at Yuning City's crowded gates and realizes this is the most prosperous place he has ever seen. For Wei Changqing's group, the sight hits even harder, because after being abducted and imprisoned, they never thought they would really come home again. Suning tries to fly straight into the city, but several black armored guards rush up on flying demon beasts and stop him at the wall. The guard leader politely explains the rule: without a Source Sect identity certificate, no one and no flying mount is allowed to enter Yuning City by air. Suning does not argue, but the encounter still reminds him how strong the Source Sect is when even a city gate captain is a Void Realm warrior. Instead of forcing his way in, Suning calmly agrees to follow the city's rules, which catches the guard by surprise and relief. So Suning lands outside the city and has everyone dismount before dealing with Little Gray separately. Suning feeds Little Gray Demon Beast pills and sends him away to find a place to break through to the next stage. Little Gray nuzzles against Suning, thrilled that advancement is close, and then flies off on his own. Wei Changqing quietly explains that even their own family has to obey Yuning City's rules, worried Suning might feel slighted. Suning brushes it off completely, and with that settled, the group finally enters Yuning City on foot. As they walk the wide streets, Suning takes in the rich city life and notes how unusual it is for the Source Sect to sit inside such a bustling place. Under the Wei family's lead, Suning arrives at the Wei mansion, and Wei Changqing can barely contain his voice when he tells the gate guard they are back. The old guard recognizes them at once and erupts in shock, because the missing young masters and young miss have really returned alive. Once inside, Suning does not push himself forward and simply follows the family into the mansion as the news spreads. A moment later, more than a dozen Wei family members rush over, led by the white-haired patriarch Wei Xingfeng. Wei Xingfeng calls out to Changqing, Binglin, and Zicheng in a shaken voice, and the family reunion finally breaks open. In the middle of that reunion, Wei Changqing quickly pulls his father towards Su Ning and makes sure the true savior is named on the spot. Su Ning greets the family head politely, and Wei Xingfeng returns the courtesy with deep sincerity, calling him the Wei family's great benefactor. Su Ning answers modestly, saying this was friendship and loyalty, not some bet between strangers, which wins the Wei family over even more. Wei Xingfeng still insists on honoring him properly and invites Su Ning deeper inside for a special banquet. The Wei family treats Su Ning to a lavish lunch full of demon beast meat, spirit fruits, and spirit herbs, showing just how seriously they take this welcome. After the meal, Wei Xingfeng leads Su Ning alone to his study and carefully makes sure no one can overhear what comes next. Only after securing the room does Wei Xingfeng say he has decided to give Su Ning a special gift of thanks. He opens a hidden compartment behind the bookcase, revealing a secret room with one stone platform and a damaged long saber resting on it. Wei Xingfeng presents the blade as a damaged all-attribute Dao weapon, still powerful enough to let a Void Realm fighter dominate others in the same realm. Su Ning inspects the Dao weapon without any visible greed, which immediately makes Wei Xingfeng feel how hard this young man is to measure. Then Su Ning quietly returns the weapon, because he has no real use for it and does not want to owe a favor over something that means nothing to him. He explains again that his bond with Wei Changqing's branch is genuine, so there is no need to turn that rescue into a transaction. Seeing the Dao weapon fail, Wei Xingfeng puts it back and immediately brings out another treasure instead. This time he presses a plain crystal ring onto Su Ning's hand and tells him not to refuse again. The moment Su Ning touches it, he senses familiar void-related energy inside and realizes this gift is something much rarer. Wei Xingfeng explains that it is a storage ring with its own internal space, refined from rare void crystal by a Dao realm ancestor. Su Ning sends true qi into the ring, confirms it holds about 10 cubic meters, and this time his surprise is real. Because he actually needs this kind of treasure, Su Ning accepts the storage ring and openly takes in Wei Xingfeng's goodwill. After accepting the gift, Su Ning immediately says he also has something to return to the Wei family. Then Su Ning draws out the stone tablet he sees before, and the way he produces it shocks Wei Xingfeng before he even understands what it is. Wei Xingfeng steps closer to inspect the tablet, but because it is still not fully unsealed, he cannot identify it, and only feels a strange familiarity. Su Ning finally says it plainly: this is the Dao Seal stone tablet left behind by the Wei clan's Dao realm ancestors. That one sentence hits Wei Xingfeng like a blow, because the Wei family lost this ancestral object long ago when they moved into State Feiyun. Su Ning explains that the tablet later fell into a martial family in State Jifeng, and they abducted Wei Changqing's group because they guessed Wei blood was needed to unlock it. He adds that when he rescued them, he also took the stone tablet back, and now he is returning it to its original owners. Wei Xingfeng can barely steady himself, because for a Wei family trapped beneath the Source Sect's shadow, a Dao seal could change everything. He admits this is too precious, because even if it once belonged to the Wei ancestors, it reached his hands now through Su Ning's strength. Su Ning simply tells him to accept it, because the tablet already belongs to the Wei family, and he has no intention of using their blood to unseal it himself. Su Ning finally hands the Dao seal over to Wei Xingfeng, and the Wei family head knows this one treasure could change his clan's future. Su Ning warns that the Dao seal is still not fully unsealed, but he trusts the Wei family to solve that part themselves. When Wei Xingfeng hears Su Ning wants to stay in Yuning City and see the Source Sect up close, he immediately offers a path in. Wei Xingfeng invites Su Ning to attend the Source Sect conference with the Wei family in 2 months, and Su Ning accepts the favor without hesitation. Half a month later, Su Ning is living comfortably in a Wei family villa, but instead of sightseeing, he throws himself into pill refining to push for another breakthrough. Because he still needs a huge amount of energy to reach true intent realm, Su Ning has the Wei family sell his pills and swap them for more spirit medicine and raw materials. Sealed in his room, Su Ning refines pills with water and fire attribute power flowing together around the furnace. When the furnace opens and fresh white pills jump out, Su Ning catches them and absorbs all their energy through the martial arts panel. With his energy finally full, Su Ning decides the wait is over and starts his breakthrough to the true intent realm. He spends 45,000 energy on the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll, a price only Yuning City's resources and the Wei family's channels could have made possible so quickly. As the technique advances, Su Ning feels his attribute power change, and an invisible new force settles over it like a higher layer of pressure. Su Ning breaks into Void Realm 8th stage, True Intent Realm, and instantly understands the kind of suppression Fang Jia once used against him. He does not stop there, and uses his remaining energy to push all 4 secret techniques and the Life Pill Sutra from 6th level to 7th level. When the panel refreshes, Su Ning sees his strength has jumped again, with only a tiny scrap of energy left behind. Now armed with True Intent Realm cultivation, Peak per Realm advancement, and his all-attribute Dao weapon, Su Ning feels almost untouchable unless a Dao Realm master appears. Satisfied at last, Su Ning decides to stop grinding for resources and finally go out to see Yuning City. Outside the villa, Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng catch him just as he comes out and quickly realize he has improved again. Su Ning confirms he did make progress, and the 2 young Wei disciples can only envy how casually his strength keeps rising. Su Ning also notices they have recovered well, and Wei Binglin reveals he has even climbed from Mortal Realm's 7th stage to 8th stage. The siblings explain they will soon return to the Source Sect, where their Wei family status lets them hold inner disciple rank despite still being in the Mortal Realm. Since they are heading to Dianyuan Mountain to see the late autumn maple trees, Su Ning joins them and turns his first outing into a small tour. After a long walk, they reach the foot of Dianyuan Mountain and find it packed with commoners, wealthy visitors, children, and endless stalls, all pulled in by the autumn view. Wei Binglin happily points out that the mountain also has a famous garden filled with rare flowers and tame demon beasts, which only makes Su Ning more interested. That pleasant mood breaks when black-clothed guards suddenly shove pedestrians aside to clear the road for a luxurious palanquin. Wei Ziqing recognizes the procession as the Wu family's, and Wei Binglin coldly guesses the arrogant passenger is Wu Qingfu. They explain that the Wu family is powerful enough to get away with this, and Wu Qingfu's open swagger proves just how favored he is. Su Ning does not take the insult personally, but Wei Binglin clearly feels the gap between his own standing and Wu Qingfu's far more sharply. As they climb higher, the maple trees grow denser and blaze red around them, turning the whole mountainside into a sea of fire-colored leaves. Then Wei Binglin suddenly notices several Source Sect inner and true disciples heading up the mountain too, all much quieter than Wu Qingfu's crowd. The siblings guess there may be some Source Sect gathering on the mountain today, and that possibility makes Su Ning even more curious. After another long stretch uphill, they finally reach the summit and the famous garden comes into view behind a stone fence, already overflowing with fragrance and color. Just as they try to enter, outer disciples of the Source Sect stop them and announce that the garden is reserved for a sect meeting unless someone is a disciple or has an invitation. Wei Binglin and Wei Ziqing show their waist plates and are instantly treated with respect once the gatekeepers realize they are inner disciples from a major family. But when Su Ning moves to follow them, the outer disciple nervously tries to stop him for lacking a waist plate or invitation. Annoyed by the selective enforcement, Wei Binglin bluntly reminds them that he is bringing a guest, and the gatekeeper backs down instead of provoking the Wei family. Once inside, Wei Binglin complains that no one should be walling off a public mountain garden like private property in the first place. That irritation turns real when they round a corner and run straight into Wu Qingfu and his entourage inside the garden. Wei Binglin immediately notices the hypocrisy, because Wu Qingfu's middle-aged guard is clearly not a Source Sect disciple and still got in without trouble. As the groups pass each other, Yu Ziming suddenly calls them out and demands to know who they are. Without even recognizing the Wei siblings, Yu Ziming accuses the three of sneaking in and orders them to get out. Already fed up, Wei Binglin shoots back that the gatekeepers already checked them, and his tone makes it clear he is done being pushed around. Yu Ziming is used to acting tough under Wu Qingfu's shadow, so he escalates and threatens to throw all three of them out himself. Wei Binglin answers that insult by stepping up to face him directly, and the fight starts the moment Yu Ziming grabs his arm. Wu Qingfu already looks impatient with the mess, and a single glance from him is enough for his guard to intervene from the side. The guard secretly flicks out a stream of true chi at Wei Binglin, trying to crush a Mortal Realm fighter from the shadows. Before that sneak attack can land, the force simply vanishes, and the guard realizes someone stronger just erased it. Su Ning steps forward at last, mocks the cowardly sneak attack on a Mortal Realm warrior, and casually grabs Yu Ziming by the neck. In the next instant, Su Ning flings Yu Ziming to the ground right at Wu Qingfu's feet. Wu Qingfu does not defend his follower at all and instead kicks the humiliated Yu Ziming for making such a spectacle. Now genuinely wary, Wu Qingfu asks Su Ning for his name, because even he can tell this calm outsider is far stronger than he looks. Su Ning gives him nothing useful, calling himself only a traveler in Yuning City before deciding this garden is not worth staying in. Before leaving, Su Ning looks straight at the guard and coldly warns him never to lay dirty hands on Mortal Realm fighters again. The guard wants to answer back, but something in Su Ning's eyes freezes him with sudden fear instead. Su Ning walks away with the Wei siblings, ending the clash as cleanly as he started it. The moment Su Ning disappears from sight, the guard suddenly coughs up blood and reveals that Su Ning left a stream of true chi wrecking his body from the inside. Hearing that, Wu Qingfu realizes the young outsider is at least in the Void Realm's 6th stage attribute realm, and the thought leaves him deeply unsettled. Annoyed that Yu Ziming caused trouble with someone this dangerous, Wu Qingfu kicks him again and vents his anger on the weakest person in sight. In the end, Wu Qingfu abandons the gathering altogether and heads back at once, determined to investigate who Su Ning really is. After leaving Dianyuan Mountain, Wei Binglin and Wei Ziqing were clearly shaken, so Su Ning took them out to keep their minds off it. They wandered the city until evening, and only after the mood eased a little did they return to the Wei estate. That night, Su Ning rested alone in the courtyard, sending away the maid and lying back under the stars beside a small table of fruit. Wei Xingfeng arrived late, and before bringing up business, came with obvious good news. Wei Xingfeng thanked Su Ning first, because the Wei family's grand elder had already broken the Dao seal and gone into seclusion with hopes of reaching Void Realm 8th stage. Su Ning accepted the thanks calmly, and Wei Xingfeng made it clear the Wei family saw this as a major debt they owed him. Only after that did Wei Xingfeng reveal why he came so late. A true intent realm elder named Zhou Weichen wanted Su Ning to refine pills for him. He explained that Zhou Weichen had traced those unusually high-quality pills back to the Wei family and guessed they knew a powerful alchemist. When Su Ning asked what pill Zhou Weichen needed, the answer was the common intent pill, a rare breakthrough medicine even skilled alchemists struggled to make. Su Ning knew exactly how hard that request was, because even with his 7th-level life pill sutra and pill furnace, his success rate was only about half. He still agreed to try and told Wei Xingfeng to bring Zhou Weichen over the next day with the materials in hand. By morning, Wei Xingfeng returned with Zhou Weichen, an elegant elder who was surprised to find the famed alchemist was such a young man. That surprise quickly turned into caution and respect, because Zhou Weichen could already tell Su Ning's martial strength was deeper than his own common Xiao realm. Zhou Weichen explained the real reason for the request. His talented son had stalled for 7 years at Void Realm 6th stage, and the delay was starting to damage his state of mind. He had gathered 3 precious sets of materials himself, but ordinary alchemists only offered weak success rates, so he had kept searching until he found Su Ning's pills. Zhou Weichen offered any payment Su Ning wanted, but Su Ning refused to talk about money because of Zhou Weichen's friendship with the Wei family. At Wei Xingfeng's urging, Zhou Weichen finally handed over all 3 sets of common intent pill materials first. Before starting, Su Ning warned him plainly that even his own success rate was only around 50% and nothing could be guaranteed. Zhou Weichen accepted the risk without complaint, and Su Ning went straight inside to begin refining. Zhou Weichen was startled that Su Ning did not even bother with a dedicated alchemy chamber, and Wei Xingfeng explained that ordinary conditions did not affect him anymore. Inside the room, Su Ning set out his pill furnace and decided to refine the 3 batches one by one to push the success rate higher. He activated both attributes of power, melted the first batch cleanly, and settled into a calm rhythm with the Life Pill Sutra. The common intent pill proved difficult even for him, draining a lot of energy and leaving no room for mistakes. Half an hour later, the first pill finally burst from the furnace, and Su Ning caught the emerald medicine in his palm. He checked the fresh pill, sealed it in a porcelain bottle, and moved on without stopping. The second batch failed on a small mistake, but Su Ning steadied himself and refined the third batch successfully in one clean run. In the end, 2 common intent pills came out of 3 sets of materials, an absurdly high result by any normal standard. A little over 2 hours after he started, Su Ning stepped back into the courtyard with the finished pills. When Su Ning said 2 pills had been completed, both men were openly stunned by the speed and the result. Zhou Weichen opened 1 bottle on the spot, and the quality alone told him his son's breakthrough chances had just soared. Even so, he only kept 1 pill and returned the other, because the extra successful pill belonged to Su Ning by the usual alchemist rules. Zhou Weichen tried again to pay him, but Su Ning still refused a direct fee and treated it as a favor through the Wei family. Wei Xingfeng pushed the matter in a smarter direction, telling Zhou Weichen to remember the favor instead of forcing useless payment. Zhou Weichen agreed at once, promising Su Ning a favor and 200 sets of pure source pill materials on top of it. The mood ended warmly, and Su Ning and Wei Xingfeng personally walked Zhou Weichen out. At the same time, a very different group entered a Wei trading company medicine shop in Yuning City, led by a foreign alchemist with a bone fan and cold eyes. The shop manager sensed their status immediately, and Xiang casually asked to see the best pills available. As he passed the first floor displays, Xiang's contempt was obvious, as if nothing there was worth his time. That attitude changed the moment he saw the sample pills on the second floor, because one glance told him the refining technique was exceptional. He picked one up for a closer look and openly praised the craftsmanship, while the manager watched with the smug calm of someone who had seen this reaction before. Xiang immediately tried to buy everything, only to learn the shop had strict purchase limits because these pills sold out too easily. When Xiang asked to meet the alchemist, the manager could only point him to the pill's source, the Wei family of Yuning City. That was enough to hook him, so Xiang bought what he could and abruptly announced that the whole trip to State Jifeng would be delayed. Deputy Sect Master Huang tried to argue that the sect had already prepared everything, but Xiang shut him down and reminded him their deal required obedience. Forced to swallow it for the sake of a demonic pill, Huang agreed to stay and investigate, even as secret killing intent flashed behind his obedience. Inside a mansion in Yuning City, Xiang Nanchun studies a crushed pill and is stunned by how refined the hidden alchemy method is. The more he examines it, the more convinced he becomes that this technique came from a Dao Realm master alchemist, and greed starts to show on his face. Xiang Nanchun knows his own growth is nearing its limit, so he decides he has to get that alchemy technique for himself. Just then Huang Zongxiao arrives and reports that the mysterious alchemist is a recent arrival backed by the Wei family, selling pills through their trading companies. When Xiang Nanchun asks to meet the alchemist, Huang Zongxiao admits even many people in Yuning City cannot get close to him. Annoyed, Xiang Nanchun raises the stakes and says if Huang can bring that man over, he will immediately go to State Jifeng and refine the demonic pill for them. He presses harder, claiming that learning even part of this technique could raise the success rate of the demonic pill that matters to the whole sect. Thinking of his sect master's chance to break into Dao Realm and crush rival sects, Huang Zongxiao finally agrees to lure the alchemist out. After leaving the room, Huang Zongxiao orders his men to find the alchemist's identity and usual movements as fast as possible. He decides against storming the Wei family directly, not because he fears them, but because he does not want to alert the Source Sect before making the kidnapping cleanly. That night, after dinner with Zhou Weichen and his son, Suning leaves the restaurant knowing the common intent pill worked and pushed the young man into common seal realm. Suning also understands the breakthrough was not just the pill's doing. Zhou Weichen's son had already built up enough foundation for it to click overnight. As he heads through an alley toward the Wei estate, Suning calmly confirms that someone has been tailing him from a distance the whole way. He first suspects the Wu family, then simply speeds up and lets the stalker keep coming. Following behind, Huang Zhengxiao is startled to realize his target is not a weak alchemist at all, but a very young true intent realm martial artist. He feels lucky he only sent men to investigate, because any closer contact would already have exposed them. But the moment Huang Zhengxiao enters the alley proper, Suning's aura vanishes and a real sense of danger hits him. Suning strikes from behind in a flash, and Huang Zhengxiao fails to dodge before water and fire power tears into his body. Before Huang can recover, Suning clamps a hand around his neck and seals his meridians with true intent through the Dao bracer. A Void Realm 8 stage expert is crushed so easily that Huang Zhengxiao can only stare at Suning in horror. Suning coldly calls his excuse nonsense, and points out that the blood qi and strange true qi in Huang's body clearly belong to a demon sect secret scroll. When Suning threatens to hand him over to the Source Sect, Huang Zhengxiao finally admits he comes from State Jifeng's Phantom Blood Sect. Suning answers with a bright, almost cheerful smile and reveals that he is from the Yuelan Sect, which makes Huang Zhengxiao's face go white. Under that pressure, Huang Zhengxiao admits the truth. An alchemist hired him to kidnap Suning and steal his alchemy technique. Instead of killing him on the spot, Suning orders Huang Zhengxiao to lead the way straight to that alchemist. At the Phantom Blood Sect's rented residence, Suning enters first and quietly knocks out Huang Zhengxiao's subordinates before anyone can react. The noise brings Xiang Nanchun to the door, and he freezes when he sees Huang Zhengxiao captured and the others already down. Suning greets him with a smile, and Xiang Nanchun instantly tries to flee. He does not get far, because Suning fires a strand of true qi that locks his body and drops him to the floor. Suning drags both men inside, sits down like the one in charge, and starts questioning them about the Phantom Blood Sect and the demonic pill. Once he sees Huang Zhengxiao has already talked, Xiang Nanchun stops pretending and admits he was invited to refine a pill called the Demon Blood Great Pill. The real shock comes next. According to Xiang Nanchun, the Phantom Blood Sect believes that pill can break a person past Void Realm and into Dao Realm. Suning does not buy it immediately, so he turns to Huang Zhengxiao and asks where such an outrageous formula even came from. Huang Zhengxiao says their sect master Feng Chang'e found the formula in a mystic realm in another state, and then mobilized the whole sect to gather materials and a qualified alchemist. He adds one more unsettling proof. Feng Chang'e entered that mystic realm as a Void Realm 9th stage expert, and came out as a half-step Dao Realm master. That term is new to Suning, so Huang Zhengxiao explains that half-step Dao Realm stands above true domain, and includes the hidden old monsters inside top sects like Yuelan. Pressed again, Huang Zhengxiao finally states Feng Chang'e's ambition outright. If the pill works, he plans to destroy Yuelan, Thousand Flood, and the other great sects to build a martial arts dynasty. Suning keeps his voice light, but inside he immediately realizes this news has to reach State Jifeng as soon as possible. Instead of executing the two prisoners, Suning takes out white and blue frozen seal pills and orders them to swallow them. Xiang Nanchun recognizes the pills immediately, and Huang Zhengxiao soon remembers too. Without the antidote in time, this forced sleep ends in death. Suning leaves them no room to bargain, splitting 1 pill for Xiang Nanchun and 3 for Huang Zhengxiao because of the gap in their cultivation. With death as the only alternative, both men swallow the pills and their skin instantly frosts over before they collapse into deep sleep. After checking their condition, Suning leaves the sleeping pair on the floor, knowing this rented residence will stay unnoticed for months. Then he steps back into the courtyard and kills the Phantom Blood Sect guards outside, wiping away every trace before slipping back to the Wei estate. Half a month later, the crisis is hidden for now, and Suning changes into a white robe to attend the Source Sect conference with Wei Xingfeng. As they approach, the Source Sect looms over the city like a fortress within a fortress, with disciples posted outside and major families arriving from every direction. Seeing only the two of them, Suning asks where the rest of the Wei family is, and Wei Xingfeng explains that high-level Void Realm guests like them come separately because their status is different. With Wei Xingfeng leading the way inside, Suning is brought to a plain courtyard marked Elders Hall. Suning enters the Source Sect's Elders Hall and immediately realizes everyone here is powerful, with even the weakest person at Common Seal Realm. Wei Xingfeng makes it clear this hall is for the conference's highest status guests, and Suning only belongs here because his strength has reached that level. Zhou Weichen walks over in a good mood, greets Suning warmly, and regrets that Suning almost joined the Source Sect. Suning answers with calm perspective, saying life's turns are not simply good or bad. Wei Xingfeng and Zhou Weichen start introducing Suning around, wanting him connected to the people who matter most in State Feiyun. The elders are already impressed by Suning's realm, and when they learn he is the alchemist behind Wei Trading Company's high-quality pills, their attitude turns even more polite. Suning quietly becomes someone worth courting, because a top alchemist is even more valuable than a strong fighter. The comparison with Xiang Nanchun makes the point plain. In this world, great alchemy can lift a man's status above even major martial powerhouses. Wei Xingfeng then brings Suning to the most intimidating introduction yet, the Wu family head, Granny Wu Lanqiong. Wu Lanqiong looks frail enough to be dying, but Suning can feel her terrifying cultivation and recognizes her as a Void Realm 9th stage expert. Suning also knows the Wu family stands above the 6 great families, which makes this meeting even heavier, especially with Wu Qingfu's past conflict still in the background. Wu Lanqiong greets Suning gently and praises how much he has achieved at such a young age. When Suning says he is from State Feiyan, Wu Lanqiong is genuinely surprised because she has never heard of a local genius like him. Suning explains that although he was born in State Feiyan, his real rise happened in State Jifeng. That answer leads straight to the bigger reveal when Wu Lanqiong asks which sect he came from in State Jifeng. Suning openly says he comes from Yuelan sect, and Wu Lanqiong immediately recalls old ties to that major sect. When she asks who now leads Yuelan sect, Suning drops the real shock and says the sect master is his own master, Mi Xingye. Wei Xingfeng and Zhou Weichen had known Suning came from a major sect, but they did not expect him to be the disciple of Yuelan sect's master himself. Wu Lanqiong quietly reflects on time passing, remembering Mi Xingye as a spirited young man and realizing he is now a sect master too. Before that thought can go further, the hall suddenly stirs because Source Sect Master Feng Xiu has arrived. The entire hall rises around Feng Xiu, and Suning instantly feels crushing pressure from a man he judges to be stronger than Mi Xingye. Suning's private judgment is grim and precise. If even a Dao weapon does not soften that pressure, Feng Xiu may already be a half-step Dao realm master. Feng Xiu goes straight to Wu Lanqiong and treats her with unusual warmth, showing how much he values the old matriarch. Wu Lanqiong answers with dry self-mockery, saying she comes because she does not know how many more conferences she will live to see. Feng Xiu notices the unfamiliar young man beside her, and Suning quickly steps forward to introduce himself. Wu Lanqiong answers for him, telling Feng Xiu that Suning is from Yuelan sect and is Mi Xingye's disciple. Then Wu Lanqiong secretly sends Feng Xiu a message, hinting that this young man could become a bond between Source Sect and State Jifeng. Feng Xiu studies Suning from head to toe and silently agrees the idea has merit, leaving Suning confused by the scrutiny. Instead of treating Suning like a normal guest, Feng Xiu tells him to follow at his side to the conference stands. That one sentence instantly raises Suning's standing in everyone's eyes, because the sect master is openly placing him near the very top. Suning follows through the odd new arrangement, feeling the strangeness of walking ahead of so many elders as they head for Feiyan Square. At Feiyan Square, the sight of Feng Xiu entering with the elders triggers a wave of cheers from the gathered disciples. The cheers for Feng Xiu show just how absolute his prestige is, because to most disciples he is the ideal peak of cultivation itself. But almost as much attention falls on Suning, because everyone wants to know why an unfamiliar young man is walking so close to the sect master. In the audience, Wu Qingfu recognizes Suning at once and goes rigid with shock. Wu Qingfu had already learned Suning was a strong alchemist tied to the Wei family, but seeing him elevated to the highest stands tells him the trouble is far worse than he imagined. Suning notices Wu Qingfu too, but he only pauses for a moment, gives the faintest shake of his head, and looks away. That tiny reaction is enough for Wu Lanqiong to realize her junior has a problem with Suning. Without public scolding or drama, Wu Lanqiong orders Elder Ajin to transfer Wu Qingfu out of Yuning City for further training. Suning hears enough to understand the real meaning. Wu Qingfu has just been removed from the Wu family's core. He cannot help admiring Wu Lanqiong's sharpness, because she judged the situation almost instantly from one glance and a few neutral words. Once everyone is seated, Feng Xiu tells Suning to watch the Source Sect disciples closely and judge whether they are worth a true Yuelan disciple's attention. The conference rules are announced, and the whole event centers on strength, with outer, inner, and true disciples all competing for rewards and promotion. As the outer and inner disciple rounds unfold, Suning quietly compares them to Yuelan sect and concludes the Source sect's lower and middle ranks are stronger and larger. Several hours pass, but Suning never grows bored because the steady stream of fights lets him read the martial intent of ordinary disciples in detail. By afternoon the true disciple matches begin, and Suning starts measuring the Source sect's real top-end strength against Yuelan's. He notes the systems are different, because Source sect grants true disciple status automatically at Void Realm 4th stage, while Yuelan can elevate someone much earlier if an elder values them. That comparison leaves him with a balanced verdict. Source sect has more upper-level disciples overall, but Yuelan's very best are not weaker at all. Feng Xiu is clearly pleased with what he sees, especially when the crowd starts anticipating Wenrenbo's appearance. Suning follows their gaze and finally spots Wenrenbo, a white-robed young man carrying an emerald bamboo stick and drawing cheers the moment he appears. The respect around him makes the truth obvious. This is the Source sect's #1 true disciple and their only true Intent Realm disciple among the younger generation. Wenrenbo steps onto the stage against a common Seal Realm true disciple, and the match begins with almost no suspense. He dominates with clean control, using the bamboo stick's green shadows and attribute power to lock down his opponent without even needing true intent. After only a dozen moves, Wenbo wins, and even his defeated junior accepts it with no bitterness because the gap was obvious from the start. Wenbo answers the concession with calm grace, praising his junior's progress and promising a better fight after the next breakthrough. Wu Lanqiong openly praises him, and even brings up his younger brother Wenjin as another rising talent the Source sect is counting on. Then, after his win, Wenbo glances toward Su Ning for a brief moment, and that tiny look carries clear challenge. Feng Xiu catches it too and tells Su Ning that the Source sect's #1 true disciple seems to have chosen him as today's target. Only now does Su Ning learn the conference rule that the strongest true disciple may challenge anyone seated in the highest stands. Wei Xingfeng suddenly gets nervous, because in past years this challenge was mostly ceremonial, but Wenbo clearly is not treating Su Ning like a symbolic senior. Su Ning stays calm, and even welcomes the idea of measuring himself against the Source sect's best disciple. He has every reason to be confident, because after refining huge amounts of pills, he used nearly 20,000 energy to push 4 secret techniques and the Life Pill Sutra even higher. At peak true intent realm with 4 8th level secret techniques, Su Ning knows he can suppress Wenbo even without touching his Dao weapon. Wenbo keeps proving his title by easily defeating the other 2 top true disciples as well, making his #1 position look untouchable. When the host elder formally grants him the right to challenge anyone in the highest stands, the whole square goes still to hear his choice. Wenbo does not hesitate for a second and calls out the man sitting next to the sect master. That choice electrifies the disciples, because many of them were already unhappy seeing an unknown peer seated so close to Feng Xiu and Wu Lanqiong. Feng Xiu asks plainly whether Su Ning accepts, and there is clear anticipation in his eyes. Su Ning accepts at once and leaps down onto the platform with an easy, controlled landing. Now the 2 white-robed geniuses finally face each other on the stage, one carrying a bamboo stick and the other standing empty-handed with quiet confidence. Wenbo introduces himself first, but as Su Ning steps closer he immediately feels the invisible pressure of another true intent realm expert. Su Ning answers just as formally and names himself as a true disciple of Yuan sect, which sends a fresh wave through the entire crowd. The meaning lands instantly. This is not just a spar, but a rare clash between the #1 young disciple of State Feiyun and one of Yuan sect's top true disciples from State Jifeng. Wenbo feels the pressure of those expectations immediately, but instead of wavering, he hardens his resolve and decides he cannot lose this fight. He raises the bamboo stick and asks for guidance, while Su Ning stays still and simply tells him to come. From the stands, Feng Xiu asks Wu Lanqiong who will win, and she gives the cautious answer that at true intent realm this will come down to whose secret techniques are deeper. Feng Xiu agrees and notes Su Ning should have the edge as a dual water-fire attribute martial artist, but also wonders how far Su Ning has truly managed to cultivate those harder techniques. Wenbo opens the fight fast, thrusting his emerald bamboo staff as wood attribute vines surge around Su Ning and try to swallow him whole. Su Ning answers without flinching, and the water-cross sword and bright fire sword seals tear the vines apart the instant they close on him. That clean counter shocks Wenbo, because he instantly realizes Su Ning's dual secret techniques have been trained to an absurd level. Wenbo keeps pressing with one attack after another, but Su Ning just keeps blocking, making the fierce exchange look more one-sided than it really is. From below the stage, many disciples mistake that defense for weakness and start bragging that the Source sect's genius is crushing a Yuan disciple. But the sharper-eyed onlookers catch the truth. Su Ning has not attacked yet because Wenbo's full assault still is not forcing him. After easily stopping another strike, Su Ning finally speaks up and bluntly tells Wenbo that his wood attribute methods still are not sharp enough, even with true intent behind them. Then Su Ning stops holding back, and his aura bursts out so fiercely that the front rows feel like they are staring into sword light. With true intent flowing through both sword seals, Su Ning calls down a red and blue rain of swords that suddenly flips the fight. Wenbo throws up an emerald membrane and dodges hard, but the sword rain still batters him badly enough to rattle the crowd. Even the high seats take notice, with Wu Lanqiong remarking that Su Ning's foundation looks strong enough to rival some true domain experts. Feng Xiu goes even further and says that if Su Ning had a Dao weapon in hand, even he might not gain an easy advantage. Wu Lanqiong starts to worry that Feiyun's best disciples are being outshone by a genius raised in Jifeng, but Feng Xiu tells her Wenbo still has a hidden card to play. Down below, the audience turns restless as they watch Wenbo lose the upper hand and begin questioning whether the Source sect's top true disciple can really hold on. Hearing that doubt, Wenbo decides he cannot hide his trump card anymore and unleashes a violent green light straight from his heart. A shockwave from Wenbo crushes the incoming sword seals, his upper clothes rip apart, and wood attribute patterns crawl across his muscular body as he turns his own flesh into a secret technique. Su Ning is genuinely surprised, because Wenbo's body-forged technique is even more extreme than his own flame-breathed bone sutra. Wenbo charges like a green shadow and lands a brutal punch before Su Ning can fully evade. Su Ning flies back but stays calm, then a translucent fiery red armor spreads over his body and absorbs the real damage. From that exchange, Su Ning figures out the strength and flaw of the move. Wenbo has forced his vitality, qi, and attribute power past their normal limit, but he cannot keep that state for long. So Su Ning plants his foot hard, cracks the stage, and answers with Tidal Fist, combining multiple master traits into one heavy counterpunch. The punch knocks Wenbo to the ground, but he leaps right back up and even heals in green light, turning the match into a straight-up slugfest. Now both of them become afterimages, blue and green fist shadows smashing into each other too fast for ordinary disciples to follow. The shockwaves get so dangerous that weaker disciples start bleeding, forcing the host elder and others to seal off the entire stage. Inside that barrier, Su Ning and Wenbo keep trading punches without backing off, each relying on a different healing method to survive the damage. As the frenzy drags on, Su Ning notices Wenbo's power slipping and realizes the overdrawn body technique is finally burning out. Once that drop starts, Wenbo loses ground fast, and Su Ning begins knocking him down again and again until he cannot stand. At last Wenbo collapses for good, his green patterns fading and his self-healing gone, and he openly admits Su Ning has beaten him. Su Ning stays gracious after the savage fight, kneels down, and feeds Wenbo pills because his opponent is too spent to move. When the elder host declares Su Ning the winner, the arena goes quiet and the Source Sect disciples are forced to accept that their champion did not fall because he was weak, but because Su Ning was that strong. From the high seats, Wu Lanqiang admits Wenbo still performed brilliantly, and Feng Xiu says this defeat may be good if it finally humbles the sect's younger generation. Feng Xiu then quietly points out the real opportunity. Su Ning can become the living link between Feiyun and Jifeng, and Wu Lanqiang agrees they should speak with him. After the sect conference ends, Su Ning's victory keeps spreading, and both the disciples and the major powers of Yunying City start re-evaluating how extraordinary he really is. With his combat talent and alchemy skill combined, Su Ning is suddenly seen as someone who could even found his own ruling clan in State Feiyun if he wanted. But before those people can move on him, Feng Xiu and Wu Lanqiang bring Su Ning away to a quiet bamboo house in the Source Sect's back mountain. Once the door closes, Feng Xiu seals the bamboo house inside a true domain, making it clear this conversation is important, and not for outside ears. Feng Xiu starts warmly, praising Su Ning's performance and half-joking that he wishes Su Ning belonged to the Source Sect instead. Wu Lanqiang smooths that over by saying Su Ning is still a son of Feiyun, so if he rises higher, the state can still be proud of him. Su Ning answers tactfully by praising the Source Sect's young disciples, especially Wenbo and Wenrinjin, and saying the sect will only grow stronger when they mature. That word mature changes the room, because Feng Xiu says those disciples need to grow up quickly for an approaching crisis. Instead of naming the danger right away, Feng Xiu asks whether Su Ning has heard of State Wanqing. Su Ning says he has heard the name before, but he does not know where State Wanqing actually is. Feng Xiu explains that State Wanqing lies south of the endless sea abyss, while Feiyun, Jifeng, Hurricane, Yanshui, and the rest are only the 17 states north of that divide. He makes the gap plain. Compared with State Wanqing, the northern states are far less prosperous in martial arts and almost never produce Dao Realm Masters. When Su Ning asks why Dao Realm Masters are so rare here, Feng Xiu says the northern environment is too limited, and the few who do break through usually leave for Wanqing. Only in State Wanqing, Feng Xiu says, can those top experts keep growing properly, because its resources and spiritual energy are on another level. That immediately tempts Su Ning, so he asks why martial artists below Dao Realm do not simply go there earlier and cultivate in the better environment. Feng Xiu answers with the real barrier. Crossing the endless sea abyss is almost a death sentence unless someone is already at Dao Realm. He describes terrifying sea creatures below and Dao-infused lightning above, making even Dao Realm Masters less than fully safe on that crossing. Su Ning is shaken by that scale of danger, but the story now clearly points to a bigger threat than anything happening in State Hurricane. So Su Ning directly asks whether the crisis Feng Xiu mentioned is coming from State Wanqing itself. Feng Xiu confirms it at once. Compared with the conflict in State Hurricane, the true danger is a coming crisis that could engulf all 17 northern states. He explains that over generations, Source Sect Dao Realm seniors crossed into State Wanqing, rooted themselves there, and even built another Source Sect branch. Through rare spatial methods, the Source Sect here still keeps contact with that Wanqing branch, and 3 months ago they received an urgent warning. The warning said that certain people in State Wanqing are about to descend on the north and bring huge danger to the 17 states. The message did not explain every detail, but it did make one thing clear: the northern states need to unite and prepare to resist together. Su Ning turns solemn, because danger on that scale would threaten not only him, but also the family and friends he could never shield alone. Feng Xiu admits the hardest part is politics. The 17 states are divided and suspicious, so even getting the top sects to agree on anything is difficult. For now, the Source Sect is focusing on nearby states, trying to lock down State Jifeng, State Hurricane, and State Yanshui first. He reveals that the conflict with State Hurricane is partly theater, because the Source Sect has already reached a hidden understanding with the Twin Moon Sect there. The plan is to use that surface friction to distract the other Hurricane factions until they can move together and take control. In State Yanshui, the Source Sect has already quietly secured the Smoke Sect as an ally as well. But State Jifeng was still unresolved until Su Ning appeared, because he belongs to Yuan now while still being a man of Feiyun. Feng Xiu asks Su Ning to carry a letter back to Mi Xingye, explain the source sect's intentions, and help persuade Yuelan to become Feiyan's ally in State Jifeng. He also promises that if Yuelan agrees, the source sect will send support to help Yuelan take control of State Jifeng. Su Ning does not agree on the spot, because the matter is too serious to answer lightly. Feng Xiu eases that concern by saying he will provide hard evidence, so Mi Xingye can see this warning is real and not some fabricated trap. Back in State Feiyan, Su Ning presses Feng Xiu on the real danger. If only Dao Realm Masters can cross the endless sea abyss, then the invaders from State Wanxing should be far beyond what the northern states can handle. Feng Xiu answers indirectly, reminding him that when the old dynasty fell and the beast tide came, Dao Realm Masters also appeared out of nowhere, which tells Su Ning the top sects must be hiding deeper foundations. Feng Xiu adds that the top sects are not the only backup plan, because Dao Realm Masters from the Source sect in State Wanxing will also help resist the outsiders. The problem, Feng Xiu warns, is time. Nobody knows when the enemy will move, and once they do, crossing the abyss will only take 3 months. Feeling the pressure immediately, Su Ning decides he cannot stay in State Feiyan any longer and tells Feng Xiu he will return to Yuelan sect at once. Wu Lanqiong stops him with one last warning and makes clear the secret can only be told to Mi Xingye, not to anyone else. Su Ning returns to the Wei family carrying that secret alone, and the weight of the news clearly stays with him. Once word spreads that he is back, powerful figures from Yuning City start visiting one after another, and Su Ning receives them instead of shutting his door. Many of them come hoping to hire him for pill refinement, but Su Ning declines every request because he is already preparing to leave for State Jifeng. 3 days after the Source Sect conference ends, a Source Sect disciple brings a summons saying Feng Xiu wants to see Su Ning again. When Su Ning meets Feng Xiu, the sect master hands him a letter and a memory crystal from Mi Xingye, with the letter explaining the alliance request and the crystal holding the proof behind it. After taking the items, Su Ning leaves the Source Sect and returns to the Wei family to make his final farewell. Back at the Wei family, Su Ning says goodbye to Wei Xingfeng and the others before finally setting out for State Jifeng. Before he leaves, Su Ning goes to wake the 2 captives he had frozen earlier, Huang Zongxiao and the alchemist Xiang Nanchun. The pair jolt awake in disbelief that they are still alive, because before falling into frozen sleep they had already braced for death. Su Ning cuts off any relief they feel and orders both men to come back to State Jifeng with him immediately. When Su Ning says he will take them straight to Yuan sect, Huang Zongxiao instantly panics, because as the Phantom Blood sect's deputy sect master he doubts he would leave alive. Su Ning notices Huang Zongxiao thinking about escape and casually shows why that is impossible by triggering the hook heart pill inside him. He explains that both men were also fed hook heart pills, so if they disobey or if he stimulates the bug-based poison, their hearts will feel like they are being torn apart. With no room left to resist, Huang Zongxiao and Xiang Nanchun can only obey and follow Su Ning out of Yuning City. Before Su Ning can summon his mount outside the city, a familiar cry comes from above and Little Gray swoops down to meet him. Su Ning is pleased to see that Little Gray has clearly broken through, now bigger, brighter, and crowned with 3 black feathers after the demon beast pill pushed its bloodline past its old limit. Su Ning tells Little Gray to carry them back to State Jifeng, and the beast lowers itself so all 3 riders can climb on. After the long flight, Su Ning finally sees Yuan sect again and announces with obvious relief that he is back. He has Little Gray fly straight through the mountain gate, and the 2 giant gatekeeper beasts only glare for a moment before sensing Su Ning's aura and settling back down. The gate disciples nearly think an enemy has invaded, but the confusion dies as soon as they recognize senior brother Su Ning on the mount. Knowing both Feng Xiu's message and the Phantom Blood sect matter are urgent, Su Ning heads Little Gray directly towards Sect Master Peak. As soon as Little Gray lands at the peak, disciples rush over, but their caution turns into respect when they realize Su Ning has returned. Su Ning jokes to keep Little Gray still, warning it not to provoke anyone here, but the beast is already trembling because it can feel Mi Xingye's terrifying aura from inside. He leaves Huang Zongxiao and Xiang Nanchun outside and orders them to wait until he calls, which only makes both men more anxious about facing the head of Yuan sect. Inside the hall, Mi Xingye is already waiting with a broad smile, and the moment Su Ning bows, the sect master shows open delight instead of his usual authority. Mi Xingye personally helps him up and marvels that in just half a year Su Ning has jumped from attribute realm to true intent realm, asking what lucky encounter pushed him this far. Su Ning keeps Fang Jie's death buried and simply says his gains from the old mystic realm finally fully paid off during this trip. That answer only makes Mi Xingye happier, and he praises Su Ning's talent so highly that he even says Dao realm may not be out of reach for him, comparing him to senior brother Himinji. Once the excitement settles, Mi Xingye asks who the 2 men outside are, and Su Ning reveals that one is Phantom Blood sect deputy sect master Huang Zongxiao and the other is the alchemist Xiang Nanchun he captured on the road. Mi Xingye is surprised but pleased, because he had already been planning to move against Phantom Blood sect and now Su Ning has delivered him a valuable prisoner first. Su Ning follows with a far more serious report, and says Phantom Blood sect master Feng Changde has been trying to refine a demonic pill that could let him advance toward Dao realm. He explains that Huang Zongxiao went to Yanshui state to bring back Xiang Nanchun for exactly that job, and that the pill is called the Demon Blood Great Pill. Su Ning adds the worst part. Feng Chang'e found the formula in a mystic realm and has already come back as a half-step Dao realm master. Even with that news, Mi Xingye stays calm enough that Su Ning quietly realizes Feng Xiu was right, and Yuan sect must also have hidden strength behind the surface. Mi Xingye tells Su Ning to bring the prisoners in, but Su Ning stops him first because there is an even more important matter he has to deliver in private. Sensing the seriousness, Mi Xingye spreads a formless true domain around them, sealing the room before Su Ning asks about his old ties to the source sect. Mi Xingye confirms he was old friends with Wu Lanqiong in his younger days, though they have not been in touch for decades. Su Ning finally reveals that he originally came from State Feiyun and recently returned there, which is how he ended up visiting the source sect. He keeps the dirtier details buried, saying only that after many twists and lucky encounters he eventually made his way into State Jifeng and Yuan sect. Then Su Ning delivers Feng Xiu's letter and memory crystal, explaining that Feng Xiu and Wu Lanqiong asked him to hand both directly to Mi Xingye. Mi Xingye reads the letter first, and his expression steadily hardens as the alliance request and the threat behind it sink in. When he activates the memory crystal next, even Mi Xingye looks shaken, as if the proof inside is worse than he expected. After confirming that Su Ning already knows the rough outline, Mi Xingye gives him the same stern warning again. This matter is too important to let leak. Mi Xingye abruptly decides he has to go out at once, making it clear that Feng Xiu's message has become more urgent than his planned move against Feng Chang'e. When Su Ning asks what to do about Feng Chang'e, Mi Xingye says he had planned to ask a hidden senior of the sect to remove him, but that will have to wait, so Su Ning can decide the prisoner's fate himself. Su Ning uses the moment to ask what a half-step Dao realm master really is, and Mi Xingye explains that it is still just true domain realm with some grasp of Dao secrets, not a true Dao realm expert. Mi Xingye adds that a true domain realm martial artist with a Dao weapon would not necessarily lose to a half-step Dao realm opponent, which finally gives Su Ning a clearer scale for that title. Half amused by Su Ning's curiosity, Mi Xingye hands him a new memory crystal and says it contains the method to advance to Dao realm. He immediately warns that the crystal is sealed until true domain realm on purpose, because talented disciples in Yuan once ruined their own cultivation by prying into Dao secrets too early. Su Ning accepts the warning seriously, and with that, Mi Xingye finally leaves Sect Master Peak in a hurry. Outside, Mi Xingye's brief glance alone nearly stops Huang Zongxiao and Xiang Nanchuan's hearts, and only after he passes do they feel like they escaped death for a second time. Left alone again, Su Ning pieces the implication together. If Mi Xingye was going to ask a sect senior for help, Yuan must be hiding old monsters in the shadows, possibly even half-step Dao realm experts. Curious, Su Ning tests the crystal and finds the seal really is there, but to his surprise his own strength is already enough that he could force it open if he insisted. In the end he reins himself in, deciding there is no need to break Mi Xingye's restriction just to satisfy curiosity. His attention shifts back to the two prisoners outside, because now their fate is fully in his hands. Su Ning steps out and bluntly reminds them that Mi Xingye already saw them, so whatever happens next will be punishment for enemies of Yuan sect. The threat is obvious enough that both men immediately understand Su Ning may simply kill them here. Desperate to prove he is worth more alive, Huang Zongxiao forces himself to make an offer before Su Ning decides. He says Feng Chang'e brought many treasures out of the mystic realm, and if Su Ning lets him return, he will help steal those gains back even if he has to be controlled with more poison. Su Ning originally wants to mock the idea, but the mention of Feng Chang'e's mystic realm hall hits him hard because he knows firsthand how much a great mystic realm can change a cultivator's future. The more he thinks, the more tempting it becomes. Those treasures might push him to true domain realm, and getting close to Feng Chang'e could reveal even more valuable secrets about the mystic realm and Dao realm threshold. Once that line of thought settles, Su Ning starts considering a real infiltration plan, using his alchemy to hide his aura or even change his appearance before entering phantom blood sects through them. So instead of rejecting the offer, Su Ning tests the idea seriously and orders Huang Zongxiao to explain the phantom blood sect's structure and all of its important members in detail. Huang Zongxiao blurts out the phantom blood sect's full strength, hoping the information will buy his life. When Su Ning asks about hidden old monsters, Huang Zongxiao swears there are none because Feng Chang'e killed the old horse bandit leaders when he founded the sect. That answer makes the gap clear to Su Ning. The phantom blood sect talks big against Yuan, but its foundation is nowhere near that level. Su Ning presses one more step and asks whether Feng Chang'e carries a Dao weapon. Huang Zongxiao admits Feng Chang'e only has a damaged Dao weapon from the mystic realm, and Su Ning quietly relaxes at that answer. With the threat now measured, Su Ning decides he can infiltrate the sect and still keep himself alive even if he gets exposed. He also calculates what he still needs most: enough energy to push Watercross Sword and Bright Fire Sword to the 9th level before he goes in. Su Ning spares Huang Zongxiao for now, and the deputy sect master looks like he just escaped death. Then Su Ning turns to Xiang Nanchun, whose fear spikes because he has no obvious bargaining chip left. When Su Ning asks if he is willing to obey, Xiang Nanchun instantly pledges himself to anything just to survive. Su Ning reveals the plan at last, In a few days, Huang Zhongxiao and Xiang Nanchun will help cover his trip into the Phantom Blood sect. Neither man understands what Su Ning is really planning, but both can only agree. Before letting them go, Su Ning strips them of whatever valuables they carry and keeps almost everything useful for energy. The haul is disappointing, and Su Ning realizes he will still need to sell or borrow more pills to reach the energy he wants. More than a month later, Su Ning finally arrives near the Phantom Blood sect with Huang Zhongxiao and Xiang Nanchun riding on Little Gray. Huang Zhongxiao says the sect is only half an hour away, and Su Ning sends Little Gray off so the beast will not become a burden near enemy ground. As they move on, Su Ning remarks that the Phantom Blood sect hides itself well, and Huang Zhongxiao explains that constant enemies force them to build many scattered bases. Su Ning checks once more that both men remember their roles in the cover story before they step inside. His disguise is now complete, poison keeps his two guides obedient, his two sword techniques have reached the 9th level, and medicine has reduced him to an ordinary-looking void realm 3rd stage man. At the Hidden Valley Gate, the Phantom Blood sect guards salute Huang Zhongxiao and let the group in without suspicion. Once inside, Su Ning sees the sect's real face, restless blood-stained disciples and ragged captives being dragged away screaming. He keeps his cover, but the scene hardens his resolve to wipe the Phantom Blood sect out completely. Huang Zhongxiao, terrified that Su Ning might snap on the spot, leads him faster into the sect's main hall. In the stone hall, Su Ning finally meets Feng Chang'e sprawled on a high couch and attended by gauze-clad women like a vicious king in his den. Su Ning suppresses his aura even further, making sure Feng Chang'e cannot sense anything unusual about him. Feng Chang'e greets Xiang Nanchun warmly because the alchemist is the key to refining the demon blood great pill. Xiang Nanchun plays along and promises to refine the pill that could help Feng Chang'e become a Dao realm master. When Feng Chang'e notices the plain-looking follower, Xiang Nanchun smoothly introduces Su Ning as his alchemy assistant Tao. Feng Chang'e accepts the story at once and promises rewards to alchemist Tao as long as the pill succeeds. Satisfied, Feng Chang'e orders residences prepared for the two alchemists and says he will host a proper welcome that night before discussing the pill tomorrow. Left alone after they go, Feng Chang'e laughs in excitement because he believes the demon blood great pill is finally within reach. That night passes in a welcome banquet, and by early morning Feng Chang'e is already impatient to start the refinement. Xiang Nanchun says he is ready, and Feng Chang'e immediately offers to take both alchemists down to the prepared alchemy room himself. He leads them underground, boasting that the alchemy room has top furnaces, enough space, and every material already laid out. At the heavy stone door, Huang Zhongxiao pushes it open and a harsh mix of medicine and blood pours out. Inside, Su Ning finds a huge alchemy chamber with a massive furnace, 100 prepared ingredient sets, and a blood pond made from mixed demon beast and human blood. Su Ning keeps his face steady, but the blood pond makes his eyes turn colder. Feng Chang'e hands over the beast skin formula and says the pill is so hard to refine that 100 failed attempts would not surprise him. He also leaves Huang Zhongxiao and a few disciples outside the door to serve any request, making it clear the alchemists are expected to stay and work. Once the stone door slams shut, the fake courtesy drops and Xiang Nanchun immediately turns to Su Ning for orders. Instead of answering right away, Su Ning inspects the ingredients and realizes every material in this pill is dangerously unstable. That alone feels wrong to him, because no normal pill formula should be built entirely from ingredients this chaotic. Su Ning takes the beast skin formula from Xiang Nanchun and reads it himself. As he studies the method, Su Ning's eyes light up because the technique is bizarre but genuinely sophisticated. He quickly concludes that this alchemy system does not belong to the 17 states at all and likely came from outside the endless sea abyss. To test the idea, Su Ning asks Xiang Nanchun what he thinks, and the older alchemist can only call the method chaotic enough to look like a novice's mad experiment. That reaction confirms Su Ning's suspicion that both the formula and the pill came out of the mystic realm Feng Chang'e discovered. The thought excites him, because if that mystic realm really contains foreign inheritance like this, it could push him all the way toward Dao realm. So Su Ning makes his next move. Xiang Nanchun will start refining the demon blood great pill while he looks for a way to pry the mystic realm's location out of Feng Chang'e. Xiang Nanchun obeys at once, feeding the furnace, adding materials by the formula, and beginning the dangerous blood-soaked pill process. Su Ning stays at the side and studies every step, both to learn this strange method and to see whether he can secretly tamper with the pill itself. At the same time outside the valley, a new force appears. Seeing leads two sisters through the mountains while searching the Phantom Blood sect's hidden base. One of the sisters worries they are being reckless by attacking Phantom Blood territory with only 3 people. Seeing answers that chances like this are rare because Phantom Blood bases are hard to find and may vanish again if they let this one slip away. Then she reassures them with hard confidence. Feng Chang'e is the only true domain realm fighter there, and she has already broken into that realm herself. With a Dao weapon from her master in hand, Seeing says destroying the whole Phantom Blood sect should not be difficult. She makes their roles plain too. The sisters are only there to stop Small Fry from escaping, because Seeing intends to handle the real fight herself. As the Thousand Flood sect's top true disciple, Seeing steps deeper into the valley with one clear mission in mind: wipe out another demon sect. While traveling with her two junior sisters, Seeing surprises them by revealing she has already broken into True Domain Realm and obtained a Dao weapon. Jiang Yi and Jiang Lulu gush that Seeing must now be the strongest disciple in State Jifeng, maybe even across all 17 northern states. Seeing immediately cools their praise and admits he Minji may still be stronger, because his Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword are both already at the 9th level. Even while downplaying herself, Seeing is still quietly measuring her progress against Minji, her old rival among the top disciples. Before the conversation can continue, Seeing suddenly senses people approaching and turns the group sharply toward the disturbance. They catch Phantom Blood sect disciples escorting a frightened group of commoners, and Seeing instantly sees the abduction for what it is. With one icy strike, Seeing cuts down the escorts and leaves only one Phantom Blood disciple alive to serve as a guide. After freeing the captives, Seeing orders the lone survivor to lead them straight to Feng Chang'e. 4 hours later inside Phantom Blood sect, Feng Chang'e sits alone in a sealed chamber, forcing himself into perfect condition before daring to take the Demon Blood Great Pill. He is being so careful because the pill can send him into Dao Realm, but one failed advance could also cost him a whole major realm, or his life. That focus breaks when someone activates the mechanism outside his chamber, and a panicked disciple calls for him. The disciple blurts out that 3 young women have stormed the sect, killing elders and tearing through the place. Furious that anyone would disrupt the sect while his breakthrough is so close, Feng Chang'e rushes out to deal with them himself. Outside, he immediately senses a true domain aura and finds Seeing leading Jiang Yi and Jiang Lulu through a bloody rescue of the sect's prisoners. The moment Seeing senses him, she names Feng Chang'e and declares that this is the day he dies. Feng Chang'e spots the complete Dao weapon in her hand, and his anger twists into greedy excitement. He pulls out his own damaged Dao dagger from the mystic realm, and the two true domain fighters collide in a storm of sword light and blade shadows. After trading blows, Seeing realizes too late that Feng Chang'e is already a half-step Dao realm master, not just a true domain opponent. Feng Chang'e recognizes her as the Thousand Flood sect's top true disciple and mocks her for reaching this battle before she fully mastered her new realm and weapon. When Feng Chang'e unleashes Thunder Attribute Extreme Blade, he finally breaks through her defense and leaves Seeing slashed and covered in injuries. He follows with one brutal strike, snatches away her Dao weapon, and captures her alive. Jiang Yi and Jiang Lulu rush in to save their senior sister, but Seeing can only tell them to run. Feng Chang'e shuts down their escape just as easily and captures both junior sisters too, already planning to use their blood after his breakthrough. At the same time in the alchemy room, Suning senses fighting outside but keeps his attention on Xiang Nanchuan's repeated failures with the Demon Blood Great Pill. Since the fighting stops quickly, Suning assumes Feng Chang'e has crushed the intruders and returns to watching the pill process in silence. Batch after batch fails, but Suning is not trying to make the pill himself yet because what he really wants is to understand its structure well enough to hide a trap inside it. He orders Xiang Nanchun to keep refining, forcing the tired alchemist to continue even though every failure is grinding him down. 3 full days pass in the sealed room, the prepared materials are nearly exhausted, and Xiang Nanchun finally feels one batch starting to take shape. Just when Xiang Nanchun senses the process slipping again, Suning suddenly opens the furnace and tosses in a handful of spirit medicine powder that was never part of the original recipe. That hidden adjustment stabilizes the pill, and under Suning's command Xiang Nanchun pushes through the final refining steps. At last, a palm-sized black demon blood great pill leaps from the furnace, rich with medicinal fragrance instead of blood stench. Xiang Nanchun nervously asks whether Feng Chang'e will notice anything strange, and Suning calmly assures him the pill will pass inspection. What Suning does not say out loud is that the extra powder did 2 jobs at once. It helped finish the pill and planted his hidden hand inside it. Once chapter 190 begins, Xiang Nanchun asks what happens now, and Suning simply says they will deliver the pill to Feng Chang'e. Even knowing Suning is plotting something, Xiang Nanchun chooses silence because speaking up would only get him killed first. The two leave the alchemy room and find Huang Zongxiao waiting outside with disciples, ready to escort them to the sect master. Along the way, Suning quietly asks about the battle scars around the sect, and Huang Zongxiao tells him Seeing came with 2 common sealed juniors and was captured after losing to Feng Chang'e. Hearing that, Suning quietly decides that if the chance appears, he may try to rescue Seeing and the others because Thousand Flood sect is close to Yuelan sect. In the stone hall, Feng Chang'e has already restored his condition and is waiting in confidence, convinced the delay proves Seeing came here without sect backup. He is even pleased with the trade, because losing elites feels acceptable if he gains Seeing alive and a complete Dao weapon in return. His only regret is that Seeing's Dao weapon is water attribute, so he is already thinking of exchanging it later for a thunder one that matches him. When Huang Zongxiao announces that Alchemist Tao and Alchemist Xiang have arrived, Feng Chang'e instantly guesses the Demon Blood Great Pill is finally ready. Xiang Nanchun presents the wooden box and announces the successful refinement, and Feng Chang'e's excitement spills out openly. The moment he opens the box and inspects the pill, Feng Chang'e confirms it is not just real but perfectly refined. That perfect quality only makes him more dangerous, because he immediately decides everyone who knows this secret has to die. He hides the thought behind warm praise, congratulates Xiang Nanchun on his improved alchemy, and tells Huang Zhongxiao to escort the exhausted refiners away to rest. The instant the three turn their backs, Feng Chang'e explodes with Thunder Attribute Extreme Blade and fires 3 lightning blade seals into them. Xiang Nanchun dies on the spot, Suning also drops as if killed, and only Huang Zhongxiao barely twists enough to avoid a direct strike to the heart. Huang Zhongxiao turns back in horror, and Feng Chang'e coldly admits he is killing them all so the demon blood great pill's secret can never leak. He finishes Huang Zhongxiao as well and casually decides he will clean up the remaining disciples tied to the pill materials later. Certain that the path is clear at last, Feng Chang'e swallows the demon blood great pill in one gulp and welcomes his long-awaited breakthrough. The medicinal force immediately tears through him, and even the pain thrills him because he believes this is the first step toward true Dao realm and demonic blood. As the pill consumes his true qi and attribute power, Feng Chang'e indulges in grand dreams of conquering the abyss north and one day crossing the endless sea abyss to start a new legend. By the time the wash is complete, all his true qi and attribute power are gone, leaving him as weak as an ordinary mortal realm martial artist for this brief transition. He still stays calm at first, telling himself he is safe inside his own sect and only needs to wait a little longer for his blood to finish transforming. But the next stage never comes, and as the delay drags on, Feng Chang'e finally realizes something is badly wrong with the pill. The more he panics, the more the unstable medicinal force rebels inside him, until he spits blood and understands his breakthrough may be collapsing into disaster. Then, in the silent hall full of bodies, a voice tells him to steady his breathing and calm his mind if he wants things to improve. When Feng Chang'e looks up, the person speaking is Alchemist Tao, the man he was sure he had already killed. Feng Chang'e stares in disbelief when Suning calmly touches the chest wound that should have killed him. Suning had seen the sneak attack coming, so he guided the thunder blade away from his heart and let the flame-breathed Bone Sutra heal the rest. With a wipe of true qi, Suning drops his disguise and shows Feng Chang'e his real face. He coldly points out that Feng Chang'e even murdered Huang Zhongxiao and Xiang Nanchun just to protect the demon blood great pill's secret. Feng Chang'e demands to know who this fake assistant really is, and Suning taunts him by saying the pill only succeeded because of his help. Suning admits he slipped an extra medicinal powder that did not ruin the pill, only slowed the demon blood transformation. That is when Feng Chang'e realizes the young man in front of him is not just an infiltrator, but a skilled alchemist too. Suning stops playing around and demands the location of the mystic realm Feng Chang'e visited. Feng Chang'e laughs because he knows the secret is his last bargaining chip, so he refuses to speak. When Suning warns him about pain, Feng Chang'e proudly says a demonic cultivator like him cannot be broken by torture. He even mocks the truth pill, saying it only works after a target's mind is shattered, and his will is too hard for that. But while he talks tough, Feng Chang'e secretly feels the demon blood great pill still working and starts betting on stalling until he reaches the Dao realm. Suning catches the change immediately and decides to end the waiting game before the transformation finishes. He pulls out a black pill and a blue pill, then force-feeds Feng Chang'e the black one first. Feng Chang'e starts to sneer again until Suning tells him that pill was not a truth pill at all, but a heart demon pill. Suning explains that the heart demon pill drags out a person's buried hatred and guilt, which makes it especially vicious against demonic path martial artists. The pill hits hard, and Feng Chang'e suddenly starts seeing the people he killed swarming back at him. He thrashes and screams as the hallucinations drown him, while Suning watches from the side to see how far the collapse goes. Under that mental collapse, Feng Chang'e's demon blood creation fails and he spits up blood instead of breaking through. After 15 minutes, Suning sees that Feng Chang'e's mind is finally gone and feeds him the real truth pill. This time the answer comes out clean. The mystic realm is at Yufeng Lake in State Chengdu. Suning keeps pressing for every secret, from what happened inside the mystic realm to what Feng Chang'e found and where he hid it. After nearly an hour, Suning decides he has squeezed out everything useful and kills Feng Chang'e with one clean strike of true qi. With the sect master dead, Suning tidies the scene and heads straight for Feng Chang'e's storage room. The hall is not as rich as he hoped, but he still gathers over 20,000 energy worth of pills and spirit medicine. He also finds a damaged Dao weapon and a complete water attribute Dao weapon whose erased control mark makes him suspect it belongs to Si Ying. That clue changes his priority, and instead of robbing the other elders, Suning goes to find where Si Ying is imprisoned. Elsewhere in a sealed prison cell, Si Ying blames herself for dragging Jiang Yi and Jiang Lulu into a trap she thought she could handle. She had believed a true domain expert with a Dao weapon could crush Phantom Blood Sect, but Feng Chang'e's half-step Dao realm and damaged Dao weapon overturned everything. Jiang Yi and Jiang Lulu still comfort her, which only makes Si Ying feel more guilty as hope of escape fades. Then a scream from outside the prison snaps all three women to attention. A young martial artist walks into view, and moments later Suning tears open the cage with true qi. Si Ying does not recognize him, but she realizes instantly that this stranger came to save them. His first strike only damages the special chains, so Suning mixes in water cross sword and bright fire sword power to finish the job. The moment she feels that sword qi, Si Ying recognizes he Minji's lineage and demands to know who Suning is. Su Ning introduces himself as he Minji's junior brother from Yuelan sect and explains he traced Phantom Blood sect here on his own business. Seeing formally introduces herself and the 2000 Flood sect juniors, then thanks Su Ning for pulling them out alive. As they start clearing the sealed meridians in their bodies, Jiangyi asks how Su Ning even knew they were here. Su Ning keeps it brief and only says he heard 1,000 Flood sect disciple had been captured here, so he came to investigate. Still thinking Feng Chang'e is alive, Seeing urges everyone to flee before the sect master finds them. Su Ning calmly stops that panic with one blunt line: Feng Chang'e is already dead. The three women are stunned, and Seeing finally asks the impossible question of whether Su Ning killed him. Su Ning denies it at first, then explains that he exploited one of Feng Chang'e's weak periods as a demonic cultivator and finished him with a trap. He adds that he is also an alchemist, and that answer leaves Seeing even more shaken by what this younger disciple can do. Then Su Ning takes out the water Dao sword and asks Seeing if it is hers. When Seeing confirms it, Su Ning simply returns the Dao weapon instead of keeping such a valuable prize. That choice means even more to Seeing because the sword came from her master, and she can only thank Su Ning again. Su Ning does not linger, because now that he knows the Mystic Realm's secrets, he wants to rush to State Chengdu and seize that chance first. He is almost certain the Mystic Realm can push him all the way into True Domain, maybe even half-step Dao Realm. Jiang Yi and Jiang Lulu look openly disappointed when Su Ning leaves so quickly, because they wanted to know him better. Seeing sees he has his own urgent goal, so she only promises to visit him at Yuelan sect if they meet again. After they part ways, Jiang Yi blurts out that Su Ning may one day surpass even he Minji as Yuelan's top true disciple. Seeing agrees with that judgment, and quietly adds that Su Ning's skill, alchemy, and character all deserve real respect. Then Seeing makes her own decision. With Feng Chang'e dead, she will stay and wipe out Phantom Blood sect instead of retreating. Over the next few days, Seeing destroys the sect headquarters and hunts down every branch one by one. Her fame surges across State Jifeng, but Seeing keeps correcting everyone that the one who truly killed Feng Chang'e was Su Ning of Yuelan sect. Because of Seeing, Su Ning's name suddenly spreads through State Jifeng, and people start digging into the young expert behind the rumors. What they learn only makes the buzz worse. Su Ning is Mi Xingye's disciple from Yuelan sect, and his talent and status there are already frighteningly high. Some admirers even travel all the way to Yuelan just to see him, only to find that Su Ning is already gone. By then, Su Ning is already riding Little Gray toward the far south, chasing one thing above all else: enough strength to survive the coming enemy from beyond the endless sea abyss. At Yufeng Lake in State Chengdu, a separate group of martial artists searches the stormy swamp with black stones, hunting for the Red Sea Demon Lord's inheritance. One man in green finally gets a reaction, and the others rush over as all their stones begin flashing wildly. The group realizes they have found the inheritance ground at last, and excitement surges through the whole team. A huge bearded man with a Dao weapon axe steadies the mood, saying the main treasure must still be inside or the stones would not be reacting. That reassurance kills the group's last hesitation, and they push to enter immediately before anyone else can beat them to it. The bearded man swings his Dao weapon into the lake bed and splits the mud apart, forcing open a hidden path down into the inheritance. He jumps in first, and the whole group follows into the opening before the lake closes over them again. Not long after, Su Ning arrives over Yufeng Lake and immediately feels how oppressive this place really is. Even before going deeper, Su Ning senses countless dangerous auras lurking below, and Little Gray grows visibly uneasy. Su Ning calms Little Gray with a hand on his head, but he also knows this is exactly the kind of place where one careless move gets you killed. To locate the entrance, Su Ning takes out Feng Chang'e's black sensing stone and starts searching the lake carefully from the air. A fish-headed swamp monster suddenly erupts upward to swallow both rider and mount in one bite. Su Ning reacts instantly and cuts the high-level void beast into pieces with water cross sword and bright fire sword. The horror of Yufeng Lake shows itself right away when other swamp monsters drag the still-twitching corpse down and devour it. Seeing how frightened Little Gray is, Su Ning decides he cannot keep his partner in a place this dangerous. He orders Little Gray to leave Yufeng Lake, wait somewhere safe outside, and trust him to come back out alone. Little Gray finally obeys, and Su Ning watches until he is safely away before turning back to the swamp by himself. Now alone, Su Ning walks across the mire and releases his true intent aura, forcing the hidden demon beasts around him to back off. He searches for 5 full days and nights before the black stone finally lights up beside a small muddy pond. Realizing he has found it, Su Ning jumps straight into the pond and dives down under a shield of true chi. Hundreds of meters below, he reaches a hollow in the water where a spinning space vortex waits like a hidden door. Su Ning enters without hesitation, and the unstable entrance vanishes behind him as soon as he is pulled inside. He lands in a gray empty space and immediately recognizes the inheritance's first checkpoint, a strength test. From Feng Chang'e's information, Su Ning already knows this inheritance belongs to the famous Red Sea Demon Lord, and even his casual leftovers can tempt Dao Realm experts. He also remembers the rule of the trial: clear the strength test, the mental test, and the aptitude test in order, or get thrown out or worse. Before he can think further, Black fog starts boiling out of the air and condensing into monster after monster around him. The sight reminds Su Ning of an old inheritance trial, but these black fog monsters are clearly far stronger than those earlier copies. Feng Chang's warning comes back to him: anyone without true domain level combat power dies here. So Su Ning does not gamble with pride and immediately brings out his strongest killing setup. Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword explode outward in dense red and blue sword seals, shredding the first wave around him. Each monster breaks apart into black fog again, then hardens into strange demonic pills instead of simply disappearing. Su Ning realizes this would have been a brutal fight without his Dao weapon support, but with it, he cuts through the test cleanly. When the last monster falls, the whole gray space goes quiet, leaving only hundreds of floating demonic pills behind. Holding one pill, Su Ning recalls how Feng Chang'e used these rewards to leap to the peak of true domain and break into half-step Dao realm. His martial arts panel only offers 50 energy from each pill, which feels low until Su Ning realizes their real value is to demonic cultivators willing to swallow them. Since he has no intention of feeding a demonic path expert, and does not want that aura in his own body, Su Ning decides to strip out the energy and nothing more. He absorbs the pills one by one until all 600 are gone, turning the whole first test into a massive 30,000 energy haul. The reward leaves him genuinely impressed, because if the first test is this rich, Red Sea Demon Lord's true level must have been terrifying. A warp spatial door appears in front of him, inviting him deeper instead of throwing him out. Su Ning steps through and arrives in a sealed room with only a black cushion, instantly recognizing the second checkpoint, the mental test. He knows the rule here too: sit down, face a hard demon-like illusion built from your deepest weakness, and either harden your will or ruin your martial future. Remembering that even Feng Chang'e nearly failed this stage, Su Ning steadies his breathing and trusts his own willpower. With no more hesitation, Su Ning sits on the cushion and lets the trial begin. The room dissolves, and Su Ning finds himself looking at Tao Village from a detached third-person view. Gui bursts into Su Ning's old home in panic, warning that the enemy from State Hurricane has already broken through, and everyone must run now. Su Lian and the limping Tao Yunchuan come out looking worn down, and the moment they hear the warning, they move to flee. Then they realize Tao Tao is not home at all, and the escape instantly turns into a desperate search. They barely get moving before shouts erupt through the village that the enemy cavalry is already here. A heartbeat later, they spot the nightmare. Tao Tao is dangling from a Shadowblood sect rider's hand and crying in terror. The illusion hits so hard that Su Ning starts forgetting it is fake, and pure panic takes over when the rider raises his blade at Tao Tao. Gui charges in first and tears Tao Tao free, choosing to save her even though he knows the strike is coming. The cavalryman tears open Gui's back, and he dies after shoving Tao Tao towards Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan. Su Ning is shattered by Gui's death, and the rider immediately chases the others down for another killing blow. When the blade stops in front of Su Lian's forehead, Su Ning's mind is already on the edge of breaking under the illusion. Then a single memory cuts through the chaos, as Tao Tao's small voice calls him uncle exactly the way she did when he first came to this world. That one word jolts Su Ning awake like cold water, and he finally tears himself free enough to realize all of this is an illusion. Su Ning snaps back to himself in the sealed room, shaken by how close the illusion came to swallowing his mind without warning. That brush with disaster makes him realize the illusion hit his deepest weakness, his attachment to family and friends. Before he can dwell on it, the floor clicks open and reveals two beast-skin scrolls hidden in a compartment. Su Ning first thinks he has found the demon blood great pill formula again, but the scrolls actually record a different medicine called the Heartless Pill. The Heartless Pill stuns even him, because anyone forced to take it loses consciousness and obeys the user completely. He immediately compares it to how he controlled Huang Zhongxiao and Xiang Nanchun before, and realizes this pill would be far more absolute and useful for dangerous orders. Unnerved by how vicious the pill is, Su Ning still stores the formula away and decides he will try refining it after leaving the mystic realm. Remembering Feng Chang'e's warning that the third test also happens in this room, Su Ning stays alert instead of moving on. A ripple in space proves him right, and two memory crystals float into the room with the names Demon Breath Sutra and Ink Moon Pill Sutra engraved on them. Su Ning recalls Feng Chang'e saying this round is an aptitude test, and that failing to reach the required level gets a person thrown out. Since he wants nothing to do with another demonic secret art, Su Ning chooses the Ink Moon Pill Sutra without hesitation. He values it even more because a second major alchemy inheritance could let him merge different pill methods and create medicines he actually needs. The moment he accepts the alchemy crystal, the Demon Breath Sutra vanishes and the Ink Moon Pill Sutra pours straight into his mind. Instead of studying it slowly, Su Ning opens the martial arts panel and starts upgrading the Ink Moon Pill Sutra in huge jumps. He burns through energy all the way to the 7th level, caring more about clearing the test and securing the inheritance than the cost. When the 7th breakthrough lands, Su Ning instantly feels that this sutra contains a completely new alchemy system worth the price by itself. Just as he considers pushing even farther, the sealed room shakes and a stone platform rises from the ground. A giant book and a stone box appear on the platform, and Su Ning realizes he did not fail the third test like Feng Chang'e did, he passed it. That result feels obvious in hindsight, because taking a brand new sutra from nothing to 7th level in moments is absurd even by Mystic Realm standards. He opens the huge book first, and is thrilled to find a medicinal pill encyclopedia packed with formulas he has never seen before. Better yet, the pills inside match the Ink Moon Pill Sutra system, which means he can refine them without needing separate step-by-step recipes. After storing the encyclopedia, Suning turns to the stone box to see what other reward the room is offering. The lid opens and a burst of thick demonic aura rolls out so violently that he almost suspects a trap. Inside, 9 demonic pills are lined up in 3 groups, and Suning immediately recognizes one set as demon blood grade pills. He can tell all 9 are top-grade demonic pills, valuable enough to drive Void Realm experts mad, but still useless to him as actual medicine. Then the obvious answer hits him. He does not need to swallow them, because he can drain the energy inside instead. His first test on a superior demon blood grade pill returns a shocking 7,000 energy, more than double what he got from the one he refined before. He absorbs all 3 demon blood grade pills at once and watches 21,000 energy fall into his reserves. Suning keeps going and discovers the other 2 kinds of demonic pills also hold 7,000 energy each. By the time the box is empty, he has gained 63,000 energy from all 9 pills and pushed his total reserves past 100,000. Seizing the moment, Suning pours 85,000 energy into the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll and smashes through to Void Realm 9th stage, the True Domain Realm. When the martial arts panel refreshes, Suning sees the result clearly at last. He has reached the absolute peak of the Void Realm. He spreads his new attribute domain through the sealed room and immediately feels the difference, because true domain power no longer just clings to attacks, it rules the space itself. Compared with ordinary true domain experts, Suning's dual water-fire domain is outrageously broad, and he judges that it can cover at least 100 meters. That gives him a terrifying advantage, because within his domain he can flood the area with sword attacks and even force half-step Dao Masters to defend without striking back. With 23,000 energy still left, Suning decides to finish the job and bring the rest of his major arts up to the 9th level too. He upgrades Flame Breath Bone Sutra, Tidal Fist, Life Pill Sutra, and finally Ink Moon Pill Sutra until every one of them stands at 9th level. After that last push, Suning calmly judges that unless a Dao Realm Master appears, no one here can kill him anymore. With the 3rd round behind him, he starts wondering what kind of inheritance this mystic realm is still hiding next. He hopes the answer is a stronger alchemy inheritance, because the Ink Moon Pill Sutra is powerful but still only belongs to the Void Realm. While waiting, Suning decides to finally inspect the Dao Realm memory crystal Michigan Xingye gave him. The crystal's contents surprise him, because this so-called Dao Realm technique is not a full cultivation path at all, only a method for breaking through into the next realm. What it does explain is the first step. He must condense the chi currents in his body into attribute seeds, and that stage is what people call half-step Dao Realm. The deeper rule matters even more, because the more attribute seeds he forms before the final leap, the stronger his Dao Realm foundation will be. For each attribute the limit is 3 seeds, so with both water and fire, Suning realizes he can build as many as 6. That makes his old choice of a dual attribute scroll look even smarter, since a broader foundation now means a stronger future Dao Realm. He also figures out the practical requirement. To gather all those seeds, he will need more 9th level water and fire techniques with different characteristics than the ones he already has. Just as he considers trying to engrave the Dao Realm method onto the panel, the room twists again and the next gateway finally opens. Suning puts the crystal away, steadies himself, and steps straight into the vortex for the next assessment. Elsewhere in the Mystic Realm, 3 earlier entrants are left waiting under a void staircase, and Jianli is openly annoyed that only the 3 of them are still here. Chu Yeyang doubts the others were all eliminated so easily, since everyone invited here carried a token and only had to pass the mental test. Fan Lixing just snorts that the missing people were only here to pad the numbers, and if they failed that first hurdle, they were never worthy of the inheritance anyway. Jianli agrees, making it clear the 3 survivors all believe the ultimate inheritance should only go to the strongest among them. The truth behind them is bigger than simple competition. Fan Lixing, Jianli, Chu Yeyang, and the rest are descendants of servants once chosen by the Red Sea Demon Lord. Back then, the Red Sea Demon Lord raised ordinary mortal warriors into Dao Realm helpers with demonic pills and guidance while traveling through the Abyss North's 17 states. He later found better talents, and took them away as unnamed disciples, but left his original servants behind with one order: spend 100 years searching for a worthy inheritor. He even left this mystic realm behind and promised that if someone claimed its inheritance early, the servants could return at once by bringing that inheritor back. But a full century passed without success, so the servants finally spread black stones that could locate the realm while secretly preserving key tokens and clues for their own bloodlines. With the weaker candidates already gone, Fan Lixing bluntly says that only helps the survivors, because fewer people means fewer rivals for the final prize. His words make the mood awkward for a second, because the 3 of them all realize they are allies in name but direct competitors now. Fan Lixing quickly smooths things over by revealing the prize at the top, 3 separate inheritances, so they do not need to kill each other for one slot. He lists them clearly: a Dao realm alchemy technique, a top demonic technique powerful enough to kill above one's level, and a drop of demon essence that can transform someone into a demonic cultivation genius. Von Lixing adds one more rule from the old records: each person can only claim one inheritance, which finally eases the sharp edge between them. Even so, Jianli reminds them not to damage their old ties, hoping they can leave this realm alive, reach the Dao realm, and cross the endless sea abyss together one day. Chu Yang agrees, and the three exchange polite encouragements that sound warm on the surface and careful underneath. Then they turn to the real problem ahead, the void stairs winding upward until the path disappears inside thick gray fog after the 30th step. Because they know the hidden records, they understand this is the final test, a climb that crushes true chi, attribute power, and even mental endurance until only sheer will can carry someone to the top. Von Lixing steps onto the first stair first, and the moment he does, he vanishes from the view of the two below. That strange rule is part of the test too: people below cannot see higher climbers, but people above can look down, which means the lead climber can hide and ambush anyone catching up. Jianli and Chu Yiyang follow him onto the stairs, each disappearing in turn into their own hidden climb. A little later, the space under the stairs twists again, and Su Ning finally appears at the bottom of the final assessment. Su Ning has no idea this is the last test, but one look at the staircase is enough for him to guess that climbing it must be the next trial. He steps onto the first stair and immediately feels an invisible pressure wrap around him, uncomfortable even if it does not stop his movement yet. When he pushes back with true chi and attribute power, he realizes the stairs are grinding those reserves away just to keep him moving. Su Ning keeps climbing anyway, taking the second, third, fourth, and fifth steps in steady rhythm as he tests how the pressure rises. Above him, the hidden climbers notice him at once and are startled to see a fourth person inside the realm they thought belonged to their own group. Von Lixing, already inside the gray fog past the 30th step, judges that anyone who could clear 3 tests alone cannot be ordinary, then forces himself to focus back on the climb. Jianli is surprised too, but since Chu Yiyang is still between her and Su Ning, she decides he is not her problem yet and keeps climbing. Chu Yiyang reacts very differently, because as the weakest of the three, he immediately panics that one more climber could push him out of the inheritance entirely. Instead of calming down, Chu Yiyang decides that if Su Ning catches him, he will ambush him, cripple him, and kick him all the way back down the stairs. Below, Su Ning keeps advancing in silence, unaware that someone ahead has already chosen violence. At the 11th step, the staircase suddenly gets nastier, with the pressure jumping sharply instead of rising gradually. By the 12th step, a harsh noise starts buzzing at his ears, and Su Ning realizes the stairs are not just draining strength but actively wearing at his state of mind. That trick barely shakes him, though, because the mental trial he just survived has already hardened his mind another level. He keeps climbing without pausing, and that relentless pace starts closing the gap much faster than Chu Yiyang expected. After struggling to the 22nd step, Chu Yiyang is rattled to see Su Ning already at the 19th and still not stopping to rest. Convinced he cannot win the race honestly, Chu Yiyang gives up on climbing for the moment and plants himself in place with his short knife ready for a sneak attack. Both Jianli and Fan Lixing notice what he is doing, and even while resting under the crushing pressure, they pause to watch whether his ambush will solve their Su Ning problem for them. Su Ning reaches the 21st step and feels another nasty jump in difficulty, this time with real gravity pressing on his body along with the mental strain. He adjusts his breathing, accepts the heavier burden, and heads for the 22nd step anyway, straight into Chu Yiyang's trap. The instant Su Ning steps onto the 22nd stair, Chu Yiyang lunges and slashes for his throat before Su Ning can even stabilize himself. Su Ning is caught completely off guard by the sudden appearance of another person, but his fiery red armor appears on instinct and blocks the killing strike. Chu Yiyang follows with a kick, expecting to send him tumbling, but Su Ning chooses to retreat 2 steps on purpose instead of being forced off balance. That retreat is not fear at all, and Chu Yiyang realizes too late that Su Ning is just resetting his footing to charge back up cleanly. Su Ning instantly rushes back to the 22nd step, and the two face each other again with no room left for misunderstanding. The crushing environment weakens everyone's output, but Su Ning still unfolds his dual attribute domain through his bracer Dao weapon and traps Chu Yiyang inside it. The moment the domain closes, Chu Yiyang understands the gap too late and blurts out a panicked plea when he realizes Su Ning is a true domain realm fighter with a Dao weapon. Su Ning does not let him talk his way out, and 4 near-solid sword seals pin through Chu Yiyang's shoulders and knees, leaving him unable to move. With Chu Yiyang disabled, Su Ning grabs the short knife, floods it with his own power, and casually strips away Chu Yiyang's control mark. That is when Su Ning notices something important. The blade is another all-attribute Dao weapon, which means this attacker comes from a very powerful background. Above them, Jianli and Fan Lixing watch Chu Yiyang get crushed almost instantly, and both of them decide this new climber is far more dangerous than they guessed. Jianli, especially, realizes that someone who can beat Chu Yiyang this easily could probably do the same to her, so she grits her teeth and forces herself to keep climbing. Fan Lixing makes the same choice and stops resting too, because staying still now only gives Su Ning more time to catch them. Back on the 22nd step, Suning presses the captured blade to Chu Yeyang's throat and demands the truth about his name, his motives, and this hidden realm. One hard push of the blade is enough to break Chu Yeyang's nerve, and he gives up the tricks immediately before Suning kills him on the spot. He identifies himself as Chu Yeyang of the Chu family from State Li, which tells Suning he is tied to a major family force, not some random wanderer. Chu Yeyang admits the ambush was pure selfishness, saying he attacked because he feared Suning would overtake him and leave him with no inheritance at all. That slip gives Suning the key fact he was missing: the final inheritance is waiting at the top of these stairs. Under pressure, Chu Yeyang spills the full prize list again: the Tao Realm Alchemy Technique, the Demonic Technique, and the drop of demon essence. Suning pushes further and asks how he knows so much, making it clear that his life now depends on telling the whole truth. Chu Yeyang finally reveals the larger secret: this realm was left behind by the Red Sea Demon Lord, and his own ancestor once served that famous Tao Realm figure. He explains the background of the mystic realm, the Red Sea Demon Lord's history in the 17 Northern Abyss states, and how their group entered this place with inherited clues. Hearing that, Suning realizes the Red Sea Demon Lord was no ordinary Tao Realm expert but a major figure even in State Wanqing, which makes the inheritance far more valuable than he first guessed. Suning decides not to kill Chu Yeyang yet, because a survivor tied to that family may still be useful later. But mercy is not what Chu Yeyang gets next, because Suning suddenly shoves a fistful of pills into his mouth, including poisons and 3 frozen seal pills. Suning tells him flatly to wait at the bottom of the stairs if he wants to live, then throws him down from the 22nd step. Before Chu Yeyang can even recover, the cold pills seize his body and lock him into rigid, helpless stillness at the base of the stairs. With one rival neutralized, Suning looks up and realizes 2 people are still ahead, so if he wants the Tao Realm Alchemy Technique, he has to overtake them before they choose first. Higher up, Jianli reaches the 32nd step and feels close to her limit, but Suning's approach worries her even more than the pressure does. After a tense moment, she decides to gamble on surrender instead of fighting, hoping Suning is not the kind of person who kills for no reason. When Suning reaches her level, Jianli immediately raises both open hands and tries to calm the situation before it turns violent. She points out the simple logic: only 3 people are left on the stairs, so there is no reason for the survivors to fight when all 3 can still leave with an inheritance. Suning studies her for a beat, decides she is being straightforward, and passes without harming her. Only after he disappears upward does Jianli finally breathe again, relieved to be alive and secretly hoping the other 2 leave the demon essence for her. Farther ahead in the fog, Fan Lixing looks back and realizes Suning has now become the closest threat behind him. On the final stretch of the void stairs, Fan Lixing calmed down after seeing Suning spare Jianli and decided Suning only attacked Chu Yeyang because Chu Yeyang struck first. Fan Lixing forced himself higher and finally saw the top ahead, but every remaining step felt brutal. A little later, Fan Lixing stalled at the 44th step while Suning fought his way up behind him at the 43rd under crushing suppression. Suning realized the suppression had become terrifying, with his true chi trapped inside his body, his attribute domain pinned down, and even his bones starting to crack. Worried Fan Lixing might already take the inheritance, Suning swallowed several white recovery pills and pushed himself 1 step higher. At the 44th step, Suning finally found Fan Lixing barely hanging on, and the 2 silently agreed not to start trouble here. Even Suning felt the 45th step was almost impossible, because the pressure there seemed ready to tear him apart before he even touched it. After a short adjustment, Suning committed himself and stepped onto the last stair anyway. His bones audibly cracked the whole way up, but Suning endured and forced himself onto the top platform. The pressure vanished the instant he arrived, and Suning immediately spat blood from the damage he had been holding together. While using the Flame Breath Bone Sutra and healing pills to stabilize himself, Suning finally looked around for the inheritance. Instead of 3 treasures waiting for him, Suning found only a narrow platform, a stone stage, and a half-meter stone bird statue shaped like a strange parrot. As Suning wondered where the inheritance really was, the statue suddenly trembled and turned into a living black bird. The bird even answered Suning's thoughts, coolly telling him this was no illusion and asking which of the 3 inheritances he wanted. That bizarre display made Suning want the Tao realm even more, but when pressed for an answer, he chose the alchemy inheritance without hesitation. The bird made sure he understood what he was giving up, explaining that the demon essence could turn him into a demonic genius, and the demonic technique could make him terrifyingly strong even at the Tao realm. Suning still refused both demonic options and confirmed that he wanted the Tao realm alchemy technique. Once Suning locked in his choice, the bird spat out a black crystal ball and told him to pour true chi into it to receive the inheritance. The bird also revealed the crystal was a token, and if Suning ever reached the Tao realm and crossed the endless sea abyss to State Wanqing, he could use it to enter the Red Sea Demon sect. The moment Suning touched the ball, he sensed it could also take him out of the mystic realm, but first he immediately started accepting the inheritance. A brutal flood of information slammed into Suning's mind so hard that the man who survived the stairs collapsed clutching his head. The black bird just laughed at him, while the inheritance kept pouring in far beyond the weight of any normal memory crystal. When the transmission finally ended, Suning realized this alchemy inheritance was vastly deeper than the Dao realm alchemy legacy he had obtained before. He finally understood the gap. His old inheritance belonged to the common orthodox path, while Red Sea Demon Lord's legacy came from the far rarer and far more extreme miraculous alchemy path. That answer also put his mind at ease, because taking this legacy did not make him a demonic alchemist at all, only a miraculous one. Satisfied with both his breakthrough and the inheritance, Suning healed most of his injuries and prepared to head back down to check on Chu Yeyang. Before he could leave, Fan Lixing staggered onto the last step with blood streaming from his face after taking a pill that overdraw his potential. Fan Lixing blacked out the instant he arrived, and the black bird cheerfully flew over to greet another successful challenger. Instead of a grand rescue, the bird spat right on Fan Lixing's face, and the strange saliva jolted him awake like a top-grade healing medicine. Once Fan Lixing woke up, the bird offered him the 2 remaining rewards, and he was thrilled to realize the demon essence was still available. Fan Lixing immediately chose the demon essence. The bird spat out a black bottle for him and explained that this would also serve as his Red Sea Demon Sect token if he ever reached State Wanqing. Then the bird said they might meet again in State Wanqing, circled once, and returned to the stone stage as a statue. Fan Lixing tensed when Suning looked his way, afraid Suning might seize the demon essence while he was still badly hurt. Suning cleared the air at once and told him he had no interest in the demon essence. With the tension down, Suning used the chance to ask why Fan Lixing felt nothing like the savage demonic martial artists he had met before. Suning even tossed Fan Lixing a healing pill first, showing he was asking in good faith. After swallowing it, Fan Lixing explained that his line inherited the pure demonic path once followed under Red Sea Demon Lord. He said the true demonic path was originally a system built to expand a martial artist's own limits when talent was lacking, not simply a shortcut through slaughter. Fan Lixing admitted the path was risky and once caused terrible backlash, but over long years it had been refined into a more stable, complete system. Most so-called demonic martial artists in the Abyss North, however, were in his eyes the wrong kind, using harmful external methods instead of a complete inheritance to refine themselves. That explanation clicked for Suning, because it perfectly matched the difference he had already seen between proper systems and monsters like Feng Chang'e. Suning also quietly judged that without his martial arts panel, a stable demonic path might have suited his poor natural talent, but with the panel there was no reason to take that risk. Once they were on better terms, Fan Lixing finally asked who this frightening young expert really was. Suning gave his name and sect, and Fan Lixing answered in return that he came from State Lui. With the inheritances settled, Suning and Fan Lixing walked back down the void stairs and found the pressure completely gone. At the bottom, they found Jianli resting cross-legged, and she could tell from one look that both men had succeeded where she failed. Fan Lixing tried to comfort her by reminding her each person could enter this mystic realm up to 3 times, so she still had another shot later. Jianli forced down her disappointment and accepted it, quickly regaining her composure. The moment Chu Yeyang came up, Fan Lixing and Jianli both rushed to distance themselves from him and made clear they were not his allies. Since they wanted no part in Chu Yeyang's fate, Suning decided to take him away for his own use. To avoid future trouble, Fan Lixing and Jianli offered to tell outsiders that Chu Yeyang simply died inside the mystic realm. After that, the 3 of them each left the Red Sea Demon Lord's mystic realm by their own methods, and Suning carried away the biggest prize of all. Back outside at Yufeng Lake, Suning summoned Little Grey and headed for Yuelan sect with Chu Yeyang still frozen and under his control. But before entering the sect, Suning deliberately kept Little Grey outside and hid Chu Yeyang away, planning to use him later as a heartless pill test subject. Suning finally returned to Yuelan sect alone, already thinking about the next big question waiting for him there: what the sect had decided about the 3-state alliance. When Suning returned to Yuelan sect, disciples all over the paths suddenly recognized him and greeted him with unusual excitement. He was genuinely puzzled, because before this, most people in the sect knew his name but not his face. The reason was simple. Seeing had already spread the news that he and Suning destroyed the Phantom Blood sect, and that feat had made Suning famous across State Jifeng. Before Suning could sort that out, he heard a familiar voice and turned to see Xia Wenwei at last. The two greeted each other like old friends, still carrying the trust they built while surviving the Demon Beast scroll together. Xia Wenwei teased him that he was already famous in State Jifeng, and Suning could only stare back in confusion. She explained that everyone now believed Suning and Seeing had wiped out the Phantom Blood sect together, which was why the whole state was talking about him. Suning helplessly blamed Seeing in his head and brushed the fame aside, clearly caring far more about cultivation than reputation. Then he checked Xia Wenwei's aura and realized she had climbed back to Void Realm 3rd stage. Xia Wenwei said the sect's pills had helped her return to the Genus realm, and if things went well, she might even recover to Qualitative Change realm. Even after losing her former path, she stayed unexpectedly peaceful, as if surviving the Demon Beast scroll had already taught her what really mattered. Suning praised that steadier state of mind and told her that if her aptitude ever returned, reaching Common Seal realm would not be beyond her. Xia Wenwei gently dismissed that hope, because as far as she knew, the damage from the desperation pill could not be repaired at all. Su Ning answered by taking out a porcelain bottle and quietly offering it to her. He told her the pill inside could repair the damage to her aptitude, and for the first time in a long while, Xia Wenwei completely lost her calm. She immediately asked where such a precious pill had come from, because even Yuelan's senior alchemist could not cure the desperation pill's aftereffects. Su Ning explained that he had inherited a master alchemist's legacy, and had refined this spring supplement pill himself after his alchemy improved. That was enough to leave Xia Wenwei speechless, and all she could do was thank him while holding the bottle like it was her future in her hands. Su Ning brushed the thanks away and told her to recover properly, because he wanted to see her step into Common Seal realm one day. With that, they parted on good terms, and Xia Wenwei watched him leave with a gentle smile that had finally returned. As Su Ning headed for the main peak, he felt relieved that Xia Wenwei had not been broken by everything she endured. At Sect Master's Peak, the attending disciples told him Mi Xingye was out meeting Elder Yuan Cheng and had asked Su Ning to wait. They also mentioned that 2 important elders from the previous generation were currently on the peak, which made Su Ning guess the outside threat had finally dragged hidden seniors out of seclusion. When he walked farther up, he found the 2 old men under a tree, one fat and one skinny, quietly playing chess. The moment Su Ning arrived, both elders stopped their game and looked straight at him. Su Ning greeted them politely, and behind his calm face, he immediately judged that both old men were half-stepped Dao realm masters. The fat elder casually wrecked the chessboard to end the game, and the skinny elder shot him an annoyed look that said this routine was probably not new. Once they heard Su Ning was only 21, even the composed skinny elder could not hide his shock at that monstrous talent. The fat elder bluntly declared that with talent like this, Su Ning had real hope of reaching Dao realm, and even making a name for himself in State Wanxin one day. Their surprise only deepened after they learned Su Ning had not only reached true domain realm but also mastered 4 secret techniques. By the time Mi Xingye and Elder Yuan Cheng returned, the 2 old masters were already treating Su Ning like Yuelan's greatest prodigy. Elder Yuan Cheng could not help praising Su Ning first, openly proud that killing Feng Chang'e and crushing Phantom Blood sect had brought glory to Yuelan. Mi Xingye then formally introduced the skinny elder as Qiu Rinshan and the fat elder as De Yuan, showing even the sect master treated them with respect. Qiu Rinshan revealed that after speaking with Thousand Flood sect, the 2 sects had fully settled their joint stance. De Yuan added that they had already coordinated with the Source sect too, so now the real task was forcing State Chiefing itself into one united line. Then Qiu Rinshan dropped the key intelligence. The visitors from State Wanxing had come for 2 things, Old Man Wan Yi and the Demon Beast Scroll. That single name hit Su Ning hard, because the Demon Beast Scroll was exactly where Gray was refining himself in secret. Mi Xingye and Elder Yuan Cheng had never even heard of those targets. But Su Ning was already thinking of the danger to Gray and Su Hujuan if the outsiders traced the scroll. Du Yuan kept the focus practical and said Yuan should gather clues fast, because if they could help those outsiders complete their mission and leave, that was the safest outcome. Elder Yuan Cheng accepted that job, and the elders moved on to the rest of the alliance details while Su Ning quietly listened as one of the sect's trusted insiders. Qiu Rinshan's final order was blunt. Yuelan and Thousand Flood sect had to bring every sect in State Jifeng into line before the outsiders arrived and divided them. Mi Xingye answered with open force, saying the willing could join, and the unwilling would be made to obey. After the meeting broke up, the 2 former elders left to visit others, and Elder Yuan Cheng headed off to build a scouting group for news on Old Man Wan Yi and the Demon Beast Scroll. Left alone with Su Ning, Mi Xingye said Minji should be returning soon from his travels. Mi Xingye warned that once Minji was back, the 2 of them had to stand united, because in his eyes they were already Yuelan's future foundation. Su Ning accepted that trust, then left the peak after a little more conversation with his master. Back in the sect, Su Ning took time to visit familiar faces like Lu Kaiwei, Gu Qinghe, and Ning Sun before finally returning home. Once alone again, he mapped out his next steps, refined heartless pills and energy pills, learned 2 more secret techniques, and pushed himself toward half-step Dao realm. After that, he intended to return to Fog Night Abyss and warn Gray and Su Hujuan about the new danger surrounding the Demon Beast Scroll. A few days later, the story shifted to Elder Gu Wan, who was sitting on his peak in a foul mood over his missing disciple Fang Jie. Fang Jie had been sent to the Bao family and had vanished for more than half a year, which was unusual enough to make even Gu Wan uneasy. Gu Wan had already learned that Fang Jie left the Bao family long ago without reporting back, and that missing trail gave him a bad feeling he could not shake. What made his mood even worse was Su Ning's latest rise, because Mi Xingye's disciple had now reached true domain realm and become famous for killing Feng Chang'e. So Gu Wan waited for the trusted deacon he had sent out to investigate, hoping the next report would finally tell him what happened to Fang Jie. Before that report arrived, an unexpected visitor stepped onto Gu Wan's peak, the previous generation elder Duan Qinghui. Gu Wan immediately became unusually respectful, because Duan Qinghui had strongly backed him in the old struggle for sect master. Duan Qinghui mocked him for not knowing why he had come, then revealed the looming crisis from State Wanxing and the old elder's return from seclusion. That revelation hit Gu Wan hard, because as a Yuelan elder, he had been left outside a major sect matter everyone else seemed to know. Duan Qinghui told him to put personal grudges aside for the bigger threat, but Gu Wan only felt his resentment toward Mi Xingye grow sharper. Then Duan Qinghui asked about Fang Jie, still remembering him as one of Gu Wan's most promising juniors. Gu Wan admitted Fang Jie had already reached true intent realm, but had also been missing for more than half a year. Duan Qinghui's mood instantly chilled, and after a long silence, he said he would stay nearby until there was news. The moment Duan Qinghui left, Gu Wan finally exploded and smashed a teacup, furious at how far Mi Xingye had pushed him aside. Right in the middle of that outburst, a disciple announced that Deacon Jia had returned. Gu Wan forced himself back under control and ordered the deacon inside at once. Deacon Jia came in cautiously, aware that Gu Wan was in a dangerous mood before he even spoke. When Gu Wan demanded to know where Fang Jia was, Deacon Jia had to admit he still had not found him. But the deacon quickly added that he had uncovered something unusual in the Bao family instead. He reported that before Fang Jia's final contact there, Bao Qiuhua and Bao Xinxian had both been killed by an unknown powerhouse. That news jolted Gu Wan, because Bao Qiuhua was not just a name to him, but someone he had known personally in the past. Deacon Jia went on to say Fang Jia had tried to track the mysterious expert but failed. After questioning Bao family elders, he learned Bao Qiuhua and Bao Xinxian had gone to State Feiyin 2 years earlier to capture Wei family descendants and use their blood to unseal a Dao seal. Then came the bigger turn. After Bao Qiuhua was killed, the Dao seal was stolen and the Wei family descendants were rescued. So Deacon Jia followed that trail to Yuning City, looking into what happened to the Wei family next. There, he discovered the rescued Wei family descendants had made it home safely, and the person who escorted them back was Su Ning from Welan sect. When Deacon Jia says Su Ning may be linked to Fang Jie's disappearance, Gu Jian's aura slams down so hard that the deacon turns pale on the spot. Deacon Jia hurriedly confirms he checked the news in Yuning City again and again, leaving Gu Jian more convinced that this is not a coincidence. Putting the clues together, Gu Jian decides Su Ning likely escorted the rescued Wei descendants home, and may have killed Fang Jie himself. Gu Jian coldly estimates Su Ning's strength too, deciding that if Su Ning killed Feng Chang'e, then Mi Xingye's backing and a Dao weapon could have made Bao Qiuhua and Fang Jie easy targets. After rewarding Deacon Jia with a porcelain bottle and warning him to stay silent, Gu Jian sends him away and keeps the whole matter off the books. Left alone, Gu Jian drops the pretense and stares into the silence, hating Su Ning enough to want him captured alive for answers about Fang Jie. He judges that killing Su Ning might be possible, but capturing him alive will be harder, so he decides he needs help and quietly leaves Elder Peak without reporting to Duan Qinghui. At the same time, Su Ning knows nothing about Gu Jian's plan, and the truth is even worse for Gu Jian. Su Ning is already strong enough to beat a half-step Dao realm master with a Dao weapon. After several days of effort and 5 failed attempts, Su Ning finally pulls a warm, transparent, heartless pill from the furnace. Even with the Ink Moon Pill Sutra at the 9th level, Su Ning feels just how nasty heartless pill refinement really is. While his hands are still hot, he uses the last 4 ingredient sets and barely manages to refine a second heartless pill for emergencies. The difficult refinement leaves Su Ning with a deeper respect for both orthodox and miraculous alchemy, because the more he learns, the deeper medicine itself seems to go. Then Su Ning turns back to his real bottleneck. He has learned the Dao realm method, but what he needs next is to raise 2 new secret techniques and start condensing attribute seeds. He discovers the Dao method doesn't engrave as a normal martial art at all, but it does make the plus sign return on his cold flame dual source scroll, proving there is still a higher path. That hope comes with a brutal price, because learning the new secret techniques will cost over 30,000 energy, and condensing all 6 seeds will demand another 150,000. After totaling everything to around 180,000 energy, Su Ning grimly admits that even steady pill sales would take far too long. Because the threat from State Wanxing is getting closer, Su Ning starts looking for a faster answer and thinks of the Demon Beast scroll in Fog Night Abyss. He decides to ask Mi Xingye first, since he is now part of the Sex Corps and still has to help with Yuelan's growing burdens. Before heading over, he also remembers that Chu Yiyang should be the first test for the new Heartless Pill. But just as Su Ning is about to visit the main peak, he hears that Himinji has returned to the core disciple area and immediately changes course. At Himinji's villa, the 2 sword-bearing youths at the gate greet Su Ning warmly, already expecting him to come. They explain that Himinji wanted to find him earlier but held back after hearing Su Ning was in seclusion, certain he would come once he emerged. As soon as Su Ning steps inside, he senses Himinji's aura and realizes his senior brother has already reached the true domain realm too. Himinji comes out to greet him, and after so long apart, the two meet with the kind of smile only old comrades share. Su Ning congratulates him, but Himinji brushes it off and says compared to Su Ning killing Feng Chang'e, his own breakthrough is nothing worth boasting about. In the backyard, Himinji says his long journey across more than half of Abyss North's 17 states sharpened both his state of mind and his martial arts. After catching up, Himinji gets to the real question and asks if Su Ning is finally preparing to condense his attribute seeds. Su Ning answers honestly that he has already started preparing, because seed condensation and learning new Void Realm secret techniques can progress side by side. Himinji explains that many half-step Tao Realm elders deliberately suppress their breakthroughs, condensing seeds and training new techniques first so they can enter the Tao Realm with a stronger foundation. He admits his own plan is more modest, just 2 water seeds and 2 fire seeds, but he urges Suning to aim for the full 6 because his talent can carry it. Then Himinji turns the mood serious and warns that reclusive elders have been returning, and in just a few days the 3 states will formally unite and start assigning everyone real work. That warning settles it for Suning, who realizes he needs to finish his private business before sect duties bury him. As soon as he leaves the villa, Suning heads straight out of Yuan sect, deciding to visit Fog Night Abyss before the Alliance can tie him down. His first stop is not the Abyss but Chu Yeyang, because he wants his new controlled subordinate ready before the larger storm arrives. Little Gray carries him to a giant bird nest on a mountain peak, where Chu Yeyang is still trapped in ice exactly where Suning left him. Suning wakes Chu Yeyang with the antidote, and the dazed captive realizes he has already been dragged out of the mystic realm. Chu Yeyang starts to beg, but Suning cuts him off and force-feeds him one of the newly refined heartless pills. As the medicinal power spreads, Chu Yeyang's eyes go blank and Suning begins planting consciousness seeds to lock in obedience. Chu Yeyang struggles against the process, but under the heartless pill's force, his resistance never has a chance to turn the tide. Half an hour later, Chu Yeyang regains awareness with a colder presence than before, and Suning immediately moves to test whether the control really worked. He hands Chu Yeyang his short knife and orders him to pierce his own throat, and the man obeys without even a flicker of hesitation. Suning stops him just after the blade breaks skin, convinced now that the heartless pill is every bit as ruthless as its reputation. Satisfied, Suning gives Chu Yeyang a new mission: take the Dao weapon, go to State Feiyan, and secretly guard Tao village and his family. He makes the rule clear too: Chu Yeyang is not to disturb them or show himself unless real danger forces him to step in. Watching Chu Yeyang depart, Suning feels easier knowing a true intent realm expert with a Dao weapon now stands behind his family if chaos spreads. With that safeguard in place, Suning turns back to his next goal and orders Little Gray to take him straight to Fog Night Abyss. But before they clear the mountain range, Suning suddenly feels danger hiding in the dark and realizes someone is waiting for him. The trap is already in place ahead of him, where Gujian lies in wait beside a bald old fighter named Zhang Tong and coolly promises this job will finally settle their old debt. Zhang Tong makes it clear he wants no extra thanks, only a clean end, showing he hates the scheme even if Gujian knows exactly how to squeeze that weakness. Gujian's plan is simple and ugly: capture Suning alive for Fang Jie's truth first, and if that truth is death, kill him in secret for revenge. To stay hidden until the last second, both men swallow breath-restraining pills and keep their distance while waiting for Suning to pass under them. When Little Gray starts to slow, Gujian realizes Suning may have sensed them and instantly orders the attack. Gujian and Zhang Tong erupt from hiding together, opening their attribute domains and drawing Dao weapons as they rush straight into the sky after Suning. Suning reacts just as fast, expanding his own dual attribute domain, activating the bracer, and wrapping both himself and Little Gray in Flame Breath Bone Sutra protection. The instant their domains collide, Suning realizes both attackers are half-step Dao realm experts armed with Dao weapons, and one of those auras feels disturbingly familiar. The ambush turns into a direct clash as Gujian and Zhang Tong strike from both sides, and Suning answers with a rain of sword seals inside his own domain. Wind blades and knife rain smash into the sword storm, and the first exchange ends in a violent deadlock that blasts all 3 fighters apart. As the fighters pull apart after the shockwave, Suning finally sees the face behind that familiar aura and coldly recognizes Elder Gujian. From Gray's back, Suning studies the 2 attackers and realizes something is off. Either Gu Wan nor Zhang Tong feels like a half-step Dao realm master, yet their killing power is far too high. When Suning focuses on their weapons, he senses the real threat. The copper fan and copper knife feel stranger and stronger than ordinary Dao weapons, like a matching pair from the same master. Gu Wan is shaken too, because even with those stolen special weapons and Zhang Tong's help, they still failed to overpower Suning. Gu Wan quickly counts the risk. If they cannot kill or capture Suning here, their ambush will be exposed and even Duan Qinghui will cut ties to save himself. Knowing Gray would only get caught in the crossfire, Suning jumps down to face them alone and orders his bird companion to leave. Suning even greets Gu Wan calmly, forcing the elder to speak first instead of keeping the initiative. Gu Wan bluntly asks whether Fang Jie's disappearance is tied to Suning, making it clear he suspects murder but still has no proof. Suning denies everything with a steady face, and his answer tells Gu Wan that his suspicion is still built on clues, not evidence. Suning presses back harder, warning that a sect elder attacking a disciple is serious enough to report, especially now that the old generation elders are active again. Realizing brute force may fail, Gu Wan suddenly switches to a fake apology and claims the attack was only a hot-headed misunderstanding sparked by rumors. Suning does not buy it at all and coldly says this should still be reported to the sect, turning the failed apology into a dead end. Gu Wan gives Zhang Tong a meaningful glance, and Suning instantly catches that the 2 still have one last desperate move. The pair slash themselves and feed their blood, true chi, and attribute power into the copper fan and copper knife, and the air immediately turns dangerous. Su Ning lunges to stop them, but two huge cyan wolf apparitions burst from the weapons first and connect to their wielders like living extensions. With red eyes and violent auras, Gu Wan and Zhang Tong look almost like demonic cultivators as they drive the wolf power straight at Su Ning. Su Ning quickly realizes the wolf apparition is not just boosting them, it is also swallowing the attribute power of his domain and forcing his energy down fast. Then he spots the weakness. The two attackers are in a hurry because this borrowed power is punishing them too and cannot last long. Su Ning shrinks his domain tightly around himself to cut the drain, turning the fight into a short defensive holdout instead of a reckless clash. He even chooses to tank some damage and heal through it with Flame Breath Bone Sutra, squeezing his own energy use down to the minimum. That calm defense rattles his enemies, because Gu Wan and Zhang Tong can feel the Cyan Wolf backlash getting worse while Su Ning still refuses to break. At last Gu Wan admits they cannot win this way and orders a retreat, even if it means abandoning everything and fleeing the sect forever. The moment they run, Su Ning sees his chance and swallows a fistful of power-boosting pills, ready to turn defense into pursuit. His strengthened domain explodes outward over 300 meters and catches both fleeing men before they can get away. Forced back into the fight, Gu Wan and Zhang Tong grow paler and paler while the Cyan Wolf behind them becomes clearer, as if it is feeding on their bodies. Zhang Tong cracks first and cuts off his link to the copper knife, but the instant he lets go of that support, Su Ning's domain suppresses him completely. Gu Wan makes the opposite choice and goes mad, deciding that if he is doomed anyway, he will burn everything he has to drag Su Ning down with him. He sacrifices his own flesh and blood to fully empower the wolf, dries up before Su Ning's eyes, and launches one last all-in killing strike. Su Ning has no room to dodge, so he throws up every defense at once with the Dao Pill Furnace, Sword Rain, and Flame Breath Bone Sutra's fiery armor. The impact smashes through his defenses and leaves Su Ning bleeding, but Gu Wan still fails to kill him and drops dead the next moment. While Su Ning is still hurt and cleaning up, Zhang Tong tries to bolt, but now he is too weak and Su Ning easily stops him. Su Ning asks who Zhang Tong really is and why he helped Gu Wan, but Zhang Tong only answers with a death wish instead of giving up any secrets. Seeing no value in dragging it out, Su Ning kills Zhang Tong with a sword seal and ends the ambush for good. Only after both enemies are dead does Su Ning claim the real spoils, the two strange Dao weapons and both of their storage rings. When he opens Gu Wan's ring, Su Ning is stunned by the haul, because the huge storage space is packed with pills, spirit medicines, Dao seals, and secret techniques. The second ring is another windfall, and together the two caches give Su Ning enough energy to seriously think about condensing all 6 attribute seeds. Before leaving, Su Ning tests the copper knife and senses a sealed Cyan Wolf will inside, violent enough to feel like a Dao realm demon beast. He quickly figures out the rule of the weapon: anyone can use it, but its power comes from devouring true chi, attribute power, and even the user's flesh essence. The danger is obvious, yet Su Ning also understands just how terrifying these weapons are, because with his foundation they might even push him close to the Dao realm for a moment. He puts the special Dao weapons away instead of risking them now, then decides to hide the whole incident and use the stolen resources for himself. After cleaning the scene, Su Ning slips into a nearby cave, drives out the weak demon beast inside, and turns the place into a temporary breakthrough chamber. He absorbs every useful pill and spirit medicine from the 2 rings, and the martial arts panel's energy total surges past 200,000. Before the real breakthrough, Su Ning strengthens his toolkit by choosing Water Shadow Aberration for movement and concealment, and Volcano Fist for a fire-based match to Tidal Fist. He pushes both new techniques straight to the 9th level, finishing his preparation with stronger survival and more varied offense. Then Su Ning finally begins condensing attribute seeds, and the first one forming marks his step into the half-step Dao realm. He does not stop at 1, and soon all 6 attribute seeds are complete, giving him a foundation so deep that no one below the Dao realm should be able to match him. When Su Ning checks his martial arts panel and feels the 6 seeds spread through his body, he knows the Dao realm is now only 1 step away. Back in seclusion, Su Ning checks the next wall on his martial arts panel and finds the Dao realm breakthrough would cost 300,000 energy. The number is huge, but after recently gaining 200,000 energy, Su Ning feels the Dao realm is finally close enough to touch. With that reassurance, he leaves at once for the Fog Night Abyss to check on Gray and the Demon Beast scroll. Inside the sun-starved Fog Night Abyss, Su Ning remembers Gray still has not contacted him after nearly a year, which means the refinement still is not finished. Following Su Hujuan's old instructions, Su Ning sends Little Gray away and releases his aura at the meeting point to call them out. When no one answers, the empty space beside him suddenly twists open. Su Ning steps through and drops back into the Demon Beast scroll, where Su Hujuan is already staring at him in shock. Su Hujuan can hardly believe it when he confirms Su Ning has already reached half-step Dao realm and condensed 6 attribute seeds. Comparing him to Shifengxiu, Su Hujuan openly admits Su Ning's rise is even faster and more terrifying. Once the surprise settles, Suning asks the real question. Why still no sign that Gray has finished refining the scroll? Su Hujuan says Gray is stuck at the final step, close but still unable to complete it. Suning immediately warns that people from State Wanxing are already coming for the Demon Beast scroll. That warning rattles Su Hujuan, because even an abandoned Demon Beast scroll would still tempt ordinary Dao Realm Masters in State Wanxing. When Suning asks if the current scroll can hide from a Dao Realm Master, Su Hujuan gives him the answer he did not want. Only a fully refined Demon Beast scroll can properly conceal itself, so if Gray cannot finish soon, Su Hujuan is ready to abandon it rather than risk Gray's life. Before making that call, Su Hujuan carries Suning deeper inside to see Gray in person. They pass the old battlefield ruins and the dangerous river from Suning's earlier ordeal, a bleak reminder of how deadly this place used to be for him. At the heart of the scroll, they arrive at a round pit where Gray sits below a giant bead, grimly focused on the final refinement. The moment Gray notices Suning, its stern focus breaks and it shoots into his arms like an overjoyed silver streak. Suning realizes Gray has already grown into a high-level Void Realm Demon Beast, thanks to Su Hujuan helping it refine leftover blood essence from its master. Su Hujuan points to the giant bead and explains the real obstacle. Gray still has to subdue the sealed wills of 3 Dao Realm Demon Beasts inside it. Gray is not strong enough to crush those wills by force, and even Su Hujuan at half-step Dao Realm cannot do much to help. That is when Suning suddenly thinks of the Cyan Wolf while sleeping inside his strange Dao weapon. He jumps onto the giant bead, presses a palm against it, and directly probes the wills trapped inside. Inside, he finds an eagle, a bear, and a leopard rushing at his aura, but their pressure is nowhere near as overwhelming as the will in his Dao weapons. Trusting that difference, Suning draws the copper knife and reaches for the Cyan Wolf's will. The 3 beast wills instantly feel the danger and turn fearful before he even fully summons it. With a low shout, Suning brings out the Cyan Wolf apparition, and its terrifying aura surges behind him like a predator above all predators. The borrowed power is brutal, draining Suning's true chi, blood chi, and attribute power so fast it already feels dangerous. Su Hujuan is stunned by the sudden spike in his strength, and even Gray starts trembling under the pressure. The 3 trapped wills go completely rigid, and Su Hujuan instantly yells for Gray to seize the chance. Gray activates its bloodline mark, and this time the suppression goes through with shocking ease. Almost without resistance, Gray completely subdues all 3 Dao Realm Beast wills and finally breaks the deadlock. Su Hujuan blurts out a relieved success, while Suning cuts off the Cyan Wolf and nearly pays for it on the spot. Weakened and pale, Suning hurriedly swallows a healing pill before the giant bead starts trembling violently under his feet. The 3 beast wills bow to Gray one last time, dive back into the core, and the huge bead shrinks down to the size of a pigeon egg. As the whole Demon Beast scroll world starts shaking apart, Su Hujuan moves to shield the exhausted Suning. A huge force throws Suning and Su Hujuan out into the outside world, and for a beat Suning fears Gray has been left behind. Su Hujuan quickly calms him down, explaining Gray is not in danger but taking control of the refined scroll. A few seconds later Gray reappears too, with the tiny perfected Demon Beast scroll floating proudly in front of its forehead. Now that the scroll is fully refined, Su Hujuan sincerely thanks Suning for making the impossible final step possible. Gray hands the bead to Suning, inviting him to see what the finished Demon Beast scroll really looks like. Looking inside, Suning sees a miniature world of forests, mountains, rivers, and demon beasts sealed within the tiny sphere. Su Hujuan explains that even damaged, the scroll is still a terrifying mass weapon because every beast stored inside can be raised and controlled. If Gray releases them all, Su Hujuan says the resulting beast tide could swallow half a state. But the part Suning values most is the scroll's other use. It can hide its aura and shelter them from stronger enemies when survival matters most. Satisfied, Suning returns the bead, and Gray simply swallows it into the internal space inside its own body. With the crisis over, Su Hujuan asks the question still bothering it. What exactly was that Cyan Wolf power Suning used? Suning shows the copper knife and copper fan and openly explains that both Dao weapons contain pieces of a Cyan Wolf he can temporarily borrow. The price is steep though, because the wolf drains his true chi, blood chi, and attribute power so hard it could suck him dry if he misjudges it. Su Hujuan has never heard of weapons like that before, but it agrees with Suning's suspicion that they likely came from State Wanxing. Suning then asks where they will go now that the scroll is safe. Su Hujuan decides to take Gray back to their race's homeland first, retrieve the legacy items left there, and then come find Suning at Yuan Sect. They all agree that once State Wanxing's people arrive and chaos spreads, staying close enough to support each other will matter. Gray gives Suning one last affectionate forehead press before climbing back onto Su Hujuan for the trip. Then Su Hujuan takes Gray and vanishes into the distance as a streak of light. Only after they are gone does Suning call little Gray out from hiding among the rocks. The little beast only hid because Su Hujuan and Gray's bloodline pressure terrified it. Suning pats its head, tells it those two are allies, and promises to refine Demon Beast pills later to cleanse its bloodline and raise its future limit. Cheered up by that promise, little Gray carries Suning back toward Yuan Sect. A few days later in Yuan Sect, Elder Gu Wan's disappearance has already grown serious enough for Mi Xingye to investigate it himself. Then Su Ning is summoned alone to Sect Master Peak, where Mi Xingye wastes no time asking the sharpest question possible. Mi Xingye asks directly whether Su Ning killed Gu Wan, and Su Ning instantly understands his master must already have found real clues. After weighing the risk, Su Ning decides not to dodge and answers with the truth as he sees it. He says he did not directly kill Gu Wan, because the elder burned himself out using a desperate trump card while trying to murder him. Mi Xingye studies him hard and presses again, demanding to know why Gu Wan wanted him dead in the first place. Su Ning says Gu Wan acted out of revenge over Fan Jie and plain resentment that Mi Xingye had taken in 2 excellent disciples. When Mi Xingye asks about Fan Jie next, Su Ning admits he killed him too, but only because Fan Jie moved first. Then Su Ning finally reveals the very truth he no longer needs to hide. He came to State Jifeng after being abducted from State Feiyan. He lays out the chain of events from the Bao family crisis to his revenge, Fan Jie's pursuit, and Gu Wan's eventual assassination attempt. That full explanation finally breaks Mi Xingye's composure, because even he did not expect Su Ning's path into the sect to be this bloody and twisted. After a long silence, Mi Xingye reveals he already found and dealt with Gu Wan's trusted subordinate, the man who had been investigating Su Ning's old ties. That means Mi Xingye quietly removed a dangerous loose end for him before this interrogation even began. Mi Xingye downplays any favor and insists he only acted because that deacon kept violating sect rules under Gu Wan's protection. Su Ning respectfully answers anyway, because whatever Mi Xingye says, he knows his master just shielded him from a serious aftermath. At last Mi Xingye admits what really worried him. If Su Ning had deliberately murdered Gu Wan instead of surviving in self-defense, he would have had no choice but to expel him. Back at Yuan, Mi Xingye makes one thing clear: Gu Wan attacked first, so Su Ning will not be punished for killing him. Mi Xingye says he has already moved to contain the fallout, effectively closing the matter to protect his disciple. He warns Su Ning that with Dao Realm attribute seeds already formed, his future is bright but his life will only get more dangerous. Su Ning answers obediently, while keeping one huge secret to himself. He only admitted to 2 seeds, not all 6. Before sending him off, Mi Xingye orders Su Ning to keep this talk hidden and stay ready for urgent sect orders. The reason is pressing. Source sect intelligence says people from State Wanxing will reach the abyss north within days. Far away in State Chengdu, a protected ship finally cuts through the black-blue storm of the endless sea abyss and nears land. The disciples at the bow burst with relief when they spot the shore of the 17 states at last. Their excitement only exists because Dao Realm protectors brought them through alive. Without that escort, the endless sea abyss would have swallowed them. When the disciples rush to report ashore, a green-robed young-looking sect master steps out and calmly takes charge. The 6 leaders all look young, but their aged eyes reveal the truth. These are real Dao Realm masters who have reclaimed youthful appearances. An elder warns that source sect pursuers from State Wanxing may soon catch up and compete for the same objective. The sect master brushes off any direct threat, confident that no one the source sect sends can beat him. But when the elder brings up Old Man Wan Yi and the Demon Beast scroll, the sect master finally turns serious. He immediately decides to split their forces after landing and seize control of key sects across the 17 states. To him, 6 Dao Realm masters and hundreds of high-level Void Realm fighters are more than enough to dominate this so-called barren land. The ship slams ashore, and the travelers finally step onto solid ground feeling safe for the first time in ages. That relief vanishes for the Dao Realm leaders the moment they sense the air here is painfully thin in spiritual energy. Even replenishing chi after battle will be hard in this place, and the strongest among them can feel spiritual energy leaking away just by standing still. Still, the sect master steadies everyone by reminding them they brought plenty of recovery pills for exactly this problem. Once the maps are distributed, he sends all the disciples out on missions and promises heavy rewards for any clue about Old Man Wan Yi or the Demon Beast scroll. For these Wanxing disciples, the 17 states feel like a place where they can finally act like big shots instead of staying humble. Watching them go, the sect master quietly reveals his real ambition: use Old Man Wan Ye's token to gain imperial recognition, seize the Demon Beast scroll, and build a sect powerful enough to matter back home. The story shifts to Yuan's sect in State Jifeng, where Su Ning and He Minji are summoned into a hall full of current and former elders. Qiu Rinshan opens the meeting with the bad news everyone expected but still dreaded. The people from State Wanxing have already arrived. He lays out the scale of the threat: several Dao Realm masters, over 100 high-level Void Realm fighters, and multiple states already being pressured under their control. Their forces are spreading south, and State Jifeng is next in line for infiltration. So Yuan and Thousand Flood have agreed on a joint defense, with some experts staying in sect and others sent out to support weaker powers. He also reassures them that if the outsiders negotiate, they can talk, but if they try to bully State Jifeng, Yuan is ready to fight back. The room steadies a little when he adds that source sect is sending support, and even Yulan's old bones can force themselves into Dao Realm if it comes to that. Su Ning listens with a guarded expression, uneasy about unknown enemies and still worried because Su Hujuan and Gray have not returned from the Void Beast homeland. Qiu Rishan moves from warning to action and starts assigning who will defend the sect and who will be sent out. Mi Xingye and Elder Yuanqing are kept at Yuan itself, anchoring the sect's core defense. Then Su Ning's name comes up with a surprise posting. He is being sent to guard Moon Gazing Sect. The choice catches Su Ning off guard because Moon Gazing Sect is a major power, not the kind of place he expected to babysit. He still keeps quiet for the moment, deciding to ask after the meeting instead of challenging the arrangement in public. Himinji is also sent out, but to a much weaker sect, making the difference in their assignments even more obvious. With the placements finished, Chiu Rishan orders every outbound team to depart within 3 days and the home defenders to start preparing the disciples immediately. Mi Xingye follows with a few steadying words, and no one dares object to the plan. As everyone files out under the weight of the news, Chiu Rishan quietly stops Su Ning and Himinji behind. Now alone with Mi Xingye, Duyuan, and Duan Qinghui, the 2 disciples are told the truth. Everyone called here today is part of Yuelan's core combat strength. Duyuan even says the quiet part out loud. Despite being disciples, Su Ning and Himinji already outmatched many elders present earlier. Mi Xingye asks if they object to being sent out, making it clear this was a deliberate decision, not a casual assignment. Neither refuses, trusting that their master chose this after thinking it through. Su Ning finally asks the question on his mind: why send him to a first-rate sect like Moon Gazing at all? Mi Xingye explains that Moon Gazing sect was hit by disaster recently, and both of its half-step Dao Realm masters were badly injured. Without a strong fighter holding the line, Moon Gazing fears it will be targeted, hollowed out, and turned into a puppet by the Wanqing outsiders. That answer settles Su Ning's doubts, and he quietly judges that as long as a Dao Realm enemy does not personally come down on him, he can survive the mission. Mi Xingye adds one more twist: Su Ning will not be alone there, because Thousand Flood's true disciple Si Ying is also being sent. Hearing Si Ying's name, Su Ning remembers they barely know each other, even if outsiders think they are close because of what happened around Fengchanga. He simply agrees that the 2 of them will support each other once they reach Moon Gazing Sect. Then Duan Qinghui, a known ally of Gu Wan, unexpectedly tells both disciples to protect themselves first even while protecting others. The warning catches Su Ning off guard, but both young men still answer respectfully. Mi Xingye sends them off to prepare and tells them to report to Sect Master Peak again before leaving the sect. Outside the hall, Himinji drops the formal tone and earnestly tells Su Ning to be careful out there. Su Ning returns the warning, then pulls Himinji aside because he has something important to hand over. With a movement of consciousness, Su Ning brings out a red longsword, and Himinji instantly feels that this weapon is no ordinary treasure. The moment he touches it, Himinji realizes the truth with a jolt. This is a fire attribute Dao weapon. Su Ning tells him plainly to take it, because he had already decided one of his spare Dao weapons should go to his senior brother. Himinji wants it badly, but still pushes it back, unwilling to accept something this rare from his junior brother. He argues that Su Ning is also heading into danger, so a Dao weapon would serve him better or be worth a mountain of resources in trade. Su Ning answers with a quiet flex. If he can afford to give one away, it is because he still has other Dao weapons for himself. Even then, Himinji refuses again, saying Su Ning could exchange such a weapon for resources instead of handing it over. So Su Ning changes the wording and presses harder. If a gift is too much, then treat it as a loan for the coming fight. When that still does not crack his senior brother's pride, Su Ning jokingly makes it personal and asks if Himinji really sees him as too unworthy to accept help from. That finally breaks the deadlock, and Himinji agrees to borrow the Dao weapon until the Wanqing threat is over. Su Ning places the fire sword in his hand, already stripped of its old control mark so Himinji can use it immediately. After a few last words of concern, Su Ning heads off, leaving Himinji alone with the weight of what he was just given. Staring at the fire attribute Dao weapon, Himinji sighs and fully understands Su Ning's sincerity. And with that blade in his grasp, Himinji knows he no longer has to fear an ordinary half-step Dao realm opponent. 3 days later, Su Ning quietly leaves Yuan sect with Gray draped over his shoulder, relieved that Gray and Su Hujian managed to arrive in time after all. Gray asks where they are going through voice transmission, and Su Ning tells that they are heading to the human moon gazing sect where he will be stationed for a while. Su Ning reflects that Gray came back from the Void Beast homeland far stronger than before, already close to the half-step Dao realm, which makes the power of pure demon beast bloodlines feel terrifying. He summons Little Gray as his mount, and the moment the beast notices Gray, it visibly trembles in fear. Su Ning reassures Little Gray that Gray is a friend, and Gray even hops down to pat the bigger beast on the head, finally easing the tension. Su Ning rides Little Gray toward Moon Gazing Sect, and by the time they arrive less than half a day later, he chooses to land and enter properly through the front gate. The gate disciple first stops the stranger, but the moment Su Ning shows his Yuan waistplate and gives his name, the guards light up with open admiration. Su Ning's fame for killing Feng Chang'e has already spread across State Jifeng, so the moon-gazing disciples welcome him like a reassuring expert just when the sect is under pressure. Soon, Seeing and moon-gazing sect master Yuan come out in person to greet him, making it clear Su Ning is being treated as an honored guest, not a junior errand runner. After polite greetings, Seeing studies Su Ning and immediately senses that his cultivation has changed again. Suning answers plainly that he condensed the tribute seeds only a few days ago, and both Seeing and Yuan Yuan are stunned on the spot. When Seeing remembers he was still in the true intent realm just months ago, Yuan Yuan's attitude shifts again because Suning's speed of growth is now absurd even by top sex standards. Suning brushes it off as luck and opportunities, but Yuan Yuan can only sigh that both Seeing and Suning are monsters among the younger generation. Once they are seated with spirit medicine tea, Suning gets straight to the real issue and asks how moon-gazing sect's 2 half-step Dao realm elders were injured. Yuan Yuan admits the 2 hidden elders were badly hurt by a demon beast, and the moment he names it a Cyan Wolf, both Suning and Gray react at once. That name instantly pulls Suning back to the Cyan Wolf apparition from the copper knife and copper fan, so he presses for every detail. Yuan Yuan explains that a month ago the sect's paramount fruit finally ripened in the forbidden area, drawing 2 hidden elders out of seclusion to pick it on the night of the full moon. Before they could touch the fruit, a Cyan Wolf burst in at lightning speed, swallowed one fruit and snatched the other, then vanished before the elders could stop it. The furious elders chased it, but after outrunning them, the Cyan Wolf actually came back on purpose and faced them head-on. What followed was not a desperate escape by the beast at all, but a one-sided fight where the Cyan Wolf easily suppressed both the tribute seed elders as if it were just playing with them. Suning judges from that account that the wolf must be extremely close to the Dao realm, and Yuan Yuan bitterly confirms the elders survived only because the beast chose not to kill them. Worse, the Cyan Wolf kept returning over the next month, slipping into moon-gazing sect like it owned the place, stealing things, hurting people, and leaving the whole sect on edge. Seeing says the beast acts like a naughty child, and that odd description fits so well that Suning starts looking even more interested instead of more fearful. Seeing how badly the wolf's antics are shaking the sect, Suning calmly promises that when it appears again, he will personally meet it. Yuan Yuan can only smile bitterly, because from his point of view, Suning is talented but still far too young to handle the monster that crushed his own hidden elders. The conversation shifts when Seeing reaches toward Gray, curious about the kitten-like beast whose bloodline feels strangely high quality. Gray instantly bares its teeth, flashes the silver mark on its forehead, and releases the aura of a high-level void realm demon beast, forcing Seeing to step back in shock. Suning scolds Gray for being rude, and once the little beast curls up again, he explains that he never subdued it at all because they have been partners since the mortal realm. That answer leaves both Seeing and Yuan Yuan even more amazed, because a beast this proud and this gifted chose Suning on its own. Yuan Yuan then formally thanks Suning for coming so far to help and invites him to meet the sect's elders and elite disciples. As Yuan Yuan walks him through moon-gazing sect, Suning's reputation and current cultivation quickly win over both the elders and the younger elite. Suning stays humble through all of it, and even invites the outstanding disciples to come discuss cultivation with him whenever they want, which makes the sect warm to him even faster. Moon-gazing sect follows with a welcoming banquet, turning the visit into a genuine show of trust rather than a tense wartime arrangement. After the feast, Suning is given a villa to stay in, but he refuses attendance and keeps only Gray and Little Gray with him. Several quiet days pass with Suning occasionally advising moon-gazing disciples, but the Cyan Wolf never appears once, and the silence starts to feel suspicious. When waiting gets him nowhere, Suning decides to lure the beast out himself by using the kind of pill that demon beasts can hardly resist. He starts refining a demon beast blood-cleansing pill from precious herbs, aiming straight at the instinctive hunger demon beasts feel for anything that can raise their bloodline. Half an hour later, a palm-sized azure pill rises from the furnace, and Suning knows he has made it extra tempting by enhancing both its medicinal power and its spreading scent. The instant Suning steps outside with it, both Gray and Little Gray lock onto the pill like hungry children, because even Gray finds the smell hard to ignore. Suning tells them the pill is bait for the Cyan Wolf, not a reward yet, and Little Gray immediately sags while Gray's forced composure almost slips. Under the full moon, Suning places the pill high in a tree and releases his half-step Dao realm aura so weaker beasts will not come ruin the trap. Then he sits cross-legged under the tree to wait, while Gray and Little Gray deliberately shut off their senses to keep from chasing the scent themselves. Hours crawl by with nothing happening, and Suning begins to suspect the Cyan Wolf may have already left this region for good. But less than half an hour after he decides to wait just a little longer, Suning and Gray both snap upright at the same instant. A skinny Cyan Wolf is standing on the villa roof, and one look is enough for Suning to confirm it is directly tied by bloodline to the Cyan Wolf apparition from the copper knife and fan. The Cyan Wolf throws back its head and howls, flooding half of moon-gazing sect with pressure the moment it notices Suning and Gray waiting for it. Even so, greed wins for one instant and the wolf lunges toward the blood-cleansing pill, trying to snatch the prize before escaping. Suning moves at once, opening his bracer and spreading his attribute domain, and the wolf instantly senses a fatal threat. The Cyan Wolf abandons the pill without hesitation and whips around to flee, proving it understands exactly how dangerous Suning really is. Suning gives chase immediately, and Gray launches after him, while poor Little Gray is left pinned down by the collision of terrifying pressure. All across moon-gazing sect, elders and disciples feel the wolf's familiar pressure and panic as they realize the beast has invaded again. Yuan Yuan and Seeing were planning to hide like everyone else, but the moment they realize the disturbance is at Suning's villa, they grit their teeth and run toward the danger instead. Suning's attribute domain wraps around the Cyan Wolf, but the beast suddenly bursts with bloodline power and tears free from the suppression. Gray catches up in midair, its body stopping unnaturally as its head swells larger, and its open mouth unleashes a terrifying suction force toward the fleeing wolf. Yuan and Seeing arrive just in time to witness Gray's true power, and the sight drags up an old nightmare from the beast tied 300 years ago. Staring at the tiny beast they had just treated like a strange pet, both of them finally blurt out the same answer in disbelief: Gray is a void beast. When Yuan and Seeing rush over, Gray's devouring display hits them harder than the wolf itself, because they realize Suning's little companion is descended from a void beast. The Cyan Wolf refuses to be swallowed, triggers its bloodline again, and swells into a giant hideous wolf just to break Gray's suction. Gray only buys a little time, but Suning uses that opening to spread his attribute domain and slam the giant wolf with layered sword and fist power. Even this near-Dao wolf gets pinned down, and Yuan and Seeing stop thinking about helping because Suning is plainly fighting on a level above them. Seeing realizes Suning must have condensed several attribute seeds already, and both she and Yuan start measuring him against the strongest hidden talents of major sex. Cornered at last, the Cyan Wolf explodes into scarlet blood chi and floods the whole battlefield with a bloody fog that feels like a real domain. Yuan and Seeing retreat immediately, and even Gray senses something dangerous in this bloodline domain. Gray tries to eat the blood fog too, but this time the domain fights back, destabilizing the void inside him until he has to spit it out. Suning orders Gray out before the fight turns against him, and Gray leaves angrily but obediently, still yelling that Suning has to catch the wolf. From inside the blood fog, the Cyan Wolf finally speaks like a murderous child and promises to teach this human a lesson. Then the wolf melts completely into the fog, and Suning loses its aura entirely, forcing him to shrink his domain tight around himself and wait for the first strike. The first ambush comes from behind, but Suning's sharpened reactions let him twist aside before the giant bloody claw can tear him open. The wolf keeps playing the same patient game, appearing for one blow and vanishing before Suning can hit back. Instead of chasing blind, Suning brings out his flame-breathed bone sutra armor and decides to weather the attacks until he understands the pattern. The wolf's claws finally land, cracking the armor, but every fracture seals up at once under Suning's attribute power. That only frustrates the wolf more, and outside the fog Yuan and Seeing can sense that Suning is handling even this final form without taking real damage. Gray, sitting on little Gray's head and still nursing his pride, can only glare at the battle and wait for Suning to win it back for him. After testing the wolf's rhythm, Suning concludes he either has to break the fog completely or catch the beast in the instant it turns solid. So Suning suddenly speeds up with water shadow aberration and bursts out of the blood fog, baiting the wolf into chasing him. The trap works because the wolf hurries to envelop him again and lunges for a killing blow. But the wolf only tears through a decoy, and the real Suning rushes in from outside the fog before it can melt away again. Suning slams the wolf with true chi and attribute power, disrupts its bloodline circulation, and the entire bloodline domain collapses on the spot. With the fog gone, everyone sees that Suning has captured the wolf alive, and even Gray breaks into a smug grin. The wolf still snaps and threatens revenge, but Suning calmly seals its bloodline power until its giant body shrinks back down to ordinary wolf size. Yuan hurries back with a heavy beast cage, and Suning locks the suppressed wolf inside before it can recover. Suning immediately asks why it kept attacking moon-gazing sect people, and the wolf insists it only came to take things, not to kill anyone. Since the beast clearly knows more, Suning asks to question it alone, and Yuan leaves the matter to him without argument. Back at the villa, Suning rewards Gray and Little Gray with a demon beast blood cleansing pill, and the caged wolf can only watch with hungry envy. Suning softens his tone and offers a deal, saying he will let the wolf go if it answers honestly, which makes the beast suddenly a lot more cooperative. The real test comes when Suning shows the copper knife and copper fan, and the Cyan Wolf instantly recognizes them as items that belong to its master. Suning explains that he killed the two people carrying those Dao weapons, and the wolf confirms that they were stolen from its master long ago. Asked about the Cyan Wolf while inside the weapons, the beast admits it knows almost nothing except that its master was an extremely powerful Dao realm expert. That boast earns an instant reaction from Gray, who slaps the cage in anger the moment the wolf insults Suning. When Suning asks for the master's name, the wolf embarrassingly admits it does not know that either. The wolf demands to be released anyway, but Suning drops the friendly act and makes it clear that these scraps of information are nowhere near enough. Now Suning sees the real problem. Whether he frees the wolf or keeps it locked up, its Dao realm master could become a deadly threat. So Suning chooses a third option and tells Gray to throw the Cyan Wolf into the Demon Beast Scroll, where it can be hidden completely. The terrified wolf struggles and demands to know what a Demon Beast Scroll even is, but weakened as it is, it cannot resist being dragged inside. Once the wolf disappears into the scroll, Suning decides he will not deal with its master until he reaches the Dao realm himself. In Fomlin County, a small group from State Wanxing slipped into a restaurant and finally dropped their travel hats, looking far too relaxed for people on a secret mission. The younger disciples openly enjoyed how easy the Abyss North felt, joking that life here was freer than the brutal competition back in State Wanqing. Senior brother Mo shut that mood down fast and reminded them they were here to see Sex in State Jifeng, not to waste time acting careless. He laid out the real goal: control Major Sex's puppets, use them to search for the Demon Beast Scroll and Old Man Wan Yi, and move fast before the larger sect alliance became a bigger problem. Their first target was the nearby moon-gazing sect, and Mo was confident its 2 half-step Dao Realm elders would still fold under his team. Back at moon-gazing sect, Suning's capture of the Cyan Wolf had already spread, and the whole sect treated him with even more respect than before. Suning quietly told Yuan Yuan, and seeing that the Cyan Wolf had actually been released by him, but he framed it as trouble tied to a powerful figure so they would stop digging. Later, Suning refined another batch of pills specifically for Little Grey, trying to push the bloodline-powered beast one step closer to a breakthrough. Little Grey swallowed the whole pot excitedly, while Grey barely cared, knowing its own bloodline was already too high for pills like these to matter much. That quiet moment broke when Seeing hurried in with bad news. A patrol group sent out the previous night had vanished without a trace. Suning immediately understood this was no ordinary delay, and both of them suspected the missing disciples had been taken by State Wanqing to expose moon-gazing sect's situation. Yuan Yuan had already sent another search party but stopped the elders from rushing out themselves, choosing caution over risking even heavier losses. For now, Suning told Seeing to wait for Yuan Yuan's orders, but the disappearance left him with a bad feeling that the real trouble was almost here. Outside the sect in a hidden forest, the truth was uglier. Senior brother Mo's group had already dealt with the missing disciples and finished extracting what they needed. From those captives, Mo learned the 2 top elders were badly injured, but he also heard about a far more troublesome surprise: a Yuelon disciple named Suning now guarding the sect. Even after hearing Suning had subdued the Cyan Wolf, Mo still judged him as just another half-step Dao Realm fighter and trusted his own strength to crush him. He warned his team not to get reckless once the fight started, because if he got tied down by Suning, he would not have time to save them. As they rushed toward moon-gazing sect, Mo kept thinking about the pressure on his shoulders, because success here could launch him toward the Dao Realm, and failure could bury his future. Inside his villa, Suning suddenly sensed a terrifying half-step Dao Realm aura approaching the gate, and knew State Wanqing had finally arrived. This enemy felt stronger than any half-step Dao Realm opponent Suning had met outside Yuelon's hidden seniors, so he took the threat seriously at once. Suning vanished from the courtyard to intercept them, and Grey shot after him without hesitation. At the gate, senior brother Mo arrived with his disciples and the bodies of moon-gazing sect members nearby, only to stop cold when he saw a young man in white already waiting for him. The 2 men stood still and measured each other in silence, and for the first time Mo felt real danger from the young defender in front of him. Seeing, Yuan Yuan, and several elders quickly arrived behind Suning, turning the standoff into a full confrontation at the sect gate. Senior brother Mo tried a smooth threat first, claiming they did not want conflict and only needed moon-gazing sect's resources and cooperation to search for clues. Suning answered with open contempt, pointing out the dead disciples at their feet and mocking Mo for calling that peaceful cooperation. With the last pretenses gone, senior brother Mo drew his spear, and Suning instantly recognized the patterned weapon as a Dao weapon. Mo declared that if they would not welcome him as a guest, he would take control by force, and both men unleashed their domains at the same time. The battle split cleanly in 2, with Suning taking Mo himself and the rest of both sides crashing into a second melee around them. Grey rushed in ready to help Suning, but Suning redirected him toward the others, knowing the smaller fights needed support more than he did. Inside senior brother Mo's domain, the Dao weapon spear churned up vicious air currents, but Suning answered with bracer-enhanced attacks and a storm of water-fire sword and fist seals. As the exchange dragged on, Mo's confidence cracked because Suning was also a dual-attribute fighter, and his domain felt stronger and wider instead of weaker. Then Mo realized the worst part: Suning had condensed 6 attribute seeds, enough to suppress even his all-attribute Dao weapon head-on. Even the side battlefield turned against State Wanqing once Grey joined in, and Mo saw his own people getting hammered instead of winning by realm advantage. Watching both fronts collapse, Mo grew visibly impatient, while Suning calmly judged that these Wanqing invaders were not as unstoppable as he had expected. Suning even held back several trump cards, planning to capture Mo alive and pry the truth about State Wanqing out of him afterward. When an opening finally appeared, Suning drove in with Tidal Fist and Volcano Fist together, sending blue and red attribute power crashing straight into Mo's body. The blow wrecked Mo's meridians, and in that instant he knew he could not win. Instead of making a last stand, Mo abandoned his own people, faked one more attack, and turned to run for his life. The moment their leader broke, the other Wanqing disciples lost all nerve and scattered in every direction. Yuan Yuan instantly ordered the chase, suddenly full of momentum now that he knew these invaders could be beaten. Grey made sure none of the fleeing disciples got far by unleashing a huge suction force that dragged them back into the sect's hands alive. Meanwhile, Suning caught up to senior brother Mo alone, cutting off his escape before he could get away. Cornered and desperate, Mo tried one last threat, warning that Dao Realm elders from his sect would hunt Su Ning down if he killed him. Su Ning did not blink, telling him that even mercy would not stop State Wanxing from targeting him anyway, so the threat meant nothing. With no other option left, Mo pulled out a fluorescent crystal, and Su Ning braced for some hidden killing move. But the crystal was not a weapon at all, and the moment Mo crushed it, he vanished through a Dao Realm spatial escape technique. Su Ning recognized it as a spatial life-saving method and gave up the chase, deciding it made more sense to return and question the captives taken at the sect. The escape dropped senior brother Mo into a desolate mountain, but instead of relief, he felt only dread over the failed mission and the punishment waiting for him back in State Wanxing. As his panic settled, Mo realized he either had to find some way to make up for this disaster or disappear into hiding forever. Then he looked up and found a skinny old man with a cane standing ahead of him so quietly that he had not sensed him at all. The old man's aura was almost invisible, yet the danger pouring off him was far worse than Su Ning's, and Mo instantly understood he was facing a true Dao Realm master. Before Mo could do anything, the old man moved like a shadow to stand right in front of him and calmly asked why someone searching for him did not recognize him. Shaking, senior brother Mo finally guessed the truth, and the old man confirmed it himself. This harmless-looking figure was Wan Yi, the very target State Wanxing had crossed the endless sea abyss to find. When senior brother Mo hears the old man admit he is Wan Yi, his face goes white, because he came here to steal Wan Yi's sect token, not greet a Dao Realm master. Wan Yi calmly questions him, and senior brother Mo, too scared to hide anything, spills everything he knows about Jade Knight sect and why they tracked Wan Yi to the abyss north. Wan Yi even pats him on the shoulder and praises his honesty, and for 1 second senior brother Mo thinks he might survive. The next second, senior brother Mo drops dead, and Wan Yi coldly decides he cannot let a man sent to kill him carry that news back home. Alone again, Wan Yi pulls out a black iron sect token and stares at it with bitter nostalgia, wondering whether his ruined sect can still be rebuilt. That hope is undercut fast when Wan Yi suddenly coughs up blood, swallows a pill, and admits to himself that his life is almost over. Since he can no longer cross the endless sea abyss back to State Wanxing, Wan Yi resigns himself to finding a successor somewhere in the 17 states instead. He remembers how he has searched these lands for 100 years and still found no young genius fit to carry the weight of restoring his sect. In the end, he lowers his standards and decides he may have to settle for any junior with a real chance to reach Dao Realm, and trust fate for the rest. Then Wan Yi suddenly remembers why he came here in the first place and turns toward Moon Gazing Sect, where Cyan's trail vanished. Back at Moon Gazing Sect, Su Ning learns that Yuan and Seeing already captured the surviving intruders and forced out some rough answers. The prisoners reveal that Jade Knight sect is a small sect from State Wanxing, but even that small sect has 6 Dao Realm leaders and nearly 100 high-level Void Realm disciples. Yuan is pleased they beat this advanced team first, but the victory feels dangerous, because if the sect master or elders come next, Moon Gazing Sect cannot survive it. Su Ning is shaken too, and he decides the matter is too big to handle alone, so he plans to send a letter back with Little Gray and let Mi Xingye judge the next move. He still asks for more details, but what the ordinary disciples know is only scraps, and Su Ning regrets even more that senior brother Mo escaped earlier. After telling Yuan to keep digging, Su Ning heads back to his villa expecting the usual greeting from Gray and Little Gray. Instead, he notices the silence first, and that missing welcome instantly makes him uneasy. Inside, Su Ning freezes. Little Gray is trembling, and Gray is hanging helplessly in the grip of an unknown old man. Su Ning's senses tell him there should be no one there at all, and that impossible gap makes the truth hit him hard. This old man is a Dao Realm master. Su Ning races through possibilities, rejects the idea that Jade Knight sect sent help this fast, and lands on the worst answer. This must be the owner of the Cyan Wolf. He realizes he was too careless, because even if the beast was hidden away, a Dao Realm master could still track the leftover aura back to this villa. With no hope of fighting or escaping, Su Ning can only bow and address the old man as senior. Wan Yi ignores him at first, and keeps studying Gray with open curiosity, as if the proud void beast matters more than the tense human in front of him. Then Wan Yi finally turns to Su Ning, notices how absurdly young he is, and his interest shifts on the spot. In a blur, Wan Yi is right beside him, grabbing Su Ning's arm and shoulder to test his body directly. What he finds leaves him ecstatic. Su Ning is only in his late 20s and has already condensed 6 attribute seeds as a dual attribute martial artist. Instead of interrogating him about Cyan, Wan Yi bursts into delighted laughter, and Su Ning is left completely off balance. Wan Yi starts asking questions fast, and Su Ning answers carefully, giving his name and saying he comes from Yuan sect. Wan Yi remembers Yuan only through Himinji, so when Su Ning says he entered the sect just 2 years ago, the old man presses deeper. Su Ning says he only began learning internal skills 3 years ago, and that answer is so outrageous Wan Yi flatly accuses him of lying. But after watching him closely, Wan Yi realizes Su Ning is telling the truth, and the old man's excitement only gets worse. Wan Yi asks if Su Ning comes from a major clan, only to remember halfway through that no family in these lands should be able to produce a talent like this. Su Ning answers anyway and says he is not from any great house at all, but from a village in Kanyun County of State Feiyan. That humble background all but seals it for Wan Yi, who is now convinced he has found the rare kind of successor he spent a century searching for. Suning notices the shift too and realizes this Dao Realm master seems less interested in punishment than in him. Trying to ease the tension, Wan Yi changes the subject and asks about Gray, correctly identifying him as a void beast with an exceptionally pure bloodline. Then Wan Yi finally brings up his real purpose and says he came to retrieve his demon beast, making Su Ning and Gray both go stiff. He makes it worse by stating that Cyan's trail ended in this very villa and ordering Su Ning to bring the beast out. Su Ning hesitates because releasing Cyan will expose the secret storage method, but Wan Yi reassures him that as long as Cyan is alive, he has no intention of punishing anyone. Judging that the old man truly means it, Su Ning finally gives the order and quietly tells Gray to release the Cyan wolf. Gray obeys, and the Cyan wolf demon beast is abruptly thrown out from the hidden space with its head hitting the floor first. The moment Cyan sees Wan Yi, it rushes over in wild relief and starts crying that Su Ning and Gray beat it up and locked it in an isolated space. But instead of backing Cyan, Wan Yi scolds him on the spot for running away and causing trouble first. He warns that if Cyan keeps indulging his bloodthirsty beast nature and loses control, Wan Yi himself will kill him. That threat makes Su Ning understand the Cyan wolf's murderous power was not his imagination, and Cyan obediently slinks aside to await punishment. Wan Yi then turns back to Su Ning and, to Su Ning's surprise, thanks him for looking after Cyan instead of blaming him. Only now does Wan Yi properly introduce himself as Old Man Wan Yi, and the name instantly clicks for Su Ning. Wan Yi confirms that the people from State Wanxing were indeed hunting him, and Su Ning admits he already knows they were after something called a sect token. Su Ning asks what a sect token actually is, and Wan Yi starts explaining that State Wanxing is not a loose martial world at all, but a dynasty ruled by an imperial court. To make that even clearer, Wan Yi reveals the imperial family has a grand master above Dao Realm, a level so high it leaves Su Ning stunned. Wan Yi says the sect token is what gives the sect official recognition, imperial protection, and the right to recruit and expand without being treated as just another chaotic local force. There are only two ways to get one: reach the 7th stage of Dao Realm and apply to the court, or take the token of a declining official sect and replace it. The helpless look in Wan Yi's eyes tells Su Ning the rest before the words do. Wan Yi belongs to one of those declining sects. Wan Yi confirms it himself, explaining that the sect token in his hand is all that remains of his sect's future, and if he cannot find the right heir, the sect will truly die with him. Then Wan Yi finally drops the real reason for all his strange excitement, and sincerely asks Su Ning if he is willing to help rebuild the sect. When Wan Yi asks Su Ning to rebuild his old sect, Su Ning flatly refuses because the burden sounds absurd for someone who has not even reached the Dao Realm yet. Wan Yi keeps pushing, saying Su Ning's talent is rare even by State Wanxing standards and enough to become the backbone of a sect there. Su Ning tries another reason to refuse, reminding Wan Yi that he already belongs to Yuelan's sect and cannot casually switch sides. Wan Yi laughs that concern away and explains that in State Wanxing, talented people changing sects is normal once a smaller sect can no longer hold them. He adds that a former small sect often supports that move, because if the genius rises later, that old sect gains a powerful backer instead of losing everything. Su Ning falls quiet, clearly troubled, and Wan Yi immediately sees that the real issue is not loyalty, but the heavy responsibility tied to the offer. Asked directly, Su Ning admits he sees rebuilding a sect in dangerous State Wanxing as a shackle, not an opportunity. Wan Yi counters with the one thing that really reaches him, the hidden sect treasury, enough to support both recruitment and Su Ning's own future cultivation. That promise of resources genuinely tempts Su Ning, because to him, resources mean the fuel for all his martial progress. Even so, Su Ning does not answer on impulse and asks for time to think, weighing the sect token as a life-changing choice instead of a casual favor. Once Su Ning shows real interest, he finally asks the sect's name, and Wan Yi reveals it, the Swallow Heron Sect. Now thinking seriously, Su Ning asks the obvious question: if the sect was official and protected by the imperial court, how did it still fall? The two settle at the stone bench to talk properly, while Gray curls into a corner, and Cyan bares its teeth at him like a petty guard dog still spoiling for trouble. Wan Yi explains that the imperial court only stops unofficial sects from openly harming official ones. It does not stop official sects from grinding each other down in brutal competition. He says official sects can survive if they stay cautious, but anyone who wants more talent and more resources has to push into dangerous struggles anyway. That is exactly what doomed the Swallow Heron sect, because its former sect master expanded too aggressively into rival resource circles. The disaster came when that failed expansion led to one wrong move, the offense of a royal princess, and a joint attack from both an official sect and an unofficial sect. Wan Yi grimly recalls that more than half the sect's core disciples were killed or crippled, and its top combat power was shattered in one blow. With enemies ready to swallow everything, the sect master dispersed the Swallow Heron sect, hid its remaining resources, and later died seeking revenge alone. Wan Yi says he received the sect token at that final moment, but the dead sect master left no orders, as if even he had stopped believing the sect could return. Still, Wan Yi never gave up, so he hid in Abyss North for 100 years, protecting the secret and waiting for a successor strong enough to try again. He even sees a bitter kind of opportunity in that century of silence, because the old enemies have mostly faded and a rebuilt swallow heron sect could grow unnoticed at first. Hearing all this, Suning realizes Wan Yi is not just recruiting him, he is confessing the burden he has carried alone for 100 years. Suning finally asks the hardest question back. If Wan Yi wanted the sect restored so badly, why not rebuild it himself? Wan Yi answers with blunt honesty that he simply cannot, because the old pursuit into the endless sea abyss left him crippled, drained, and near the end of his life. He adds that even if he tried, the scattered old followers would not rally behind a man whose upper limit is already known and broken. That is why Wan Yi chose Suning instead, a young genius who could first grow stronger in state Wanxing, rebuild quietly, and one day force everyone to take the swallow heron sect seriously again. By the next chapter, Wan Yi says it plainly. He wants Suning to lead the swallow heron sect all the way back to its peak. Suning does not reject him this time, but he sets two conditions first. The Jade Knight crisis has to settle, and he himself must break into the Dao realm before leaving for state Wanxing. Wan Yi warns that driving out Jade Knight sect will not be easy at all, because he recently captured one of their disciples and learned how strong the invasion really is. He reveals the scale of the threat. 6 Dao realm masters are already in Abyss North, 5 at first stage and 1 at second stage, far beyond what ordinary resistance can handle. Wan Yi makes the danger even clearer by saying that even a forced half-step Dao breakthrough would still lose badly against them. That makes Suning connect another dot, so he asks what happened to the Jade Knight disciple Wan Yi captured outside Moon-Gazing sect. Wan Yi answers without hesitation that he killed the man, because letting him live would expose his own location to Jade Knight's Dao realm masters. So the entire Jade Knight group sent into State Jifeng has now been wiped out, and their mission there ended in total failure. Then Wan Yi changes the conversation again and says that even if Jade Knight cannot be expelled yet, he may still be able to help Suning break through to the Dao realm. Suning is visibly taken aback, because that promise strikes straight at the one thing he wants most right now. Wan Yi says Suning is only one step short and should be able to cross it with the right resources, making the old sect offer suddenly feel much more concrete. Suning understands the condition behind that help, but since he is already leaning toward the sect token, he asks directly what kind of resource Wan Yi means. Wan Yi refuses to explain it in words and instead says the resource is waiting on an island in the Endless Sea, not anywhere in the 17 states. When Wan Yi offers to take him there immediately, Suning thinks it over and agrees, trusting that a man this strong would not need deception if he meant harm. Before leaving, Suning handles the practical risks and goes to tell Yuan, and seeing that he is departing Moon-Gazing sect for a while. Their worry is obvious, because without Suning, Moon-Gazing sect will be dangerously exposed if Jade Knight comes again. Suning reassures them by promising to report everything to Yuan sect and ask for new experts to guard the place in his absence. He also decides to leave Gray behind as another layer of protection, which finally helps the two relax a little. Suning writes a letter back to Yuan, reporting Jade Knight sect's movements and saying only that he is leaving to seek a Dao realm opportunity. He deliberately leaves Wan Ye's name out of the letter, knowing that exposing this hidden old man too early could create trouble for everyone. Before setting off, Suning gives Gray one last warning: stay alert, hide in the Demon Beast scroll if necessary, and seek Su Hujuan's help if things go bad. After that, Suning leaves with Wan Yi and heads east toward the sea. Soon the world opens into the Endless Sea, where towering waves and storm-dark skies make even Suning feel the place's raw danger at a glance. Wan Yi explains that crossing the Endless Sea abyss safely demands real Dao realm power, and even a first-stage Dao body-smelting master might still die on the way. The destination, he says, is the island home of a Dao realm demon beast called the Golden-Eyed Demon Ape. Wan Yi reveals their old connection. During his escape from State Wanxing, he once saved that demon ape when it was in danger. In return, the ape offered him a pool of 100-year demon ape wine, a rare brew made from precious spirit fruits and ideal for early Dao realm cultivation. Wan Yi refused back then because his injuries were already beyond saving, so the ape promised he could return 100 years later with a younger successor instead. Now the promised time is almost up, and Wan Yi admits he only just found Suning in time to keep that chance from slipping away. Cyan butts into the conversation asking for demon ape wine too, showing that the wolf is tagging along even while still sulking at Suning. Wan Yi casually promises Cyan a few sips, confirming that the wolf will be traveling with them from here on. At the shore, Wan Yi summons a silver Dao weapon boat, and Suning immediately realizes this trip is entering a realm of dangers ordinary travel cannot handle. Once they board, Suning feels the ship's invisible barrier cutting back the waves while Wan Yi explains that only special vessels can survive these waters. As the boat pushes deeper into the Endless Sea, Suning spots huge shapes swimming below and realizes he would already be dead here without Wan Ye's Dao realm presence. A violent burst of lightning overhead drives the point home, making the whole sea flash white and reminding Suning how small he still is here. Wan Yi warns him never to trust flying demon beasts in the Endless Sea, because the storm itself would kill them first. For all his snarling earlier, Cyan is terrified on the boat and ends up curled in the corner trembling through the storm. After several days at sea, the storm finally breaks and the boat enters a calm clear sky region, where sunlight feels almost unreal after so much darkness. Wan Yi explains that these clear sky regions can shelter real islands, and says the golden-eyed demon ape's island lies just ahead under this one. A piece of land soon appears, and from a distance Suning thinks he sees people moving on the island. Then the final reveal lands as Suning looks closer and realizes those are not humans at all, but apes. Suning's ship finally reaches the island, and the apes on the shore scatter into the forest as soon as they see the visitors land. As they head inland, Wan Yi explains that the golden-eyed demon ape was born here, awakened its ancestor bloodline, and started sneaking into Abyss North to gather spirit fruits for brewing demon ape wine. The quiet trek breaks when more than a dozen giant silverback apes drop through the branches and surround the group in a tense warning circle. Suning quickly judges that these apes are only void realm beasts, dangerous to others but nowhere near enough to threaten Wan Yi. Then a deafening roar rolls out of the deep forest, and every smaller ape freezes as something much worse starts stomping closer. The golden-eyed demon ape appears at last, a massive golden fur giant whose sheer physical pressure makes Suning feel like one punch would turn him into pulp. Even Cyan is terrified by the bloodline pressure, and hides behind Wan Yi as the Dao realm beast closes in. Instead of attacking, the giant ape greets Wan Yi by name, revealing they are old acquaintances. Wan Yi calls the ape Jin Meng and notes that in 100 years it has already climbed to the mid-Dao realm, close to an even higher gate. Jin Meng says the pool of demon ape wine promised long ago is finally ready again, and he sounds genuinely relieved to settle a favor that has hung over him for a century. When the ape notices Suning, Wan Yi makes the purpose clear. He came to collect the wine for this junior's breakthrough. Jin Meng immediately sizes Suning up and agrees that with enough of the wine, he really might push through to the Dao realm. Jin Meng lowers a giant palm like an elevator, and Wan Yi, Suning, and Cyan ride it as he carries them deeper into the island. As they travel, Wan Yi tries one more time to persuade Jin Meng to leave for State Wanqing, where richer spiritual energy could raise his ceiling even higher. Jin Meng refuses without hesitation, saying this island is his birthplace and demon beasts are less tied to rich spiritual lands than humans are. Hearing that answer, Suning realizes this giant beast thinks and feels almost like a person, with its own home, pride, and future in mind. The journey ends at a mountain waterfall crowded with apes, and the whole troop falls quiet the instant Jin Meng arrives. Jin Meng leaps straight through the waterfall and reveals a hidden cave home built in imitation of human living spaces. Deeper inside, the smell of demon ape wine hits Suning hard enough that he knows a weaker martial artist would get drunk just by breathing here. They finally reach the wine pool itself, a clear deep basin packed with precious liquor. Jin Meng warns that a storage ring cannot hold this much wine, but Wan Yi calmly decides they will just stay on the island and consume it here. Jin Meng laughs at that plan and bluntly says Suning will need at least a year to truly digest a full pool of demon ape wine. Wan Yi accepts the long timeline on the spot, and Jin Meng starts scooping some wine into a huge stone vat for the two old friends to drink separately. Before entering the pool, Suning thanks both Wan Yi and Jin Meng, making it clear he knows how big this favor is. Cyan immediately lunges into the pool first and greedily steals a couple of swigs before Wan Yi's look makes him retreat. In the next chamber, Wan Yi finally drinks from the stone vat, but the moment the wine goes down, his face drains white and blood spills from his mouth. Jin Meng instantly realizes Wan Yi's old injuries are worse than they looked, and even Cyan panics at seeing his master like this. Wan Yi swallows a pill and steadies himself, but when Jin Meng asks directly, he admits he only has a few years left if he avoids more fighting. Instead of fearing death, Wan Yi says meeting Suning eased his regrets, because he now sees Suning as the hope of rebuilding Swallow Heron sect. Back at the pool, Suning takes his first mouthful and the martial arts panel reveals a shocking payoff. One sip alone contains 100 units of energy. After a quick estimate of the pool's total value, Suning realizes this wine carries more than enough energy to push him into the Dao realm. So instead of drinking it slowly, Suning dives straight into the pool to absorb the energy through full body soaking and speed everything up. The plan works immediately, and Suning can feel energy pouring into him in rapid bursts as he races toward a breakthrough within 2 days. Far away in State Chengdu, Jade Knight sect master Lu Zhanqing receives a report that their covert network now spans most of Abyss North, and only needs clues to Wan Yi and the Demon Beast scroll. Lu Zhanqing is fully confident that once Wan Yi leaves even a trace, he can personally hunt him down because the injured old man has already fallen far below his former peak. Luan Shijian then brings up a second problem. Mo Yixian's mission disappeared in State Jifeng, and the situation around State Feiyun is more hostile than expected. Their investigation shows that State Feiyun, State Hurricane, and State Jifeng were warned in advance and already formed an alliance, clearly tipped off before Jade Knight sect could move in. That answer points straight at Source sect, and Lu Zhanqing's mood turns cold as he realizes they have been actively undermining Jade Knight's expansion. Luan Shijian adds that Mo Yixian's team was captured almost to the last man, and Mo Yixian himself either died, was badly injured, or fled in fear of punishment. Lu Zhanqing is especially furious at the thought that a core disciple may have run, so he orders the matter kept quiet for now. When he asks who actually crushed their people, the answer surprises him. Not moon-gazing sect itself, but a Yuan sect disciple behind the whole humiliation. Lu Zhanqing immediately decides to make an example of Yuan sect and orders Luan Shijian to lead 20 disciples to destroy it first. Luan Shijian accepts without hesitation, certain that even a half-step Dao realm opponent in Yuan sect will not be enough to stop him. 2 days pass on the island, and outside the cave Jin Meng wonders how much wine Su Ning could possibly have handled in that short time. Wan Yi starts to worry that Su Ning may have overdone it, so the two of them head back inside to check on him. The first thing they notice is wrong is the smell. The rich fragrance of demon ape wine has almost vanished from the cave. When they rush to the pool, they find Su Ning lying quietly at the bottom with his eyes closed, and the whole chamber is missing its usual alcoholic haze. Jin Meng scoops up the liquid, tastes it, and is stunned to discover the entire pool has been reduced to plain water with all its alcohol and medicinal power stripped out. The truth hits hard. Su Ning has been absorbing the demon ape wine directly from the pool, a reckless method that should have made his body explode. Wan Yi lunges to pull Su Ning out, but Jin Meng stops him after sensing that Su Ning is actually stable and still steadily absorbing the last traces around him. Inside the waterfall cave, the golden-eyed demon ape is baffled that Su Ning keeps swallowing demon ape wine without showing any sign of overload. Wan Yi decides not to pry into Su Ning's strange secret, and quietly leads Jin Meng back out so the breakthrough is not disturbed. Under the pool, Su Ning stays submerged on purpose, knowing that if he surfaces now he will have to explain too much before finishing the absorption. As the energy keeps pouring in, Su Ning realizes his reserves have finally crossed the threshold for a Dao realm breakthrough. He drains the last of the demon ape wine, and the once rich pool turns into plain clear water. Without hesitating, Su Ning uses the martial arts panel to spend 300,000 energy and push himself into the Dao realm. The instant he confirms, all 6 attribute seeds erupt inside him and begin tearing his body apart and remaking it. The pain is brutal, but Su Ning grits through it because he knows the body's smelting realm is rebuilding his flesh into something beyond a mortal body. When the transformation finally settles, Su Ning roars as his new Dao realm body locks into place with water and fire power fused into his flesh. He checks the panel and sees the result plainly: Dao realm first stage, body smelting realm, with plenty of energy still left over. Su Ning trims the panel display down to a simple interface, and starts thinking ahead to what Dao realm fighting will require next. The breakthrough shock brings Wan Yi, Jin Meng, and Cyan rushing back into the cave, and they immediately realize Su Ning has really done it. Wan Yi is thrilled, but Cyan's joy comes with nerves because Su Ning's rise means the wolf may soon be serving a master it once clashed with. After thanking both seniors, Su Ning goes straight to the real promise and asks Wan Yi to hand over the Swallow Heron Sect token. Wan Yi is so relieved he almost shakes as he presents the token, because Su Ning is not just stronger now, he is still keeping his word. Su Ning accepts the token with full respect, understanding that he has just taken on the hope of rebuilding an entire sect in state Wanqing. Jin Meng decides that using its demon ape wine to create this breakthrough is fate, so it offers Su Ning another reward on top of that. A huge pure white gourd rises from the demon ape's mouth and drops in front of Su Ning, and Wan Yi instantly recognizes it as a secret treasure. Su Ning tries to refuse because the demon ape wine was already too much of a gift, but Jin Meng insists the wind smoke gourd is wasted on a demon beast that cannot use it. Once Wan Yi also tells him to accept a senior's goodwill, Su Ning finally bows and accepts the wind smoke gourd. Jin Meng explains that the wind smoke gourd swallows poisonous gas and miasma, refines them into gray fog and wind smoke, and turns that stored poison into Su Ning's weapon. It also warns him that secret treasures are bound by blood, not by a simple mark, which means anyone who wants to steal one must kill its owner first. Su Ning immediately cuts his hand and drops blood onto the gourd to bind it on the spot. The blood vanishes into the treasure, and the giant gourd suddenly shrinks down and flies obediently into Su Ning's palm. With the new treasure bound to him, Su Ning quietly judges that his odds against an Astral Chi realm enemy have just jumped dramatically. Wan Yi asks what Su Ning plans to do now, and Su Ning answers without wavering that he will settle the Jade Knight sect trouble first. Wan Yi worries that a fresh body smelting expert still should not be able to stand against the Jade Knight sect's top figures, so Su Ning chooses to show, not argue. When Su Ning unleashes his aura, blue and red light spreads over his body so completely that Wan Yi and Jin Meng realize his 6 seeds are already perfectly fused. That impossible sight makes the truth hit them both at once. Su Ning did not just enter body smelting, he arrived already at its peak because his foundation was monstrous. Su Ning keeps his claim modest and says that at minimum he can now survive against the Jade Knight sect master and force the enemy to think twice before pushing harder. After hearing what Jade Knight sect has been doing in Abyss North, Jin Meng even offers to help crush them, but Su Ning refuses to lean on the ape any further. Confident he can stabilize the situation himself, Su Ning says it is time to return to the mainland of Abyss North. Jin Meng personally sees them off, and Wan Ye's silver ship carries Su Ning and Cyan away over the sea. On the voyage back, Su Ning asks for Dao realm techniques, only to learn from Wan Yi that the first 3 Dao stages mostly rely on the body itself and do not use true new techniques yet. A few days later in State Jifeng, Jade Knight Sect Elder Luan Shijian arrives with 20 high-level Void Realm disciples under Sect Master Lu Zhanqing's orders. Luan Shijian splits the force on the spot, sending 15 men to rescue Jade Knight Sect people from Moon Gazing Sect and kill that sect's leaders afterward. He keeps only 5 disciples with him and personally heads straight for Yuelan's sect instead. An hour later they appear at Yuelan's sect's entrance, where the guarding disciples challenge them and secretly send warning signals inside. Luan Shijian does not waste a word and slams a punch into the ground, cracking the earth and shaking the entire Yuelan sect as the enemy finally arrives in force. Outside Yuelan sect, Luan Shijian roars for the sect master and elders to come out, making sure the whole mountain hears that a Jade Knight Sect Dao Realm Master has arrived in person. Inside the assembly hall, Mi Xingye, Yuan Cheng, Qiu Rinshan, Di Yuan, and Duan Qinghui all feel that terrifying aura at once and realize this is far worse than the enemy's earlier probes. Qiu Rinshan reacts first and orders Yuan Qing to escape through the rear and find the Source Sect's Dao Realm Masters and state Yuan Qing for help. While Yuan Cheng slips away, the other 4 rush outside because if Yuelan's leaders hide now, the frightened disciples will lose heart completely. The 4 elders face Luan Shijian and his 5 disciples head-on, and the pressure from the Dao Realm Master is so overwhelming it feels almost suffocating. Mi Xingye raises his voice for the whole sect to hear and demands the intruder's identity, trying to steady Yuelan's panicking disciples with his presence. Luan Shijian proudly names himself as a Jade Knight Sect Dao Realm Master, turning his arrival into a public threat instead of a hidden strike. He twists the story and claims Yuelan captured Jade Knight disciples and murdered a core disciple, clearly setting up an excuse to demand blood. The elders instantly understand he means Su Ning, and Mi Xingye steps out as Su Ning's master to call the charge a lie. Mi Xingye fires back that Jade Knight started the killing first, and that their disciples were only captured, not slaughtered, but Luan Shijian never cared about the truth. Luan Shijian cuts through the argument and threatens to destroy Yuelan's sect unless they hand Su Ning over, throwing the entire sect back into panic. Qiu Rishan starts activating his Dao method on the spot, because even if Su Ning were here, surrendering a disciple under outside pressure would break the sect from the inside. When Luan Shijian demands a final answer, Qiu Rinshan gives him a flat no and refuses to bend. Luan Shijian immediately sends his 5 high-level disciples into the sect to spread chaos while he personally stays to crush the top elders. Qiu Rinshan orders Mi Xingye back inside to protect the sect, leaving the 3 old powerhouses to stop the Dao Realm invader themselves. Mi Xingye turns and rushes into Yuelan with gritted teeth, and Luan Shijian lets him go with a faint mocking look, completely confident in the slaughter to come. Qiu Rishan breaks through first by force, stepping into the Dao Realm at the cost of his own foundation just to survive the next exchange. Luan Shijian sneers that a crippled force breakthrough means nothing to him, then vanishes and appears right in front of Qiu Rinshan. One punch sends Qiu Rinshan flying, cracking his arm and driving anti-healing Dao power into his body in the very first clash. Seeing that disaster, Du Yuan and Duan Qinghui also force themselves into the Dao Realm and draw their Dao weapons to join the fight. The 3 newly advanced elders surround Luan Shijian together, but he calmly puts on his brass-knuckled Dao weapon and welcomes them like prey. Their fight tears up the mountainside in moments, with deep pits, cracked earth, and even the nearby mountain face splitting under Dao Realm force. Luan Shijian catches a flaw in Du Yuan's defense and punches straight through his chest, dropping him like a broken kite. Furious and desperate, Qiu Rishan and Duan Qinghui throw their lives into the attack, but once Du Yuan falls, they cannot hold Luan Shijian for long. Soon both men are smashed into ruin, and Qiu Rishan kneels bleeding beside a barely conscious Duan Qinghui, realizing Yuelan has reached its darkest moment. Just as Luan Shijian moves in to finish Qiu Rishan, a huge mass of gray fog suddenly floods the battlefield and even he feels danger for the first time. A flash cuts through the fog, and when Luan Shijian looks down, a copper knife has already pierced his chest clean through. The attacker is Su Ning, staring at him coldly and reminding him that this was the disciple he came here to find. The chapter finally reveals what happened first. Su Ning returned to the Moon Gazing Sect, instantly subdued another 15 Jade Knight disciples, and shocked everyone there by coming back already in the Dao Realm. From those captured disciples, Su Ning learned that Luan Shijian had gone to destroy Yuelan, so he and Wan Yi rushed back at full speed. Arriving just in time, Su Ning used the pure white wind smoke gourd to flood the area with gray fog that blocked a body-smelting master's senses while letting him strike unseen. Luan Shijian tries to understand who beat him, and Su Ning tells him he only wanted to negotiate before Jade Knight pushed things to a fight to the death. Su Ning pours the will of the Cyan Wolf through the knife again, and the violent Dao power finally tears away Luan Shijian's last bit of life. The copper knife's secret matters too. Wan Yi told Su Ning it, and the matching fan were refined from a high-level blizzard Cyan Wolf, the source of Cyan's bloodline. After learning that, Su Ning returned the fan to Cyan and kept the knife, which he can now control properly after reaching the Dao Realm. Still trapped in the fog, Qiu Rinshan can only feel terrifying power moving around him before the mist suddenly streams back into Su Ning's white gourd. When the field clears, Qiu Rinshan sees Su Ning standing there beside Luan Shijian's corpse and almost cannot believe what just happened. Su Ning hurries to Qiu Rinshan first, and uses his own Dao power to stabilize the elder's worsening injuries. Qiu Rinshan immediately tells him not to waste time on him and to save Diyuan and Duan Qinghui before they slip away. Su Ning finds Diyuan at death's door and drives out the invading Dao power from the chest wound just enough to keep him alive. He also stabilizes Duan Qinghui, setting aside old grudges because the elder just risked his life for Yuan like everyone else. With the outer battlefield under control, Su Ning disappears into the sect to clean up the 5 Jade Knight disciples still causing chaos inside. Watching him go, Duan Qinghui is shaken that Su Ning really came back as a Dao Realm Master, and Qiu Rinshan says that genius may be unmatched in all 17 states. Then an old man appears beside them without either elder noticing, and for one more tense second they fear Luan Shijian had backup. Wan Yi quickly calms them by naming himself, and the two elders are stunned because they know exactly how important this infamous figure is to the whole Jade Knight crisis. He produces 3 healing pills, giving one each to Qiu Rinshan and Duan Qinghui and pushing the third straight into Diyuan's mouth. Wan Yi explains nothing directly, but the effect is obvious right away as Diyuan starts reacting and the other two feel their heavy injuries easing fast. The two elders stand and thank Wan Yi, already guessing that Su Ning's Dao Realm opportunity must have been tied to him. Inside Yuan's sect, Su Ning easily suppresses the remaining 5 Jade Knight disciples, ending the internal chaos as cleanly as he ended the outer battle. When Mi Xingye learns the crisis is over and Su Ning is now a Dao Realm Master, the whole victory feels unreal to him for a moment. Back together at the sect, Su Ning formally introduces Wan Yi as the senior who helped him reach the Dao Realm, and Mi Xingye bows despite his shock. Mi Xingye takes the 3 wounded elders away to rest and leaves Su Ning to accompany Wan Yi properly now that the sect has survived. Su Ning offers to show Wan Yi around Yuan, but Wan Yi waves it off and tells him to recover first because his body is already running low after that burst of Dao Realm power. Wan Yi uses that weakness to answer an old question too. Now Su Ning finally understands why Dao Realm Masters leave the Abyss North for State Wanqing after advancing. The problem is simple and brutal. Spiritual energy in the Abyss North is too thin, so Dao Realm power recovers painfully slowly here and that bottleneck only gets worse at higher stages. To help immediately, Wan Yi gives Su Ning 2 recovery pills, and Su Ning swallows them to speed up his depleted Dao power. Then Wan Yi hands over one last prize from the battle, Luan Shijian's storage ring, taken from the fallen elder himself. Back at Yuan sect, Su Ning finally takes Luan Shijian's storage ring and checks what the dead elder left behind. He quickly figures out the ring is packed with recovery pills made for places with thin spiritual energy, which tells him the invaders came prepared for Abyss North's harsh conditions. Instead of lying low, Su Ning tells Wan Yi he wants to recover to full strength and go hunt the Jade Knight sect himself. Wan Yi asks if he is really that confident, and Su Ning answers without hesitation. Su Ning explains that Senior Jin Meng's wind smoke gourd can split enemies apart, and if its poison takes hold, he might even threaten a second-stage Astral Chi opponent. That answer leaves Wan Yi quietly stunned, because Su Ning has barely entered the Dao realm and is already planning for an Astral Chi battle. Su Ning also points out the bigger problem. Wan Yi has shown himself, Gray still carries the Demon Beast Scroll, and the Jade Knight sect now has every reason to keep coming after them. Wan Yi can only admit the conflict is now impossible to avoid, because both the man they want and the item they want are tied to Su Ning's side. When Wan Yi offers to prepare more pills, Su Ning refuses and says Luan Shijian's supplies are already enough for his recovery. So Su Ning withdraws to recuperate, while Mi Xingye helps stabilize the 3 elders who forced their way into the Dao realm earlier. A few hours later, Yuancheng rushes back with reinforcements from State Wanqing Source Sect, bringing the peak body smelting expert Ten Yukong. Yuancheng had raced here fearing Yuan might collapse before help arrived, only to walk into a sect that is suddenly calm. When a disciple tells him Su Ning already broke through, came back, and killed the invading Dao realm master, Yuancheng is left dumbfounded. Even Ting Yukong finds it hard to believe, because he knows the Jade Knight sect's elders are no weak body smelting opponents. After Mi Xingye confirms it, and reveals that Su Ning advanced with 6 attribute seeds, Ting Yukong immediately wants to meet him. By the time Su Ning is called over, several hours of medicine have restored most of his strength. One look at Su Ning's foundation is enough for Ting Yukong to treat him with real respect instead of polite courtesy. Ting Yukong warns that killing a Jade Knight elder will enrage sect master Lu Zhanqing, but Su Ning answers coldly that he plans to find Lu Zhanqing first. That bold answer makes Mi Xingye and the others stare, because Su Ning is talking about taking the fight to an Astral Chi realm sect master. Mi Xingye still tries to stop him, reminding Su Ning that Lu Zhanqing is a full realm higher and that this is no ordinary risk. Su Ning reassures his master that his 6-seed foundation and hidden trump cards should at least let him survive even if he cannot win outright. Mi Xingye finally gives way and can only tell Su Ning to be careful, realizing his disciple's growth is already beyond his control. Ting Yunkong's thoughts shift fast, and he decides the smartest move now is to build a strong relationship with Su Ning, so he asks for a private talk, and once the others leave, he starts warmly pitching Su Ning on future ties with State Wanqing Source Sect. Ting Yukong even offers him a path into the Source Sect, hinting that someone with Su Ning's power would be a huge asset there. Su Ning refuses at once and reveals that he already accepted Wan Ye's token and will belong to the Swallow Heron sect instead. That hits Ting Yukong hard, because it means the sect token the Jade Knight sect has been hunting is already in Su Ning's hands. He still gives honest advice that rebuilding a sect in State Wanxing after 100 years of collapse will be brutally difficult. Su Ning says he is ready for that burden, so Ting Yukong backs off and promises future help instead of pressing him again. When Ting Yukong asks when Su Ning plans to move against the Jade Knight sect, Su Ning answers with a hard deadline: tomorrow. Ting Yukong quickly asks him to wait one more day so he can call another body-smelting ally and attack with a stronger team. Su Ning weighs the offer and agrees, because with Wan Yi and 2 Source Sect Masters, their side can field 4 naturally advanced Dao Realm fighters. After another day of recovery, Ting Yukong returns with Gu Man, a female body-smelting master from the Source Sect. With the team assembled, Su Ning, Wan Yi, Ting Yukong, and Gu Man head for State Chenggu, where the Jade Knight sect has hidden its northern headquarters. 3 days later, after crossing the 17 states, they finally reach the county city mansion serving as the Jade Knight sect's temporary main camp. Inside that mansion, Sect Master Lu Jianxing is already uneasy because Luan Shijian should have returned days ago, but still has sent no word. He tries to calm himself by guessing that Source Sect reinforcements may have intervened, since he cannot believe Welan could beat Luan Shijian on its own. That explanation makes him feel better, because even if help arrived, he assumes they could only force Luan Shijian back, not kill him. His thoughts quickly turn cold again, and he vows that once he gets the Demon Beast Scroll and Sect Token, he will make the Source Sect pay back old rivalry in State Wanxing. Then 4 Dao Realm auras suddenly approach the mansion, and Lu Jianxing immediately senses that something is wrong. Even so, as an Astral Chi master, he does not panic and walks out to see who would dare come straight to his door. Outside, Su Ning's side confirms this really is the main camp, with several Dao Realm elders and over 20 high-level Void Realm disciples still inside. Ting Yukong and Gu Man both admit today's strike matters to the Source Sect too, because Lu Jianxing would become a bigger threat if he succeeds here. Wan Yi checks if Su Ning is ready, and the answer is simple. After everything Jade Knight sect did to Yuan, Su Ning is done holding back. Su Ning assigns the fight on the spot, taking Lu Jianxing for himself and leaving the other 4 body-smelting elders to his 3 allies. Then Su Ning chooses to strike first and unleashes the wind smoke gourd, flooding most of the mansion with grey poisonous fog. Lu Jianxing and the 4 rushing elders are swallowed by the fog before they can even identify their attackers. Lu Jianxing instantly orders everyone out of the fog, because the moment it closes around him, he feels real danger. Before he can regroup, Su Ning's blade flashes out of the smoke and forces Lu Jianxing to dodge on reflex. Su Ning immediately sees the difference in realm, because that opening strike would have maimed a body-smelting enemy but leaves the Astral Chi sect master untouched. As the fight erupts, Lu Jianxing recognizes the familiar auras of Ting Yukong and Gu Man and realizes the Source Sect really did come for him. He secretly orders his elders to draw the battle away, because too many Jade Knight disciples are still inside the mansion and would be wiped out in a Dao Realm clash. So Lu Jianxing bursts out of the county city first, and Su Ning chases after him without hesitation, happy to move the battlefield away from innocent people. Outside the city, Su Ning notices the limit of his treasure for the first time. Lu Jianxing is so fast that the grey fog can no longer keep him fully covered. Lu Jianxing also realizes the fog comes from a rare secret treasure, and his caution twists into naked greed. Once they have enough distance, Lu Jianxing stops, whirls around, and finally reveals his weapon, a long ice crystal spear. He demands to know who Su Ning is and whether the Source Sect hired him, but Su Ning says nothing and keeps closing in through the smoke. Getting no answer, Lu Jianxing attacks first and smashes his spear into the ground, sending a brutal pale blue astral chi slash tearing through the fog. Su Ning barely avoids the strike, and the cut in the fog exposes his real position for the first time. Lu Jianxing drops the questions on the spot and decides killing this unknown enemy for his treasures matters more than learning his name. His spear thrust comes so fast that Su Ning cannot hide in the smoke in time and has to meet it head-on with the Cyan Wolf knife. The clash knocks the spear aside, and Su Ning uses that tiny opening to pull the grey fog shut around them again. But Lu Jianxing feels something else in that collision too. The Cyan Wolf knife carries a violent special effect that can shake even his mind. Now completely convinced Su Ning is carrying both a secret treasure and an extraordinary Dao weapon, Lu Jianxing grows even more excited about killing him. Su Ning also feels the pressure of the realm gap, but he stays cold and steady, knowing he still has not revealed the wind smoke gourd's deadliest trick. So at the edge of a cross-realm duel, Su Ning keeps searching for the one opening that could let him bring down an Astral Chi sect master. Inside the grey fog, Lu Jianxing stays unusually calm and quickly realizes Su Ning is using the mist to hide, wait, and strike at the right opening. He answers by blasting Astral Chi through the fog, shredding it apart, and forcing Su Ning to flash into view before slipping back into cover again. Su Ning tests him with quick attacks, but every time he probes, Lu Jianxing is ready, leaving Su Ning with no clean way in. Both men reach the same uneasy conclusion. Su Ning cannot break Lu Jianxing yet, and Lu Jianxing cannot pin Su Ning down either. Then Lu Jianqing suddenly jumps out of the fog on purpose, and Su Ning senses that the real trump card is finally coming. Su Ning does not chase because he already understands Lu Jianqing's greed. A man this hungry for the wind smoke gourd and the cyan wolf blade will not walk away now. Lu Jianqing pulls out an irregular frost crystal, deciding that spending this rare item is worth it if it lets him seize Su Ning's treasures. He crushes the frost crystal, and pale blue chi pours into his spear until the whole weapon turns viciously bright with freezing power. A ring of ice spears forms in front of him, and with one command he sends dozens of them crashing down into the gray fog. 2 spears almost skewer Su Ning, and the astral chi on them tears open the fog so hard that he can no longer slip away cleanly. Su Ning tries to pull the mist back together, but the frost has already slowed it down, and he realizes Lu Jianqing's attack can freeze the gray fog itself. The same freezing force bites into Su Ning's body, stiffening his limbs just as Lu Jianqing dives straight for his head with the spear. Su Ning answers with Dao Realm power from his water and fire seeds, melting and dispersing the frost before the killing blow lands. Lu Jianqing's spear still smashes into the ground hard enough to blast out a huge crater, but Su Ning escapes the strike by a hair. Now convinced the frozen fog is no longer a threat, Lu Jianqing pauses to pressure Su Ning into surrendering his treasure and Dao weapon instead of dying here. He even offers Su Ning a place under the Jade Knight sect, but the offer is only half sincere and comes with the clear intent to control him. Su Ning rejects him flatly and says the moment Jade Knight chose to destroy Yuelon sect, any chance of peace between them ended. That answer finally shocks Lu Jianqing, who had assumed Su Ning came from State Wanqing, not from the sect he came here to erase. Instead of explaining further, Su Ning feeds Dao power into the Cyan Wolf blade and summons the Cyan Wolf apparition to merge with his own body. This time the blade's backlash is under control, because after entering Dao realm, Su Ning's transformed body can withstand the Cyan Wolf's power. Lu Jianqing praises Su Ning's hidden talent, but his killing intent hardens because he now knows the man sent to wipe out Yuelon will never return. Believing Su Ning somehow stayed behind in Abyss North after reaching Dao realm, Lu Jianqing declares that today he dies before he ever reaches State Wanqing. The two finally collide head-on, spear against blade, and their Dao realm shockwaves start blasting apart the forest around them. Su Ning manages to hold the line with the Cyan Wolf support, but the longer the exchange drags on, the more the pressure starts to tilt against him. Lu Jianqing grows even greedier as he feels how extraordinary the Cyan Wolf blade is, and that hunger pushes his attacks harder and harder. When Su Ning is forced further back, Lu Jianqing starts mocking him, certain the fight is already won. But the instant Lu Jianqing commits to another attack, Su Ning decides the timing is finally right. A fresh wave of gray fog suddenly wraps around them, and Lu Jianqing is stunned because the first frozen mist should not have recovered this fast. He immediately realizes this is not the same fog at all, which means Su Ning hid another trump card until the last possible second. Before he can use another frost crystal, Lu Jianqing feels his Dao power turn unstable and his muscles, bones, and organs start tearing under a vicious poison. Only now does he understand the truth. Su Ning lured him into overconfidence, and this second gray fog is poisonous miasma. Su Ning steps out of the fog right in front of him, and coldly says it is time to end this fight. Lu Jianqing panics and offers his life, status, and all Jade Knight sect resources in exchange for mercy. Su Ning does not hesitate, because killing Lu Jianqing will give him everything anyway. With the Cyan Wolf roaring behind him, Su Ning slashes down and cleanly cuts off Lu Jianqing's head. The kill leaves Su Ning pale and drained, proving he really can cross realms in Dao battle, but only at a brutal cost. In the thin spiritual energy of Abyss North, even recovery feels painfully slow, so Su Ning hurriedly swallows a fistful of healing pills and sits down to stabilize himself. Once he can move again, Su Ning reclaims the wind smoke gourd's fog and ends the frozen battlefield effect completely. He also takes Lu Jianqing's storage ring, erases the mark on it, and starts checking what the Jade Knight sect master was carrying. The ring holds more than Wan Shijian's did, including pills and strange frost crystals, but Su Ning is surprised it still does not contain as much wealth as he expected from a sect master. After thinking it through, he remembers small unofficial sects in State Wanqing struggle to build reserves, so the mediocre haul makes sense. Even so, the ring should still convert into more than 300,000 energy units, and its large space alone is a useful prize. With Lu Jianqing dead, Su Ning knows the Jade Knight sect's main threat is basically broken, so he cleans the battlefield and goes to find Wan Ye's group. Meanwhile, outside the county city, Wan Yi, Ting Yukong, and Du Man are still locked in a hard fight against 4 Jade Knight sect elders. One elder recognizes Wan Yi and gets excited, convinced Lu Jianqing will finish Su Ning first and come back to capture this old target too. Ting Yukong quietly asks whether Su Ning can really survive against the sect master, and Wan Yi calmly says Su Ning can at least hold his own. Then a silver spear suddenly crashes down from the sky into the battlefield, stopping everyone cold. The Jade Knight elders cheer at first because they recognize their sect master's weapon and assume Su Ning has already been killed. Ting Yukong and Gu Man immediately fear the worst, but Wan Yi stays strangely calm instead of retreating. A moment later Su Ning appears, lands beside the pit, and takes hold of Lu Jianqing's spear himself. That sight breaks the Jade Knight elders on the spot, because if Su Ning has the spear, Lu Zhanqing can only be dead. Wang Ye's side exhales in relief, and the 4 elders turn and run like men who just woke up inside a nightmare. Su Ning cuts off their escape with the wind smoke gourd and floods them with poisonous gray miasma before they can even react. When the fog clears, all 4 elders are already badly crippled, leaving Wan Yi, Teng Yukong, and Gu Man to capture them with ease. Teng Yukong asks what to do with them, but the way he and Gu Man look at Su Ning now is almost the way juniors look at a terrifying senior. Instead of deciding alone, Su Ning asks Wan Yi for his view, showing that this revenge still belongs to the people Jade Knight came to exterminate. Wan Yi says killing them all would be justified, but it would be more useful to cripple their realms and keep them under control instead. One elder starts cursing in outrage at the idea of losing his cultivation, and Wan Yi kills him on the spot without hesitation. The surviving 3 go deathly quiet, and Su Ning finally lets himself feel that this whole crisis is truly over. Looking at the blazing sun, Su Ning understands that his departure for State Wanxing is no longer some distant idea but the next stage of his path. Wan Yi quickly turns practical again and says they still need to round up the Jade Knight sect disciples left in the city before they become a future problem. After taking recovery pills and settling their breathing, the 4 head into the city to finish the job. Inside the city, the Jade Knight disciples are still waiting in their mansion for good news and have no idea their sect master is already dead. Wan Ye's group sweeps in, suppresses all of their cultivation, and takes control of the entire remaining force at once. Wan Yi leaves the captured disciples under strict guard with a local sect that had been bullied into being Jade Knight's puppet, and that sect gratefully agrees. With the cleanup finished, Su Ning and the others immediately return to State Jifeng and Yuan sect. Back at Yuan sect, Qiu Rishan, Dion, and Duan Qinghui are still recuperating in a sealed chamber after forcing their breakthroughs and wrecking their foundations to survive the earlier assault. Qiu Rishan finally breaks the silence and wonders aloud whether Su Ning managed to solve the Jade Knight sect problem. Duyuan says it should be fine with Source Sect Dao experts helping, but Qiu Rinshan quietly points out that even those helpers are not actually stronger than Su Ning now. That thought hangs in the room until Duan Qinghui grudgingly admits Mi Xingye may be better at choosing disciples than he is at acting like a sect master. For a man who spent decades opposing Mi Xingye, that is practically an apology, and even he admits he can no longer object to Mi Xingye holding the sect master seat. Duyuan immediately laughs at him for saying that only now, after Mi Xingye has already been sect master for decades. Before Duan Qinghui can fire back, the sealed room door swings open and Yuan Cheng rushes in with an excited report that changes the whole mood at once. Yuan Cheng announces that Su Ning is back. Inside Yuan Sec's sealed chamber, Elder Yuan Cheng brings the news everyone was desperate to hear. Su Ning returned alive, killed the Jade Knight sect master, and captured their elders. The 3 injured elders spring up in joy, because the fall of Jade Knight sect means the thorn in Yuelan's side is finally gone. Yuan Cheng worries about their injuries, but the elders brush him off and insist on going out to welcome Su Ning in person. Outside, Mi Xingye and the sect seniors personally greet Su Ning, and his report turns the entire Yuan sect electric with relief and pride. With Su Ning now recognized as the strongest person in the Abyss North, Yuan sect suddenly stands at the top with him. Everyone also understands this legend will not stay in Abyss North forever, and Su Ning is already being spoken of like the kind of name history remembers. The news races out from Yuan sect, and the whole Abyss North starts reacting to Jade Knight sect's destruction. At Moon Gazing sect, Seeing excitedly tells Yuan that Su Ning killed the enemy sect master and broke the crisis for the entire region. The whole Moon Gazing sect bursts into cheers, and even Gray and Little Gray hold their heads high in obvious pride because Su Ning is their boss. Far away in Yunying City, Feng Xiu delivers the same news to Wu Lanqiong, and both Source sect leaders are deeply shaken by how far Su Ning has gone. Wu Lanqiong openly calls Su Ning the greatest genius in Abyss North history, while Feng Xiu can only regret that he never entered the Source sect. Then Wu Lanqiong spots a new opening. If Su Ning is gone, the Source sect can still draw close by bringing his niece Tao Tao into their side. In another small sect, He Minji hears the news, praises his junior brother, and hurries back toward Yuan while carrying the Dao weapon Su Ning once gave him. After reporting in, Su Ning shuts himself inside a sealed room to recover, and he stays there for a full month without stepping out. While Su Ning remains in seclusion, the outside world turns noisy with admiration, and visitors pour towards State Jifeng just to catch a glimpse of him. Since Su Ning will not come out, Mi Xingye, the elders, He Minji, and core disciples have to receive the endless stream of guests for him. The rush of prestige changes the sect itself, and gifted descendants from major families start traveling in to join Yuan. With its position finally secure, Yuan relaxes its recruitment standards because it no longer needs to live in constant fear for survival. At the same time, Yuan, the Source sect, and other top powers sweep the Abyss North for Jade Knight sect disciples who had been scattered on missions. Once captured, those surviving Jade Knight sect disciples are sent to the Source sect, where Ting Yukong and Gu Man are enough to keep them under control. More than a month later, Su Ning finally returns to peak condition after burning through a large supply of recovery pills. Instead of leaving right away, Su Ning turns to the Red Sea Demon Lord's Dao Alchemy inheritance and starts studying it seriously. From the captured elders and Lu Jianxing's reserves, Su Ning absorbs 300,000 energy, but he still deliberately holds back part of the spoils as emergency supplies. When that gain is added to the 150,000 energy from Demon Ape Wine, Su Ning reaches 450,000 total energy, but even that is nowhere near enough for his next Dao realm breakthrough. Since the Astral Chi realm needs 900,000 energy, Su Ning spends 100,000 instead to push the Red Sea Pill Sutra up to the first level. That first step is enough, and Su Ning immediately brings out a pill furnace to start refining medicine inside the sealed room. These pills are not for Su Ning himself, because he has already kept enough for battle and recovery before heading to State Wanqing. What he is really doing now is preparing for everyone he may have to leave behind for a long time. He prepares a full range of pills for Tao Tao, from the earliest mortal realm to the very top of the Void realm, whether she will need them soon or not. He also refines a large batch for Little Grey, because he has already decided the beast will not follow him into dangerous State Wanqing. Instead, Su Ning plans to leave Little Grey in the Abyss North and help it break into the High Void realm so it can live more safely and freely there. His most difficult batch is for Wan Yi, because after checking the old man's condition, Su Ning realizes his life is already nearing its end. Using the Red Sea Demon Lord's medicinal knowledge and rare materials from the enemy's spoils, Su Ning manages to make pills that can only ease Wan Ye's injuries, not truly cure them. Once all the preparations are done, Su Ning finally walks out of seclusion. He first deals with the visitors waiting on him, then heads straight to the back mountain to see Wan Yi. Su Ning finds Wan Yi still resting, because the old man's body recovers far more slowly than his own. Wan Yi immediately notices how completely Su Ning has recovered, and he can only sigh at the terrifying depth of the younger man's foundation. Without wasting time, Su Ning brings out a wooden box filled with 20 porcelain bottles and hands it over. The moment Wan Yi smells one bottle, he feels the old injuries inside his body loosen slightly, and realizes these medicines are real. Wan Yi assumes Su Ning found the pills in Lu Jianxing's storage ring, but Su Ning calmly tells him he refined them himself after mastering a Dao realm alchemy technique. That answer hits hard, and Wan Yi feels even more certain that Su Ning's talent and character are both worthy of carrying a sex future. After thanking him, Wan Yi asks the question he already knows is coming: when is Su Ning leaving for State Wanqing? Su Ning says he will first return to State Feiyan for a short visit, then head to State Wanqing with Ting Yukong and Gu Man a few days later. Wan Yi then gives the key instruction for Su Ning's next stage. Before rebuilding the Swallow Heron sect, he must first find a woman named Ling Ran. He explains that the old Swallow Heron sect master entrusted the sex treasures to Ling Ran, an old friend who is not a sect member herself. Wan Yi says Ling Ran lives in seclusion in Fenghe Canton of State Guqing, and once Su Ning states his identity to her, she will tell him what comes next. He also warns Su Ning never to provoke the imperial court in State Wanqing, because its strength is beyond anything the Abyss North can compare to. Before they part, Su Ning asks about the surviving Jade Knight sect disciples, still thinking about the danger they could pose later. Wan Yi explains that Ting Yukong and Gu Man personally helped round them all up, because too many high-level Void Realm enemies left loose would have caused future chaos. But instead of killing them, the Source sect plans to take them to State Wanqing and turn them into outer disciples to expand its own strength. Su Ning finds that strange until Wan Yi explains that small unofficial sect disciples in State Wanqing often serve their sects more like hired hands than loyal believers. With that issue settled too, Su Ning leaves Wan Yi, planning to return once he has first dealt with Tao Village and the journey ahead. Time skips forward 4 months, and a Dao weapon ship cuts across the endless sea with State Wanqing finally coming into view. At the bow, Su Ning looks toward the distant land and quietly realizes he has finally reached the threshold of State Wanqing. Before this voyage, he returned to Tao Village in State Feiyan and spent a full month with his family. During that visit, Feng Xiu personally came to ask for Tao Tao as his disciple in the Source sect, and after thinking it through, Su Ning agreed. Because Tao Tao is still young, Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian go with her to Yuning City and stay with the Wei family to look after her.